Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another exciting day here at the Western European Qualifiers for the International. I'm Odie Pixel. I'm joined by Misery. Misery, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good. How are you, Odie?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Looking forward to another exciting day. I mean, yesterday, right, we had some crazy stuff. I think we're going to be able to bring up the brackets for you, ladies and gentlemen, at home to show you exactly what went down yesterday, what's going to be going on today. Ourselves, right, which is the 2 series of the morning, we had Na'Vi Jr. expected taking the victory. But the second series, we had 4 Pirates coming in with an upset. They took down VP 2-0, Misery, and it weren't close.
Yeah, that was kind of a crazy series, right? Very good showing from 4 Pirates, making that upset. And interesting to see if Virtus Pro can recover from that, because that was kind of a beatdown.
No, for sure. Yeah, we're going to see them down in the lower bracket today. And obviously, as we saw in the second half of the day, in the upper bracket, we had one win, taking the series 2-0 against Mouse. And in that very hard-fought series later, the last one of the day, OG, of course, having one of those 80-minute victories against Secret. They do get the win 2-0 to move on. And that, of course, is leaving us with these 4 teams now in the lower bracket. These teams, these 2 series, only 2 moving on. 2 teams going home today. Well, not getting to leave their home, I should say. This is the qualifiers. So all to play for. And that is that first 2 series that you see on your screen right now. Mouse versus VP, and then Secret versus Yellow Submarine. For the second half of the day, we'll be continuing back into the upper bracket where we've got Nigma Galaxy versus Na'Vi Jr. and then Avulus versus 4 Pirates. All best of 3s, all running back-to-back today. You've got that constant stream of Dota 2. Lots of exciting matchups today. Misery, any in particular today that you think is going to be the one to watch?
I think Nigma Galaxy and Na'Vi Jr. looks to be a very interesting match. I also think Mouse versus Pro is going to be interesting, though. Would be nice to see how these 2 teams fare, considering they both got 2-0'd yesterday, and probably have higher expectations than where they are at right now.
Oh, I think so. Because this is the thing, right? When you look at these 2 squads, I mean, we'll talk about it a bit more now as we're going to be getting into this first series, of course, very, very shortly. Mouse versus Virtus Pro. VP, of course, just recently qualifying for the Esport World Cup. They've come into this TI qualifiers. They've lost their first series. It didn't look good. It was a rough loss. But then on the other side, Mouse, whilst they didn't quite make it through some of the other recent qualifiers, you look at this lineup, there's some big names on this lineup, right, Misery?
Yeah, I think Mouse just kind of rebuilt their roster, right? With pretty high expectations, I would imagine, getting people like Abed and Celery to form the team, right? And I think it would be a huge disappointment if they dropped out in the first round of the TI qualifier, right? I think they definitely have high expectations on that. I think comparing that to Virtus Pro lineup, I think they are... Of course, they are taking it seriously, but I would say that now they already qualified for EWC, and they perhaps also a new roster, so they should maybe not be as disappointed as Mouse would be. I'm not sure, if that logic makes sense, but I would definitely expect Mouse to have a high expectation of their new roster.
I think so. So today in this series, I mean, if they're sort of playing against the VP of yesterday, I think they got a chance, right? Because VP was definitely a bit sloppy yesterday. Some of their sort of draft ideas you felt, right, didn't really click together.
I think that can be said for both teams, to be honest. I think, I mean, maybe Virtus Pro in a bigger extent. Yesterday, their drafts were, kind of illogical, and I think they were really hard to play for them. But I also think Mouse has some weird tendencies to pick heroes that are just arguably worse than others. Like they picked Witch Doctor yesterday. That hero has just got, I mean, he was bad before, and now they've removed some of his only ways of playing the hero, in my opinion, and replaced the Facet as well. And I think that hero is really bad. And the same, they keep playing this Jakiro 4, which has not really looked good in any of their games, but they just keep picking it and losing with it. So I just think that they also have some adjustments to make if they want to proceed in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, what is it about Witch Doctor? Because you look at the kind of win rates. I find it's one of those fascinating heroes that has such a massive difference between the low MMR pubs and then the high rank to professional play. Like, lower rank, this hero, it's got like a 55% win rate. So you can look at some of the stats and be like, this hero's busted. Yeah. If you're looking between sort of Herald and Legends, it's 55% win rate. Like, this hero is broken. But you move up to Divine Immortal, it's like a 49%. You know, it's sub 50%. So I can only imagine, indeed, if you go up to pro play, that win rate gets a lot worse. Is there something that the scrubs know about this hero that the top level players don't, or is it just a hero that if you're bad against, you're going to lose against?
I mean, I would love to see what makes Witch Doctor win games at the lower MMR bracket, but I think that the hero just is worse than other heroes. Like the things that he offers, is like he has a little bit of stun, a little bit of damage, right? He doesn't do anything remarkably well compared to other heroes that has, you know, very unique spells. Like he has this heal that can look broken sometimes, but other heroes have better heals, you know, better saves. Other heroes have better stuns, better team fight, more damage. I just don't think that hero does anything particularly well. And the fact that they removed made his cask bounce less times and deal less damage to creeps makes him unable to farm. I think there's a potential for this hero to be played with around the ultimate more, where you get like agonyms and things like that, and the shard, and then they take in the other facet, but that requires you to get a lot of farm, and like we just mentioned, it's hard to farm with this hero. So I don't know. I just think the hero has issues around those things.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Celery's obviously put off from picking it again after the tough game they had yesterday when they tried to make it work. But here we go into the draft here of day 2's first best of 3. Down in the lower bracket, of course, the loser at this, they're out. They're out. That's their TI dreams done for this year. So everything to play for, as you said, you know, 2 organizations, 2 squads that absolutely have way higher expectations than getting knocked out in the first round of the lower bracket.
For sure. Interesting start to the draft here a little bit, considering that Mouse was a team that I expected to pick up Ench a lot earlier. Yeah. And then yesterday they actually lost 2 games to 1-win teams Enchantress. And now Virtus Pro are banning it out, right? So anticipating Mouse would be on the end train after losing it to 1-win yesterday. I think that's a nice adjustment from them.
Yeah, I mean, always sort of historically one of the ones that Celery, of course, back in Gladiators had some pretty great games with. The other bands, the Silence, of course, we did see a bit of that yesterday. I think, VP themselves, we got a bit of their Silence. Didn't work out great. Ended up sort of half the game just getting peeped by a sniper. But still, definitely some of the VP do like to play. So Mouse wanting to try and push them away from the comfort.
Yeah, so I guess Willow and Sniper is just... I mean, Willow and Silence are just Virtus Pro's go-to supports.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the simple reason for them banning it. Maybe they're not really banning it for any particular pick that's upcoming, but something to keep in mind at least, that they might want certain heroes that are good against it.
Yeah, we've got the bat coming through. Always pretty a solid one, and always nice to pick as well. We know the Silence is out of the game, so you don't have to worry about that sort of global interrupting any sort of play you try and make with the bat. Early pick here for Mouse. Understandable, I guess, when you got Arbed on the team. You just first pick the Storm.
Yeah. That's a common, or what do you call it, like an old school signature here. He used to play it every game for EG, right?
Yeah, I mean, did you sort of mind this? Like, if say you were kind of coaching this team, you had Arbed on the team, would you be like, as one of the strats, we're going to first pick Storm? Like, is it that safe in the hands of this man, or is it still risky, would you say?
I think Storm is one of those mid heroes that you can pick pretty early. He doesn't have any real bad matchups and always seems to be doing the things that a Storm does in the game. Of course, there can be good and bad Storm games, but at the end of the day, their second pick, they want to abuse potentially the absolute last pick in the carrier or the offlane, right? So they just decide to pick up that Storm. I think it's also a pretty good matchup against Batrider, because you can catch him when he's farming on the side lanes, trying to get his blink and more items later on. So I think it's an okay response. Also adds a lot of damage and catch to your lineup very early on in the draft, which is always a good thing to get those things ticked off. And as for Batrider, I think this hero has risen in stock quite a bit. Looks very strong. Looks very strong in lane. Then he offers this catch and incredible scaling later on, where you can potentially lasso multiple targets, and just having that insane initiation and a repositioning tool in the late game is always really important in Dota. So it feels like Batrider is back in the meta.
Yeah, definitely. For the times at least we were seeing a pick yesterday, it never really just felt like a bad pick. Very, very solid. And of course, with the Storm being shown, they have no hesitance in showing their own mid laner as they bring out the Ember nice and early as well, making sure that they can get that before the chance of it getting banned out in the last phase.
I think we also see an adjustment from Virtus Pro. Consciously or not, I'm not sure, but yesterday they had a lot of issues with catching in their drafts. And right now you see them having 2 setups already, right, in the Ember and the Batrider. So I think that's something that at least they have changed from yesterday.
Yeah, they very much had kind of 2 lineups that seemed to be sort of set up for like a group up and kind of if they fight into us, we will be able to fight back. But as it went down, they really were never able to fight back. Both times too far behind with the sort of limited options they had to play their drafts out. They're going to go back with that Naga Siren. We know that the previous qualifiers, they did look good with it. It didn't look great yesterday. Are you a bit more okay with the pick this time, or are you still not a fan?
I honestly kind of hate Naga. I think the hero doesn't do much. I think let's give it the benefit of the doubt, of course. Sure. But I don't really understand why this hero is better than other heroes. It's a little bit like the Witch Doctor we talked about earlier. I don't know. I guess this hero has the song that is very unique, some scouting abilities and stuff like this. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too impressed with this hero right now.
Well, let's see.
Again, they don't have good setups as well with the song, right? They don't have any clear way of abusing. And if you're not going to abuse the song, like, why pick this hero? I just don't really understand, I guess, what is the reasoning behind picking this hero?
Oh, maybe one of their last 2 picks will make a bit more sense. But I mean, if the draft yesterday was to go by, they probably won't. You know, it's just definitely VP's own individual idea of having this support hero that they seem to really value the strength of. Nothing crazy from Mouse. They'll get the Bristle out. We saw a fair bit of Bristle play yesterday. He was having good success as always. Great success, in fact, the 2 games, 2 wins. Is getting banned out pretty frequently. So this hero is still as solid as ever as a pick.
Yeah, I agree. I imagine they need a 5 now as well to be able to last pick the carry, or potentially offlaner if Bristleback were to be the carry hero in this game. So what's Celery going to be looking at? He has also had perhaps the tendency in the new iteration of Mouse to want to pick something a bit unique to the meta. Playing the IO5, the Enchantress, Disruptor, these type of heroes.
Ooh, what's going on here?
Right. What is this?
Is this the support Huskar?
No, I think it might be a support Storm Spirit now.
Oh, you think somebody's this? Because
right?
They've kind of done the big brain. They're like, now you got an Ember. Well, good luck against our Huskar, and we're going to do something funky with the Storm. Yeah,
it's like maybe it's a post 5 Storm, and it's like, haha, we first pick Storm Spirit, guys.
Dude,
pick your Ember.
Yeah, but I'll tell you as well. There has support Huskar. What about jungle Huskar?
I mean, that could be the case too, but the reason why I'm thinking it's support Storm this game is that you're bamboozling the Ember, right, by picking the Huskar. So there's a purpose to why you would do this, I think, to shut down the Ember mid, like, to some ridiculous extent, right? And then the other 2 heroes also don't really do much to Huskar. So it's a good mid-Huskar game that potentially can snowball and just get an easy win. Gaming Gladiators was also one of the teams that were doing this together with Falcons in the iteration where Celery was playing, right? So this, of course, I wouldn't rule out the jungle Huskar, but Eki and Celery, I wouldn't really think of those guys as the jungle Huskar players as much.
Yeah, it's fair.
So I think it's more likely that Celery is cooking the 5 Storm and then they put them Huskar mid. Imagine the 5 Storm playing into Batrider. You can't really... You give the Storm constantly stick charges. If you try to go on him, he has all these remnants, right? It's kind of hard to kill him. And then he just protects the potential carry. We'll see.
Now
interesting development.
Yeah, absolutely. Who knows what's going to happen with these last picks? So, well, VP, they still need their carry. I mean, look at what we've got so far against them on Mouse. Is there any sort of carries that are jumping out?
I mean, is there any world where you dodge the matchup mid and pick put Ember carry? Because now I don't know if you ever want to do that, but it's like when you do a draft curveball like this from Mouse, it does sometimes project the other team to do the same, right? And then we end up in a very unorthodox game suddenly. But let's see. Terrorblade is banned, Drow's banned. Sniper is still in the pool that can outrange the Huskar.
Dude, you know...
Lina, perhaps, is also an option. I mean, those heroes are obviously somewhat weak against the Storm. But if it is a 5-Storm, I guess it's also annoying that you don't really know if you're dealing with a mid Huskar or a jungle Huskar, right?
But yeah, because that's the thing, right? Because like, we'll see what so they go for the Lina. So indeed, it looks like they're likely this is them moving the Ember away from the mid.
I think it's just going to be Naga, Lina safe lane, and Ember mid.
Okay, Lina carry.
But I mean, they could be flexing as well. But I think the laning setup ideally would be like that.
10 seconds remaining.
But let's see what Mouse actually ends up doing here in the end. They're very happy and laughing about this draft, which is obviously, I mean, you can understand why. It is kind of...
Oh, dude, you know what would be really good here? And I don't know if he still plays it. Isn't this a free Meepo game for Abed?
Okay. Yeah, sure, man.
You know, it's actually a pretty good Meepo game.
I mean, talk about overcooking, though.
Why have this Meepo Huskar Storm lineup?
Yeah. But then what are we looking at then? Who's going offlane? Bristol still? And then you're like...
It's got to be the carry, right? They need a carry. Unless it's like a safe lane Huskar.
Oh, Meepo carry then.
I think it's a free Meepo game, but I know that I feel like we never see Meepo games anymore.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. How much are they cooking? It's just going to be the clinks. We did see this yesterday come out from 4 Pirates, right, on Otica. It looked fantastic. Yeah, he played a great game.
Okay,
Is it Arbed?
It's actually a support Huskar.
It's going to be the jungle Huskar, dude. I don't know if he's going to jungle. He's probably going to lane. But yeah, it's the support Huskar.
Interesting. I haven't really seen that at all. I don't know what that does. I guess the jungle Huskar throws spears at neutral creeps, but what does the +5 laning Huskar do? It's the same thing, just 2 heroes. It does deal a lot of damage to yourself though. When you fight the lane.
No, this is going to be exciting. I mean, maybe Celery's just taking his strats from like the low MMR pubs, you know. He's picking this Witch Doctor because it's got a high win rate down there, and maybe he's been watching the wrong replays, you know, since they knocked out the Immortal ones. But no, this is going to be fun to see what he can do here with the Huskar. He's taking his time to pick it. Maybe there's some miscommunication. He's like, guys, am I playing Huskar? You know, that's...
Yeah. Wait, who was drafting?
Who picked this?
What happened?
Yeah, this is going to be fun. So, yeah, and both teams very much doing their own stuff. I mean, yeah, how do you sort of look at these two? Whose draft sort of instills you with more confidence of being able to get the win?
I think the VP lineups look more solid, right? I think they're more well-balanced lineup with the Darkseid Ember and the solid carry in the Lina, right? Solid lanes as well. Mouse draft is very cooked. It's 5 heroes that don't have any innate synergy, I would say, but they rely very on the lanes and the bamboozling factor of suddenly there's a Huskar. What's this guy gonna do? So I'm curious to see how this one plays out. That's for sure.
This is going to be quite the start to the day. And also, this is the thing, right? When you run these sort of drafts, whoever gets the win here, you know, suddenly in game 2, yeah, maybe VP's banning out a Huskar. Maybe, you know, the Naga Siren's getting considered for the first phase bans.
Yeah.
It's, you know, if you can win with these sort of picks, it can mess up the drafts for the rest of the series for the enemy team.
For sure. It's also psychologically, whoever wins, it's like if Mouse wins this game, VP is really in trouble, right? Losing to this type of thing. On the other hand, though, if Mouse loses this one, they must also be kicking themselves, guys. Like, why do we play the +5 Huskar in the TI qualifier, like lower bracket game? You know what I mean? So I think there's a lot on the line for this particular game. Yeah, can't wait to see it. We do have the facet Cauterize, which kind of damages him and then heals him after a while, right? It's pretty strong. It's the Berserker's Blood facet.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. You know, maybe I don't know where or why, but I've definitely sort of seen this kind of idea messed around with. But, this is going to be fun to watch.
Celery is carrying a smoke still.
Yep.
Also walked out to place a ward here. Oh, they do go for the smoke right away. I wonder if they saw that.
The hack in position. Let's see if we can spot anything out. Both teams will safely get the mid ward down without being spotted. Looks like they're going to see if they can try and grab this bounty down here, but yeah, it's just going to be the 2 for 2 by the looks of it. Nothing crazy. And yeah, neither team looking to try and start a fight. And yeah, so this safe lane, the Clinkz Huskar safe lane. I mean, back in the day, right, this would be a safe lane duo that you would have in a pub if 2 people wanted to pick safe lane and, you know, they hated each other. You know,
back in the day, huh? I think that happens. That happens more frequently than you would expect. Yeah, 2 carry players. Yeah. That's my pubs right here.
Yeah. Let's see what Celery can do. I mean, if you kind of theorize it, we've got with the Clinkz and the Huskar. I mean, these two, they've got pretty good harass right with the spam. You know, sort of between these tar bombs and these burning spears. They are going to be kicking out a fair bit of damage. The question is if it's going to be enough to sort of annoy this Darkseer bat lane, or if Dahak's still just going to have an easy time playing his lane. Because we've got to watch Dahak, right? Because he did have a few tough off-lane performances yesterday.
Yeah, I think the lane is not weak, that's for sure. I think just having the fact that you have double ranged, you have a lot of harass potential from both guys is going to make your lane fine. I'm more curious what Huskar ends up providing as the game progresses, right?
Sure.
He might do well the first 4 minutes, but then now what, right? What's the game plan with this Huskar? Why are we picking this particular hero, right? Is it how much of it is like a draft bamboozling effect, trying to get the opponent to pick something they wouldn't otherwise be picking, or is there actually something good about this? That's what I'm curious about.
As we've seen, they managed to catch the creep wave, bring it round. And we're going to see this early rotation from Antares off the back of that. Swing over to mid, and a very nice little play. Turns up, and is able to set up to get that first blood secured against Arbed. So nice little move there from Antares, which kind of works off the back of the fact that they were forced away from that bottom lane. He makes it into something.
Yeah, that's very well done, honestly. And I wouldn't mind seeing him continuing to do that, right? Where Darkseer just can actually just cut waves freely against Huskar Clinkz, right? Nothing is really going to stop him from doing that. So imagine if Batress continues to bully the storm. That could be really devastating for Mao's game plan here. Clinkz look to be in trouble here.
Yeah, setting up, they've got the vacuum. Well, they should have the kill here. So another
Huskar
kill
too,
set up
maybe,
by
or what?
Antares. I mean, they could get the stickies on him. Few stacks. Doesn't have much mana to play with Antares, but will have a few right clicks, and he's going to get it. This bat is breaking the game already.
He has boots and 500 gold, by the way, at 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah.
That's pretty crazy. He has a win lane, so he could just walk back to base here and not really lose anything. Like, play a very efficient game here early on.
Yeah, Dark's going to have the lane in decent position. He's got this wave pushing in against him. So not a bad start at all here on the bottom and the mid, really, thanks to the movements of Antares on the bat. See top lane. Good setup here with the reel in. And the blood grenade down onto Eki. And should be able to have him. Yeah, well, they'll get the kill between the two of them. Zeal might be able to find Rain in return. He's got the goo on him. Well, the Dukes, though, Rain's going to make him work for it. In fact, should be fine. Still got a salve at the ready, so not even going to get the kill in return. Another kill here for VP.
Yeah, great start. Look at Antares as well, again, doing another smoke here, getting a deep ward in and setting up a potential go on the storm again here.
This is sneaky.
This one might be a bit harder, though.
See how much Arbed steps forward. The smoke's come off now, so yeah, and Arbed's going to be safe this time.
Now, he has such a good start on this bat. It would be really unfortunate if he starts running around too much and thus falling behind. I think he would be good, but just going back bottom and continuing to pressure this lane, make sure to get a lot of stacks out, things like that, right? Because sometimes I think you can have such an amazing start and then suddenly be very low level, despite that fact.
we'll see Celery come across to... Oh, make sure that Water Rune doesn't go the way of Antares. But still, Lorinov does get the space to get the Water Rune bottled up top. Antares now he's got the level 3, and Celery only level 2, looking pretty dead on this one. So slowly get burnt down. Right about, maybe he can get towards Roche for a deny. He's going to try, but the damage is already done with the Iron Shells to Hack. Getting the kill there off the back of Antares, staying on top of Celery. I mean, so far, it's early days, but we're not being blown away by the Huskar support, we'll say, is it?
No? Yeah, it's not looking that impressive right now.
Yeah.
I think it's also just one of those heroes, perhaps, in phase that if the enemy team is smart, they don't fight you early on, like we saw, where they just cut waves and drag and, you know, don't really bother. Because Huskar doesn't really have much of a plan B, right, at that point. He's actually queuing up the armlet, so he's just gonna transition, I guess, into a normal Huskar. That's the idea.
Okay, yeah. The normal Huskar from your pubs. The so-called support Huskar. I mean, this is great stuff. I mean, top lane, V-Tune gets the kill. We saw the constant spam, and it's kind of working. You know, there's Nagasara and Lina lane, you know, sort of between the setup of the ensnare and, you know, bringing them in with the reel in. Sets up for the Light Strike arrays and such, so that they've got, you know, a decent catch here between the two of them to really punish these two heroes if they get caught out of position.
Yeah, the Lina Naga is definitely one of the stronger combos laning phase wise with the Naga.
Now they should get Ryan here though, did step up, and Arbed was in the area. So able to finally get themselves a kill on the board here, Mouse.
After all though, the Klinks is complete free farm down here, and is closing in on the top net worth here, but very good start for all of VP's heroes. Mid lane again. Huskar might die a third time here.
Top. And this setup is really nasty. They're going to be able to kill Zeal once again. I mean, it's just if they stagger sort of the control between the ensnare and the Light Strike, that's a good fair few seconds of which that V-Tune could just beat into them. We'll see this rotation from Cut coming up top. He's got his eyes on him. Can he kill V-Tune? Light Strike will hold him back for now, but V-Tune is going to try and juke through the tree lines, won't succeed in escaping the attempts of Mouse as he goes down. So nice little move there from Cut to make sure that V-Tune's game slowed down a little bit after all these kills that V-Tune was getting involved in this top lane.
Yeah, that's a very nice rotation from him, for sure. Meanwhile, though, the VP took down the mid tower. Huskar ended up getting gone on. He survived with the Berserker's Blood facet, which actually ends up healing him quite a bit. So maybe this is part of the idea that this hero becomes simply tanky and hard to bring down. But yeah, the mid tower does go down, and that's a big win for VP overall. Lina does die, but I think he's back at it already, farming, right? So it's not going to be that hard for them to recover from that one.
I'm sure the next move is going to be from Mouse. Still trying to just clear up some of the jungle. Needs to try and catch up a little bit. Both him and Arbed having the slower starts on the course here so far in his first 7 minutes. Arbed. Let's look towards the mid, but doesn't really have enough mana to make this play happen. Actually, no, he's got 19 one-charges. Lorinov already out there. Timing's coming in for the 8-minute power rune. And should be VP having control of this, as indeed the rune is going to end up top. Nice one here for Lorinov. Grabs himself the regen.
We actually see the Lorinov having a much better game than we saw yesterday, and yesterday he went for the Blade Mail. And it looks like he's going to eye up that item again here.
Well, nice TP there from Aki. Heads up. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if he continues for the follow-up afterwards, though. I feel like the Blade Mail, but then obviously yesterday we had him go for this Blade Mail straight into Lincoln's. I'd imagine he does something a bit different this time. Bottom, the Hack gets caught. It's another kill for Cut. So Klinks already getting involved in these early plays. Should put him on track to hit a pretty solid Deso time in this game, which of course he's going straight for after the Falcon Blade. Looking for the Deso rush this game. top. Yeah, V-Tune just pulling back to safer areas now. Being a bit more careful around this top. Still very much the catch-up game for Zeal. He's level 5 at the moment, 2 levels behind that of Dahak's Darkseer on the other side of the map. It's going to take a bit of time for him to climb back into the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's actually a big problem for Mouse. The fact that Zeal is has such a bad game here. They can't really play much around him. It's all on the cut to make something happen here.
He's finding these opportunities. Nearly gets Antares there. Definitely been quite the nuisance. He's actually going to find this Ancient stack pretty low HP, and he might just be able to finish off all of these. So after all the efforts there of Dahak, that's the big ones pretty much taken down by the Clinks as Cut gets in and steals that all away from him, at least the gold.
Bottom room, Storm might get caught here. We have the damage.
So we've got the chains into the Stella, drop the wall as well into the vacuum. It's not quite enough though. Abed able to zip away safely. That's even with the wall committed, not enough damage to try and take him down through the limited lockdown they had between those. Back to the bottom. They can. I mean, what would you in this sort of game is? What do you imagine? There's pressure on one of these lineups to play it a little faster.
I don't think there's pressure right now. I think maybe a little bit on Mouse, just because looking at Batrider and Ember, like these type of heroes, when they get the time to get their core items, they become very scary on the map. But I don't think they can really do much about it. I was just looking at like an update for Celery, right? And yeah, he's just kind of jungling the Ancient and farming. So it's gonna be fun to see if he can actually manage to transition to become like a factor in this game, or if the fact that his armlet is gonna be so late is just gonna make him just a free frag in the team fights.
Yeah, because I tell you, to sort of see the value of it, we've got to see him just sort of turn up with that armlet and just never die in the team fights, because any sort of death in the middle of the fight when you have this Huskar farming as much as he has been to get the armlet, it's definitely going to feel like a bit of a question mark. But we'll see. You know, maybe he pops off and those 2 deaths are the only deaths Celery's going to have this game on the Huskar. We'll find out.
It's even if he does die in team fights, if VP has to use a lot of spells on him and a lot of time taking him down, right? It's good enough.
All right, has got the song. So they want to set up aggressively for this. Yeah, they're going to step up and try and do something. They've got the wall down. They're going to have the vacuum. It's only going to catch on to the Clinks, but they're fine with that. They just want to make sure they can guarantee the kill on Cut. Eki, he'll get away. They don't care. They get the kill that they wanted. They get the Clinks.
Yeah, that's the most important kill on the map for them, for sure. And actually, we saw a nice song set up there. They do have a lot more ways to play around it this game with the wall and the stun, right? So that gives them the bottom lane. We have Celery getting jumped here by the Batrider. Can you actually kill him?
Oh,
who kills who here?
Well, there we go. Easy for Celery. With a little bit of help from Eki.
That's his armlet.
Yeah, no, he's got it. I mean, if you couldn't kill him there without the armlet, if you got some toggling going on as well, you're not going to be able to make that sort of play against the Huskar again.
He's level 9 now. After these camps. This is it's pretty good. I mean, he's becoming a core in this game already.
If this continues to work out, as you said earlier, this is going to be pretty painful for VP, losing against these kind of new age strats.
New age, yeah.
Bots online now for V-Tune. So his farm's going to be able to kick up. He's got between the bots the Chrysalis. As you said, the sort of the song setups. They have got ways to get V-Tune involved in fights. Because that heavy sort of burst as well could catch the Huskar off guard as well. So it could end up being an easy kill if Celery's not too careful with the armlet plays.
The Chrysalis first is also kind of something I haven't really seen before. They're going to go on Seal here.
And he did not have initially a Remnant out, so still takes a bit of a hit on the way out there. Eki wants to try and go for this, won't be able to chase on. Antares kills off Zeal. And back in the river, power shot. It's going to be off the mark. Dahak will manage to surge away. So, yeah, up top, it's like the two of them with the Laguna Blade burst. V-Tune able to take Zeal out once more and continue to hold his game behind the rest of the cores in this match.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Lina item build, right? It's not. I don't think this is something that's that normal for Linas. At least I can't remember seeing the Crystalist first. Usually they go Maelstrom, right? But maybe this game it does make sense to just get that that crit out really quickly against Huskar, against Bristleback, perhaps. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, I guess what they're sort of just the straight single target DPS with this, maxed out with Fiery Soul stacks, incredible attack speed. Means that, yeah, if you do get your hands on someone right now, you're going to tear through most of these heroes. So they definitely have to respect that.
Oh, by the way,
out from V-Tune.
If you click on Storm Spirit, you're going to also see something kind of unorthodox here. Queued up, at least. Now, is this a bait, or is he actually going to go Manta style on Storm Spirit?
I guess it could be tempting. What, against the Searing Chains, against the Ensnare? You know, you've got these couple of routes that he's going to want to pop something to get out of. Doesn't want to go for kind of the longer cooldown reliance of like a BKB.
Okay, just seems pretty expensive for a Storm to get a Manta, but I would love to see it. Why not?
See, they were looking for action here with the smoke with the Blink Dagger on Antares, but not going to find anything. Mouse. Very, very safe spots, safe areas of the map.
We do have the Blink Dagger timing here on Bad Rider. So VP has a lot of ways to start the fight now. They have a good ward here. Scouting the Clinks out.
Oh, they get the lasso. That's a beautiful one. In with the chains as well. They're in on top of Coco. He's stuck on the cliff. He's dead. Nice play there to come out with that blink from Antares. Secures them the biggest kill.
So basically the way VP can play now is that they can keep pushing in the lanes with Ember and Naga, and then every time and Darkseid as well for that matter, and then every time the Bat Rider has lasso, they can go for a pick off, right? So I think it should be very easy to play the map and the game in general for VP. It's hard for me to understand how Mouse is gonna force the fight. Maybe they could look to do some kind of Roshan attempt or try to, around the Tormentor timing. But right now they're playing on a much smaller map than VP, and you can also see that reflected in net worth growing the last few minutes here. They're going Roche right now.
Oh, they're thinking about it, right? Because between the two of them, they can, and it's risky, of course, because Celu's going to be dancing around on minimal HP with the armlet toggling. So maybe not when the full lineup's alive, but if they get some kills, could be appealing. They're looking up top towards Antares, but he's already out with the blink, so he's away from this play.
But basically, if Storm is not there to jump as the start, they don't really have a way of catching, right? You see them smoking 3 people up there to the Bat Rider, and they don't have a way to catch onto him, so he just blinks out. So maybe the play is to go for Roshan and try to get a fight this way.
Let's see if VP are aware of this or able to do anything about it. I mean, they do have Song.
They do. And Ember,
they could try something here. They're going to see that Celery is very, very low. He'll have to back out of the pit for now. Jump in from Antares. Roshan not quite low enough for them to do anything about themselves. He's going to go for the lasso onto Zeal. Drag him back into the light strike. Do they have enough damage to bring him down? They certainly do with these crits coming out from V-Tune. That's the Bristle dead again.
And they committed so hard for Roshan that it's 1,000 HP now.
And now they get the change onto Eki. See, jump over towards them. Song gonna come out in position. Ryan's looking to set up, see what information he can get, who they want to go for first. They'll drop the wall down onto the two of them. Light Strike Array coming in a bit early, but it doesn't matter. They still clean up the 2 kills. Celery and Eki to fall, and maybe even cut. Antares in on top of the Clinks. Antares will die, but if it gets them the kill, it's absolutely worth it. Tries to jump over to safety, but he'll still end up falling. As it was such a risky play. I mean, of course they have the potential to go for Roche with this Huskar, but doing it when the whole team is alive on VP, that's a risk. We're going to see them try for the steal. He's not going to be able to time it though. Aegis and the kill both go the way of VP. He's going to try for the TP out, but the chains are going to catch him. I didn't think it could get any worse, but it does.
Yeah, what a disaster for Mouse, honestly. It's also they try to go for this Roche play, and like we just talked about, it's so hard for them to actually make something happen on the map that they feel forced. Yeah, but and then they don't have any team fight in that draft to back it up either, right? So when Husker gets low, they have to abandon the pit because they cannot actually take the fight back to VP. So yeah, it's really hard to see how they are going to be able to come back in this one from here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they go for that because they feel kind of desperate. They were like 3 to 4K behind before that play goes down, but I don't know if they needed to try and take that big of a risk because it's just such a huge risk, right? Especially when you're playing against these highly mobile heroes. You know, Ember Spirit can easily get into the pit. There's a Blink Dagger on a bat. There's a Song of the Siren on the Naga Siren. So many ways for VP to mess with that attempt, and mess with it they do indeed do. Getting the Roshan, getting the Aegis themselves, and getting plenty of kills. They can keep the pressure on, taking this tower off down top. They're going to be pretty much close to a 10k lead coming into the 20 minutes. And the items, they're flying out. BKB now on V-Tune.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any threat on VP on the map, and I'm sure Mouse must have felt that as well. That we can't really make anything happen. We can't farm. We can't fight back. We can't really. We try to smoke, but Bat blinks away. We gotta do something to try to get back into this game, because this is not like a long-term solution to winning the state of the game. Crystal again here. There's nothing he can do.
Cook's gonna try and fight back, but it's looking more and more desperate. And well, what do? They do get a kill. They get Rhine.
They get
but they're losing
Naga,
2 cores as they're offlaning the carry dead.
It just felt like the second the Clinks died in this game, it felt more or less apart. It was really him that had to carry the weight of this game. Can they also catch the Storm top lane now?
Or did they just get the lasso?
Nicely done. They're just everywhere right now.
This is looking rough. Mouse, how do they sort of pull this one back? I mean, they have struggled as a team in some of the other series that we've seen from them. And it just feels like from what we've seen, it's unlikely that they're actually going to be able to pull together as a unit and make the moves required to try and get back on this one. It's looking increasingly harder and harder as the minutes pass here for this lineup.
I mean, we talked a bit about it briefly in the draft, how their heroes don't really have any innate synergy. There's no real hero that plays well with each other. Perhaps you could argue Storm and a Windrunner can make some plays in another draft, right? With the Storm sip in and followed up by Power Shot, but that's pretty much everything that there is of synergy, in my opinion, of this draft. They're all just singular heroes that, you know, yeah, they don't have enough stuns, they don't have enough team fights. It's just, like, what do you do as a Windrunner in this game? Right? What do you do as a Bristleback? It just feels like there's no purpose for any of these heroes.
Now they just have to sit back and watch the towers get taken down. Tier 2 on the top getting beaten by V-Tune. Still got a minute and a half to play with the Sages.
Bat is also such a scary hero when he gets to this point where he has a good game. He climbs up the network, starts getting like 4 staffs and Blink Daggers. Storm again.
They're gonna catch him. They're just making a little. Okay, the neutral creep's got him this time. Somehow against those 3 heroes, the neutral creep steps up and takes the kill. Anything could be more punishing for Arbet. It means he's dead that little bit longer.
We also have a Blade Mill on Bristleback now. That makes him a bit more annoying to kill. The top lane, the Husker is gonna get jumped here.
Yeah, they found him. Maybe some toggles? No, not going to happen. Same time, they do manage to get something themselves, Mouse. They have managed to kill off Florinov. So, considering the last 5 minutes, you know, that's big news for Mouse. It's something.
Yeah, that was a nice setup from the Windrunner, Atos into Shackle, right? So that's actually a decent catch now, but it does require VP's heroes to be somewhat out of position. It's hard for Windrunner to set that up in normal circumstances. And as for Darkseid, he has a Crimson Guard and soon a Pipe as well following that. So they're going to be very tanky when in the 5-man situations. I wonder if Mouse doesn't look like they have enough damage to get through that.
Cut. They'll find the tower bottom.
Tower has fallen.
And now with the Ember back in the game, have to be cautious once again, Mouse, as VP could come hunting for them once more.
Oh, did you know that the Naga Aghanims actually gives the snare a break?
That could be pretty nice right this game against the Bristle.
It does look pretty good.
Yeah,
Maybe that's a part of the reason why they picked Naga as well into the Bristle. Or was it? Did they pick Bristle into Naga? Now I kind of forgot. I think that was actually
the draft
the order.
order.
I think that was the
Naga
order,
came
yeah.
as the third pick, I think.
Yeah, and then
When was
Bristle came after that, I think.
Okay.
But that's why he's eyeing up the axe, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, well, if you want to pick these, the heroes reliant on the passive, look at that online for him.
So Lina is just gonna hit high ground here. No Aegis.
Oh, they could look at just getting that bottom wave push round. They're going to maybe sweep through this lower line, see if they see anyone farming down here. But as it is, on the top side of the map, that's where Cut's found the safest place to be. As push continues. Who's going to be able to get V-Tune off the high ground? Speeding away the tier 3s. Not much fear at all with the amount of backup that he has.
This is also a nice setup. This is where Naga becomes very strong, right? When you have this really fat Lina, and then you just have the Naga song ready behind her with Solar Crest. That's why it's actually looking like a very strong hero. Because how are you actually going to enter this fight without BKBs? It's very difficult.
We've got a little bit of a wraparound coming in, but already the jump's been made. They're getting on towards Zeal, they're dragging back. We'll see Eki and Cut considering getting in from the side. They're going to go for it. The Ghost Scepter's there from Antares, so Cut has to turn his attention over towards V-Tune. The song comes into play though, onto the two of them, sets them up for the wall to surround them. The Gouda Blade flies out from V-Tune as they burst through the two of them. They catch out Celery. There's no defense to be had here from Mouse. As the barracks going to be taken down. VP, they can certainly look for more if they want. The tier 2's already gone on the top. They can look for the tier 3 in a second set there. It's definitely a back to the drawing board game for Mouse, this one.
Yeah, I would think so as well. I don't know. You gotta pick a lineup where you can actually play the game and make things happen, fight back. I feel like this is way too gimmicky, too reliant on VP overreacting in the draft. I would say, which they did not do at all, right? Maybe they had the idea that it was a Huskar 5. Maybe they just didn't care about the fact that, okay, if you're going to put Huskar mid, that means you have a Storm, 5? And then, okay, let's just play the game then. We can deal with that later on. We don't care about the Storm 5. And they just decided to not worry about it.
They're not worrying about anything at all there, VP. They are certainly chilling. Going to see an attempt here from Mouse to try and get some sort of catch. They close the gap on towards V-Tune, trying to burst through the Lina, but the lasso's there. They burst through the Storm in return. Arbed dead for 50 seconds. Vacuum in onto the 4 of them. The Remnants flying across as this game surely over for Mouse. The buyback will come out from Eki, but the carry's dead. Cut to fall. And Celery, he'll try and bring down Antares with him, but the Ghost Scepter's there. Antares is going to be fine. He'll cut them out with the Glimmer Cape, but little bit Celery. Antares able to force away back to safety as Lauren off and Dahak can look to chase Celery down. V-Tune ready to swing back across to get involved in the kill. Another one for him on the Lina. As they're running out of buybacks here, Mouse, the 3 of them dead. No buybacks available. VP can bring in the top lane as the creeps come through and look to take at least the second set of racks, maybe the game.
Yeah, I think they barely even scratched the Lina there, going on him. There's nothing you can really do at this point.
Yeah, especially that was when his BKB was like not available to press either. Like, if you can't kill the Lina, you can't get even anywhere close to killing the Lina, even when she doesn't have the BKB ready to pop. It very much summarizes how tough of a state the game's in for you.
Certainly.
VP just got the option of swinging around, taking that bottom lane in. Roshan will be up in just under a minute.
Get the Windrunner here.
Yeah, all across the map. Maybe. I feel like if you are Mouse and you're kind of just not considering like your heroes, do you think there's some of the heroes that we're seeing for VP that have to be taken away? Because I feel like this Bat pick it's just kind of too easy to roll with. You kind of want to grab it yourself or not let them have it.
I also think Bat offers too many good things in Dota right now.
Yeah.
It's just too strong in lane, and this catch that we've seen Antares do in this game is too much, and he's so good at stacking as well. So I think you banned out Willow, you banned out Silencer. I feel like you would rather play against those heroes than Bat if you were to ban support. Next game though, there's a good chance that Mouse will choose first pick, as I believe that is the preferred option for most teams at this point. So the draft order will change, and maybe I don't think VP will give away Bat. I think, if I remember correctly, Eki is used to be a Bat spammer, was very good at Bat as well. So they called it GG.
Oh, there we go. Well, that certainly was a game there for Mouse. A rough one. A rough one indeed. Obviously, if you look at the positives, VP, they're feeling great. You know, they turned up today, this game one, going pretty much as VP, I feel, should expect from themselves. You know, when they're entering these qualifiers, considering how good they looked in recent qualifiers. You know, these are the sort of wins that you expect from this squadron.
Yeah, for sure. Nice recovery from yesterday. Much better showing, no doubt about that. But I think this was a little bit of a freebie.
Sure.
They shouldn't be too overexcited from this game. At least that would be at least a moderate response to this game, and make sure they don't get surprised in game 2 now from a normal draft suddenly.
It's a rough one. I mean, you know, it's a rough one as well, where you look at kind of what you expected to be the player to be able to pop off, right? And I'm not saying it's his fault. There was a lot of things going on around him. You know, Abed on the Storm ends the game with the lowest hero damage on the team. You know, and if you're not able to set up for Abed to pop off on his Storm Spirit, you know that something as a team has just gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, but you can't blame him either, right? The level minute 2, the Bat is there killing him. He has a really rough lane.
Yeah.
Then his team, like his draft around him, is just non-existent. He can't make anything happen, right? Normally when Storm has bad lanes, that's why you can pick him early. He manages to get a couple of kills and suddenly he's back, right? But there's just no one to help him out. There's no one for him to play around. So yeah, just a very hard game for him to find any impact in.
Oh, yeah, it really was. It really was. I think, yes, they were trying some stuff out. I'm sure maybe like the jungle Huskar or the support Huskar. I think we have seen it maybe in the past do better than this, but after this game, I can only imagine that Celery is going to want to try something different in game 2, because this next game, you know, they lose that, they're out at the qualifiers, and obviously with the 2 major tournaments this year, that would be Mouse not qualifying for either of them, and with the caliber of their players, they definitely aren't going to be happy with that. So Mouse, we've got to see him step it up. VP, this game 1, they look fantastic. I don't know, who even calling out as the standout player of this one from VP?
I don't know. I think maybe a joint effort. I think the Darkseid did a lot of good stuff. The Naga had a really good songs, right? We saw the Antares early game. The mid rotation set up everybody for a nice game as well. Even V-Tune's item build made a lot of sense. So I think everybody played really well on VP.
No, we'll see which one production comes out with the standout player. We'll let it be up to them.
If you need one, yeah, they can decide.
Yeah, because they already did. Yeah, nobody had any trouble this game. Yeah, here we go. I like going with the Antares. It was the early movements, right? He was bouncing between that bottom and top lane, bottom and mid lane. Sorry, came across, set up for that early kill against the Storm, and yeah, as the game went on, and towards the very end as well, finding these multiple jumps successfully onto Abed, catching him with the blink lasso. So yeah, Antares on the bat, and just in the nature of the heroes itself, I think that is probably the one that's most likely to be on Mouse's radar coming into the draft in game 2, considering whether they let the bat through or if they take it themselves. We'll find out. But yeah, not a great start for Mouse. They lose the next game. They are out at the runnings for this year's The International. We'll see what happens. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is going to be right around the corner after this short break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the International. I'm Odie Pixel here with Misery, and we are just getting ourselves ready for Game 2 between Mouse and VP. Game 1 we just had, Misery, wasn't a pretty one.
No, certainly not. It was an interesting one, though, because we saw something that we never really see, I guess for good reason as well. But, yeah, not sure what that was about, honestly. That felt like a questionable idea.
Sure. I mean, I think you sort of said it during the draft. You imagine that's probably one of those drafts that, unfortunately, for Mouse, say if they do go on to then lose this second game, they, for a bit of a time, they're going to be considering, why did we pick this in the lower bracket of the TI qualifiers?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be, let's see how they look, you know, if they look, if they're still happy or they're more like seriously now, because
Sure.
It did feel like, looking back at it, you might have some regrets on this draft.
Let's have a look. We got some smiles from Cut. They still got some smiles on their face,
okay.
so
They're
still
fine.
got the good vibes. But indeed, this is the game that's going to count the most. They lose this game, that's them not just out of the qualifiers, but out in the first round, and not something that you'd imagine that overall these players would be satisfied with at all. So let's see if they step it up, see what they change up in the draft. Game 2 draft now beginning here between Mouse and VP. And of course, let's get to see what Mouse want to take away from VP this time, if there's going to be some bans a little more targeted to what they saw happen in Game 1.
Yeah, so Mouse did have choice this game and chose the first pick, I believe. So they did go for that priority. Batrider is still in the pool. VP is choosing to ban out the Ench again this game, and Mouse again choosing to ban out the Willow and the Undying. So far, not too many changes based on last game, except for the draft order and an Axe ban as well. Okay, and there's the Batrider.
Yeah. VP, they know that Mouse is likely to have been tempted to grab that first up, especially after how strong VP showed it themselves to be. Mouse, where do they want to go with their bans? And I guess the question is, what do you think? Like, would they go for another draft where they go for this Storm first pick, or do you think that's unlikely? They'll try something different.
I think they might pick DP this time.
I'll go with the Shaman.
They take it more slow. Yeah, they want to perhaps reveal a core first pick. They just go with a stable support. Don't mind it. Another thing they have done in the past is the first pick DP.
Yep.
But DP has been losing a lot of games recently. I think it went. It lost all the games yesterday, if I don't remember. If I don't, actually maybe OG won that 90-minute game with DP. But apart from that, it has been losing most games.
Yeah, Dahak in particular had a rough one, right? That series against the Sniper and Terrorblade. They'll get themselves the Tusk here for VP. Another solid support pick. Nothing too flashy.
So we saw with Tusk, what have we seen? We've seen the Klink's Tusk. VP actually lost to that yesterday. But Tusk is also one of those heroes that, like similarly to Naga, sets up for that ranged safe lane core and creates a very strong lane.
I've been seeing some good Tusk plays. And yeah, definitely for some of the heroes that V-Tune likes to play, could be a really nice lane combo, as you say. You know, if he wants to try the Klinks himself, which I'm sure he can play. The Drow, something that we're seeing, I think, banned out against them sometimes. They did get it through one game, didn't work out great, but clearly something that VP do like playing. So a chance that we might see that come in. And maybe even the Lina again. You know, it's definitely going to be another lane partner that could work well with a safe lane Lina. Which was maybe a bit of a choice last game due to the scenario they were put in with kind of these Huskars being thrown around. They didn't know where it was going to go. But maybe after how well that went, they might be kind of like, hey, well, this could sort of be bumped up in priority for us. Because, yeah, V-Tune did very well on the safe lane Lina.
Dragon Knight ban. That seems kind of a little out of place, but I guess it's based on some of VP's games. Yeah, they played 2 games with DK the last week, so it might be connected to that a little bit. Also a hero that they paired with Tusk in the same draft. But I don't really see any reason to ban DK apart from that. Maybe there's something, they have something planned that they're gonna pick. I would love to see from Mouse, though, a little more emphasis on building your own draft, like solid around a bunch of teamfight damage, so that you actually have a way of winning the game, like even if you lose the lanes, even if you get behind a bit in gold, you still have ways around coming back. Focus more on that than trying to outdraft your enemy or putting them in a tough spot in the draft, something like that.
Dire team pick.
There's your DP.
All right.
We've said, whilst it might not be having all fantastic games recently, it's still considered very strong. And Dahak did have a rough one yesterday on it, but was in pretty extreme situations. Yeah, he's playing against a Terrorblade sniper, not something that, at least having those two against you in the same game, that you're usually going to have to deal with as the Death Prophet. Should mean that he should at least get to play in preferable conditions this game.
Yep, I think we also cannot still rule out the potential of the 5 DP. I think that DP is strongest when it is flexed as long as possible, so that when the teams overly counter DP, you have the option of putting it on support, right?
Now, Mouse. They're going to keep it simple, or are they going to throw in any crazy picks? Do they maybe want to try and secure Abed, his hero, before the banners start flying in towards it?
Yeah, this is not necessarily that easy, this pick here, because you are looking at, like we talked about, right, the flexibility of DP in the off lane, mid, and the 5.
No.
Okay, so they go back for the Storm.
All right, they'll get it secured again early. So the last game was a rough one, but definitely down to sort of the everything that was going down around him. And no reason to not sort of believe that you could trust in the Abed Storm once again. And they're going to get the IO. So coming in with some IO gameplay. How do you sort of feel about the IO at the moment?
I'm not sure how I feel about it, honestly. I think this setup looks, with the IO Storm, has some potential for sure. But generally, I don't think it's that great of a hero. I think now you're kind of falling into that category again, where you better snowball, you better get something out of this Storm Spirit going ham. I mean, you still have the main IO combo. I think something like Gyrocopter wouldn't be bad here. You need to consider that you also need teamfight, right? You didn't really pick that with the Shaman or the Storm. So how are you going to fight into Abaddon, DP, and Tusk, Ember when they start 5-manning around? Like, that's the question that you've been asking yourself. Of course, IO can split up the enemy and use relocate and things like that, but that's much harder to do nowadays than it used to be. But I think IO should play around the Storm in mid-game, but then have a primary target later on that buffs up the true win condition, right? What is that nowadays? It's like the Gyrocopter, maybe Luna, but Razor perhaps, something like that.
Yeah,
I think those options aren't necessarily bad. I think, of course, Luna is the weaker of those, but... Okay, so they go with the Beast first, leaving the carry for the last pick.
Okay. It's definitely give them some good objective taking between the Beast and the Shaman with the push of the wards. Should be... I mean, but what does he expect of the lane to do? Do you imagine this is going to be what the Abaddon carry in the DP off lane? Or do you think it's going to be Abaddon support? Or is it going to be Abaddon off lane and DP support?
I think right now it's probably going to be... That's actually a very good question.
Because this Abaddon's got a lot of flexibility, right?
You could still pick you could put Ember mid, like that's for sure, right?
Yeah.
Then you could put Abaddon carry with DP 5. You could do DP 5 still, I guess. Abaddon Tusk offlane, pick another carry. You need to somehow deal with this Beastmaster a little bit with one of these next picks. With the next picks, I think either it has to be a 5 that deals with it together with Abaddon as the carry, or you pick a different carry that deals with the Beast. VP banning out the... I don't think Abaddon 5 is the thing, really. So I would expect the Abaddon to be either 3 or 1 here.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't also know if there's any reason to put the DP support here. Into Beast as well. Doesn't seem like the best matchup. Okay, they go for the Weaver. So Mouse has a very, what could you say? They have a very snowbally lineup, right? If they Storm, Beast, and Weaver gets good starts to the game, they can potentially run this game over. It's a good Weaver game in the sense that they don't have many stuns for him. The DP silence can cause a lot of problems.
5 seconds remaining.
But again, I think Mouse, if they don't have good lanes, their draft could be a little bit in trouble. But I like it a lot more than last game, that's for sure. I think their heroes have great synergy now and play well together.
Yeah, it looks a million times easier to play than what they tried to execute with last game. VP, what's going to round up their draft?
They need some kind of offlaner, I think, that has a AoE, like a stun, maybe a Mars or Centaur or something. Okay, they go Dax here. And more team fight, right? Like they're kind of doubling down on the massive team fight, and
Yeah, I think
definitely like it more for Mouse this game, but I do have issues with their. I'm a little skeptical of Beastmaster offlane in general nowadays. I think that hero has gotten nerfed a lot, and I think it's not necessarily that easy to play around the helm timings as it used to be. People are getting a lot better at just dodging those important timings and then taking the fights in their favor instead. And yeah, what do you think about this one?
I think I like what VP's got. No, I think they're, especially considering what we saw from them last game,
5 seconds remaining.
they look to be on a really good level here today. There's no messing around. Mouse, they had a tough game one. I think they could give it a better shot this game for sure. It looks a whole lot better, but VP looked pretty scary in the first game, and I don't think, when you look at VP's lineup, I think VP did kind of get everything they wanted. Being able to close it with the Hux Darkseer, he had a great game one on this, right? I think he only died the once. Knows how to play a multitude of lanes in terms of whether he's going to stick to it or make these creep skips happen. And I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's necessarily they're going to be able to do something about, right? Against this kind of Weaver and IO in the lane. If Tahak starts kind of cutting creeps and dragging them, does the IO Weaver stop him much?
I think they stop them a lot more than Klink's Husker.
Sure.
I think that lane can be pretty strong. I think the most important thing for Mouse this game is to enable the Beastmaster to have a good game. I could see the IO and the Weaver going through the gate, right, and enable him earlier on. I think that's the type of move that they have to make, I think, to enable it. I don't think they can sit in their lanes for too long and just watch VP farm and get more levels. I think they need to actually play up tempo, enable the Beast to get as fast Tomo the Dominator, and then play around that. Get the Roshan. Then I think, control the map, get Storm online and start killing people around the map. Then I think Mouse has a good chance this game.
All right, well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is kicking off here as we'll get into the action and see if Mouse can bring it back against VP. Down one game at the moment here in the lower bracket. A loss here would mean that this dream of TI for this year for Mouse will be over. So they've got to clean up their act here right now. And against the VP, they looked like they were coming into day two, so pretty hot. Could be tough.
Yep, aggressive move in here by VP. Wonder if they're gonna stick around here and look for some kind of first blood. Not a move that we see that often, I think, this type of move. So could catch them off guard. Okay, never mind. They know right away. Smoke pops, reveals everything.
They won't be walking into that.
That kind of gives up a lot of information, right? The fact that the Tusk shows himself gives a lot of idea of where the wards could be. Probably on the right side of mid lane. Yeah, you see Eki there, going for it. Just by the nature of them being in that spot means that the chance of them putting on the ward on that side is, it's pretty high.
The battle begins.
Bounty's just 2 for 2. We'll see the sort of top lane. I mean, Weaver at the moment, Cut's actually going to get that early block in as well. Stepping up, we'll see how long that lasts. Able to at least block the first spawn of the Ancients. Stop those stacks being built up.
Who was it that used to play this combo a lot back in the day? It was popular for a while there.
Or the Weaver Aya.
Yep, that was a team that did it a lot. I can't remember too, but this is a very good start for the Darkseid, to be honest. He just got pretty much the whole way for free there. Not that that would have perhaps changed that much in this lane, but still, they get the pull off as well.
And let's block the camp on top of it. And at the pulls that Mouse is going to be able to make. Mouse will be able to meet the range creep at least. And we'll get the denied despite Antares' attempts to snipe up with the shards. And on the bottom side of the map, I mean, what do you sort of expect out of this lane? Is this like how safe is this safe lane for VP? Can Mouse bully get kills?
I think it's slightly Radiant favored early on, and then as the Beastmaster gets more and more levels, the balls become too annoying to deal with. But I think you see how strong the heroes of Radiant are right now. They are.
And nearly getting Eki there. Eki having a back up. He's got a couple of tangos left on him. And so far on the CS, no struggles here for V-Tune. Very easy time in the first few waves. The mid matchup, 10 for 2 against the 7 and 0. Arnoff has got the creep wave pushing in on him, so with these accounted for, he's going to be pretty close to that of what Arbed's getting so far.
Definitely a better start for Arbed this time around. No annoying Bat Rider killing him level 2 or whatever it was.
We'll see if Antares sort of gets that same freedom to do anything on the Tusk this game. After he's sort of secured Dahak that early start in the lane. Could be another situation where the Darkseid could be left alone, unless they do want to try and play aggressive and see if they can find a chance to get kills against the Weaver and Aya. Which could be possible, especially once the level 3's there, if they can get the setup and get on top of them with the two of them. The Io in particular. Bottom, as we're seeing, this sort of duo, it allows Rain to be very aggressive with the Death Prophet, because he can just get in, he can rely on the Siphon. If they try and turn and throw anything on him, V-Tune's always going to be there with the Orthodox shield.
Yeah, must be feeling really good playing DP in this lane.
Yeah, like you shouldn't
can just
die.
bully
Right?
both of them. Yeah, I mean, if you die, it's I'm sure you've dealt a lot of damage to the economy of Shaman and Beast.
V-Tune going to be very happy with how the lane's gone so far. Very little Mouse can do to slow the Sabaton down in the early game. And Rain just going to be able to chase Eki down, and Eki doesn't want any of it. He's going to go for the TP out.
We actually have Tusk moving out to top rune here, securing it for actually the TP from Eki also on the rune. It's going to be big if Ember doesn't get the rune here.
Oh, he's going to be able to pick it up in time. And
Nice shot, actually.
He's got the snowball available. They do have the three of them here. Good connection with the change as well onto Arbed. But Arbed will be able to stand his ground with a sustain of Celery and get the first blood for himself as they'll bring down Antares.
Very important by the, remember the Shaman TPing out of bot, that he didn't TP base, right? He TP'd to the outpost so that he could go for this whole sequence here with the bounty rune. Water rune. So well done by Mouse, helping out Arbed a lot better this game. He's up to a really good start, giving him first blood in a game where he has IO backing him up as well. That's should be good.
Nice. In terms of supports, we'll see down bottom. Talking about the support, Zeki will get met with a A warm welcome from VP as he heads back towards the bottom lane. On top, Dahak left in the 1v1 against Cut. I think both are pretty happy about this. Dahak's able to get the free farm, and Cut shouldn't be under too much pressure just against the solo darks here. So yeah, another TP back into the map here from Eki. Maybe considering if he can get an angle in on the mid. See if we can catch Lauren off guard here during the night time.
Doesn't have a point in Hex though, so it could be hard. Yeah.
I'm not going to get anything this time round. And just a bit of a trade farm here on both side lanes. Bottom lane, 23-3 on Zeal. A bit more here on VTune. Zeal at least not dying in this lane. Did have, of course, a few early deaths on the Bristle in the last game, so definitely a cleaner scoreline from this time, but very much not being able to slow down the farm of the battle. We'll see in the mid, they really want to try and get Lauren off, but Lauren off's got a shield rune and the flame guard. Can they kill him through it? It's taken a lot, diving in under the tower. TP's now finally coming in. They won't be able to kill him off. They try and go on him, but the shield rune, it's enough to keep him safe.
Yeah. But still a lot of pressure with the catapult here. So this is also really good stuff from Mouse. Look at that ward, by the way. Right next to the tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I guess very much preparing for the idea that this tower's not going to last too much longer.
Yeah, also just knows that there's going to be sentries everywhere, right?
Sure,
And
yeah.
just if you can spot the shaman just slightly before he catches you, then it's good enough. Wisdom rune though.
Dahak wants to fight for it.
Invade here.
So TP's coming in as well. Eki trying to stand his ground. Abed jumps in. Looking to burst through Dahak. He'll get him with the pullback. Can he survive to stand his ground? No, Abed's got to be careful. The wisdom will go the way of Lorinov. We see Cut joining the fight. In with the Shikuchi. Turns towards Antares. They bring the Tux down. Now with the sustain and celery fueling up the mana of Abed, they're able to pressure Lorinov to have to jump back towards the mid lane. Lorinov will get out of there. Now VP, they did manage to make sure that the wisdom did stay firmly in their hands. And able to keep Lorinov alive for the jump back to mid.
Yeah, I mean, we see the power of Iowa Storm, right? From this last engagements here. Definitely a lot of mana for him and very hard to bring them down. But they do end up getting the wisdom in the end.
Are they going to get another kill here? Rain taken out here by the two of them. Stuff will 6 down the Weaver, so Cut can afford to play pretty aggressive with the reliance of the time lapse. As this moment's passed, though, Zeal has been forced back to the base. So the freedom does continue for VTune. The good news for Mouse is the fact that Cut is having a very good game on the other side of the map. He's getting involved in these early kills. And we'll see how much of a problem this Abaddon is going to be down the line, especially if VTune gets the chance to fully free farm a solid Radiance timing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ember's game is also kind of bad at this time with the max flame guard as well. It's he needs a lot of time to recover.
Is under attack.
So it's up to Mouse to continue this aggression, I think, between the mid and top lane. It's kind of hard to enable the Beastmaster now, considering he has such a bad game. And then you're also looking at this Abaddon right in the safe lane with max shield. It's very hard to pressure the zero. But they get to take mid tower here, it looks like, with the double damage from Storm. That's good stuff from us.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
Playing around Arbed just that much more better than they were able to do last game. Now Arbed didn't get out of the game at all this time. 2-0-1. Taking his objectives and making sure he's everywhere where he needs to be. They're going to look to try and go top to help out Zeal. As Zeal's getting gone upon. Zeal will fall. Arbed should be... Actually, the neutral creep gets the kill onto Rhine. Arbed will at least get the last touch on Antares. They'll look towards VTune. VTune has got the borrowed time at the ready. But can't, of course, go for a TP out with the amount of interrupts and cancels that they do have. So he's just going to get chased down, killed off. A double kill for Arbed. This is the kind of games that I imagine as a team, when you have Arbed on, this is what you're hoping for, right? When you get him this Storm early in the draft. You've got to enable him and just allow him to take over the game.
Yeah, feels really good for them for sure. That became very expensive for VP, going for that Beastmaster there. Maybe instead they could have... I don't know if they should have gone that deep, right? Against heroes like Io and Storm, you are gonna pay for it. that also sets back the Abaddon's Radiance timing for sure here, and the supports are really struggling for VP. Looking at their levels, they're both 4.5, and they just become food for this Storm Io, right? So imagine they're gonna keep snowballing. Going on Abed here, but not enough damage.
Put the snowball over to Celery, see if they can burst through the eye. They can't. The Vortex is on to Lorinov. Lorinov's got to try and get out of there, but he's so low. We'll get another side fist up, but he's not able to get out to the Remnant. He's dead. And see whether it's wrap around here for cut. They might be able to find more. They got the shackles onto Rhine. It's another 2 kills here for Abed. He's getting out of control.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta try to not fight, I think, right now. You need to get levels on the supports, but it is very difficult, because where are you gonna get that levels right now? It's not like you have time to sit in lane and farm.
That's gonna be another one.
Supports, yeah, another one here. Nice again.
Another neutral.
Okay.
Tell you what, it's a good day for neutral creeps. They're popping off this morning, and they've already got 3 kills secured for themselves.
Yeah, so VP's heroes in general need to catch up. Like, they need to somehow put defensive vision and, you know, play together until they have more levels. They don't have damage or any way of really fighting back right now.
Radiant's bottom tower
But that
is under attack.
Morph, I mean, Mouse can definitely look to exploit this. By the way, look at Storm's item again. He is going for the Yasha. First item on Storm. Very interesting. Not something I've ever seen before.
He's gonna maybe find another catch here, Antares. Even more for Abed, and the curry on top of it as a little bonus.
Looking good.
How do they slow this down, VP? And it's really getting quite too much for them. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know if you can. It feels like the whole map is just mouses right now.
Tower is under attack.
We did see VP yesterday struggle to sort of bring games back, but we're slipping away from them in the earlier moments, and 12 minutes in to be 5k net worth behind. It's not going to be easy for VP to solve this one. We're going to hemorrhage another kill here, Ryan. Core, I mean, it's getting very close to anyone that shows on the map, and this Storm Io is going to be on top of you.
What sort of timing could we be looking at for VP to try to fight back here? Obviously the Radiance, but it's quite far away. I'm just trying to think if you can somehow play on like a high ground ward on your own area and fight back. Like we see Dark City being in now, so maybe that's what they're, you know, you gotta fight back. You can't just let Mouse control the whole map and keep killing you like this. Gotta take some kind of map back. So they decided it's around the bottom area that they will try to defend.
Radiant are scanning.
And the 4 of them sort of hovering around. They'll swing back over towards the mid, but making an aggressive play themselves. VP seems pretty tough. Abed watching once again. You don't want to mess around with the Storm. Especially when he's got Celery by his side, and Celery very close to having that mech. Once that's there, killing 2 of them or even just the 1 of them is going to be so difficult. Try and play for the
They
ring.
can't even get their wisdom. So Tusk is gonna still be level 5 at 14 minutes. DP getting his 6 now though, but I don't think that really matters at this point. Maybe it does if he's not the one getting jumped and he can, you know, deal some damage in the fight. But the last 3 to 4 minutes, VP literally have been sitting in this type of spot and they cannot get out on the map at all. They need to somehow find a way to do that. Maybe they're waiting for Radiance, get the 6s on supports, Blade Mail up on Ember, like finish all the items that you possibly can. and then do a 5-man move out, right, and try to take something away from Mouse.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, any of these moves that they're trying to set up with, trying to use Lauren off as a bit of a bait in the mid, just completely, prepared for by Mouse. They're not going to fall for any of these traps.
Yeah, the problem is also that even though you are hitting some timings on VP here to try to fight back, you have an insane timing for Mouse right now with the big golem and the helmet overload. Manta style up on Storm, by the way.
Good luck catching him now.
Yeah.
Silence from the DP, the chains. He's ready to slip out of those.
Desolator up on Weaver too. Mouse is so strong. Need the miracle angle somehow to fight back here.
Lauren, if he gets caught by any sort of lockdown, he's going to be very dead. And he knows it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He'll be able to get the G-Warp, but does set up the jump on a run. They'll drop the Serpent Wards down. Another one for Abed. And Vichun TPing in. Has got the Radiance, so will now be prepared to turn up and try and slow down these pushes a little bit better.
Dire's bottom tower is
But
under
Roshan, don't think you can really contest that area. It's so hard to move out there. So
Radiant are
he's
scared.
also gonna die pretty fast with the bugs and the Desolator.
Is under attack.
Looks like VP are actually gonna fight back here.
Ahmed. They're going to get the regen rune. They start things off very quickly onto Vichun. They're going to be able to pop the borrowed time very early. They're going to try and chase him on afterwards. He has got back up behind the silence hits on the two of them. The exorcism's out, but they're still having to run here, VP. Abed looking to chase on forward. He'll close the gap onto Antares as he takes out the Tusk. Pushing VP back and making sure that VP are just not going to be able to have a sort of say in this Roshan.
Yeah, I'm talking about the IO Storm in the draft. It's definitely been popping off. Really, really hard for VP to deal with. This combo is still legit. Nobody's really playing it except Mouse, I think. So
Radiant's middle tower.
showing that this is still.
No, they can just make so many plays with this. The global presence, the consistent sustain for the Storm to play out on the map.
They both have soul rings, right? So it's so much mana if you think about it. The amount of mana you can get.
Yeah, you're basically never going to run out of it as the Storm.
Yeah.
You'll always have enough to chase and finish these kills. And find another one. That's right. Caught again. Maybe you can get the neutral creeps to help him out. Not this time. Abed still gets the kill. 10-0-2. And at this point, even cut, able to farm wherever he wishes, especially with the Aegis. Very little threat from the Raw. Comes out on a V-Tune. See if we can walk out of this one. We're going to have Antares stepping up to try and help out. The borrowed time is there. Wall's going to get dropped. V-Tune should get out of this, but Antares, of course, left behind. 15-3. The kills just continue to rack up for Mouse. VP getting shaken up big time in this game too, similar to the experiences they went through in day one of the qualifiers yesterday.
Really speaks to also how fragile the drafting is right now. Both these games were very snowbally.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's really going to take a big mistake from Mouse, it feels. Now, maybe if we sort of get Abed or Celery like zipping in, relocating up to the fountain, VP are going to get a chance to turn this one, but outside of that, very hard to sort of see a way back in for VP.
There's no real counterplay for VP, even when Mouse
Under attack.
kind of goes in and extends. It doesn't feel like they have enough lockdown, enough damage, enough anything really.
Yeah, so maybe they can kill the other heroes other than the Storm, but yeah, trapping and killing the Storm seems pretty much impossible. As another casualty, Antares.
It's also the problem is that if you don't kill the Storm, like he's always the one going in first, right, and giving vision of everybody, making it so easy for everyone else to play. They are smoking up here. Gonna get a shit run.
Gonna try and go all in ready for Zeal, but on the back lines, they've already been caught in return by Arbed. He's actually running a little lower on the mana this time, so they'll kill off Zeal. I mean, if they can sort of get these kills with no losses themselves, this is going to be pretty huge for VP considering how far behind they are. Can they get something more? They're going to look towards Eki. Arbed jumps across, gets the grab onto VTune. VTune able to turn though. That's going to be Eki going down. VTune took the borrowed time at the ready. Arbed actually having to zip back away out of this. Cut's going to continue to try and come in to kill off Ryan. Will get him, but that's the Aegis gone on Cut. Chains connecting onto Arbed, rolling forward as well with the snowball. They catch him with the stun. They'll kill him off. It's a huge kill as they end Arbed's streak. The gold going the way of VTune. Under the tower, the dive continues. They're in under the tier 2. They've caught Celery. Another huge kill to find after as clean of a game as he's had up until this point. VP somehow managing to break sort of Mouse down one by one there and get huge benefits from that.
Yeah, wow, what a turnaround. What a great smoke. Finding exactly the target they needed to. And finding a short moment in this game where Mouse did not have their formation ready and they did not have map control fully, so good stuff. Maybe we have a game on our hands here.
Yeah,
maybe it's not just gonna be a snowball.
Now, if they're able to pull that sort of off again, I mean that lead could very quickly disappear. Now VP shaking up Mouse big time in a way that I don't think Mouse was expected to be shaken up at all, with how simple of a game that they are having so far. And that biggest sort of death there definitely being that of Arbed going down, the money going to VTune, pretty much going to fuel this Mantis guy. Just a recipe away now on top of the Blade Mail that he picked up after the Radiance. Mouse back in action though. They do get the Tormentor. They're going to immediately come out with a smoke. See what they can find out on the map. They'll make the move down to the bottom half. And at the moment, VP, they're not there. They're staying grouped up around VTune in the mid, ready to try and push on to take some of these tier 1s themselves.
Yeah, I mean, props to Mouse for not getting deterred, just going straight for Tormentor and getting back at it. But I think something we talked about during the draft is that VP does have the superior team fight going into mid-late game, right? With the Darkseer, DP, Abaddon, these heroes are very hard to fight into. So we shouldn't be giving away too many more fights if we're Mouse. Like we really need to close out this game in a clean fashion, I would say. It can get more and more tricky as the game progresses.
Very close to having the Force as well on Antares, so it's going to be quite a big thing, and it's just sort of breaking people away from the initial jumps and zips from the Storm, giving them a chance to survive. And Mouse, they did get the creep wave pushed round towards the bottom lane, but definitely not looking to try and jump the high ground anytime soon. They probably want to get their next round of items done. We're going to have the Witchblade being gone for by Arbed. Zeal very, very close to have with the pipe coming out next, so getting those additional auras online that will give them a bit of a better chance at not getting caught out one by one and dying in the same fashion they did in that last fight to VP, making the jump on them.
Yeah. The thing is as well that even though they do have good team fight on VP, this game is still going to be continuously hard to play on the map. The Storm is so fat, the Beastmaster, the Shaman, there's so much catch and damage, like that you pretty much have to go as 5 all the time, meaning Mouse will get an increasing net worth lead over and over when there's no fighting going on. They're just going to be able to farm so much more of the map freely compared to VP. We also have a Darkseer also buying a Blade Mill. So we're going to have, how many is that? That's 3 Blade Mills, all 3 cores.
Oh yeah, I like that, right? It's going to be very annoying for both the Weaver and the Storm, who obviously have a super high damage output, but both of them, they don't want to be hitting into Blade Mails, especially for the Storm. Right? If he's getting in there, dropping these 4 static remnants and hitting 3 heroes, they're popping Blade Mail, he's going to take an insane amount of damage back.
True, same with the Weaver, Shard, and just like when you click the double hit, right, you might die pretty quickly in return.
Yeah, that's very... Yeah, the shard could, as you say, that could really screw the Weaver. Because you can't really control that, right? You know, you get in, you're Shikuchi underneath the team. They all pop blade mails. You know, when you're coming out of that Shikuchi, you're attacking them whether you like it or not. He's got to be really careful with that.
Also, the later the game goes, perhaps the harder it is to start killing these Tusks and DPs, right?
Yep.
That used to be more or less free frags. They are now having Ghost Scepters, 4 stars, more HP.
Oh, get him on the cliff.
That's a nice one. Tusk has a 4 star to get him down, if he can walk up.
I'll get him off there. So try and go towards the back lines. That's the time lapse to get out of this one. Well, they're pretty deep here, V-Tune and Antares. They'll turn towards V-Tune. He's got the bar time to the ready. They'll get the chains out. Onto the 4, then vacuum as well. Onto the 4, into the silence. The wall drop down as well. Taking so much damage here as both supports crumble on Mouse. The cores now, they have to run. Arbed's out of there. Zeal will turn with the roar. They're thinking about going back in on towards V-Tune. Can they get him? Get the shield up. They'll be able to kill him off through it. So they are at least able to get back in with the 3 cores and get a kill themselves. But can they actually get out? Because Ryan and Lauren are still fighting strong with the help of Tahak. They'll chase on forward, kill off Zeal. I mean, they just got grouped up horrendously there. You know, VP's team fight, the vacuum, pretty much on the 4 of them, you know, catching Mouse. At that point, it's a bit of... Yeah, it's something that they at least get the V-Tune Baden kill at the end of it, but that is not the fight that the Mouse can afford to be taking.
Yeah, it's getting more and more hard to fight as 5, I think, for Mouse. I think they all need BKBs as well on their cores. I don't really like the pipe that much that Beastmaster has bought, because I think that against Daxia, DP, these type of heroes, you actually need BKB to fight back. You can't rely on just... There's just too much damage and too much annoying things going around. Maybe Storm can play without it, but I really think Weaver and Beast need it eventually.
Is under attack.
Team fights. Not looking to be their strong point, Mouse. We saw, obviously, how good their pick-off and early map play was with this sort of IO Storm, the pressure they could put on these side lanes pretty safely with the Beastmaster and the Weaver. But now it's managed to get to the point for VP where they're able to get over that initial hurdle, take that fight over Mouse's side of the map as we came into towards the mid-game. It's gotten to the stage where the 5v5s, despite the lead that Mouse have, VP, they're definitely not a walk in the park.
Yeah, for sure not. We actually have an aggressive smoke from VP right now, feeling pretty good from the last few wins here.
Radiant are scanning.
But Mouse are gonna be ready for this. It seems they are gonna be ready for this, at least the way they're playing. Like, they know something is up. They could find the Beastmaster and the Shaman, what it looks like right now. That's like the ideal targets to start the fight with. But they have very good position right now.
Now, looks like they don't want to try and push on too close towards the edge of the cliff here. VP. Mouse, they're just going to get the pressure on down mid. Maybe force VP
They're
to
gonna
back
hit
up.
Roshan, actually. It might not be that easy for Mouse to contest this. Looks like Mouse aren't either they aren't aware of this, or they decide to just go hit high ground.
They're going to check it out now. They're sending the granite golems. They'll see it. So Mouse are definitely going to want to do something about it now. Cut. Shows first. What's the plan for VP? Do they want to try and finish this off or take the fight first? V-Tune's going to stay in the pit. And he's going to back out. Cut, continuing to poke at the side. It's going to be the Shaman taken down. And hit the silence on towards the Storm. Cut still poking around the pit. The rope does start to fall low. V-Tune, he's going to look to try and chase down Zeal. They'll use the relocate to get him out of there. Take him out to the side at least. Back in the pit, they're still trying to finish with the Roshan. Cut is able to snatch the Aegis. VP to get the kill though. They'll get the drag back into the vacuum onto the wall of the 2 of them. Arbed's able to zip away to safety. Eke to fall and Antares to drop in return. So it's the support for support trade so far. The cores though are low. Chains. On towards Cut. He'll time that's back, but it is into the silence. It's fine. He's got the Manta ready to remove it. So Shikuchi away once more. And the backup's there from Celery. So won't even risk losing the Aegis. They're able to keep that safe. So it ends up just a 1-for-1 support trade. VP, they get the kill. But Mouse, they do manage to get their Weaver out of there. Cut with the Aegis ready to play.
Actually, a nice little sort of guerrilla warfare by Mouse there, getting the Beastmaster out on the one side and then going in and sniping the Roshan on the other end of the fight. So yeah, good stuff from them. I think maybe the relocate was very key because they actually got on top of Beastmaster. He would have died if that didn't come through there. But yeah, you still see the issues that Mouse have fighting into the 5-man of VP. The Abaddon is showing to be a huge problem, bringing this guy down twice without taking huge amounts of damage from the shields, from the blade mail, right? Manta styles. It's not easy. We do have the Aegis on Weaver now, though.
With the Satanic on top of it done as well, Cut himself. It's also going to be hard to sort of take down for these multiple potential lives and the HP bars.
That is true. Mouse can definitely kite the fight for longer, right? And weather out the storm of these big spells like Exorcism, the Wall. So maybe that's the game plan for Mouse. Just continue to kite the fight and let VP waste their big ultimates. Kind of chasing very deep here.
Look at the drag back on the Cellar. He could be in trouble. Which is cool. Yeah, that's going to be the IO getting popped. We'll see the rest of Mouse maybe considering if they can get anything in return there. Look at the V-Tune. The Blade Mail out still has to borrow time. He's got the backup. Celery's going to come in with the buyback. Wants to try and get involved in on this one. The time that's coming down, time for cut. Eki in trouble as he's surrounded. Will die. The Roar and the Nullifier throwing down onto V-Tune. Look at the 14th drag back. They'll kill off the Abaddon. The chains are out on towards Zeal. Coming in with a slide of fish. Rolling off the vacuum to hack onto the three of them. They've killed Zeal off. And Taurus will get the snowball off just in time at the edge of the fight. Still dies to the Shikuchi. Now Cut looks towards Dahak, the Blade Mail will force Cut to fall to once, but he's got the Aegis, he's ready for round 2. Arber's got the control of the drag back, but the surge is up. He'll look to try and run, but the damage from Cut flies through, takes Dahak down. And with the Satanic, can easily remove the silence. Mouse going to still continue to hold strong in the fight. Cut loses the Aegis, but killing him again proving to be very difficult right now. The Weaver incredibly slippery. They did commit the one buyback there from Celery to keep the fight flowing smoothly. So if they can get a push going whilst they've got a few seconds now where VP's just got the 2 alive.
Seems like they're not necessarily going to get anything building related out of this. Maybe they're going to get the tier 3. I don't think they can get the racks, but it's a very nice fight for them. Feels like the Weaver really has to become an increasingly bigger problem here.
He's going to get trapped in the shards here, Cut. He's in trouble. He's not going to get a quick time lapse. They were able to kind of keep him controlled perfectly. So he did not get a window, really, unless he wanted to play it safe early on, or maybe he wishes he did at this point, to get time lapse off. He's dead for 80 seconds. And now VP's going to try and see if they can chase more. They're going to get more. The slide chains in on a Celery. They've locked down the IO. Arbed's trying to look to try and turn and help him, but he's got to leave the IO alone. He has to get out of here himself, Arbed. Will at least find an Arcane Rune. But that's quite the loss there. I mean, you said it yourself that you didn't consider that they were going to try and get the racks because it didn't look like they could, and indeed they couldn't. They lose 2 heroes for sticking around too long, Misery.
Yeah, it definitely felt like also you don't have anything to get out of that shard. So very heads-up play by the Tusk there. You don't have the Hurricane Pike finish on the Weaver. You went full out damage and then you went for the Satanic. So yeah, you're just stuck there. Yeah, maybe a bit too greedy by Mouse. I do think that the slipperiness of Weaver, like that he's felt the last few fights, has made him a bit overconfident perhaps in that engagement there. Now tier 2 going the way of VP and only a 7k lead. It's definitely not as easy as Mouse would have liked 20 minutes ago when we saw them at 14 minutes getting both wisdoms, and yeah, now it's getting a lot trickier to close out this one. Now Tormentor as well. Another ancient creep as well for VP.
They kill off quite a few of those. Definitely getting quite a bit of money from those. 250 gold each time. Nice shot for Antares.
Only 4k gold now. Yeah.
for VP.
So what happened the last fight when they won the fight was also that they popped the Abaddon shield pretty early on, right? Or the ultimate.
Yeah, they went all in on him, right?
If they can do that early, then that's a really good start for Mouse. However, if V2 can somehow save that ultimate for later, they're baiting the Daxia
They're
here.
going to try and jump him. But Vici, he's ready to jump in return. The vacuum ball again, it's onto the four of them. They're trying back out from them, but the chains catches onto them. The turn with the blade mail's already out. He's got to be careful of it, taking a lot of return damage from the blade mails. Eki's going to get chased out of the fight by Dahak. They'll turn back on towards Cut. He's left behind. No chance of escape. That's the Weaver dead again for another 90 seconds within the last few minutes here, Misery.
Oh my god, that's such a disaster for Mouse now. You can feel this game slipping out of their hands a little bit here.
Really
This was such a nice bait. This is such a nice bait setup actually by VP, right? Making all of this possible, anticipating that Mouse would go for this. Maybe also a little bit weird start to the fight, right? You actually showed the relocate before the Hex came in from the Shaman.
Yeah, that did come in first.
Right?
It was very awkward.
Not that that necessarily would have mattered, because the follow-up would have been there to save from the Abaddon, things like that, but I still think it's a little bit very risky, and if you're going to make such a risky play, the execution has to be there, right?
Yeah.
And
That's
we were
rough.
just really needing that BKB as well right now. Really needing that pike, so once he gets in there and gets stuck, he's just not getting out. We saw it twice now.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the two. Yeah, BKB or Pike is just sorely missed at this point, and he's definitely going to be kicking himself, picking up that Daedalus recipe, right? Because even at this point, he might just finish up the Pike before he even gets the Demon Edge.
Yeah.
There's definitely a big slowdown to the game that he was having. Still very much at the top 2 net worth, cut, but those last couple of deaths, he could have been so much further ahead.
Yeah, maybe the Satanic is also an item that has not really seen much use, because the times he's died, he's just been locked down, right? It's not like he gets low and then gets Satanic back up. He's not going to be man-fighting the same way as perhaps, so I think that maybe also is regrettable at this point, but when he bought it, it made sense, I guess, right? He looked unkillable before he just died twice, so yeah, I don't know, can't blame him, but it's so hard to make these item choices sometimes in Dota. Maybe also a reason why we don't see that much Weaver in general is that this tends to happen in games where he snowballs, but then it's hard for him to team fight and deal damage compared to like an Abaddon, who is just such a menace to bring down. Another very aggressive smoke by VP, by the way.
See if Mouse is ready for this. Ooh, they're going to get
got him.
That was in sort of the last millisecond as well, I feel, of him TPing out. They catch him. Unlucky there for Arbed. And what do you do if you're Mouse?
Yeah, very cool TPs by VP here. Really looking to close down the map and get more kills out of this. There's a buyback on Storm, by the way.
And they've got the wall onto Dahak. They're going to see if they can try and burst through him, but he's able to get his spells off, so able to drop the wall down. Snowball save's going to come in and keep him perfectly fine, and they've caught Cut again. He's in the shards. Oh, the punch. Okay, wait, time lapse back into the shards. You got to be careful with that one. I think either way, he's probably dead. He tries to heal up with the Satanic. It's a bit of a clown fest, one that does not support Mouse here. They're 4 dead. And VP lose nothing.
This actually disaster now.
Yeah.
And Storm had buyback this entire time. I can't help but think that you have to buyback there if you're gonna take the fight. Imagine he buys back and jumps the Daxia from base straight away there. That's certainly gonna be the kill, and then you're not gonna get the wall vacuum off. And then maybe you can climb your way back into the fight. But choosing to hold the buyback, so showing a little bit of perhaps miscommunication or team being on the wrong, the different sides of what we're supposed to be doing here. Now VP are certainly in complete control of this game. Weaver has no buyback as well.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a rough one here for Mouse. Definitely, if this continues this way and VP's able to take the win, both games going to be rough for very different reasons. Game 1, you're getting kind of stomped. Game 2, it could have been theirs, Misery. When you consider that first 20 minutes, right, this really did look to be one that Mouse should have been able to ride to victory.
Oh, for sure. I think this looked like a free game. You saw it, we all saw it. This level 5 Tusk at 14 minutes. It didn't look like there was much to be done. But I think a couple of bad item choices, perhaps. The pipe on Beastmaster, maybe not going BKB, or Pike on Weaver, like not taking the safe route, right? And then a couple of bad misplays, diving the base, things like that with the Weaver. And suddenly we're in this spot.
Yeah, VP's chilling now. They've got 2 sets of barracks. V-Tune continues to pick up these huge items, having just the butterfly into the Abyssal Blade. How do you kill this guy? You're not going to get the hits in. You're going to be missing all your attacks. You just don't have the luxury. There's so many items you need to pick up, and there's so little time with the way that things are speeding up and heating up now for VP. For Mouse to get the chance to find these pickups. They're going to go for a smoke here, Mouse. But if this one goes wrong, they're going to get very close to having the game for themselves in a pretty irredeemable position.
Let's see what ends up happening in this fight here. They do have a break talent on the Shaman now, so they could potentially first that.
VP's just in on them. He just makes the jump in, catches Eki. They've got to get out. I mean, Eki's going to buy back, but I think it's going to be full retreat here. The snowball still catches onto Arbed into the vacuum, into the bashes to punch the chains. They just lock and kill Arbed off. He's dead. Cut. Can even he get away? I don't know if he can. He's been dusted. The chains are there. Cut to fall. It is not pretty here for Mouse.
They can't fight anymore. There's just no way for them to team fight into this lineup of VP at this point. Like, they couldn't fight them when they were 8k up, but they certainly cannot fight them when that's 4k down. So yeah, I don't know what to do. I think your base gonna be under attack here.
Also dead without buyback. The tier 4's under attack.
Yeah. You could buy back on Storm, but what are you gonna do? Nothing you can do as Storm here alone.
He's gonna try. And they can't go on Lorinov. And the circle wards it down, but what do? They're on your Ancient. And now they're on a Zeal. Zeal's dead. A final zip in really from Arbed to try and slow them down. But they're running out of heroes here. Only the 2 of them left alive here, Zeal and Arbed, and it is over for Mouse. GG is called. This series 2-0 for VP. They'll be moving on. And Mouse, an unfortunate result. First round of the lower bracket. A team with big names, but it just wasn't working here today, Misery.
It wasn't. The results was not what you expected, for sure. I expected more from this roster when I saw it. I thought this is a team that could potentially make an upset in EU. But yeah, not this time. I think you gotta commend VP for all these blade mails as well. I think they, like, where Mouse maybe made wrong item choices, I think the VP made extremely good ones, and a lot of the reason why they managed to climb back into this one.
No, absolutely, yeah. I think they just sort of looked and they're like, well, these guys, you know, they're not buying BKBs, they're buying like these Mantas, Satanics. We're just gonna blade mail up, get in the midst of the fight, and they say, you know, good luck hitting us. I'd have to see it sort of the end of the breakdowns, but I imagine the amount of damage the blade mails did was probably pretty hefty by the end of that game. And yeah, VP showing that they can clean it up even if they do have a tough start. And look back at this 20 minutes in. Yeah, this was sort of the beginning, right? This was the sort of play that VP were able to make, where they're finally able to start taking the game back in their favor. But up until that point, this opening 20 minutes, I don't know if that could have gone any better, really, for Mouse.
No, it's hard to imagine, actually, any better situation for Mouse. But just also speaks to this was such a shark, you know, smelling the blood in the water type of move, by them finding the Beastmaster first and then continuing to chase. And this one as well, very, very nice wall vacuum, right? And I feel like the fact that you don't have BKBs at 25 minutes here with such a good lead and good games on all your cores is also problematic against Daxia. I think Daxia especially, you need BKBs. When you get vacuumed in, you need to be able to get out of this terrible wall, you know? So I think the pipe on Beast was a big mistake. But it's hard, it's easy to say in hindsight, right? Because like, when you're snowballing a pipe, can be amazing, right? They don't have enough damage now, and then suddenly we can start team fighting them, but it's just one bad fight and suddenly this item is not worth it.
Yeah, tough one. Those final few moments of Mao's definitely, you can imagine, not fun ones to play through here for the team. Rough qualifiers for them, the end of the road here, first round in. VP, though, definitely a bit of a sigh of relief right from them. After a rough day one, they come into day two. Sure, game two, the start's a little shaky, but the close-up is as impressive as you would expect from a team like VP. They're going to be moving on. They need to be bringing more of this, right, Misery? This is sort of the top stuff. And yeah, we'll give it a V-tune. Bringing in this Abaddon. He kept his cool. You know, while sort of things were falling apart in the early stages, he made sure that he still hit his item timings. End of the game, he only ends up dying 3 times total. So he was always set to eventually be able to carry this one, as it seemed.
Yeah, he was also the guy with the best laning phase, right? So very good for him to be able to take his team on the back and carry them through this one. And I'm sure he probably said some calming things in the during the game, that I actually have a good game, guys. I have Radiant soon. These type of things, right? They can help a lot when you're in so despair mode with your supports. But who are they gonna meet then? They're gonna meet the loser of that. Be Navi Junior Galaxy, I think, if I understand the bracket correctly. So that's also a very spicy series that's going to be happening later on. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. Whoever drops down is going to be meeting them. So the matchups continue to get crazier and crazier as we progress through the qualifiers. Yeah, we'll be able to bring it up for you here. So indeed, as Misery was saying, you see VP waiting in that next round 2, and it will indeed be the team dropping down from the loss between Nigma Galaxy and Navi Junior, whoever loses that series later today, right? I believe that one's been playing out. We'll find out who's going to be up against VP in that next round. Anyway, we're going to cut to a short break. So much more Dota 2 to come here today in the Western European Regional Qualifiers. And the next one, it is another banger, and it's another one where we are going to be saying goodbye to one of the 2 teams down here in the lower bracket. It's going to be Team Secret versus Yellow Submarine.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yeah, welcome to the international qualifier here. I think Body Pixel was muted there for a second. But yeah, we have Yellow Submarine and Team Secret coming up here in the lower bracket. Very interesting match. We saw both Yellow Submarine and Secret losing 2-0 yesterday. So similar to Mouse and VP that we just saw. They both have a lot on the line. And yeah, let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Loser goes home, and well, again, doesn't get to leave the home. This is only the qualifiers, but it is the TI qualifiers, so staying at home is not going to feel good for either of these two teams. And here we have them getting ready to go. Yellow Submarine yesterday, yeah, as I say, it was a tough one. We'll see how they do today against Team Secret. I mean, what are sort of your expectations with these two teams going head to head? Would you definitely consider sort of Secret as the favorites in this?
I guess slight favorites, yeah. I do think the Secret looked decent yesterday against OG, especially in game one. I mean, there was phases where they didn't look that good, but I think overall they looked okay. And then as for Yellow Submarine, they also had a very tough opponent in Navi Junior, but I think they struggled quite a bit as the games we were watching. Right, Navi Junior kind of tore them apart. So I'm not sure what to expect. I think the loss for Secret was maybe a bit more rough in the way that they lost, and who knows if that one strikes a bit harder into the confidence than perhaps the loss of Yellow Submarine. But did you watch the Secret OG matches or?
Yeah, I caught the first one. They're pretty crazy. Yeah. We had this 80-minute game. So looking to see if Secret could bring more of that today. With sort of craziness in that one. Obviously didn't work in their favor. They ended up losing that game. So a rough loss, but an entertaining match nonetheless. And getting to see those later stages of the Dota 2 match play out. And the first picks, two solid ones. DP for Yellow Submarine and the good old Doom for Team Secret.
I think this was a very similar situation as we saw yesterday. Secret playing Doom both games and losing them both as well. They also did the same opening yesterday against OG, where OG first picked the DP, similar to how we have Yellow Submarine picking it up here. Even though DP lost a lot of games yesterday, I do think that this hero is very strong. I just think that if you pick correct around this hero and put them put DP in the correct position, either 5, 3, or 2, depending on what their opponent does to counter it, I think it's a very, very strong hero.
Yeah, never feels too bad getting it this early. Nice and safe. Flexible pick. Further bans from Yellow Submarine. It's going to take out the Phoenix.
We also, Phoenix, Poppy played Phoenix twice yesterday. But the interesting ban for me here is the Brewmaster. I guess Yellow Submarine might have a Brewmaster specialist, or at least, there has to be something there.
Oh, Yellow Submarine. Let's see if they also want to get out one of their other supports right now. Well, support's getting taken out in the bans.
Yesterday, the Secret played Carry Doom both games for Kiritich. Oh, and there's the Bat Rider actually still in the pool here. A hero that has been extremely successful recently. Looking very strong.
Yeah, this one's always good. 100% win rate, yeah. And a lot of bans against it as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, this is definitely the hero to watch out for. Can Secret beat what has not been beaten so far in this qualifiers? That's the question. And Yellow Submarine, what are their core options going to be?
Yeah, this next pick has to show something, right? You got to show either your mid, or you got to show where this DP is going. If you pick another support, well, then you commit to the DP to the core. If you pick your offlaner, then of course you show it's a DP mid or 5. Then you're also susceptible to get counterpicked. Okay, they're gonna go with another sort of flexible hero in the tiny, right? Can also both be the carry and the mid. So leaving it open here.
I like it, yeah. Tiny. Even though, as we've seen the 2 times they did play it, they didn't get the win. Still feel a super strong hero. Marana coming in quickly paired up here with the Abandon to follow up. What's your feelings on Mirana?
Not too great. I think it's best played as a 5. From what I've seen, I think the 4 Mirana falls a bit short compared to other heroes. The 5 has potential. I think the Mirana ult is always going to be very strong. The scaling of the arrow later on is very annoying, right? You have to keep dodging those. But I'm not the biggest fan. I also think that right now you don't have any setup for the arrow. So I'm not really sure what the reasoning behind this is, if there is any particular reason. On the other hand, though, Yellow Submarine, I really like the way they adjusted from yesterday. It almost looks like a Na'Vi Junior draft we saw. It might even be the exact same heroes that we saw yesterday. Can look that up in a sec here. But I think that draft is strong because they have so many ways of starting the fight and catching people around the map, right? They have the Puck starting, they have Tiny, they have Bat Rattle Lasso, backed up by a Death Prophet as well. So we're offering a lot of team fights. So I think this is looking very strong. Secret though, you cannot really rule out the Doom and the Abaddon. Like these heroes are very hard to take down and scale really well as well. And very strong calls overall. But yeah, Na'Vi Junior yesterday, they had Puck and Bat together.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they had the Axe as well, right? So another initiator that could, that's pretty much Tiny's role in this type of situation. So a lot of ways to catch and kill is always good in Dota, I think.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, for Na'Vi Junior, it did work out very nicely having this style of play. See if Yellow Submarine can replicate that against Secret today. And Secret, last ban. Let's see what they're going to be looking towards. As there still lies a bit of flexibility between those of the heroes that Yellow Submarine have so far.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So do we think it's a Abaddon or a Doom carry? I guess they're keeping that open, right? Until they see everything.
Yeah. I think I prefer the Doom carry.
Yeah.
I think you'd be the same, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. But I think they would only put Doom off lane if they know he's going to have a good time, right? And a good lane, things like that. But it's kind of strong to have these two heroes flexible in that way. What about Yellow Submarine? Are they fine just putting the Tiny carry and then picking another 5, throwing DP offlane? Or are they looking to potentially pick up an offlaner or a new carry? No, a new offlaner, I guess it would be, and putting the DP on the 5 position. You see Team Secret also banning out both Disruptor and Enigma, right? So not really sure what role they're banning for in particular.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd like that though to be the DP support as you say, get someone else for the offlane. So I think DP Tiny, that sounds like a pretty robust safe lane.
Yeah,
to
I
play.
agree. Or can you get something like a Mast, even more team fights, Centaur to run away from Doom potentially, also gives you more stun, catch, or
Centaur. We've not been seeing much Centaur, have we?
Yeah,
Even
we
though,
haven't.
that hero's kind of getting ignored. Did he get just nerfed that much, or why? Because there was a period where Centaur was kind of popping off.
Maybe just other heroes took over a little bit.
Okay.
And became more popular in the offlane. I'm not really sure if there's any logical reason for it. Maybe the hero doesn't offer enough damage and scaling, perhaps. I mean, scaling is good in the right game with the workhorse, but...
I would tell you what's still in the pool, obviously, the Darkseer, right? And we've just had 2 cracking games from Darkseer.
Yeah,
could be kind of nice, right? You're against the Baron buying a Radiance likely for his build. You want to slap the wall down on him. And it adds to the Darkseer Tiny. It's DP, kind of similar, very similar actually to one of the drafts that we did have earlier. Yeah.
Darkseer
that would be just
good.
super solid.
I think so too. And I also think, now that you mentioned okay, so Timbersaw.
So they're going to opt for more damage.
A lot of damage, yeah. Another annoying core to kill, right? Now you have to kill, think about it, you have to kill Puck, Timbersaw, and this Tiny, very annoying heroes to kill, and you don't have much lockdown on Secret. So I think it's a problematic situation. It's not going to be that easy to find a hero that counters all of this stuff. And another point I want to make is that you mentioned the Radiance, right? Both of these heroes, Doom and Abaddon, right now in the meta, wants to buy Radiance.
That's true, yeah.
So you are overlapping a little bit there with these two cores, but we might see the Doom played in the offlane and buying like more old school type of build, perhaps with Shivas and stuff like this. Could be a way to work around that.
Yeah, I think you're kind of right, because if you did do Doom safe, it's kind of like, what is the Abaddon offlane buying then? If you're sort of letting the Doom buy the Radiance for them. Yeah,
so I
makes
think
it kind of awkward.
Abaddon needs to buy Radiance, I think, to be a hero.
Choose your hero.
Okay, they'll close it up with the Lina for the mid.
A lot of scaling for both teams, really. But Lina definitely adding a little bit more of it. And it is the Abaddon carry, by the way. And it is a 4 Mirana as well. So I like this. I mean, I still like Yellow Submarines draft more in general, but I think the fact that you are putting the Mirana on Poppy is better for Mirana. Now, on the other hand, though, I'm quite skeptical of the 4 Jakiro. I have not been impressed by that in recent games I've seen. This is one of the things that Mouse were playing quite a bit. And again, I think Secret has a little bit of issue in the way of who's going to start the fight. You're really relying on getting Atos on your supports or getting Blink Dagger on Doom, which is going to come way later, right? And it's not really a reliable initiator as well. So I think it's a lot easier to play for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I got to agree. Yeah, I think from what we've seen as well from these heroes recently in the qualifiers, just the fact they have like the bat, the puck, and I think even the Timber, right? These are all heroes that are yet to lose. And there's qualifiers all the times that we've seen them, they've looked fantastic. I guess the only thing that could sort of hold Yellow Submarine back is that their play yesterday did look pretty rough. You know, it did look like they kind of turned out, made it through the open qualifiers, got to this stage, and it was going to be difficult for them. So in terms of sort of experience, Secret having the upper hand on that, maybe that's going to be enough to sort of allow them to just outplay what does seem to be quite the strong draw from Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. I still think that Yellow Submarine were matched up against an extremely strong Navi Junior yesterday.
True,
they looked like by far the best team in the qualifier so far from all the games that I've seen, and so I don't think they are quite facing the same caliber of team here. But let's see how it plays out. I mean, I wouldn't count Secret out at all, but I do like I don't know. I just don't really like lineups that don't have an easy way of starting a fight.
Yeah. I mean, they just really don't. They really don't have it, and because it's just, and I feel like we've been seeing that right in the wins that we have had. It has multiple times, easily the majority of the times, been the team that can make these sort of moves, make the plays. That it just seems a bit easier to play right now in Dota.
Yeah, if Team A can press smoke and go grab kills across the map, right, and the Team B cannot do it, it's very hard for Team B to play the game. Basically, that's my conclusion from it. But of course, Team Secret has some ways to play around it. They have the Mirana ult, which gives them a way to sort of get these melee, a bit more clunky heroes in towards the fight. They also have very greedy heroes, meaning they can sort of just farm the map and not maybe have to rely on killing heroes as much, but instead just focusing on farming creeps over and over again, right, and scaling on all your heroes. But let's see.
There's a greedy lineup. We'll see if the greed pays off for Secret. We'll see. Quick D-ward in the mid, though, for Yellow Submarine to start off that mid matchup. And you get the read. We'll see how this pick goes. I mean, a bit of a classic one, old school one. How does this one sort of play out between the puck and the Lina?
I think it's still a little bit Lina favorite, I would say, but the new puckish innate for puck, giving him more sustain, definitely helps the matchup compared to earlier. But I do think Lina is generally just maybe the strongest mid laner of them all.
Let's see how well. And Rebels able to play it against Morale. And bottom. I mean, Bottega, how easy of a time does he have against these two? down on the bottom matchup?
I realized they're actually putting the Batrider in the safe lane here, huh? So they're putting DP up top against the Mirana Abaddon. I guess they don't want to put the Batrider against the Abaddon. This is the main idea here, right? Because Abaddon can remove all the bad spells. But I mean, Batrider in the safe lane is not necessarily that bad either, right? It gives you maybe more kill potential as well with the Tiny, right? Can run down this Q here. He gets the mana burn creep, which is very nice here.
I was in the top lane, they do have quite heavy burst to threaten. I mean, Poppy gonna try and chase down Dakota.
Now that I think about it, though, I actually think that the fact that you put the DP on top is not necessarily benefiting DP. You might get the you might avoid the bad Abaddon matchup, but the fact that Bat can't really stack and play around this top lane the same way that we've seen the other Bats do, I think it's not necessarily the right choice in this game, even though it looked tempting, because you look at how DP is getting bullied by this Mirana as well.
Yeah, because that's a good point, because even if you did start the Bat up here, as you said, he's going to be stacking, and because he at a point will not need to be with the Timber, right? The Timber should be able to sustain solo against this duo lane.
Exactly, you just secure his lane early on. You're not really meant to be killing the Abaddon anyway. It's not like the DP is going to be killing Abaddon, like, regardless, right? So I think that this this lane setup is inferior to just a standard one with the Batrider top. Because I think this has the potential to, not that it necessarily always will, but it has the potential to have your supports have worse games than they otherwise would.
Yeah, because what you feel down on the bottom lane, it's not like the Bat's going to be able to set up anything crazy against the Jakiro Doom.
I just think the Bat likes to play around stacking those two, the hard camp and the ancients, right? And check the rune, you know, be very annoying. Whereas down here, he's kind of playing like the 5, which means he's going to have very low net worth. He has to buy more mana regen, things like that. Well,
yeah, they're just able to walk up and burst through Puppy. He was out of leaps. And see if Kiritic can even get out himself. He can't. They just kill off the two of them.
Well, maybe everything
there from those two, but there we go.
Maybe everything we say is just, straight up wrong. That's also always possible.
Just get the 2 kills.
Yeah.
Well, Infernal's going to be very happy with that one. Very good
did
start.
we also see a Timbersaw completely pop off yesterday, or was that in us casting that, or was it a different series? But
yeah, we didn't cast. Did we cast? Unless my memory's going, I'm pretty sure we didn't cast one. It must have been in the later 2 series because it did have a win. It's how I believe we just picked the once and had 1 win.
Yeah, it looked really strong yesterday in a game I watched. At least it might have been a later one. But when this hero has a good start, you know, it becomes such a problem.
Yeah, because I guess when you look at the Secret's heroes, is how easy is it for them to deal with a Timbersaw? Like, can they kill a Timber easily?
Well, they have some damage, but I think that the problem with it is they don't have lockdown, right?
No, Loopsy did try and turn and trade back there with Secret. Does not win that trade. Mid lane matchup, a little bit of a lead now here for Rebel. 35-2 against the 30-1. For the 6, and of course we're going straight for the boots to travel. Make sure they can get around the map, be available for any of the moves that are going to be going down. So it does have a team that's going to be pretty active on hunting for those around the sort of responses, and just the fact that on top lane. Surely not again. I mean, Infernal and Dakota bursting both the 2 of them down low. It's going to swing across. They're going to get Kiritic. He's dead again. Poppy will try and jump forward, but there's another Siphon at the ready, so Dakota can just stand his ground. The dual breath will come in, but the Crypt Swarm's there just in time for Dakota to secure the double kill. And Infernal, I think he's going to be fine if he can juke through this. He's got another Timber Chain in a second to break away, and Yadira, of course, not even going to try chasing. Infernal gets out alive, so once again, they're killing off both members of Secret Safe Lane.
Yeah, this was also what happened yesterday. It's the Secret Safe Lane got absolutely destroyed in the, at least in the second game that I watched. But this is such a good start for DP. Look at her net worth. It's 1.6 thousand already at 6.5 minutes. He's basically a core already, and we know that this hero, how problematic this hero can be when he gets a little bit of items.
And bottom lane, Lupsi again getting punished. Did try and poke in to get like a temp stack of the sticky napalm under the tower. Jump forward, great coil. Morale able to close the gap, get the setup onto Cloud. See if he's able to dive in with another orb to look for Theo Licor. He's going to try and close in. Of course, look at a fight up here around the 7 minutes as the Wisdom is about to come into play. TP's out coming in from Secret. See if he can hold his own. He's going to try and finish off Theo Licor. He still wants to try and stand his ground for this. Phase shift dodge of the Laguna. Is he able to get out? As an orb, he'll get away. Didn't get the Wisdom, but forces a response. Wastes a Laguna that gets dropped on him for nothing at all. And he will survive.
That was a nice fish shift. Very big stuff. And now top lane is looking to be completely open. I don't know if you even want to enter here anymore before the tower dies. Like, this is 7.5 minutes in, right? Timber Soul's level 6. Complete taking over here.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower.
Secret trying to put some pressure on themselves on the bottom lane. But Bottega, more than happy to still stick around and pick up the farm. See around the mid, 8-minute power rune. Going to maintain control of it, and they'll get it. Morale. And that's the amplified damage rune ready for the next play. Bottom lane. Avalanche in onto Theo Licor, gets a little too close to the tower, and with the backup of Shikoda, they're going to look to try and run him down. He's salving up. Cryptstorm and the right click, it's enough. Shikoda on this Death Prophet, 4 kills already picked up, 8 minutes in. He's making the moves.
Yeah, almost level 6 as well. I mean, this is basically a core DP. This is like an offlane DP with a bad lane type of thing, you know? And then, yeah, this is a very good start for him for sure.
Top tower, it's going to be gone. As Inferno's able to finish that. Top lane going fantastically for Yellow Submarine to start this one off. And yeah, Lupsi, after those last couple of deaths down bottom, he'll return to the natural habitat of getting those stacks going here as the back. Making sure not to get caught out anymore with any crazy plays down on the bottom lane. And Bottega can kind of be left on his low as long as they have TP backup ready in case anyone tries from under the tier 1 tower. Up top, Shikoda. He's feeling pretty confident to go where he wishes. Not a lot that can really threaten him too much. He's ready to turn with siphons if anyone closes the gap on him. And of course, Infernal on this Timbersaw, he can pretty much do what he wants on this top lane. It's going to take a lot of resources from Secret to actually push this Timber away. They do get the arrow connection, but it's not going to be into anything at all. Infernal perfectly fine to live his life on this top lane.
Yeah, I think the next interesting thing that's going to happen is the DP hitting his level 6. I wonder what they're going to be doing with that. Maybe look to close down the mid tower early for now the Yellow Submarine. That would be really good. If they can open that map up a bit so that Lina can just sit mid lane constantly, and they can also continuously get the runes for Puck.
We'll go for an attempt at a freebie here. Morale with Dream Coil onto Puppy. Flame Break as well to secure the snap at the Dream Coil. Kurtic has turned up, but Secret, can they really do anything in response here? It's a bit scary now that the 6 has been hit by Shikoda. Not easy for Secret to fight into Yellow Submarine right now.
Yeah, I like this move a lot, but I'm bringing everybody mid with the catapult as well.
See however they want to push. They could pop the Ghost if they want to. And they will. So the sniper siege creep, yeah, at least slows it down a little bit. Just doing what they can to try and push them off. Yeah, further TPs aren't coming in. They've got the burst.
Oh.
Laguna comes flying in from Rebel to snipe out Shikoda. Gets the push put to a stop.
Alright, so they don't quite get the mid tower. They do a lot of damage, but Yeah, that was a nice hold by Secret. They also recognize that giving up this mid tower is going to be very bad for the game state. Top lane though, Infernal.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh!
Oi! He gets him.
Oh, he got him. Borrowed time, level 1, not lasting quite as long as he would have hoped for there, Kiritich. That's a painful death. He's having a tough one up top. 3 deaths already on the safe lane. Abaddon. It is going to be a slow Radiance this game.
Is under attack.
Yeah, did he just TP a bit late, or did he just not really think about TPing until...
Yeah, I didn't catch the start.
Maybe hit it.
Right.
Yeah,
if he TP'd at the beginning of the borrowed time, he would have been fine, because... Yeah.
I just think he didn't expect he had to TP there, and then he was like, oh shit, if I don't TP now, I'm gonna get ran down type of thing, and then...
Now the moves are coming in, Infernal. Taking down to the bottom lane. They get the stun onto him. They're dropping the Laguna as well, trying to burst through this Timber Saw. It's not enough. Rebel's out. Oh, sorry, Infernal's out. Rebel... See what Rebel goes for next himself. I mean, what kind of build do you expect from this mid laner after the bots?
I mean, everybody just goes for the right-click Lina. I haven't really seen much of the old school Aghanims, so I guess it's gonna be some kind of Maelstrom. We saw the Crystallis the other day, or was it earlier today even, by V2. Could also see something like that.
Dire's middle tower.
But yeah, I want some kind of damage follow-up on this.
Dire structures.
Because this is rough from Kiritich as well. Didn't die this time, but basically he just played where he pushed out 2 waves top, and then Infernal shows back up, and then he's just having to TP back to the fountain on the Abaddon. So his farm very, very slow in this early game.
Yeah, also maybe showing why they picked the Timber Saw over like a Centaur or what we say, a Mars or whatever it was, right? Darkseer is that Timber Saw actually pressures Abaddon to a different level throughout early game. Even later on, right? It's an easy way to pop the ultimate as well, just with this constant damage.
It's looking really good so far from Infernal.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You see over in the... Theodore's got to be careful. I mean, he's heading up with the... cover of the Moonlight Shadow. And... What? We're going to know he's there now with that triggering the Sentinel stop. But they don't have detection from over in the river. Dreamcore is there. They managed to close the gap on a Rebel. The Lena's just dead in the river. Throwing out a tip there, Mirel. Puppy should be fine. Still has an extra leap at the ready. We'll have to use it. Diving a tier 2. Probably not on the menu for the other submarine right now, but they will take the remainder of that stack away. So the gold continues to fly in for Infernal. Having a brilliant game. 4-0-3 on this last pick Timber.
Bot lane on the tank here.
Should have him here with the combo. Doom and the Macropire. A lot of damage. Can they get out though? Because Infernal's coming over. Cloud goes for the heads up TP. Same as we said here for Theodore's, no messing around. They'll TP out. So Secret are able to finally get that kill really that they've been looking for quite a while. Take Bottega on the Tiny out of the game. Slow down at least his farm a little bit.
Top lane though, Kiritich. Can he get away from this puck? Yeah, okay, he's not gonna pursue it. Poppy goes down though.
Infernal. He's getting so much done with the Timber Saw, and Puppy getting caught out a few times now. The leaps not being enough to save him and allow him to escape from this Timber. Infernal just chasing him down and well on the way to progressing to get that Aghanims online after Kaya nice and early. So at that point, yeah, he's just going to be able to charge into the midst of them and killing him. It's going to seem pretty impossible in this early stages as Secret.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The only way to really get him is with Doom, right? And I mean, so now it's on cooldown.
And that's the timing as well. They've got the double blinks online now for Yellow Submarine. Just been picked up by both Lupsi and by Mirel on the puck. So they've already been able to make so many plays. Now with these two.
Yeah, the blinks enable the DP also so nicely, right? The fact that DP also has a good game, that you can suddenly start fights more effectively with the DP ultimate and things like that. Is like gonna be, there's gonna be a lot of aggression coming through now for Yellow Submarine. Lina actually going for the BKB first item.
Okay. There's the blink reveal. Wasn't ready for it. Sitting under the tier 2 tower. Did not expect that play to come in, but it did. Big catch there from Lupsi.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Poking the Timbersaw here. On
Dire's
bot,
middle
but
tower is under attack.
not enough damage.
As you say, they need that Doom to have a chance in it. It's going to be back in 5 seconds, so we'll see if they're able to find another chance to get in. It's very close to having his BKB cloud, so obviously once that's there, should have pretty good freedom to walk into the fight, find his Doom target, as long as they haven't been able to break enough distance away from him.
We also have a Yule Scepter up on Jakiro now. That's another way of setting up the kills. Something that Secret is sort of lacking in their draft, like we talked about. Abaddon slowly and surely getting his way towards that Radiance. Not the quickest one, but he's going to get there. Bot lane though, might see a go onto the Doom here.
Don't miss track for it. In with the Dream Coil. Have they got enough to take him out though? Doesn't look like it. Maybe with Infernal coming in. Infernal trying to close the gap. Coming in from the side. Would have to be up towards the tier 2 though. Now further TP's coming in. Secret, they're bringing in the numbers, ready to try and fight this. The Exorcism's out though. So they jump back in from Morel. He'll burst out with the Illusion, get back over towards the push of the tier 1 tower. So they force Secret down here. Secret do manage to ensure that nobody on their team dies, but they still won't be able to stop the push from going on. The tier 1 falls, and of course this is creating a lot of space for Bottega on the other side of the map to just continue to free farm without any sort of pressure on him. And back down bottom, Secret, they're split back up. It's given them the chance on Yellow Submarine to jump Puppey. They're going to have him. So they do still end up losing a hero down here, Secret, despite initially bringing in the full 5-man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even surprised they didn't just commit with the DP ult straight away under the coil, right? But the chase and forcing all these TPs, it's turned out really good for Yellow Submarine, right? And Secret are just unable to really respond to any of the moves that Yellow Submarine was really. Here though, we have Puck getting caught a little bit here.
And they're going to get the easy setup. I mean, they'll take that every day of the week. That if they can just drop a Doom down on one of these bigger cores, get the kill, they'll take it. And they get it there. Just doesn't mean there's now no Doom. So, of course, Infernal and Bottega, a little less scared of them, but BKBs are at the ready, and Infernal will get shredded here. So, Secret getting themselves another one as Yellow Submarine. I mean, it's Bottega and Infernal, they definitely got a little bit ahead of themselves there because the Doom was used. They're like, hey, we could just run at these guys. Surprise, 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 the BKBs are ready to press.
For sure, and when you also see the Timbersaw is 500 gold away from his Aghanims, so his net worth is sort of dead,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like the build-up from these items don't really make much of a difference, so maybe getting a little overzealous there.
Yeah, definitely one of those plays that whoever was making the call to, hey, let's go, is definitely getting an earful right now. Yeah, the Timber being like, dude, I could have had my Ags, why are you making me walk up these stairs? I'm back in. Secret. Good couple of kills there for them to find. We're going to get Rebel going in for the Silver Edge next after the BKB. And yeah, that Radiant's now done on Kiratu. So indeed, not the fastest of timings. It is a slower one, but should allow him, as long as Secret as a whole can stabilize the game, to slowly be able to farm his way up towards the top.
Tormentor looks to be eyed by Yellow Submarine here. Not sure if Secret are in really any position to defend it.
Yeah, they got such a good burst here between the three of them. Should be easy Tormentor shard. It's going to go the way of Shikoda.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, could be very nice, right, with the Dream Coil, because you're now giving yourself another way of kind of forcing the enemy to snap the coil with the fear. So could come in pretty clutch. Dream Coil talking about it. It's going to get dropped on Puppey. Morel claims another. And we'll be able to hold on to the tier 1 in the mid lane, clearing out the siege creep. He's going to be looking for the Lincoln Sphere next, Morel, so he's got that little bit of safety against the Doom. being dropped down in his direction. Get a quick pause here. In terms of build for Bottega, he's got the SMY done over the Echo Saber. He's going to look to go for the BKB next. Make sure he can step up without being controlled by that of the likes of Jakira and Lina. Still there's 5k lead for Yellow Submarine. Secret just need a little bit more time to get Kiritich at a level and at sort of an amount of farm that's going to leave him to be confident in turning up to the team fight. And Yellow Submarines might still want to continue to put on the pressure.
Secret themselves are getting some key items as well, right? They have the BKB up on Doom and Lina. They got the Blink on Doom, which allows them to play a little bit different than they used to. Right now they actually have a way of smoking and getting some kills across the map if they want to. And the Radiance also, like we talked about, is online for Abaddon. So even though there's a 5k lead, I think Yellow Submarine can't just do whatever they want on the map, right? They have to still be respecting Secret a little bit. So here's the smoke, by the way, mid lane here with the Blink Doom. Still kind of risky to go for anyone at this point.
And they've got the lasso. In onto Theolicor. No way out of that.
I think that whole, like, the last 15 seconds of us staring at mid lane is like, you can almost see how it's so much easier for Yellow Submarine to get a kill. Whereas when Secret has to get a kill, the guy has to be so out of position, and you're not even going to be able to stun him really, right? You're going to be able to Blink Doom him, and then there's so much time for Yellow Submarine to back the person up. But here it's just Blink Lasso, the guy dies, and yeah, I think that's going to be the name of the game for this one, and that's why I think this game is going to be so difficult for Secret to play moving forward. It's not like they have scaling heroes; they can still win team fights, but to play the map and to get kills is definitely going to be in Yellow Submarine's favor. This one.
Yeah, it's such an expensive commitment. Comparison to anything that Yellow Submarine can try and make a play with. We should say the Doom is like a 2-minute cooldown at max level still. And that leaves you very infrequent opportunities to make these moves. So when you do that, you got to make sure they hit hard, and you're always getting something big like the Tiny or the Timber. And smoke's coming out from Yellow Submarines. They're more than ready to keep these plays coming out fast.
Yep, Lasso's back up again. They might even try to go on the Abaddon here. Nice one.
Try for the burst, they get the drag back, quickly killing off Theolicor and popping the borrowed time. So they can go for round 2 if the borrowed time comes to an end. Huge amounts of burst, once again Infernal. With the BKB, they'll drop the Doom down and the Laguna onto Infernal, attempting to burst the Timber. See if he can get away from this under the coverage of the Glimmercade. He might just live, in fact. Infernal is out of this. Jakoda is trying to bully back the 2 cores. He's forced Rebel to have to BKB TP out of this. The flame breaks there onto Cloud. They're going to kill the Doom off. And indeed, Inferno gets out of there thanks to the clutch plays here. I think, what was that? The Glimmer from Jakoda. He pretty much did everything that fight to sort of secure the Timber's safety and make sure they could actually push on for bonus kills towards the end there on the DP.
Yeah, and they also ended up killing the Abaddon on the backline. The puck chased him down. But also just this DP, the fact that he's so high level, and I mean, you can't ignore this guy when he's exorcism in front of you.
Yeah.
Right? So you're trying to chase this Timbersaw, but there's a like a full HP DP right there. You cannot chase. He will actually kill you. So again, showing the difficulty Secret has to lock people down and kill people off in this game. Also very nice initiation by Infernal there. Talking about a lot of stunners and initiators, that Infernal just went in straight away, right, and hit 2 people with his spells in an area where you would think he would connect to some other tree, right? There's so many trees around, but he found the right one.
Yeah, he's making this Timbersaw look pretty terrifying. Secret. They've now picked up a Blink Dagger as well in Jakira. I mean, I think that really sort of goes to say that they do feel it, right? They just have to somehow try and find ways to make plays and be the ones to sort of get the jump, get the initiation. Because right now, just relying on sort of the Doom alone, it's just proving to not be enough to try and take a fight against Yellow Submarine. Obviously, what they want to go for now is they're back in the game, Secret.
Oh, speaking of Doom, by the way, the Puck has a full Lincoln sphere, so he's going to be even harder to lock down now. Puck is so far, like, highest net worth in the game.
Oh. Oh, hit the lasso. The rules is there. They'll drop everything for the Macropire down. They'll make sure that Lupsi doesn't get away with the grab this time.
Yeah, maybe that became a little bit too predictable when you continue to do it.
Look for another one.
Potentially here on DP.
He's got the glimmer. But yeah, he's very dead. They'll drop the sentries down. And with that, get the 2 kills. They're thinking about the Roshan. Whilst there's 2 heroes down,
yeah,
they're going to have a pretty solid shot at
good
this.
Choice. Yeah. I think, I mean, Puck could maybe try to make over there and get some vision in there, but...
I mean, they could try for the steal. They've got 3 heroes that could just kind of jump in.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful you don't also feed away even more kills.
Oh,
look at this.
There's the Doom. That's going to be Inferno take down.
Oh, Puck got it.
Gets the snatch. He gets in, gets the Aegis steal, and he gets out. Cloud's trying to step up, but the Avalanche toss combo is there from Bottega. He's got to put the BKB and run here, jump forward. They're closing in onto Cloud. The BKB soon to come to an end. He's dead for this. Morel. Perfectly timed there with the jump, kind of gets it under the noses of what 3 of the heroes, the Secret I think in the pit, trying to get it themselves. Gets that pickup, and on top of that they kill off the Doom. And they're ready to get the push going themselves here, the Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, that was a crazy nice steal by Morel there. Maybe also showing why the move in itself was a little bit risky. I mean, I don't think it should have been. I think that was the moment that Secret potentially could claw their way back into this one, right? But yeah, just no rest for them. They don't get the clean Aegis or a clean kill on Timbersaw at all. They instead lose the Doom and lose the Aegis. And here's high ground. Tiny with the shot. Haven't really seen Tiny much in this game, but he's here and he's ready now to hit some buildings. Yep, gonna kill the Rex pretty quickly here. One of the strengths of Tiny.
Take it hanging around. They're actually going to get a grab. Let's see. Gets the chance to get back in and get a bonus.
Yeah, you just can't show yourself against this Bat Rider hero, man. And even like, or you gotta set up these baits all the time. The hero's so annoying and obnoxious to play against. Especially now, I guess, with the maybe the new stoked facet makes it so that this hero is so much faster, right? He gets 40% max movement speed. Is that right?
Yeah, this level, right? Yeah.
Towards the end of Firefly, so you basically can click the Firefly and then halfway through you start the initiation, right? And then suddenly you're hasted when you drag the person back.
No, it's looking very good, and we've been seeing it in the win rates, right? This hero, got to watch out for the Bat.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Secret. Just still haven't really been able to sort of see Kiritich catch back up into the game. He's still very much behind on the Abaddon. Struggling to keep up this game after what was a tough lane against Infernal and Jakoda. There's the smoke once again. Yellow Submarine ready for moves. Secret, they do seem to be set up for it. They are grouped up as 5 around the mid.
Here comes the lasso.
Trying to get some information. That's the borrowed time getting forced out straight away, but Taker comes in the Avalanche on with the 2 of them. They get the drag here onto the Cloud as the lasso comes into play. Cloud, he's gone. Didn't get the chance to get the Doom out, and now the BKB TP has to be there from Rebel. He'll make it away. Oh my goodness, that toss. They took him all the way over there. And again, they just can't fight against this. Just with so many ways you Yellow Submarine to being able to... I mean, they've got 4 ways of going in, right? Either the puck goes in first, the timber goes in, the bat, the tiny. One of them can go in, get good information, sets up for any of the others to jump in and get the actual primary catch. Just so many ways that Secret have to be prepared to deal with that Yellow Submarine are throwing at them.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really see a way back into this one. You also see the Raxes going down here. They do have one more set and another tier 2, so they're gonna keep holding, but yeah, I don't know the recipe for winning a fight for Secret.
Oh, that's tough. That is, not falling into place this draft. I mean, whereas, Yellow Submarines, I mean, you mentioned it right when we were seeing these heroes being picked up. It looked pretty good. And Yellow Submarine, after they did have that tough day yesterday, but maybe, as you said, that's also just amplified by the fact they were against Na'Vi Jr., who do look to be the strongest team in this regional qualifiers. Here today against Secret, they're looking to be in their element. Definitely sort of seeing why they were able to rise through the open qualifiers with a performance like this. It's looking pretty simple for Yellow Submarine at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I think their draft's also kind of OP. Mm-hmm. Just the way things have been shaping up this qualifier lately, the last few days as well, and just they have all the best heroes in combination at least. So hard game. This puck is also completely out of control now. Octarine Core, even if you do lock him down, he has 3,000 HP. Tiny, 4,000 HP.
There we go, looking for the fight once again. Yellow Submarine, every single smoke pretty much being popped as it comes out, as they know how much they can find. They won't catch any this time. Smoke gets dispelled, they pop out of dust, but Cloud was already away. Still though, Morel might actually find something. He's going to try and chase on forward, dodges the light track array, gets the coil down onto the 3 of them. A little bit for the rest of the other team to get over to him, but Shakoda's going to try. He pops the Exorcism, chases up the high ground, be caught by the Ice Path. They're starting to bully Curatex to once. That's the borrowed time gone. The Light Strike Array will hold back the Death Prophet, but the gap's being closed on towards Rebel as the jump there from Mirrell. He's killing off Rebel under the tower. Right clicks him down through the BKB. That's the Lena death for 70. Curatex, his second life is not going to save him after borrowed time comes to an end. Both the carry and the mid dead, and the diving, it's continuing as we can have Morel go up past the tier 3s, up past the tier 4s, looking to just pad up his scoreboard here, get another kill, takes out Puppy. It's over. They've had enough of Secret. GG is called. Yellow Submarine looking very impressive here to start this game off.
Yeah, they do for sure. Secret also looked like a team that's that was formed last week. Maybe not a team that that has figured out exactly what they want to do together and how they want to play, what kind of heroes they excel at, these type of things. But
it's tough.
I mean, of course, you shouldn't count them out.
No,
it's just game 1. So
we'll see. This was definitely not a pretty one for Secret. It just seemed like they weren't really set up in a way to allow Curatex to have a good game, right? He had this rough lane, and then when it did get to kind of the position of the game where he was trying to find the farm, he just never could kind of get to the good places, really. Constantly behind that of the other cores in this match. And definitely towards the end as well. We saw Shakoda on this supposedly support, but as you said, it sort of just became this additional core. Stay very close to the farm of this Radiant Sabaton. Like this Death Prophet did a lot. He said sort of in the different positions that you said yourself also like to usually see it in this game the 4 rather than the 5. But they really made it work.
Yeah, they did. I mean, we talked a little bit about the downsides of putting the lanes like they did. I mean, the lanes worked out in this particular game, but I think just the fact that they are thinking about these things and the fact that they ended up doing it, it shows that they are, I would just say, at least thinking about the game logically. They're not afraid. Yep. They are actually, very present in terms of playing the series today, despite losing yesterday, right, and going into the lower bracket. So I think that's pretty well done by them in itself.
And it's just a tough game all round from Secret. Looking at the numbers again, Rebel at the end of it on this mid laner. the second lowest damage in the team. Puppy nearly did as much hero damage as him. He had a rough one.
Yeah.
And you probably expect more. It's one of his best heroes, Grandmaster tier. He did not have an easy game here on the Lina. He got punished, and on the other side, Morel on this puck, he popped off.
But I think it comes down to the things we've been mentioning a couple of times, is that just the synergy of Secret's heroes just does not really make much sense, right? You have this Jakiro and the Mirana supports who really want heroes to play around, some like Tiny, Ember, heroes to go in first. It could be a Dragon Knight, anything that sets up stuns and sets up the fight for the supports to cast their spells. Instead, they have the mid Lina who does not like this type of supports. She likes having Tusk, Clockwork, Naga Siren, these type of heroes that does that stuff for her. So they kind of need that hero to go in. The other two cores are melee, but they are not fight starters either, right? They basically have 3 greedy cores that all wants to farm a lot of creeps. So I think just that draft in itself does not make sense, and they are lacking that initiation badly in this draft.
Yeah, and there we go. We'll give the shout out to Shikoda, switching things up, taking it to the top lane this time with his support DP, and from the start to the end, absolutely smashing it, being the sort of backup for Infernal to get those kills, sort of the 2 times that they killed off the safe lane duo of Secret back to back in that laning stage, and then towards the end, just being able to provide everything that you expect and would hope for from the Death Prophet was great stuff all around from him. So yeah, game 2 coming up. We'll see if Secret can sort things out. They need to. If they lose this next game, they're out of the running for this year's TI. They've got to step it up. This game 1 was rough. Yellow Submarine taking the lead. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 for Yellow Submarine against Secret is up after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European qualifiers for the International 2025. I'm Odie Pixel here with Misery, and we're just about to get stuck into our game two. The second series today is, of course, a lower bracket matchup. Loser at this best of three is done for. There's no chance of them getting to TI anymore. We're in the midst of Secret versus Yellow Submarine. We just had the Yellow Submarine take game one, and it, again, was another one of those games, Misery, where it looked pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I think most of our games has been one-sided, hasn't they?
Quite a few, yeah.
Feels like,
pretty much,
it feels like it's a lot about the draft, a lot about the laning phase, and just teams don't seem to be able to recover. I mean, actually, the last game we just casted, the Mouse versus VP game 2, was kind of interesting, and that was a comeback there, but it does still show that I think the draft is so important right now, and really got to think twice every time you pick something, or ban something for that matter.
It's something that I'd imagine we're going to see Secret give themselves a bit of a better step in with this draft coming into game two. Whether that just be sort of banning out maybe like these Bat Riders, these pucks, and yeah, we're having it already. First ban the Bat Rider. Yeah, I totally understand that, right? The Bat Rider has just been tearing up games in this qualifiers.
Yeah, I agree with that. At the same time, though, they are the first pick this game, right?
That's true. They could have played it.
They could have picked it themselves. So that maybe showing a little bit of a, I mean, if you could call that a weakness necessarily, but at least they're not willing to play it themselves here from the first pick. I would also like to see the win rate of first pick versus second pick right now, because it feels like first pick is what people prefer. But yeah, Undying ban as well. I think that's also a hero that Sakota likes to play a lot. Not a hero that teams really want to be dealing with much nowadays.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I'll see what they want to do in response here with these final bans. I mean, yeah, very much rating the DP and the Doom as those very high first pick materials. So they'll take both of those out. This time, Yellow Submarine.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so now you see the 4 bans, and Secret will have to choose here what kind of hero they're going to be first picking, right? They have the ban into pick here, very strong. Strategic in the draft. Banning out the Brewmaster again, that we saw last game as well, and pick up the Shaman.
Definitely always fine with the Shaman pick. Hero's super solid.
Yeah, it is.
10 seconds remaining.
What do they want to do in return, Yellow Submarine? I had a really good lineup last game. I'm going to open with the Shadow Demon.
That's something taking a page out of OG's book, actually, playing Shadow Demon twice yesterday. But I was going to ask, do we know who's the guy drafting for Secret?
Let's have a look. Let's look at Liquipedia. Yeah, I mean, Poppy's got a few words in, but
don't think it says on Liquipedia. But that's not a face that I recognize, really.
Yeah, not too sure.
Yamich?
No, that's not.
No, he doesn't look like that. I don't think so.
I don't know. The mysterious coach.
We'll find out. Maybe. One day.
We'll see what he's coming up with for this ban.
Banning out the Timbersaw, that's fair, considering last game, how that turned out.
10 seconds remaining.
So what do we need for Secret to adjust from last game? Like we have been, I've kind of been preaching. I do think that we need more lockdown, more ways of starting fights, more team fight in general. Shaman does help that in itself. Having like hard lockdown is always a good start for this type of thing. But I think you still need some kind of core to go in first, ideally. And especially when you're looking at heroes with the hard save, like the Shadow Demon, Oracle, these type of heroes, right? You need to be able to find them as well. Or you need to have some kind of team fight where the save doesn't matter, right? The disruption only going to make it potentially worse, right? So I think that's something to consider when you're drafting for Secret right now.
I'm going into the reserve here for this ban.
Yeah. This is also not just a ban, it's a ban into another pick, right? So probably considering what they're going to be picking on 9, and if there's any hero there that would be problematic for that particular hero. I mean, I guess we can kind of analyze that later if that has anything to do with each other once we see the ban and the pick. Curious about the Shadow Demon. It's also a hero that has been more or less dead for like, I want to say a year plus. Maybe you see it once in a while, but for the most part, this hero has not really been in meta. And what kind of heroes that teams like to pair up with Shadow Demon nowadays? Used to be stuff like Kunkka, maybe Centaur. Maybe you don't really need to pair up anything specific. He's a decent hero on his own, right? Can also stack a lot of camps early on. Scales really well. He's a kind of anti-carry qualities with his ultimate. And the fact that you can make really strong illusions. But I go with the Pangolier. Also just a very solid hero. Open, can be put mid and off lane.
Dire team pick.
So you got the sell with the Magnus.
Okay. I like this. Yeah, I like this more than the last setup they had.
Yeah, you've instantly got some clearer ways of making moves. And Mag's going to be feeling good, getting the blink early, and
Mag offers both the team fight and the catch that you want, right?
Yeah.
Of course, the laning is not as strong as some of the other heroes. It is a little bit slower as well, perhaps, than some of the other offlaners that we see. But I like this more generally.
see what they want to pair up with the Mag to take advantage of the Empower.
Yeah, this is always a tough pick for first pick, really, because you have to show either both the supports and a core, or you have to keep it somehow flexible, right? Like a Mag has also been played as a 4. So if you're willing to go that route, you could consider picking up your mid here, because then you can potentially still flex the Mag to 4. But that's not the way they're going to go with it, I guess. They're going to do the Naga.
Okay. We did see a Naga Siren win today. So
Yeah.
now we'll see if Secret can also pull that off. But yeah, we've had it. Well, just the 2 games from VP during this qualifiers. 1 win, 1 loss from them.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm a little worried for Secret with this Naga pick now that their heroes are very slow and all lack damage early on.
Radiant team.
Like when these heroes starts getting ran at early on after laning phase, are they really able to fight back properly? They need to make sure they don't go too greedy with the next 2 cores, I think, because then they're gonna have issues at this like 10 to 20 minute mark in this window where perhaps the Pangolier gets his diffusal blade, right? How do you fight back into that with the heroes you have right now, right? With the follow up from Ringmaster and Shadow Demon, I just think that window is scary right now. So I think their mid hero needs to be something active that can deal damage and also withstand the early pressure coming in from the Pangolier.
Dire team pick.
I think they're tiny again.
Yeah.
The Submarine. I mean, it's again just a lineup that is not going to be afraid of constantly brawling.
Also seems like a solid setup for their ultimate last pick, right? Which is the final pick of the draft.
10 seconds.
Because they have the flexibility between both their cores now. Even potentially with the supports, where they can put the Ringmaster in the... Similar to what we saw last game, both these supports can go both in the offlane and in the safe lane. Going for the Morphling.
Okay. I mean, do you like that? Is this sort of a game that you sort of see as, hey, you know what, this Morph will be able to inevitably carry us?
I mean, yes, if he gets enough items. I do think that
10 seconds remaining.
it looks like it might be hard to kick Morphling out of the safe lane. It's also a good lane with the Naga. But again, I'm a little bit worried that their draft overall becomes too slow once Yellow Submarine starts going together and start pressuring your towers. But I do think that the last pick is going to be pretty determining. Like, it's a bit hard to say how, what's going to happen because we don't see the last pick just yet. But it's an interesting pick, the Morph. It's a hero that has fallen off quite a bit since the nerfs.
Last two bans, see what they do consider as just having to take out when you play this Morph to keep it covered. They'll ban out the Enigma. So I guess still leaving open the option for, with the Pango mid, Tiny safe, and getting the Enigma off lane.
Yeah, I think that's a good ban. Enigma would definitely be very punishing here. Pairs really well with Yellow Submarine's early timings, plus it destroys the Morphling Naga lane. I wouldn't mind just seeing Pangolier offlane here.
Yeah, it could be good. I mean, it gives you that sort of, even that, especially paired up with a good support with some sort of burst or catch, the chance to sometimes snipe a Morphling when he's shifted low with the long range of your swashbuckle. So the Morph definitely has to stay on their toes.
But regardless, I think Yellow Submarine will wait and decide when they see the absolute last pick from Secret as well, right? Because the Secret still needs to reveal their mid. And I would love to see them pick another hero that can fight, because right now none of their heroes can really, and they can't really fight early on. And I think they have enough scaling already with the Naga song, the Mag, RP, Morphling. They don't need to scale anymore, I think. Kunkka, okay. Kunkka is a good pick, I think. Kunkka gives them exactly this, right? A very solid laner. Yeah. The boat, the just very solid overall. Now, what can Yellow Submarine do to punish this, if something? It's not Kunkka, not necessarily the best hero against Pangolier overall, and even Shadow Demon as well. So it's not particularly the best Kunkka game overall. Like, you have double save on supports against the boat and the X and stuff like this, but it's good for their draft, Secret. And I think that's more important.
I'll see if they've got something crazy. And there's this last pick, Yellow Submarine. What's the plan? It's going to be the OD. Okay, so how much is that making Secret go, uh-oh? Is this pretty nasty?
I think in theory they go, but then they think 2 seconds longer, and then they're like, well, OD's kind of a shit hero that rarely succeeds. That's at least how I feel about it. It looks good on paper. Historically, OD's good against Morph, good against Kunkka mid, right? Bullies him, good against Mag as well, gives them even more save, but it usually doesn't always play out like that, because OD is susceptible to just farm slow. It seems hard for this hero to deal damage. Now, when that's been said, I think it's a good pick overall. I think it does kind of put Secret heroes on more of a timer than without it. I think it was hard to find a carry hero that would outcarry this. It would be hard to find an offlaner who would punish Morphling, right? So I think they needed a mid, and now that you see the Kunkka, the OD pick makes a lot of sense. So I'm curious to see if they can make it work, because oftentimes it doesn't really work out as well as you'd hope.
Sure, yeah. It's going to be a fun one to see from Morale. He had a very good game one on his puck, and as you mentioned, the sort of save that they're going to have for one another is pretty ridiculous, right? Like, when do you see sort of OD, a Shadow Demon, and a Ringmaster in the same game, right? All of them ready to either box people up or put them in disruptions, astral imprisonments. A lot of ways to bail each other out. If anyone else gets caught in like an RP or such. So we've got to look out for those plays that could be quite disruptive to what Secret want to try and execute against them. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 time. We're ready to get into the action and find out if Secret can hold on in this qualifiers, or if Yellow Submarine is going to be able to knock them out of
I'm a
it.
showman. The rest of you are the
I think often you have this OD mid. It's also the hero doesn't. Back when OD was popular, he could buy the Meteor Hammer, right, which was put together by the Perseverance back then. So he would naturally just buy the Ring of Health, which this hero really need. But now I think there's no item that gives him any HP regen. He doesn't like to buy bottle, so I think sustain is this hero's biggest issue early on. I'm also curious, just in general, what you buy on this hero. Sometimes I feel like this hero needs Midas, right? But that's a very greedy item nowadays. I think there's a Falstaff, like Hurricane Pike type rush. There's a Witchblade. So there's different type of approaches that you can take. Getting the Aghanims earlier is also nice. But I think the way you spend your gold on this hero is very important because he does not farm that fast. The big items does not come easy on OD.
Let's see how much you can sort of bully the Kunkka in this middle lane. And what route he wants to go down. And considering the side lanes this time, last time we did see Kiritich and Puppey getting, not a lot out of that top lane. They had a tough time with the safe lane duo. Is it any easier this game, where with the sort of Naga morph, or could they be under threat once more?
I don't know if they're necessarily going to be under threat, but I do think that this Naga morph lane, the problem with the lane is that it does not actually threaten much. It's hard for this lane to kill the Pangolier and SD, which means that Pangolier is going to have a very chill time up here. More or less free farm, and I don't know if that's a good thing to give away, especially when the 4 is also Shadow Demon, who can walk back and stack a lot as well. But let's see how it plays out. Maybe level 2, level 3, they have some potential timings where they can snare and go for the waveform in and maybe make something happen.
Infernal had quite the game last game on his Timber Saw. Down bottom, they're going to be able to get the first blood. Sure, Dakota goes down to Teothercore, but not before Bottega was able to take down Cloud. First blood for the carry. Mid, first wave's been pretty close. You will imagine once sort of level 3 or so is there, the use of the Astrals should be enough to allow Morel to get the lead against Rebel on the Kunkka.
Yeah, it definitely gets worse and worse the more levels they get. I think early on Kunkka is okay, but later on it gets really annoying. You're gonna get under Astral most of the time.
Well, again on
Another
that bottom
kill for
lane,
Tiny.
Bottega. These are early kills for the carry Tiny to be picking up. 2 kills already, 2 minutes in. Secret, they can't afford to be giving this away to the Tiny this early on.
Look at Pangolier CS as well, completely free. And if he starts getting a quick diffuser blade, suddenly the small pick doesn't feel as good as well.
Now, bottom lane
That's a
again.
bit of a... Okay.
They're just getting beaten up super hard each and every time. He's got to be careful on the Mag.
We did touch on the weakness of Margaret.
Yeah,
like
and
he is so weak in lane. That can be.
Because he's getting tripped up as well. He's trying to make these sort of skewer plays, but we're seeing Shikoda. He's interrupting them with the Tame the Beast, catching him with the whip mid skewer, and then suddenly he's sort of left in a position where he's got no escape. He takes a lot of damage each time that happens.
Again, taking so much damage. By the way, Secret also lost both Lotuses on both the lanes, right? So
Okay.
these lanes, not gonna get any easier necessarily.
Mid lane Rebel still doing a good job of keeping up right now. Keeping pretty much dead even on the CS against the OD. And bottom lane definitely going to start getting tough for Cloud to keep up with farm. As they've just got such good kill potential here between the Tiny and the Ringmaster.
We actually casted a mag game yesterday, if you remember. That was the first game. It was actually Yellow Submarine played the mag, and it was sort of a similar story. It wasn't as bad as this, but it is just not as strong in lane as some of the other heroes that we see, like the Axe, the Timbersaw, the Pangolius. And then suddenly, what does the Zero offer, right? When he's a bit behind, it's not that easy to hit the RP, or the Skewer for that matter.
And then again, Theolicore will be fine, but only just. And between the two of them, they're completely out of regen on this bottom lane. So no chance of slowing down Bottega on his Tiny here for the lane. Right now. Can continue to find the free farm. Yeah, mid. I see Morale keeping Rebel pretty low. Oh, it does have the stick charges though. Bottom lane. That's another one for Bottega. He's throwing out the tips this time. He knows that Theolicore's struggling. This Tiny might just be getting a little bit too much from this bottom lane. Free farm and 3 kills.
Oh my god, yeah, he's 3k net worth. The fact that you can also potentially go for that Void Stone first, which means that you can continue to throw out avalanches without any problem. He's so far underrated. Top lane though, the Pangolier is getting attempted on him.
We've got the shield crash and the swashbuckle. He'll be fine. So yeah, Theolicore trying to make that sort of move as he gets back onto the map, but not quite enough to set up a Secret of finding kill, and it's leaving the Magnus on his own. They just dive in. Another kill that Bottega's getting involved with. And we'll see up top. Can they actually finish off Infernal? And he's got the swashbuckle, he's got the shield crash, he's got the Lotus and the wand. They still can't get this kill or any sort of kill top. Yeah, bottom lane. I mean, we saw what last game, Secret safe lane duo is having a problem. This game, it's the off lane duo that's having a problem.
Yeah, this Bottega Dakota lane absolutely dismantling the mag completely this game. And I don't know if it's going to get any better. I think you might even see some kind of Wisdom Rune attempts here, because what is Mag going to do? He can't fight at all. He needs the Kunkka maybe to come over. I mean, we see the respect from Secret, right? Bringing over the Naga for now. The Shaman is also heading over here. So heavy investments to keep this to get this Wisdom Rune.
Let's see if they can get. They should be able to kill Shikoda, surely. He's going to try and aggro the neutrals to look for a deny, but skewering under the tier 2 tower. I mean, there's no way. No, they'll get him. Yeah, Cloud at least able to pick up that kill.
I got him, yeah. Kunkka didn't have to rotate over. It was also, they kind of abandoned the idea of snatching that rune after a while there. But Odie's mid lane is also stabilized very nicely for him, right? The Kunkka doesn't really pressure him anymore. He's just sitting there, full HP, complete free farm. It's more or less of a dead lane actually for Secret. No hero can really enter this lane for, I don't know, any foreseeable future, to be honest.
Secret? They try and step up for the play here, but the avalanche is already there from Bottega, catching out both of them, so they can't really get any sort of setup onto the Tiny, even with the 3 of them around. Bottega's going to be able to continue to farm very freely down here. Secret just not in a state to put pressure onto the Tiny successfully.
Another reason why this OD pick is so good this game is that we talked about Secret's lineup being kind of greedy, right, and being hard to fight back. If you pick a hero mid that shuts down the Kunkka, suddenly their whole draft again becomes greedy again, you know? The Kunkka makes up for the greed, but if Kunkka doesn't have a good game, then it's hard for him to play the game. So yeah, very nice that they spotted this hero, right? It sometimes be hard to see these heroes when they're not in the meta.
Secret. They're going to sort of check out the stack situation. But, at the moment, it's just the Ancients that they've got built up on Yellow Submarine. Definitely not going to be able to do anything about that Secret. They're not in a position to threaten them, especially when the ultimates are online for Yellow Submarine. Bottom lane, Bottega pretty much has this Echo done on top of the tread, so this pre-10 minute treads Echo start for this Tiny. It's pretty ridiculous.
That is pretty ridiculous, actually. Like, he can even start maybe solo killing this mag with the double hit, and yeah, the mag definitely needs to be careful.
Yeah, it's going to be a risky sort of road towards that Blink Dagger for Cloud. It's going to have to be very careful how he shows his face in the lane.
This mag off lane is also, okay, he has a bad lane. Okay, fine, he's going to go for the Blink Dagger, right? But then this Blink Dagger, the initial Blink Dagger move with the RP, it just has to work, right? If it doesn't work, then it's just such a rough spot suddenly. Interesting is he had such a rough lane on the mag, but reflected in the net worth, the Kunkka is suffering even more. Even the Morphling is closing in on him, right? So just all three secret lanes not really going their way.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it just was kind of tough as well for Secret's heroes, because you sort of got these cores that, especially like the Mag and the Kunkka after the rough start, are going to be relying on sort of backing up into the jungle to find farms. So very unlikely the Secret's going to be able to put any pressure on towards like any early tier 1 anytime soon. And that's going to kind of give Yellow Submarine much more freedom to get farm from the lanes themselves without any threat of Secret making moves on them.
Yeah. Also going to be interesting to see how does Yellow Submarine transfer this, how do they break up this laning phase to put pressure on Secret, right? Because they did pick this OD mid, they have a carry Tiny, they're not necessarily going to be making many moves. Their supports are backline supports. So are we going to see a potential gate play? Are they just going to continue to play the lanes, in which case the Secret might actually be the ones getting to that Blink Dagger first, right? And getting to be the ones making the first move. Or are we going to see, I don't know, some kind of collapse on mid? Or how does Yellow Submarine actually want to continue playing this game? At some point they need to make something happen, I think. They can't just let Secret sit and recover in their lanes, which is sort of what's happening right now.
Still difficult for Yellow Submarine to make a play against the Morphling. And Kuritic having a much better start to this game compared to what we saw in the Abandon last time. He's up there, top 2 in the net worth. So just obviously that quite a big gap between him and Bottega. We'll see the Wheel of Wonder drop down. Does get the control onto Theo Lecourt. Should be a kill here.
Actually, a solo kill pretty much there.
Yeah. The mid, as they do. Heads over, says that one's mine. Mirel gets the kill.
Nice spell uses there by Sakota. I think that's one of the hardest parts as well, playing Ringmaster, is connecting that the Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beast.
And Cloud, he's got the Blink Dagger now. So, see if Secret can set up to make something happen with this and try and sort of punish one of these big cores of Yellow Submarine. Obviously, hunting down the Tiny is probably going to be pretty much impossible unless they really want to go for a deep move into the jungle.
It has to be the OD, I think, you go for here. But I think, Secret managed to recover pretty good from the start they had, right? Now, if they can get a kill on some core hero here, like maybe the OD on mid lane, they are pretty much back in it for real now. But it does seem like Yellow Submarine might be a little bit aware of this, right? Mag gone missing from bot. Like, it's not unreasonable for him to blink a first.
He's going to go for it. Oh, but the disruption, it's immediate. From there, let's see, he was so ready for that one. No kill to be found with the blink. We'll see Puppy have to go for the Song TP. They read that like a book. Lupsy was immediate with that Shadow Demon disruption play.
They did. That was very well done. Like I was saying though, it maybe was a little bit too slow. Like Mag pushed out the lane, didn't show TP tier 2, and then before the actual RP came, maybe 30-40 seconds even went through, right? And at that point, at this level, you know, people are gonna see it. But that was the move missed. But again, nothing really happens for Yellow Submarine. I mean, they're going to go on the Rasta here mid lane.
Or they get it with the poison after it. I mean, it was nicely done. They get the tree hit in to proc the foul play and then trigger the poison after the foul play comes to an end.
But yeah, it's not necessarily that easy for Yellow Submarine to open up the map this game to take advantage of their really farm tiny.
Looks like they're happy chilling for now. At least until they get these next big items online. With the Diffusal done on Infernal.
Yep, that's a good timing. That they could maybe go on top now and start threatening this tower. If the support start playing with Pangolier now, then I think they are gonna kick Morphling out unless Secret wants to bring over many heroes.
No, they're very close as well to this Hurricane Pike on Mirel. Secret, yeah. RP's up again for Cloud. The Blink Dagger on Dakota will mean that response from him can also come out very clutch with the escape hack save. So, as we talked about before, so many ways that Yellow Submarine can bail each other out if it's not the entire team getting caught in an RP. Doesn't make it very easy for Cloud to find the chances to go. I'm looking for Lupsi, but Lupsi should be able to walk this one off, holding back the Shaman. Cloud's going to stick around, though. Get out with the blink in time. Bottega, well on the way to having that full S and Y done on top of the Echo Saber. Yes, just smashing these item timings. But it is, yeah, Kiritich cool on the morph. Kiritich is getting in the farm. So obviously with this morph pick, Secret felt confident that the morph would be able to pull through. So far, the game's been pretty clean for Kiritich.
Yeah.
He might be so that X factor to just carry this one out.
Yeah, actually, now that how the game has played out, you could kind of argue that we talked about the OD pick being sort of good against the Kunkka, right, slowing down the Kunkka's game and so on, but it also just slows the game of Yellow Submarine down in its entirety, right? They actually now have no way of taking any towers, of putting any pressure on Secret in this window that we talked about, where Secret was actually sort of greedy, right? Like this 10 to 20 minute mark. So now they're kind of just playing into Secret's hands a little bit more, where Secret gets time to get the farm back on all their heroes. Of course, it doesn't mean that it's not going to work out in long term, but at least the game is very slow, and I don't think the Secret are super unhappy with this right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I also wanted to comment the Blink Dagger build on the Ringmaster, which is kind of cool. I mean, the guy has played an insane amount of Ringmaster games, considering it just went out. He's platinum on the hero, so he's a very good Ringmaster. And it's not I just normally don't really see the brown boots blink on this hero, right? It's not like you're a lion or something like that, where that's like the staple. So I like the idea of that.
Definitely pacing out to be a bit of a slower game, this one. Both teams confident in their approach to taking this one, and happy to farm. Infernal nearly got the Blink Dagger on top of the Diffusal. Maybe they'll find some setup down bottom. Yeah, he just opens up with a wheel.
Look at that.
Straight in, Dakota he knows how to catch them.
Yeah, he does.
Very nicely played there by him.
Basically playing it like a lion. That Wheel of Wonder was like a hex, actually. So well executed. That opens up the map quite nicely, actually, for them. They can invade the triangle now, took down the tower, even though it was denied. It's still a very big deal for the map state. Sakura walks in, gets a nice wall behind the tower. Maybe we can see Tiny going over and whacking that tower now. He's so farmed. He has the shard, SNY, and Echo Saber.
Yeah, this is...
And 18 minutes. And the Blitz Knuckle, or whatever it's called. Yeah, Blitz Knuckles on the courier. And the OD double damage here does almost bring down the tower.
Jakota's sticking around, but still no Wheel of Wonder back up for about 30 seconds. Can hold on to the mid, maybe see if we can try and get that level 12 online soon here on the Ringmaster. Morale backing up, cleaning up some of the Ancients. Just to step up the damage, try and get that Witchblade online. Yeah, Infernal did get the blink finished. Just going to be looking for the standard, the shard, into the Aghanims next on the Pango. And Secret. We got from Kiritich. Still going to be a bit of time before he really wants to get fully stuck in on the action. He's got the good early stats here with the Dragon Lance on top of the Manta. But still very slippery, tricky to kill this morph. And not quite keeping up with the farm. We're going to see if they get the setup. And with the opening, with the boat, it's going to be enough to get the kill done. Nicely executed there. See if they can find the bonus of Lupsi. Under the vision, he's going to go for the TP out. They'll drop the song to stop him. They want to make sure they can get everything they can find here, Secret. And they will get it. They get a second kill, double kill for Kiritich.
Right with the Tormentor spawning. Big move, Secret. Now they get the gold lead here as well.
Yellow Submarine, they're going to see if they can maybe get a sort of this pick off. I mean, this would be quite the snipe. Shikoda, they'll get the wheel in. He's done it.
God.
He's actually done it. He catches him in a fashion that doesn't leave him the chance, or he's not able to respond quick enough with the shift. I mean, you don't normally see a Ringmaster catching a morph like that.
No, and drops the most annoying voice line in the game, probably. The clown one. But yeah, that's very cool. Then they get Roshan. It's very explosive suddenly, right? 2 kills in Tormentor, 1 kill into Roche. Mid tower also is gonna go down almost to creeps here. The 2 cores of Yellow Submarine now, both the OD and Tiny are really online to fight now, especially with the Aegis on OD, Witchblade and Pike. They're so strong.
Oh, it's a good skewer. The Avalanche comes out into play though, as well as the toss. Look at the Torrent boat coming in on towards him. The RP will
nice
drag in the 3 of them, but the Rolling Thunder was already out. Bottega is yet going to be able to walk away from this. The escape hat comes in from Shikoda. Because Bottega has... Yeah, he's going to be left behind here by the looks of it. Now, surely, is he? He's not getting out. The skewer's going to miss, but they will find him. So Secret able to make sure that Yellow Submarine don't get away with that level of aggression up under the tier 2 tower.
Ooh, nice pick-up actually on the mag as well with the Aghanims, right? That was really good stuff from him. Getting the screw onto the Tiny and then the RP follow-up, so there won't be any save on the tower there.
Clean stuff from Cloud. Very much picking his game back up after the tough start he did have in the lane. Secret still maintaining that little bit of a net worth lead.
Wonder if... So you're gonna go, he's going Silver Edge on Tiny. I was just thinking maybe Blink Dagger would have been better this game. So you have a more explosive way of starting the fight. Because you don't really have that this game, right? Last game they had a Bat and Puck and all types of things, but this game, the only way you really start the fight is with the Pangolier roll. Blink Dagger. And, I mean, of course, you have Sakota. What am I talking about? He's basically the guy starting the fight, actually. Nonetheless, I think the Blink Dagger on Carry Tiny is sort of underrated. It's cheaper than the Silver Edge and gets you faster into that BKB or Daedalus or whatever it is you want. Get you on top of the supports quicker.
It is kind of crazy how sort of quiet of a game Infernal's having this time round. He's got pretty good farm. I guess it's nothing crazy on the Pango. But 0, 1, and 0. You know, you've got this Pango. He's not been able to involve in anything so far.
I think it's a result of the last pick OD, that there's really no one who can really run to his lane and play around him. Considering he had such a good lane, I think there should be ways to kick out the Morphling, especially with the Diffu timing. But in this particular game, it doesn't seem like it's been in the interest of Yellow Submarine. Another nice skewer, but...
Oh, yeah, they've got him with the X-Punch. The Astral will buy him a little time. Does allow for the Rolling Thunder to come in from Inferno, but the Torrent's there. They catch and get the kill. Puppey's going to try and go for the song and walk away. The Rolling Thunder comes to an end. We'll see Bottega step up over towards Kiritich. Kiritich's BKB coming to an end. They've got the toss, but there's the jump forward with the RP onto the two of them. Cloud just backing off, using the RP to try and hold back Bottega and Morel, give the space for Kiritich to escape. Off to the side, the chase continues from Inferno and Lipsy. I should be able to finish off the job here as Dealer Call will full double kill for Lupsi as they do succeed in taking out the two supports.
A lot of spells casted there, but not really that much kills in the end, at least not in the calls. I also realized that there's a really annoying interaction for the OD, which is the Morphling turning into OD and astraling him, making him lose, in this case, from one astral, 600 mana. It's only 24 minutes in.
Bottega just walks up, destroys Puppey here with the combo, and Inferno's, he's ready to cut off Cloud.
Yeah, I could actually see this game snowballing pretty quickly here for Yellow Submarine when they start getting picks around the map like this with the towers go down so quickly, right? And you do have the follow-up blinks from Sakura and the Pangolier to help the Tiny out. Once the map gets spread open like this with the what's it called, Twin Gate plays as well, suddenly Secret needs to be very careful of where they move on the map.
So what was sort of the next big item timing for Secret side of things? What you're looking towards the... Yeah, okay, Nullify now online for Rebels. So that's going to be the next big pickup that they've managed to seal up.
Another setup.
Yeah. And there's no escape for Theo the Court. Catching him many a time here in this game. And that will be the Serpent Wars dropped. No avail here. They'll be able to farm those up.
Sakura Ringmaster, man.
He's having a great day, right? The Death Prophet game 1, and then switching it up here to the Ringmaster in game 2. I mean, maybe it's just sort of the lane that he's in is the lane that ends up just kind of completely trashing the opponent. You know, top lane of game 1, completely destroys Secret. Game 2, bottom lane, he's destroying them.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember playing against this guy when Ringmaster came out.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was spamming it in pubs. It definitely makes sense that eventually he became good at the hero, right? But this is some different level Ringmaster, I think, than the average, even in pro play as well. So it's very cool to see people playing it differently as well.
Yeah, he's just doing so much aggressively with the setup. And he's not the one just necessarily sitting back looking to try and bail each other out. He's ready to get in there, start the plays.
Smoke from Secret.
I mean, Morel would be a pretty good catch.
But they already have the Aghanims now.
It's going to make it difficult for them to burst him. The smoke's coming in. So they're able to get the self-astral off. It's going to get a little bit awkward now. Can they afford to still try and finish him off? The escape back comes into play. They hold back the Morphling over the disruption. The song's there. What do they want to do with this? They've killed off Shikoda. They're turning towards Morel, but the Aghanims are keeping him safe. They'll lock him down with the shackles. They'll get him with the RP. They'll kill him off. Morel will fall. Our Rebel gets the double. Probably have to start falling back now, Yellow Submarine. Secret. They've got the dash down the X mark onto Bottega. Disruption will come out to stop him from getting dragged back by the X mark. Still trying to walk this one up, but they've got the vision, the drag back with the horn toss. They kill off Bottega as well. Big moves from Secret. They take the team fight, only losing the two supports, but getting two big kills there. In particular, both Mirel and Bottega getting taken out.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, maybe not the best, not the worst part of the fight is when OD gets jumped, I guess. He actually offers a lot of the damage. Tiny is somewhat easily kiteable, and when they have to use all their defensive spells to keep this OD alive, it's not really what you want.
Yeah, that BKB time is going to be crucial for him, but of course only just starting on the road towards it. It's going to be a bit of a while before Morel's got that online. Secret using the control fantastically there to ensure they could take him down despite the extra shield being granted by the Aghanims. Still get that big kill.
It's also a decent adjustment, I would say, overall from Rabel on his Kunkka. Like, not just going for the Radiance and being really greedy, but actually going BKB before Radiance, and then not even going for it, but going for the Nullifier straight away, right? Against the Ringmaster, against the Pike of OD and things like that. So I think that's a cool adjustment. Also because he has the Magnus and power, right? So it doesn't really matter as much what kind of damage item he buys. They are going to be amped by Empower. And same with the Morphling, right? He does have a Morphling to carry him. He doesn't need to be this Radiance hard carry type hero out of mid. And get more utility.
So
Our smoke from Yellow Submarine here.
Radiant's top tower is under
I'm going
attack.
to check out the pit, but yeah, it was just the illusion triggering the scan.
They see the ward secret being placed, so they know that this is a smoke. Roche is up though, so Secret can't walk too far away. But it doesn't seem like Yellow Submarine even thinking about that right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see if they can catch anyone alone. Secret starting to sweep up the map. Submarine. They are prepared for this, of course. Still, in fact, they've got this tier 1 still up at 30 minutes, giving them the freedom to quickly be in position. Roshan heads down towards the bottom. And Secret.
They have a very nice position right now. Does the ward spot the Kunkka there? In the mag?
Oh, I think, yeah,
Did one
of them step to the left of it? Yeah, not at the moment, no.
But nah, they know where they are, but they don't see anyone right now. They're smoking around.
They might catch the Kunkka.
Amazing.
They're going to find Rebel at the start. He's able to get the BKB off. They get the skewer over towards, but the Rolling Thunder comes in, interrupts the skewer. Clutch play there from Infernal. Could set up for more. Puppy's going to try and go for the song. He'll have to TP at the end of it, and we'll make it out. But yeah, the big plays that he tried to get the skewer back, but Pango, he was ready to go.
Mag didn't pop his BKB there. He actually had it. 9-second one.
Ooh, that's ooh.
Yeah, so,
He would've had him
actually
with
that would have exactly that would have been an insane skewer, right?
Yeah.
Pulling the OD down from the cliff and giving them an opportunity to actually kill him off. But now suddenly another Aegis going the way of Yellow Submarine. Also finding the Kunkka first is one of the best targets they can get.
Yeah, he had to BKB super early there, Rebel, to try and stand a chance of surviving. And Jet Cloud, I think, yeah, that's one of those sort of moves that it happens once, but next time he's not going to hold back on popping that BKB if he sees a chance to make a jump. He's going to be popping that every time.
Yeah, for sure. Tiny on top. Can he potentially...
I was going to see the other call.
He sees the Jama.
Oh my goodness. That Silverhead jet.
Oh, that's what happened. It broke the...
Yeah, he just got completely smashed.
Ah, okay.
And now they're going to get more. They just walk it over. There's a Rebel. The RP will come out, allows them to at least kill off the Shakoda. They do get the support kills, but can they actually keep their cause alive? BKB pop by Curiosity, turns towards Potato. Potato has to pop his own BKB. But Rebel dead.
Okay, the OD, the Morphling turning into OD is no joke. you gotta respect that. With Empower as well. He has the Arcane Orb with all the stats of Morph. That's and he stole 1k mana from the OD. That's I don't know. There's something there for sure. That looks unfair. So you definitely gotta respect that BKB. That BKB of Morphling. You cannot man-fight him there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pretty crazy game. One of the closest ones we've had here, 33 minutes in. Definitely still up for the takings for either of these two teams. Both teams carries in pretty similar positions. Bottega and Curatix there at the top.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Secret. They've got to pull it together. A loss here would be the end of their journey towards TI.
Yep, I think another point about this OD, now that we got to 35-ish minutes, right, where he starts getting this 20k area net worth. This is where this hero becomes really disgusting, right? When he gets the axe, he gets the pike, and now he's eyeing up a refresher, right, with the double sanity eclipse. So he got through the hardest phases of this hero's game. Now he becomes a real monster in late game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
The refresher is kind of interesting. I imagine he's gonna take the Sanity's Eclipse mana talent, perhaps the 21, and then try to just double hammer the cores of Secret. This smoke is kind of interesting from Secret right now.
They're gonna get the quick jump. On to Lupsi. Do they want to try and fight 4 versus 5? Looks like they do. You got Bottega coming in from the backlines. He's been able to find Cloud. The Song of the Siren will come out. See if that's enough to get them all away or reset for the fight. The Rolling Thunder continues to catch on to Puppey. Will the Wonder's going to get laid down, blocks off his escape, will have to turn elsewhere, still gets cleaned up by Bottega. As the cores get out, at least. Both teams only losing the support. And the other core will manage to be greedy and get the wisdom on the way out here. Nice little move from him.
Yeah, there's the refresher and that talent. I'm curious, I mean, I never get to see this stuff, right? But the idea is that you just double Sanity's Eclipse and then people die from 100 to 0, pretty much, right?
It should be pretty crazy. I mean, it's a lot of maths to do to work out exactly how much damage it's going to be kind of around. But
yeah, it is.
It could hit like a truck.
It is a very annoying spell to try to calculate. So
yeah, it either kills you or does nothing at all.
There's a 400 damage, like just to say some numbers, there's a 400 base, and then there's the mana difference, 0.6 multiplier, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
And some of them are pretty low. I mean, Kunkka is very low mana, right? He's the lowest right now on 800.
So Kunkka would take roughly 1200 damage plus the 400 for one ultimate.
And that's for, yeah, so double that. It's going to be most of his HP.
And that's without any astral extra mana from the OD, right? That he's going to steal. And then, of course, not only that, but once he gets the BKBs and the hexes on OD and stuff like this, then it becomes, a real problem. But the smoke here.
They're going to catch him, but the escape pack's there. Shikoda ever coming close to buy him a chance to play, but the RP comes out afterwards as well with another fire. Shield still puts, but it won't save him. The buyback comes in from Shikoda, but there's no buyback available on Mirel. They have to back out here, Yellow Submarine. This is no longer a fight for them.
Ooh, that's the perfect target, right? If they can actually find the OD, then I don't think the Yellow Submarine's draft is that scary. It really is OD that deals most of the damage. But the 2 times the Secret has had a really good situation going for them has been when they have kind of caught the OD off guard and caught Yellow Submarine not ready to really respond. Sure, there was a save there from Sakura, but that's just delaying the inevitable at that point.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Or mid. Taylor Core's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We have spoken about OD strength in late game, but I mean, Morphling is 25 now. He is fully slotted. This is maybe the most ultimate late game carry in the game. So if Morphling clicks his BKB, then none of the OD's damage matters, right? So we also gotta keep that in mind, that it's not necessarily that easy to catch and kill the Morphling off. Might be a smoke from Yellow Submarine the way they're sitting up around there. Oh, no smokes. They're just gonna walk together. I think that's generally wise in this game, considering the times they have been losing fights has been the times where they were not quite ready for it.
We'll see if they're ready to go here. Setting up.
It's also a bit like you have this disruption save, you have astral save, you have the box escape art from Ringmaster, but it's not so obvious how useful they are at this point, right? And when they're actually going to be good to use into, because when you use them, there's RP follow-up on it, there's skewer follow-up on it, there's torrent, boats, tidal waves, right? So these saves are not as good and easy to use as they might be in other games.
And another Rebel, yeah, clearing the wave. If they want to try and catch him out, he's already out. Because the wave gets out.
Another hero we haven't talked much about in this game is Naga Siren, but also the later this game goes, the easier this hero becomes to execute, just because you just need to click one spell, right? Compared to the positioning needed from like Shadow Demon and Ringmaster and the amount of skill shots that they have to land, right? Whereas the Naga just, okay, we just song this you know, and Pangolier roll is over. It's like more simple to understand. In these super chaotic Dota games nowadays, where there's so many factors and spells and visions on the screen. Pangolier has a Aeon disc, by the way. He's showing it.
Look at the catch on him. They'll try and get out of this, and should be able to. Oh no, they didn't manage to roll away. They've got it, and the escape hat will come into play. He'll dodge the boat, but he is gone.
Yeah. Could he have gotten something off there, like the Rolling Thunder, or did the net stop it, perhaps? That was what happened, right?
I think it might,
So,
yes. Something sort of messed him up
yeah.
as he tried to get the Rolling Thunder off during the roll-up.
Might be ensnared there. And Devotion is up. This is a big pickup. Do you just have to buy back this one right now and just deter Secret from doing it? Because you're going to give ages to this Morphling with... Yeah, it's... looking problematic now for Yellow Submarine. It seems hard for them to find a good opening to fight, right? We talked about it a bunch in the last series and this game as well. Just when you cannot initiate the fight, it's hard to play Dota. And now Secret has all the tools in the box to do this, right? The Skewer, the RP, the Shaman Hex. Whereas you need to see somebody on Yellow Submarines and you need to press roll and blink stun. It's so difficult. Like Ringmaster cannot be expected to start a fight anymore.
Let's see if they can stop this push. Secret into the base. They drop down the Serpent Wards and the banner. They're onto the tier 3.
Building's dying quick here.
Oh, they've got to just let them go. Not able to do anything. They're going to maybe try and find some Botegas moving in. They put the BKB, they get the full combo down on towards the Magnus. They've taken Cloud out. See what one they can go for. There's the Sanity's coming in. The first one, the second one hits hard enough to pop the Morphling the once. Jump for Shikoda looking over towards Diola Core. They'll be pushed out of the fight. The BKB's out there from Kiritich. Turns into the Tiny and is ready to fight back. They've got the drag back on him around, but the BKB's out. He'll run away from the X mark. The shield pops. He'll be fine. Now let's just go back and surround Kiritich. Can they kill him off though? Kiritich turns towards Morel. Kiritich he's been able to do it on his own. No, Shikoda comes in with a favor. The cheese is there. Heals Kiritich back up. Waveforms over towards Morel. The buyback's now coming from Bottega. Kiritich turns into the Tiny. He's got the combo to burst Morel low. They finish him off with the Tidebringer hit. Kiritich, he's out with the TP. There's nothing to stop it. Kiritich, he gets away with it.
Damn, that was a nice setup by Yellow Submarine though, but Kiritich is just way too big at this point. Just completely 1v5ing this fight. 10,000 damage done.
Yeah, they just couldn't kill him. Like I mean, they got him the once, sure, with it took the double ults to burst him before the Aegis, but yeah, that second life, even when the BKB ran out, they were just not touching him.
Yeah, also speaks to the fact that they gave up that Aegis to the Morphling, right? That kind of destroys the whole idea of the pressure on OD, right? Like popping 2 ults to kill the Aegis. It doesn't seem like it's worth it.
We'll see her again on the respawn, you know. Bottega not able to do much about this at all, and then at this point, you know, Kiritic, they're looking towards him. Morel's trying to stand toe-to-toe with him. It's just not working out. Kiritic.
And also the cheese hand over there.
Yeah,
by
that's coming
Rebel.
from Rebel, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that was really clutch because he basically was dying there. So not only was it the Aegis, it was also the cheese on the Morphling there. So, yeah, no wonder he was hard to bring down.
That was a crazy fight from Kiritic. 10k lead now for Secret. But
I think we need some hexes on Yellow Submarine, potentially, to bring down this Morphling. I think it's very difficult without it.
I guess on the plus side for Yellow Submarine, they did show that if they could sort of get that setup onto the Morph, that the double ults does still give them the potential to bring him down from the OD, and he's going to have to refresh it back in 25 seconds.
For sure. I mean, I do think that maybe the refresher was a little too premature. He bought this item before having really any other synergy with the refresher, right? He bought it before BKB, he bought it before any kind of hex or anything like that. So I think that this item was, it should come eventually, but I think it would have been better for him to buy the hex, for example, right? Because that also kills Morphling, just in a different way. But we'll see if it ends up working out. But you know, the reason why they were able to fight that one last time was also because they got the initial roll, they got the initial initiation onto the Magnus by the Tiny, right? Killing Mag off 100 to 0, that's not going to be easy to do consistently.
Let's see where they go now. The smoke from Secret.
They're gonna really be able to. It's always such a hard area to take back control of this high ground here. But Odie is spotted by Nilo here. Maybe this is an opening. Mag is looking.
Ooh, whoa. A little awkward there with the blink, but somehow still works fine for Morel. Secret. Do you have any sort of smokes on Yellow Submarine? They're just heading towards top. And no smokes on them right now. They're going to try. They've hit the scan. So they're going to go for this. The BKB is out though from Kiritic, and the song's there as well from Puppey. Secret deciding what to do with this information. Puppey's going to try and split from the rest of the team. The rest of Secret, though, they're going to try and head over to help out. But the burst comes in. They do it cleanly this time. The double ults coming in from Morel. Quickly deal with the Morphling. They'll get Puppey as well off to the side. It works out for Yellow Submarine.
Nicely done by them. The roll was really cool. A clutch BKB by Kiritic. He would have died way earlier if he didn't pop that right away. I was actually looking at the Naga there, so I'm not really sure how Morphling didn't manage to get out. I think he just didn't TP perhaps in time. Or he maybe got bashed, I'm not sure. But they do manage to bring him down, and that shows the strength of that refresher.
Yeah, it was just so much damage. I think because the way the rest of the Secret was moving over, I think there was maybe the anticipation that they might have been able to take the fight there, Secret. But definitely wasn't to be.
It seems like the story of these fights and this game in general is that the team who's ready to fight takes the lead, right? It's most fights we see are because, or most bad fights is because somebody is not ready to fight. You know, somebody gets caught off guard, like the Ode we saw a couple of times. This time it was the Morphling. Can they get much out of this though? There's no Roshan available. The Shaman cut the midway, so there's no tier 2 available as well. So I think the game just sort of continues from here with no big changes. Okay, we have a Octarine Core on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, he's ready to spam these poisons out. Look at him go. Secret. They do have the smoke at the ready. They've got the double RP back up. See how aggressive they want to go here as they regroup around the tier 2. How are we doing on the timings for Yellow Submarine? Still a minute until the refresher's online for Morel, so we'll only have the 1 sanities to play with. Scan's been hit by Secret. They know that Yellow Submarine's down here on the low ground. Yellow Submarine moving in.
Nice positioning by Thirlico maybe here, or is it?
Just going to go for it. Just jumps into the wrong corner, looking to get the information. They'll try and burst through the morphing. They drop the sanities. One on its own is not enough. Kiritic is fine. He's able to waveform out of this. Thirlico's going to go for the TP out the range of the BKB. He'll make it away. Quick toss combo onto Rebel. Not enough to train him. He'll able to get the BKB off. Now looking for the drag back onto Infernal. They have got the safety with the escape pack. And he's got the Eon Disc proc as well, getting him out of there. We'll see to the side, it's Dakota just playing around with Cloud, making sure the Cloud can't get the blink initiation. Now the BKB's come out, but he's got to get away, Morel. Can't stand toe-to-toe once again with Kiritic. The BKB's pop. They'll turn, settle for the kills. They take out Lupsi. So all that pressed and all that popped, and only the 1 support death. Everybody else gets out alive.
Yeah, so 1 ult with double damage there took half the Morphling's HP. But they didn't quite have the refresher there ready for the OD. But he will have it very soon though.
Heritage. They have the control here, but there's the RP. Comes in onto the 2 and the BKB. Second RP ready to go. Locking down both Infernal and the Tiny, but Bateko with the escape pack gets the chance to put the BKB. Buyback's coming out now. And they'll get in with the first sanities. The second one is decent damage. Enough to allow them to bring down Cloud. The Astral will hold back Kiritic for now. Kiritic, he's bailing out of this one. Doesn't feel this is a fight that they can turn. A Secret will have to accept the losses here. Of course, it was an investment there from Yellow Submarine. They used the 3 buybacks to make this fight happen. So it wasn't without cost. Does allow them to maybe set up for the Roshan. And I imagine if they get the Roshan, they get this pickup as well. The 3 buybacks, they're looking pretty worth it right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely worth it. It's getting to the territory now where you gotta fight with tooth and nail for everything, right? You gotta use those buybacks to win the fights. You cannot be saving them. But that was we saw the double sanities. Of course, it's ideal if you can get 1 or 2 Astrals off before it, right? So that you really get that that oomph with dropping the hammer. But when Odie gets to stand his ground and hit and there's no BKBs, this hero is a monster. 3 heroes still dead now for Secret, and looking at the way Yellow Submarines are opposing here, they might be able to hit a little bit of buildings. Tiny kills them very quickly.
See how much they can get. And even with the respawns coming in, they might still look for more objectives. They've got the 4 minutes on the Aegis from Bottega. And Lincoln Sphere now on Morel.
The Pangolin's role is also so important in this game. Like him being able to stay alive before and get the roll off. Now he has a refresher. Shard going even for his own refresher as well. Like he plays a key role because when the song comes in, he needs to be able to interrupt, right? And create chaos in the fight. Force out those BKBs early on the Morphling, on the mag. If he dies first, it's very hard for Yellow Submarine to fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You get the Aegis on the Tiny, but it's still similar type of fights that has to happen for Yellow Submarine, right? If you lose your supports, Tiny will get kited against all this Kunkka, Skewer, Shaman. So you still need to take the fights correctly and get the... Yeah, you die now on Pangolier, Shadow Demon or Ringmaster, you're dead for, I mean, probably around 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, for sure, yeah, getting this stage with these levels. Definitely a little spooky when it comes to that, but because that's the thing. If you're Secret, are you saying, hey, we want to look to try and take a fight whilst their buybacks are on cooldown, or are you sort of saying, hey, they've got Aegis, we don't want to take a fight? You know, which one sort of overrules the other?
Oh, I think it's yes to both. It's like if there's a good opportunity, they're gonna take it. But at the same time, right, they're looking at the tiny. They're not gonna go on him with Aegis. So yeah, I think it's maybe you should look to be a bit more aggressive on Secret because you have all the buybacks, right? And the mag, I feel like the double RP, it should be powerful at this phase of the game. It is a little bit difficult to understand how tanky this OD hero is. He has double Aghanims trigger, right? It doesn't.
Yep.
You can refresh it. It cannot be refreshed, actually.
Oh,
the Aghanims cannot.
Well,
I was just thinking.
That's probably the only thing in the game that can't be refreshed, right?
Maybe. What about maybe Undying's innate as well?
Oh yeah, the
but yeah,
respawn
it's
thing.
definitely very few.
Yeah.
But that cannot be refreshed, okay. But regardless, right? He has double BKB, he has Lincolns, he has the Aghanims. It's not that you might RP him, but he might not even die, right? He might take forever to kill between all these saves. So it isn't not necessarily the easiest mag game either. We have a refresher on Naga. So we have a potential for like a double song, maybe even a double hex.
Oh. Gonna try and set up some vision here, ready for the defense around the tier 2. Well, Secret hanging around as well themselves. And both teams seem to be interested in a fight around here.
Yeah, at this phase of the game, it usually becomes almost like a waiting game. Who's willing to be the most patient and not, not give the opponent a chance to start the fight. But here goes Pengol here.
He's going to see what he can find with the Rolling Thunder. The back end of Secret.
Aegis runs out.
Has timed out. They get the opening bash onto Kiritich, but boy, he's walking up on Morel though. Have the Astral. It's close, but it's not enough. He tries his luck there to see if the numbers worked out, but they didn't quite. Not enough to kill off the Morphling. Maybe at the least they'll catch Puppy here with the combo. They will. And maybe even get the Magnus as well. Hold up, Infernal. He's actually able to jump across the turn towards him. The Indis to keep him protected. The buyback comes in from Puppy. If the Hex on Morel, he's got to try and break himself out of the Serpent Ward. Stepping up with the BKB, Bottega looks for the Avalanche over towards the Shaman. But Shaman's able to get away up to the high ground. But Kiritich, he's dead. They've killed the Morph off after it all. They're ready to try and chase on for more. Infernal's got his eyes over towards Cloud on the Magnus, but Cloud will get the blink off. But after all that, and the Morphling still dies.
Oh yeah, that was interesting sequence of events, and made me realize that if Morphling is the one getting jumped and he's the one that has to wave him away, pop his BKB defensively, Secret has basically no damage, right? Like, it's not, you can't really RP because there's no damage follow-up. I think it's, Morphling cannot be the guy who gets jumped by the Oli like this. Even if he doesn't die from the double ult, it still puts Secret in an awkward position.
Okay.
Tiny.
Disruption's going to be there, then they've got the Astral set up. Sanities comes in, hitting them both pretty hard. Avalanche to follow up. They have to use the song to get him out, to keep Cloud safe. They've got the buyback. Can they set anything up with it? They've got the song into the boat. Does land on towards Morel. Bottega trying to back off, but the shackles catch him. Bottega will fall. They get the skewer back as well as the horn toss onto Morel. Morel, I don't think there's anyone coming to save him, as he's caught under the tier 4 towers. They get 2 big kills. Does, of course, cost them the buyback from Kiritich, but immediately pays off. Kills off both the mid and the carry. And with them dead for nearly 2 minutes, Secret, they should be able to push and try and push those buybacks out in return.
Yeah, I think these 2 heroes being dead means that you don't even have to commit the Morphling hitting the high ground, potentially. You can just hit it with Mag, with Kunkka, who has the buyback still. So, very tricky spot for Yellow Submarine. I think you're just going to end up having to buy back here. At least one of the heroes. Of course, Morphling does not want to start hitting going for Megas, because if he dies, it's probably game over.
Yeah, he has to be so careful, Kiritich. Because it really will be. Yeah, if they buy back, kill the Morph, it's over for Secret. So they've got to be cautious with this. Kiritic, as you say, he's got to sit back, let the others do the building damage. And there's the Serpent Morphs coming in. See if they're able to hold off on these buybacks.
I would actually be very impressed if they managed to hold here.
I mean, do you let a set of racks go rather than buying back, do you think? No.
Well, that's not good. That's not good start. Just getting picked apart by one. That's worse than buying back, I would say.
So they're going to get the they really don't want to buy back. They want to just let this set go.
Yes, they would rather give up the racks than buying back. I don't know what's better nowadays. I think it used to be that buybacks were that important, and they still of course are, but having two sides of racks is down like this, and I mean, we'll see, I guess. Now they feel good, they have buybacks still, Morph doesn't. Maybe that's a clear win condition. But I don't know if Secret is going to give you that fight, that's the thing, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, if they can get the Roshan right, which is going to potentially come up with the next 2 minutes, get that Aegis on the Morph, then they've got the ability to close the game, even with the buyback on cooldown for Kiritic. But yeah, that buyback situation on the Morph is everything.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it definitely was the right decision in this case. Mm-hmm. I think maybe even dying on the SD made it so that this could have happened. But yeah, very tense now. Morphle needs to be extremely careful, obviously. We also have the 60-minute mark, by the way, so we got new items coming in.
Yeah, we'll see if we get anything crazy. Very close to having the Hex on Shakoda. We'll imagine we'll see most heroes save for buyback. As close of a situation this game is in. 60 minutes in, just a 2-3k gold difference. It's as close as it can be. Secret holding on. You do have the advantage slightly. Definitely in terms of the base situation, but for 4 minutes for Kiritic, you have to be his most careful.
Dire are scanning.
No show on the Magnus. Roshan's up.
So difficult to get a proper angle to these fights, but now that you didn't use your buybacks earlier, I wonder if you should man up a little bit more on the Yellow Submarine and try to force this fight with your extra lives. It's just kind of awkward that you cannot TP anywhere to join the fight quickly. Morphling also got his own refresher, and now he's gonna get a shield room, so he's gonna be insanely tanky.
Oh yeah,
He's
this
doing
is
the
look at the
trick
numbers
here.
here. 3,800
4K.
shield.
Oh my god, that's crazy actually. That could be a deal breaker if Oli jumps the gun with everything he has. It just breaks the shield.
Secret, they're going to go for this fight.
Okay.
It is risky. No buyback on Kiritic.
But right now with the shield rune, it might be worth the risk, right? He's so tanky. There's no way he gets bursted.
Cloud, seeing if he can find some sort of grab.
They see the mag. Okay. What do we got of items, by the way? Tiny picked up the Divine Regalia with the Audacious. So a lot of attack speed, a lot of damage. Full glass cannon actually built. Got the roll.
We've got a bit of a setup, but the forces there up to the high ground.
Naka has no buyback here.
They're going to have it.
Who's that?
Nearly 2 minutes
seconds.
without Puppy.
Yeah. How did that even happen? I was too focused on looking at items around the board here. Very costly. Oh, Tiny.
skewer back. Into the Hex and the RP, but he actually gets the BKB off. Doesn't matter. The physical, maybe the Astral will save him. It's coming just in time. Astral is there. He's able to get out to the side. The disruption is what they're doing everything they can to save the Tiny. But Taker, he's going to live. Mirel, he's caught in the midst of the fight, though, by the Shackle, but he's able to get the Astral off at himself in time. He'll live a little longer. After the Astral comes to an end, though, he will fall. Well, yes, he gets the chance to get the Sanities. Okay. Never mind. I mean, he got the damage done still. At the end of the day there, thanks to the Helmet, the Undying. And that might have just done it, really. He's knocked the Kunkka out for a second time. A dieback on Rebel. And they're not even done yet. They're going to get the Illicore as well. I mean, that Helmet, the Undying, that might have just sealed the deal.
Was that what caused him to be able to go in again?
Yeah, he gets, this extra 5 seconds to live, right? And he gets the Sanities off.
Okay, so I mean, I think Kunkka just died from 100-0. Yeah, 10,000 damage from the OD.
That's a big number.
That is, I mean, yeah, that's so crazy, actually.
And out of the Roche they go.
The amount of saves that comes through as well from Yellow Submarine in that fight.
Yeah, they kept Taker alive for so long.
And he
gets dragged back. Everything's onto him. And then we'll get the Astral coming in, I think, first. And then he gets sort of blinks out of the side, and then the Disruption's there to bail him out as well.
That must have been so frustrating for Secret to fight that fight, right? Like you basically trying to kill a Tiny with 5% HP, and he just constantly gets put under in different things.
Yeah.
Can you end the game here, though? It's also a little bit risky, right? You don't. I guess Tiny still has his buyback. He also has Travels 2 now. He's queuing up the Rapier. And this game has suddenly become super interesting, right? What do we got? So we got Kunkka 25 seconds, 45 on Shaman. This is the only set of, like, they haven't broken the base yet, right? So it takes a while before you can get to the throne. Also have Morphling. Look at Morphling. He's eyeing potentially going for the throne here. The throne is naked.
Okay. I mean, is there a move to be...
rat play
he's
here.
Thinking about it.
Certainly
got
is.
The Stygian.
He also has the buyback. Again, ODTP is back. But that leaves potentially some vulnerability in the...
Yeah, probably he's trying to catch him with the song. But they're already out.
Yeah, they get out. That was a wise decision for them to back out there. I think that could have gotten real chaotic really quick with a song onto like the whole team while Morphling is killing your base. That would have actually been an insane highlight reel. But we don't get to see it, at least not yet in this game. But that could have been so insane. Maybe they should have even gone for it earlier, right? If you think about it. Because he has double song. He could have been sleeping them for 14 seconds. Yeah. I don't even know if they realized that option was there.
That lock. Yeah.
But what an opportunity that could have been. Double RP as well. Yeah, you're not TPing back to base if you commit there with everything you got.
Yeah, these fights are just so scary for Secret. It's like, how do you go on this OD? Well, with the Aghanim shield, with the Helmet, the Undying, and just with all these potential saves behind him, it's just... You might get him... You might get him, but it's going to be so messy. He will get to turn, get some hits off, get some Astrals off, get these Sanities off. Yeah, like, damage will be done every time by Morel.
That is actually true. He always will get his burst damage off now.
Yeah.
And that his whole build is around that, right? He even took the enchantment Wise, giving him 15% more mana. and 1,000 XP per minute, but he already is level 30, so it's just for the mana, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. And Tiny has a Rapier now with the Divine Regalia as well, so he also hurts, I would say.
Yeah, he didn't die at all right in that last fight, so he's still getting the buff from it.
Right. And that made those saves even more insane.
Yeah,
the fact that he had that.
Keep that 20% protected.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff coming out now. Level 30 on the Kunkka.
Radiant are scanning.
A little split right now.
Yeah, but they did see the OD moving in this direction with the ward. So they should be able to get out of here. The amount of late game heroes, crazy late game heroes we have in this game is kind of absurd. With the Shadow Demon late game, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter, the OD, the Mag, RP, and Morphling, Naga. It's like so many insane spells. He just out in 20. Harasma.
So he's just like if he gets one kill, you know, just sort of extends that Helm of the Undying death timer by like an additional 5 seconds. Like it's suddenly looking like 10 seconds in which you can't touch the OD, and he can press any button he wants to.
True. Yeah, and he just stands there hammering these orbs.
Yeah.
700 pure damage at the moment.
And he's still got the luxury of picking up the Moon Shard next if he wants to. Well, of course, I imagine want to make sure the buyback gold is safe, though. Just a couple of minutes, and we'll pretty much see everybody's buyback come back into play. Secret still in a position where they've taken the 2 sets of racks. They're just down to 1 themselves in the mid. Can they actually close it up?
Just that type of stress factor is more on the side of Yellow Submarine, having to worry about the potential for the direct thrown play that we potentially saw earlier with the Morphling. Just the creeps coming in. It's always scary at this phase of the game. Sakura is gonna get spotted by the ward here. Maybe an option for Secret. Nice blink out.
And Shikoda's thinking about maybe getting back in. Trying to see if they can get any sort of pick off. Still got that tier 2 to deal with on the bottom lane though. Yellow Submarine. Bottega, able to take that down through the backdoor protection with the rapier. Now potential Roshan respawn in a minute.
Should also consider picking up the shard on OD, right? It's a nice the fact that you can move doing astral saves. It's gonna be pretty nice doing all this chaos. Oh, they cut them off.
And he's gone for it. The double ult, it's not enough on its own. He allows him to get the BKB off. He's going to go for the TP out. He'll make it away. And the puppy will get caught off to the side. Puts the refresher, tries to get the soul off with the BKB. He'll be fine.
Oh
Puppy
my God.
retreats. And Cloud. No, that's not going to work. But yeah, this one. That's close though, right?
That was close. That was close in both ways. It was also he refreshed his Aeon disc. That's how he survived, right? For that extra long. But that means Roshan may spawn in 10 seconds. Okay, that's gonna be big because if it spawns now, then I don't know if Secret's gonna feel confident going out of the map right now. OD did use both BKBs and his refresher.
Cloud gets the grab.
Can he blink out though?
And the Rolling Thunder's ready to come in. They get the jump over towards Rebel. They're ready to start bringing the damage. Forces Rebel to have to put the BKB. They get the RP off one of the 2 of them. See if they can kill off Inferno through the roll-up. Inferno trying to break out of this. They've caught the OD to the side, but he's able to slide out the serpent wards. Rebel's also...
Oh my God.
Inferno gets out with the jump. He gets away from them. And now Cloud's caught outside of the base. He does not have buyback. He's short at the gold. He's not got enough money. He's dead for 2 minutes. Theolacor gets blown up by the Sanity's clips. Curitage has to try and wave from away, but Infernal, he's caught him. Gets in with the Rolling Thunder. He's got buyback available, but they're taking damage on the tier 4s. And as I said, Cloud, he doesn't have the money. Puppy.
Oh, yeah, the throne. The Radiant throne is getting under attack here by the Morphling.
They're trying for a cube play. Is this actually going to work? I mean, Rebels coming in as well. They've got the glyph. I mean, they had to go for this sort of play. It's actually going to work in secret. Mirel's turned up, and he's ready to start to bring together the defense to shut down the two of them. They've killed off Rebel. Kiritic, he's desperately trying to get secret the win, but he cannot. God. The defense is held. I think it's secret, knowing that they didn't have the buyback on the Magnus, they knew that they had to try for that sort of play. It doesn't work out. Yellow Submarine, they managed to keep the Ancient alive.
Oh my god. That's a crazy situation here.
They went all in.
Look at Kiritic. He still believes. He's drawing the line now. No glyph. Walk down bot lane, but I don't know if that's going to work out this time around.
It's yeah, he's going to be sitting there for this 90 seconds. No more fling.
The chance of them getting creeps in the base as well, right? It's so low before their own throne dies.
They're trying here, the push on the bottom. Theolacor in with the Fallen Sky, trying to clear these waves. But down the mids, Yellow Submarine heading towards the Ancient, ready to deliver the killing blow to Team Secret.
He almost has 2 songs though, so they're gonna try this move.
They're buying time.
That we talked about earlier, but there's no creeps.
Is it enough time? As you said, they're trying to head up, but the backdoor protection's still there. They need
it's not gonna
creeps.
work.
They've got no creeps.
It's over.
Secret knocked out of the TI qualifiers here by Yellow Submarine. 75 minutes in here. Yellow Submarine able to get the victory and will be the ones to move on today. 2-0 against Secret. Some cute moves at the end there from Secret to try and scramble the victory. But Yellow Submarine, they had this one in the bag. And it did feel kind of that way, right? Coming into the later stages, the later plays, the team fights. Despite Team Secret's early start and the position that Kiritic was in on his Morphling, Yellow, especially when this Helm of the Undying comes out for Mirel, right? It's like you look at this OD and you're like, what on earth? What do you do about this OD? How do you deal with him?
Yeah, I mean, at least in Dota theory, it seems impossible. But also that last fight, right? The SD actually gets skewered into the base of Secret. He gets astraled. He disrupts himself. He has double Aeon Disc. He gets boxed.
Don't kill anyone.
He's surviving for 10 plus seconds in the base, right? The Pangolier gets to blink out there. Absolutely ridiculous how hard it is to kill a target for Secret in this game. But I must say that if they just had seen that opportunity there was around that 60-minute mark when the Morphling was aiming to go for the throne in top lane, and the Naga and the double RP, double song. They had the win there if they had just seen that opportunity. So that would have been it would have been so crazy to see. But in the end, Submarine takes it. I mean, so many crazy late game heroes they have in their draft that it does make sense.
Yeah, and the execution was there. They cleaned it up from what we saw yesterday for them.
Here's the
look how long he lives. Helm of the Undying, pops the Sanities, gets the kills, and of course with these kills, extending that time that you get to survive here and continue to just do damage.
Well. Look how long he survives. Disruption. Gets RP'd. Aeon Disc on Pangolier. Disruption again.
And these Astrals just
refresh, blink out.
You can't kill anyone. Everybody's saving everybody on Yellow Submarine's lineup in these fights.
And Mag ends up dying there, no buyback, sure, but like, I don't know, how do you even take that into account, that there's double Aeon Discs, double all these saves? It's so hard to play around at that point.
Yeah, no, this was definitely the beginning of the end there for Secret. Having to make this all in play, which they do go for, and you got to respect it, but not enough. Not enough to deal with Yellow Submarines. Getting the victory here today. 2-0 against Secret. We're seeing some big names, being knocked out in the first round. We have Mal's getting knocked out in the first series today. Secret also now out. They've lost the chance to make it towards this year's TI. Yellow Submarine moving on. And they look great doing this during this 2-0. And I think, if anything, it just goes to show, looking back to yesterday, maybe Na'Vi Junior really is just that far ahead of anyone else in this qualifiers right now, Misery.
I think so a little bit.
Yeah.
That being said, though, we did talk about it when we were watching them yesterday, how they have a very unique set of heroes. And I think once you start maybe banning some of those, then maybe they're not going to be as strong. But I mean, it's hard to say, right? But I think when teams have a little bit more time to figure out Na'Vi Junior, perhaps it's a different beast. But they looked really strong yesterday. And considering they won the other qualifier as well, I think they are the favorites.
Yeah. Well, with that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, that is the second series done and dusted. And as I say, unfortunately for Team Secret, the end of the road for them in this qualifiers. We'll be able to check right now to see what you've got coming up next. And as we were talking about Na'Vi Junior, that's the next one. An absolute banger coming up for you next. Na'Vi Junior playing against Nigma Galaxy. It is, of course, in the upper bracket. So loser of that will still get another chance. And then that last series of the day, going to be Avalos versus 4 Pirates. So some great Dota to be had today. I mean, I have some quick predictions for you, Misery. Nigma or Na'Vi Junior? Who sort of got the victory there? Can Nigma take down Na'Vi Junior?
They can. But I think my money, if I had to bet or something like that, then I would put it on Na'Vi Junior. Yeah. They looked so strong. As for 4 Pirates, though, against Avalos,
I think
4 Pirates could take that one, I think. They looked really strong yesterday.
They were. Can't wait to see it, ladies and gentlemen. And you won't have to wait. We're going to have a short break. Then it's going to be Cap and SVG taking you through the rest of the day with those bangers of 2 more series that we've got here at the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2025.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Western European qualifier for the International. We've got 2 more series to go, which means me and Avery are going to be taking over the show now. We've got Nigma Galaxy versus Navi Junior. Avery, and you kind of hyped this series up last night as the matchup to kind of watch, because both of these teams, they've got real potential to go all the way, right?
Oh, absolutely. I would be really surprised if one of these didn't make it in the 2 slots left. I think they are both top 3 or 4 of this qualifier if they're on form. And I'm excited to see what they do against each other. Though that said, it's going to be a tough match for one of these teams because you're going to drop down. You're not going to feel great about it. And at the same time, you might have to play this team again, potentially, right? Like you beat whoever's here. There's still another series. If you drop down, maybe you have to play a team again, and then you end up in that situation where we saw like Nigma and the EWC qualifiers where you have to play against Virtus Pro multiple times. It gets really awkward, so you really want to win this match if you're either one of these teams, and especially if you're Nigma, because, man, their fans are just ruthless. Like they give them no mercy when it comes to these things, and of course, you just had the disappointing result in the EWC quals, so you're really looking to make up for that one here.
And you can see there's the Nigma team already just trying to put themselves together. I was laughing at Noob. It almost looked like he was a quick prayer, but he and the whole squad, as you said, representing a region for a long time, are representing a pretty rabid fan base and have given them hope this year, where there really wasn't much hope for the last 2 years, I would say. I mean, we had that one tournament in Dubai, which was like 2 or 3 years ago, where Nigma showed up and actually kind of did okay for themselves and really, represented. But other than that, for almost the last like 5 years, this team has not really given much for people to believe in. And it's been a steady decline until this year, where it felt like there was improvement. Ghost joining the squad feels like there was a breath of fresh air. We even had a strong performance out of them with a stand-in at this last Dream League. But as you said, when it came to the most important time of the year, right, EWC qualifiers and more importantly TI qualifiers, Nigma did not show up at EWC, and now we'll see whether or not they're going to make it here for the TI qualifiers. But Navi Junior on the other side, a young squad, as for the most part. You see Zayat's definitely being the veteran of everybody there. But for the most part, all these guys are pretty young, hence the Navi Junior squad. And they've got real potential. There are a lot of players that I think on this team that have won over some fans. I would say most notably Got the Juice and Niku, I think, are the 2 players that have stood out the most for me anyway.
It's also been a team that has like farmed off some other players. Like if you look at the previous rosters of Navi Junior, a lot of those guys are still playing in this European region and doing quite well on some of those teams. So yeah, they're looking to go to these big lands, but even if they don't, this is a organization that is fostering some decent young talent, and they should be happy with the progress they've made regardless. But of course, you are looking to get the TI, and that's what matters here. So everything's on the table for them, trying to make it click in the most important part of the year. And this is a tough team to go up against. A lot of experience in terms of the differential between these 2 teams, right? On one side, you have Nigma Galaxy, maybe some of the most tenured players at this point still left in the scene. Like, yeah. I don't know if you can find another team that has more experience than them, technically. And then on the other side, you have Navi Junior, who, like, technically have never even gone to a TI. So this is about as large a experience disparity as you can get. And if you're Nigma Galaxy, you really need to make that work for you. You cannot be the team that's under pressure going into the series from a situational standpoint of, like, we're supposed to win because we have all this experience. You need to look at it in terms of, we have all the experience, so we're not going to choke, we're not going to feel the nerves.
And a decent amount of pressure is going to come down to the draft. Anything notable that you've seen from the qualifiers for TI so far that you feel like draft-wise is important to keep an eye on?
I still don't really want to play against Doom or TA. I think that's pretty much a given. I think the DP has fallen off a little. I think teams have shown pretty good answers to it. It doesn't make the hero weak, but it just means as a very first pick, you have to be a little careful. And honestly, I still think this Bristleback is overperforming. Like, he has an okay win rate. He just looks really good in a lot of the games. He still takes too much attention, in my opinion. even if you counterpick him. Like, even when you win against this hero, it doesn't feel good. It feels like you slog through it. The goo always has an impact. The hero flexes to multiple roles, though. We're kind of just seeing him be a default offlaner now. There's still those surprise games you get. Like, I think we saw one of the mid Bristleback games in Dream League, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And, like, you can get caught off in some of these, cheese situations. So the hero's just annoying. He's just really annoying. I do kind of like the Undying response. I think this doesn't show too much. You have some flex potential with the offlane versus the 5 Undying versus the offlane Bristle, which is always a nice matchup. It's an amped hero with the ult. Tombstone's annoying for the Bristleback. The Strength Steal on the lane, always good. This is a hero that can go into triangle early and contest those ancient stacks with the Tombstone drop. I think it's a pretty underrated aspect of dealing with the Bristleback. Is like, yeah, you can shut him down on lane, but if he just goes jungle and does a billion stacks, then the lane doesn't matter for this hero. So you need to have an idea of how you're going to stop him on the lane and stop him jungling. And then the hero is just garbage, right? But if you don't do that, he's going to garbage you. So you really need to have an overall game plan against this guy to punish him. And I mean, that's what makes him a strong pick. Just takes a lot of focus to make sure he doesn't get out of control.
On the topic of countering this Bristleback, it's harder to do now because he's essentially more of a utility hero now, right? Because everyone goes the goo facet, and so it's just naturally harder to counter utility heroes in general.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think you kind of do it through just being ahead, honestly, which is kind of true for anything in Dota, but I think in particular, like, his utility is not that great if the other cores are gimped themselves, because, yeah, he can go in and do some damage on his own, but the real value I see in a lot of these games is he goes in, he goos everybody up, and then your 1 and 2 just slice and dice the team fight, right? Because they have such a big armor differential, and there's so much focus on this Bristleback. So if you can shut down 1.5 to 2 cores out of the 3, it doesn't always have to be the Bristle. You can debilitate his value a lot. And so I think backline jump can also be good against this guy. Like, you ignore him on the front and you just kill supports. That's another way you can open up the fight. And there's a hero that can absolutely do that. It's also a hero that can just go on the Bristle and displace him from the team. So there's 2 modes that this bat can offer, as well as just being another hero that is applying stacks to Bristle. It's generally not something he likes. Like, if he has to rush an earlier Lotus or Yules, it's okay, but it's not as aggressive as you want to get on this hero. So bat definitely putting some pressure on.
And it probably feels good to be able to get a counter to a core through your supports, right?
Could be cores, though. We could be looking at either the 3 and 9 or the mid bat. Both are viable right now in the meta. So you don't want to rule those out. And it makes these picks a little more difficult for Na'Vi because it's like, don't really know where these heroes are going. Don't even know what the role 100% is. You're likely just going to take 2 of your supports here so that you get to see some more information.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is give Core Undying a good lane matchup, right? So
100%. See if we see that Shaman. Oh, Shaman got banned, yeah. All right, so I was going to say Shaman, Naga are like the 2 that are pretty good Undying answers, but they're both out of the pool. So you're going to have to get a little creative here.
Warlock's good, right? Just because
it's good.
Based off of Fatal Bonds, any kind of tanky target ends up being a potential detriment to your own team.
It's also a nice answer. I was going to say Rubik is the other one. Man, I was just about to say that because Zayats plays it. And this was the other hero that's like a good Undying answer. You can almost always get something good out of him. But it's not as strong in the meta. And this hero does suffer against Bat. Like, Bat is just a terrible matchup for this hero. Almost none of the spells you get are ever that useful. Like, Lasso is maybe the best one, but even then, Rubik using Lasso can be pretty hit or miss. But it is cool to see it come out. I mean, there's a good idea here. And the Warlock also helps you lane versus Core Undying if it's there. You get extra value on the heal versus him decaying your core down. Just makes your sustain even stronger. So I think this
why is this hero so weak now?
Response.
Because yeah, I mean, I feel like as Dota has gone on, right, Aghanims after Shards, in general, doesn't that just improve Rubik across the board, right? He has access to even more tools. Why is he so weak? Because I've seen some of these recent Rubik games, and I've seen some of these Rubik players pop off, and they still lose. And I have a hard time wrapping my head around, like, why this hero is so bad right now when you're basically just profiting off the strength of the spells of other heroes.
Well, Well, we're going to see Terrorblade Puck. Okay, so just some big core answers. Classic Puck for Sumail. Not a lot of stuns plus damage on the side of Navi Jr. You have the lift, but there's not a lot of follow-up. I think Rubik's big problem is conceptually he's gotten weaker as Dota's become more complex, because the team fights, I feel, are often decided by who can just cast their spells first in a lot of situations and have higher impact with them immediately. And the problem with Rubik is when you go in the fight, he effectively doesn't have an ult. Like, he needs to wait for something to happen to get a spell, or he has to have already won a previous fight. And you end up in these late game situations a lot where I think you go in the fight and, like, you can't do anything first in a way. You have to wait for something to develop and then impact the fight or turn it around. And by then the fight is already won or lost. So I feel like conceptually he struggles against the insane damage output that Dota has ramped into the meta, and like a lot of cores can just completely screw this guy. There's a lot more spells between the shards and ags that you can use to cover stuff as well. So you can look at it as an upside of like, well, I can steal more stuff, but the flip side is you can cover your better spells a lot. You know, like Tidehunter goes in, he ravages. Well, now he can anchor smash, he can gush, and he can cast an anchor or something. It's like you're getting this ravage. Is ravage even that good anymore relative to a lot of spells in Dota? Probably not, right? Sure. So it's like, I feel like this hero he's strong on paper and numbers wise. His early game is fine. His magic resist becomes insane. That's the part I still like about him, but his ult feels really weak compared to a lot of other heroes. It's just like, you'd rather have an Ags upgraded macro pyre. You'd rather have Flaming Lasso here. You'd rather just be able to drop a Golem or an Earth Splitter or something and just immediately have impact and not have to like try and get the spell steal. And if you mess it up, your ult is basically completely trashed. So I think the inconsistency hurts him. And we once more will see this tiny first puck response. We saw this yesterday. The lane can be good. You can definitely shut this puck down. But I'm still a bit concerned for Navi Jr. in terms of, are they going to have enough damage off of the Tiny and Rubik control to all in these heroes? Because if you don't all in the puck, he phase shifts, he coils, he lives, he can turn that fight around. If you don't all in the Terrorblade, he gets Sunder off, you're in big trouble. That is a part I think they need to fix with their last pick, just to give him a little more security in that area.
Well, it sounds like an area that would have been really nice to herb out their lineup with more players, but that's already banned away. They go for the Faceless Void. Man, I was racking my brain for heroes that could help them that match up against TB and give you more disable. I guess maybe it's Faceless Void.
Yeah, I mean, first pick of the tournament. They were waiting with that one, right? It's like, this is not a hero we see at all. Super cool pick. This is an amazing time dilation game. Like, holy crap, time dilation just ruins Nigma's lineup. The Bat, the Undying, and the Puck all get massacred by the spell in the fight. Not a lot to combo with his ult. Depending on either one you go for, it feels like neither's that great here, to be honest. But I kind of like the idea of when you pick this hero for time dilation and being able to survive in the fight versus like, I need a really good ult game, right? Because I think the hero is just generally stronger when you can survive in the fights, get a bunch of leaps off, get 2 time dilations off. That's what wins you the fight more nowadays than, oh, I landed a massive chrono or, you know, time square. There's a very fast-paced answer. Void hates tempo and he hates summons. And Lycan gives you a little bit of both here.
Yeah, and Bristleback can't really interact with this hero too much, right? You're not actually going to be able to slow him down during his ultimate. Warlock is food for the Lycan. I'm curious which of the facets he's going to go, because I feel like we've seen equal amounts of Alpha Wolves and the normal Shapeshift facet. I don't remember what that one's called, but most people go it. Pack Leader. There we go.
Yeah, he's switching between them, but looks like he might end up on Pack Leader. It will be Chronosphere for the Void. And pretty much common facets across the board outside of that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going Time Square anymore after they killed it with the taking away the leash.
It's pretty bad now. But the only reason I brought it up is because, like, what is your synergy with Chrono in this game? It's not great, right? Like, your best synergy is bonzing people in Chrono and then dropping some stolen Rubik spell like Tombstone or like a Puck Orb or something. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not even that good of spells that he's stealing to use in Chrono.
And I mean, this Lycan can also just eat the supports in this game. Like you're looking at Rubik Warlock, absolutely nothing for this Lycan. This is in theory a very good Lycan pick and a very good Lycan game. If Nigma can play around it, it could do some serious damage here.
How do you feel like Noob's performance has been from the offlane? Because I think that from a community standpoint, that he is probably the player, or at least one of the two players who has gotten the most heat for their performance of late. How do you feel like he's been doing?
I think he's gotten better. Like he's definitely improved over the year for sure, by a considerable amount. I think if you look back when he was playing originally, it was very rough. And so now he's built up a little bit of a hero pool. He's starting to branch out. He's had some good performances, particularly at that blast run. I think there's still room to go though, and you know, Dota's a game where like sometimes you can be improving, you can be doing everything right, but people get impatient or they just feel like the fit is not there. That might be what it comes down to for Nigma, especially if they miss out on EWC and TI. I'd be really surprised if something on this roster doesn't change, and it might just be, you know, he bites the bullet, even though he's not necessarily the weakest link. It's just a fit thing. So I could see it go either way, but I do think he has improved a lot, and it's not easy. Like you're playing with some legends here. You're under some pressure. It's a completely new role for him.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. He is not a traditional offlane.
I think that is, people really forget that he moved roles in the first place to fit onto this roster, because Mickey is somebody else who moved roles, right? And he was also somebody who got criticism quite often for his carry performances. People said he couldn't hardly speak. In periods of time, he is. So,
and people still say he can't carry, so nothing's changed, you know. He still gets played.
To the point of, you know, it does these things to happen, right? Mickey made his change.
Yeah, of course.
Like 4 years ago, something like that. When did Nisha join the squad?
I mean, it's really hard to change roles in Dota. It's really hard, particularly if you think you've found the one that feels the most natural, which is usually what happens. People eventually slot in a role, and it's like, all right, the game just makes a lot more sense, and it feels a lot smoother for me. To switch out of that is incredibly difficult. So you got to give props where it's due. He's done a pretty decent job, but can always improve. See how these early lanes go. I think the Tiny should win mid early, and I think the Void will farm top early, but I kind of expect these lanes to go, at least the two side lanes should be pretty good for Enigma Galaxy over time. Like, you're going to have trouble contesting this offlane with Bristle Rubik into the Undying Terrorblade. That sounds really tough, unless you get some cheeky kill on GH. You're just going to pull waves, look for the stacks. This is a boots first Rubik. You're not looking to aggressively contest the lane. So if Sumail can go even mid or a little better, then I think Enigma Galaxy are looking at a very free laning phase for their cores. Like, they should just farm everybody here.
I feel like always outside of one of the reasons I really don't like him in low level is he can't do anything to stop him, right? He's like one of the ultimate lane winners, except he can't stop both. So there's you ever take that fight straight up. Pulling is guaranteed, and fighting it is almost guaranteed loss.
It is the better tactic a lot of times, especially the first pull. Like, you just have to dodge this hero a little bit early so he can't build the momentum or get the level 2 tombstone kill, and then he's not as scary. So as long as you get past that little burden, the hero's a lot less intimidating. Got the juice, losing his courier. There's a Wraithband gone for the Void. Not what you want to see up here, as this Lycan will continue to free farm this lane. Mid, though, is very even. Sumail doing pretty well. So that was the one part I felt Sumail needed to step up on. And if you get that, you could be looking at a triple lane win, GH considering that tombstone drop.
Almost got TMA low enough. Could read the situation.
He really wants this tombstone kill because you're getting stick charges back on this lane. So you're just spamming decay off cooldown. It's free effectively, but Zayat's doing a pretty good job with some courier snipes blocking up the camps. He's being annoying, and every time he brings GH off the lane, this is a win for Navi Jr. because the PMA Bristle does not have to interact with GH, and that is a win.
As it stands, he's only gotten 8 CS out of lane so far. So He's only on 10. But so overall, a win for Navi Jr.
Yeah, that's huge. The level 2 tombstone gets nothing but gold for the Rubik. Pretty sad outcome for GH there. I feel like they didn't play that aggressive enough. Like, that's a Lotus you should not give up. There's no way this Rubik should get Lotus there. Especially when you have early reflection to back you up. This Terrorblade's super strong with all the armor, full resources. That just felt like a gimme.
It's been harassing Niku constantly, trying to get him low enough that he can maybe go for a kill. See what happens with the water runes that are coming in soon. If he could somehow get some support help and maybe take one of those water runes away from the Tiny. Really good position here. Omar's going to help him.
Oh, yeah, this is...
Back by the flame break. Beautiful setup from Omar, and they do manage to get first blood for Samael, making things that much sweeter. Not only do you kill the Tiny, but you got the first blood to your mid lane.
That's super good. You even got that water rune top, so this Puck is going to have resources when the Tiny comes back. Samael just putting in work in this lane. He really got this Tiny low. Played this lane extremely well, and that's what sets up that whole move in the first place. Like, you call supports, you're saying, hey, this guy does not have resources to contest this room. We should punish him. That's a huge punish, opening up a big disparity now in the one lane that I think could have gone Navi Jr.'s way. Like, now this is just going to be a triple lane win for Enigma Galaxy. They should absolutely pull ahead in this early game. A free farm Terrorblade, a free farm Lycan, and now you have a first blood, effectively free farm Puck. Can't ask for anything more here.
No, you really can't.
The one thing to keep an eye on again is the stacking, though, right? Like, you don't want to let Navi Jr. get out of these lanes behind and then recover through the jungle. That's going to be the real test in this game of, can you contest what this Bristol is going to try and do? They're going to try and kill one lane and should get him here.
Yeah, rather easily. Omar takes it easy to run down Bristleback. That's going to be the strength of the Bat Rider pretty much this entire game. They do have 3 melee cores, so if he gets strong enough, his kiting potential goes up dramatically. Hits him with the blood grenade. They want the extra kill on Zion. Zion's trying to play around with GH a bit too much and will pay the price for it.
GH off to a pretty strong start here. He's going to get a ward deep in the lane. Now he can scout out this stack action. Not a lot early, but good to get some eyes on it, and you can test the 6-minute power rune if you really want to. Trying to take it away from the Tiny. He's got full resources. That is a good rune to get.
Now he's going to be trapped by the coil for a second here. Takes off the stun. Actually doesn't go for the Bat Rider. Wants to try and deal with Samael, who's chasing after Riddies. Not quite enough damage there. Samael jumped to his orb, though, and he's a bad position. Got the juice teleported in to take advantage of the situation. What a TP in. Getting, like, teleporting in, not having his level 6 yet. Just feeling like he was needed in that fight. That was crazy.
Oh, again, it's a really good time dilation game, so this Void can be active in early fights even without the ult. Like, he is not useless, and the more he gets involved that keeps him away from the Lycan, the better he's going to feel, because you're not doing anything to noob right now. That is a concern for Navi Jr. Like, what does this Lycan do when he has Helm and he starts pressuring your top tier 1, pressuring or threatening this move towards mid? So they need more early fights like that just punish the supports or get these clutch kills on the Puck. As the Helm is done for noob. This is a really good timing here. If I'm him, I just want to take top tier 1 mid, tier 1, or top tier 1, the tier 1 mid, and get a fight out of at least one of those towers. And then I'm going to be highest net worth in this game. I'm going to be cruising towards Helm of the Overlord if that's what you want, or another small aura item. And you're just going to start mowing down supports in this game.
Omar running it, got the juice. He should just be able to get close to the tier 2 and time walk. His damage really wrapping up. He does manage to get back to the tier 2. Still, though, it just means time he's not farming. Still not getting his level 6. Coil goes out onto the Warlock. Easy kill there.
This game is looking too easy for Enigma Galaxy right now. I don't really know what you're supposed to do with this lineup if you're Navi Jr. until like 15 minutes from now. when you have at least some item on these cores and ults on the supports. Because you're level 3 on this Rubik. Like, Zayats was really sacrificial in this lane. Playing against the Dying, you got some stacks up, but honestly not the most, considering how bad the lane was. And these Enigma Galaxy cores are just powerhouses on the map right now. Very concerning period for Na'Vi Jr. They're going to have to make some moves to get through this, as their tier 1s are going to start to get heavily pressured during this period.
And that ancient stack looks pretty juicy too.
Oh yeah, I mean you have Tombstone available.
They're playing it slow. They've dewarded the area. They got to make sure
making
just
the
not
move to mid too.
Oh yeah. This is a nice move. If they're so focused on the triangle, you get behind Niku. Where can he go? He's going to be backing up into a Tombstone preemptively laid out for him. He gets ganked underneath his tower, and now with the shapeshift, they could just go to work on the tower.
Amp damage on Sumail guarantees this fight is going to go your way wherever it breaks out. And once again, like this game is just too easy for Noob right now. There's nobody who can control him. There's no one who can contest his Lycan for him or the summons in the early game. And there's very little defense around these towers, especially without Golem. Feels like your only real AoE spell in this game, outside of the Chrono, which is online now. At least you have that going for you, and I guess you lose your tier 1, but you defend your ancient stack. Something to go your way.
Well, at least they get their ancient stack uncontested, so that'll help Niku get to Blink Dagger, but it's still going to be this window of time. We've seen this between the Puck Tiny matchup. Just there's always this period of time where the Tiny has to farm up his Blink and Puck is running around the map making shit happen.
You're gonna have to get some like good defensive fights going with this lineup. You know, bait Enigma Galaxy in, make them overextend into some goo, get at least 2 tiny combos off of good bonds, a good chronosphere or time dilation on an overextension, then that team fight can work for you. But if it's just like out in the open and the fight starts with Enigma Galaxy going on you with Firefly, Lycan summons, Tombstone drop, yeah, that's a really tough one to take. And that's why these tier 1s going down early really sucks for Na'Vi Jr., because that's one of those places you could maybe get one of those defensive overextensions out of Enigma Galaxy. But now the map's a lot more open. You have this last tier 1 bottom. You have a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine you could play for. That's about it, though, in terms of what's left of this early laning phase. You can also just farm here if you're Enigma Galaxy. I mean, you have Terrorblade, you have Lycan. You're going to scale pretty hard. You have a Reflection plus a Howl you can throw into these fights as the game progresses. Not fun spells for the Faceless Void.
Dude, I can't. You were watching that last series, right?
Yeah.
I can't get that last game out of my head, man. I actually feel like Helm of the Undying is so busted on OD.
It looked pretty good. Yeah, it looked pretty good.
I moved as manager. Oh, right, because he's got to stay on camera, right, for competitive integrity. I was like, what do you mean, can you move?
I was thinking like he's making a move, you know? Like I motion to have the manager fix it.
Admin, right. Well, I mean, it's good to see that, you know, they're not the only ones having internet issues, or I'm not the only ones having internet issues, I guess.
Problems are global. As the problems for Na'Vi Jr. are also global in this game. They are not going to have fun dealing with the lane pressure that the Lycan puts out. That's another issue for them to try and solve.
Yeah. We currently have the C qualifier also going on. In fact, when we started, I think there's still a game going on between Boom.
Not too much. That time zone is, I think, the roughest for us.
Yeah.
But it does not surprise me that their series are going to 3 games and they're going very late. That is a C class.
It really is. Almost their entire quarterfinals. Their entire quarterfinals, upper bracket quarterfinals, went to game 3s. It's all 2-1s. That's pretty funny. And so did the lower bracket round 1. The only games that have gone 2-0. Where we just have like 2 matches. Those were the only 2-0s. Everything else has gone to 3 games.
It's just a messy region, right? It's like a lot of chaos, a lot of chaoticness in the games, a lot of inconsistency. Tends to produce game 3s, whereas these European matches, I feel like there's usually been one team that is just playing better by a 5 or 10% margin, and they're able to close it out. We will resume here as maybe some of the pressure taken off Navi Jr. Reset. Try and regain some of this map. Chase GH out of their triangle. Dangerous chase here.
Fight around this tombstone. Nico and PMA are trying to deal with it right now. Should be able to get that, but Radius does die in return. Flank break pushing him back. But should all be fine. Enigma Galaxy not going to be able to chase into that triangle, and Bristleback can just resume his farming.
These are the kind of kills that can go a long way for Navi Jr. It slows down the game pace. It buys space and time for the Faceless Void to farm up, which is what they want. There's no pressure going into Got the Juice right now. That's a big deal. And you kill a little of the momentum, like with this Tombstone on cooldown. Not as easy to dive towers or really push the issue. We are going to see this last tier 1 bottom get assaulted a little bit here. Just illusions. I mean, there's going to be a lot of map pressure in this game between Terrorblade illusions, Lycan summons, Puck ratting you. That is a lot of map control to deal with.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You have Chrono available. That's the upside here. Chrono, time dilation, bonds. You can pop the Grimoire for Golem drop if you really want to pop it here. Not the greatest Grimoire of all time, but yeah, Ridis he'll do it. So you're looking for a big play with the ults. Try and slow down Enigma Galaxy's game even more. They got the puck.
They did. That's exactly what they want out of this Chronosphere. And they also have big damage in the back line. So even if the puck is dead, it's not the only threat. It's the Lycan who's going to come through and just rip up the supports, especially with the Bat Rider setting up. Got the Juice, can't get off the time walk in time. Ghost is able to run him down at the same time. They found their opening. They found what they were looking for. But the problem is Enigma Galaxy is still too strong, puck or no puck. And they are going to run down PMA as well, as it seems like he cannot get away from this. Like, wait, maybe he can. Oh no, the shapeshift runs out just at the right time. He gets away with like less than 50 HP.
And that Faceless Void, he got chomped by that Terrorblade. Not a fun team fight for him. Only 2 points in the time walk. Doesn't have the extra mobility he needs to survive in that situation. And man, it starts so well. Like, getting puck is the dream there with this Chronosphere. It's a risky move for Navi Jr. They're trying to use the power of the ultimates, but like we've seen, there's just not a lot of damage follow-up in the Chrono, so the supports have to run up and really commit their positioning. And this just opens the fight for the Lycan, who, again, if Chronosphere's down, absolutely free fights for Noob. He is just going to chomp the backline. The Void gets chomped by the Terrorblade, and you don't have time or positioning to build up Goose Stacks here from PMA. That's another big issue for Navi Jr. in this fight. Bristle's not in the middle of everybody. And even getting Goose Stacks on some of these heroes doesn't matter too much. Like, getting Goo on Terrorblade or Lycan is not swinging the fight by that large of a margin here, especially at this point in the game.
Enigma Galaxy, 4-man smoke up, and through the gate they go. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine is on the line here. Navi Jr. No Chronosphere. There's just no way they can win this fight. But even worse if they get picked off here. Warlock sitting on the side, trying to get the heal over to Got the Juice. Time walk off some of the damage, but they're still chasing after him. With all of this, they do manage to get a lasso there in the back line. Still, though, Noob is running at him with the shapeshift. Another Time Walk coming up. Got the Juice is able to get away. Level 3 Time Walk makes the difference here. So, Navi Jr., I think they had to give up their Wisdom Shrine, I assume, but...
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the downside of that play. Like, you're not getting anything out of it if you're Enigma, but you deny that Wisdom Shrine, and that's a decent blow to strike. Now you have Blink on the puck, so those plays are a lot easier. If you have Blink on Sumail there, Got the Juice is just dead because he gets silenced out of the coil, and the follow-up's enough to bring him down. Instead, you have to try and chase him down completely without control. Very different situation. Blink on the Batrider for Omar will also change those fights, as he is going to pick it up here. So both Blinks online for Enigma Galaxy. These fights become a lot easier. The catch on the Faceless Void in particular becomes a lot easier. And the game is still very difficult for Navi Jr. here as they try and hold on. Did have the Crimson Guard on the Bristle. Pretty early Crimson for PMA, which, I mean, this is a great Crimson game, no doubt about that. Became almost invincible during that. But again, the question is, are you doing anything back? Like, is surviving yielding you anything in return? And if the Tiny and the Void aren't strong enough to survive for long enough in the fight, the answer is going to be no.
Yeah. Sumail having the freedom of movement that a Blink Dagger offers, freely jumping into the triangle because there is really no threat to him right now. I feel like even the Tiny combo is not going to be nearly enough damage. It goes back to what you were saying. Between the Chronosphere and the Tiny Jump, Warlock and Rubik are just not the heroes that actually solve this problem.
No, this support duo for Navi Juniors has not felt too potent here. I just don't think they combine well with the cores for what you need in this game, which is more follow-up damage or control. They're not really providing a lot of either. They will scale better into it, but man, this window is going to be really tough. And we're starting to see like the downside of Rubik. You're running around the map. Your ult is just a dead spell. Like, Zayats has nothing stolen right now. What are you even looking to steal in this type of game that's that useful? Like, you're looking at Puck, Silencer Coil, Tombstone, and that's kind of it. Feels bad for him right now.
Yeah.
He dragged up to the high ground. Pulled down. And dead.
Easy kill.
Well, that's a decent find for the Batrider. Say that. Free little Tiny on the map. Do get the shapeshift down, which not yielding a whole lot here. I mean, we did have this Helmet Overlord timing for Noob that honestly, you got Roche off it, which is good, but you didn't get a couple more kills off of it. Feels a little sad. This wave pressure is it's gonna add up here really fast the next 10 minutes. You're gonna have to just keep pushing lanes if you're not everybody on lane duty, especially these supports. Whenever you can get the waves out so you can keep your Tiny off the map a little bit, it would be really nice. If you can get a fight out of Chronosphere here, that would be even nicer. Did get the Waning Rift on the Rubik actually, so I think that's top 2 or 3 spells in this game for Zayats to get. You can actually fight with this and do some serious damage. This is a really good follow-up spell in this game with the extra cast range. You go in off a Tiny combo, could absolutely just kill Sumail right off the bat. Can prevent Sunder play from Ghost.
Yeah, it'd be even nicer if he had a Blink Dagger, but as you said, extra cast range may go a long ways to solving that problem.
That's pretty decent on this spell because you get the AoE off it when you go in, so it's strong. It's a decent amount of damage as well. I would definitely be looking to fight right now if I'm Navi Jr. Even though you have Aegis Lost Terrorblade, your opportunities are not going to get much better than this to try and pull something out of nowhere. And I mean, that said, the fight has just come to you. High ground for Enigma Galaxy, 19 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's pressure all over the map. It's Terrorblade illusions, and it's the Lycan himself pushing up, but also his Shard, right? His Shard is pushing out the lane.
Yep.
So if you're Na'Vi Junior, I feel like you almost cannot afford, unless you're just going to play a completely defensive game. When you have opportunities to get out on the map, you have to make something happen quickly. Otherwise, the natural pressure of illusions and wolves builds up, and you have to back out to your base and defend your towers.
And that's the problem. If the tiny plus supports can't find pickoffs, you are just slowly bleeding out map control, and then the pickoff becomes even harder to find. They're going to ward the
it's
cliff,
going to be Enigma Galaxy in a position to jump in, and they're jumping on your side of the map too. Now it's an early pickup, Waning Rift, there goes, silence onto the puck, and an avalanche, and into Chronosphere. They really want Sumail dead, and they've got the king.
Can they get out though? This Lycan's still a big threat. Omar cliffed himself. What? He's just dead?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way out of that situation with no Firefly.
What was that?
And now GH is going to get run down. Enigma Galaxy, they're the ones who are having issues now. How did this go so bad?
I do not understand.
I felt like it was the same as the last time. They committed a lot to kill a puck, but shouldn't they still be able to fight? Yeah, Shapeshift going down.
They're still getting run down.
Ghost is going to try and do this by himself, but they're just all going to die one by one. They lose the Aegis, but the Terrorblade, it's Terrorblade and Undying. Tombstone's going to be dropped on the side here, but the Terrorblade's dropping fast. There's just no saves that can come from this Undying. He doesn't even have Soul Rip right now. They're effectively going to get wiped. This is going to die now. Like, this isn't just on the slaughter. It's just one after the other. Is Omar dead as well? Oh my god. Now, PMA is going to die for this, for sure, but I almost feel like it was worth it just from a moral breakdown. Like, he slaughtered support after support.
That's a 5k gold swing, 6k XP swing. Just a monster amount of damage from this bristleback. He gets 6 hairballs off. Like, what on earth? That is a disgusting chase down. In a terrible fight from Enigma Galaxy. You get the Warlock kill cleanly. You have high ground position. And then Dislike and ult does nothing. You kind of fake back, don't really back. Your supports get caught out. Omar effectively cliffed himself. Unless he got like flame broke up there, but I never saw that. And the Waning Rift did some work. Like, Waning Rift set all this up on the puck. That is the best steal Zayats could have in this game. They made good use of it, and then he's just decaying everybody for the rest of the fight.
Yep. Noob, I mean, he's got to get dust, right? He loses out on this kill on the Rubik because he doesn't have dust. Glimmer Cape gets him away. Now we can see Omar somehow got cliffed, and the Shapeshift is running out, and they're just not doing any damage.
If you can't take the fighter on the Tombstone Lycan ult, you're not that strong, especially with the puck dead. He's a lot of your control and kind of chase down potential. That's a big throw from Enigma Galaxy here. This was a game that they could have just closed out. Now
and even here still, I feel like it can be okay, right? The Lycan gets his TP canceled. Ghost can just walk away, right? Yes. He could save this Aegis. He could just walk away. But trying to go back in, it was just not... Like, if the puck was up, you know, maybe 8 seconds earlier, this could be a fight for sure. But it's just TV against the world. You can't win that.
The sustain from this Na'Vi Junior lineup maybe catching Enigma Galaxy off guard. Like, you had Glimmer Rubik, you had Pavis on the Warlock, and then you have the Warlock heal. You have Decays from the Rubik tanking him up, and you have this Crimson on the Bristle, just making everybody insanely tanky versus a lot of the early damage here. Kind of got to respect this Crimson Guard and the extra HP from all these little sources. You know, time walks on the Void. Now you have an entire Mjolnir done on this Faceless Void. He's flying out almost BKB as well. That's crazy. His game has completely recovered, and he's a problem in this game. Like, this Void pick was good for a lot of reasons. It's very weak in the early game. It can get out-tempoed, but if you throw some fights his way, he will absolutely scale like a beast here. And at some point, he can just chrono your puck or your Lycan and kill them. And then your team fight looks a lot weaker if you're Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah. And BKB kind of ensures that team fights are going to go longer, and that's got to be great for time dilation. It's got to be good for the goo that's happening.
Yep.
Right? It's like all those things are going to work out to Navi Jr.'s favor.
These BKBs are going to be strong for Navi Jr. What does Enigma Galaxy have to deal with them? It's only Omar finding initiation with the Batrider, lassoing somebody in, or lassoing someone during a BKB and you bursting them down. That's kind of it. They do finish up an Octarine for the Puck with Arcane Rune. That is really strong for Sumail right now, and Assault Kuros for the Lycan. Another huge item here. So Enigma Galaxy do kind of strike back with a nice item timing here. If they want to try and force another fight leading into this Roshan spawn interval, can be spawning in 10 seconds. So you really do not want to lose a fight here if you're either team. Though that said, if Enigma Galaxy take a fight and you're able to get the big ults out from Navi Jr., could be worth it kind of regardless of the outcome, because then it could just secure the Roche if the spawns later.
Right.
So fighting right now
into the mid lane, got the initiation onto Zayats, and he does have a dust, so Zayats is not going to be able to get away with just the Glimmer Cape. Where's the follow-up from the team, though? They're going to drop the Tombstone, and Sumail, he'll finally show up. Not really needed, though. He actually now goes for the Bristleback, but he's already turned his back away. Too much to deal with there. BKB is finally done for the Faceless Void, right as we're in that Roshan window.
Radiant's top tower.
That still feels like a win for Navi Jr. Like it's a lasso attempt that could have resulted in a team fight, but instead you just bleed your Rubik and you get your BKB on the Void, and now you can fight with BKB Chrono Faceless Void, eyeing up this Lycan. If you bring him down,
they want to all in. For the first time, they go for the Lycan and not the Puck, but they
Not
don't have
enough.
damage. Not enough initially. The bash, no, it's not quite enough. He does not have the control, and the Lycan is now out of here, and Ghost is right in the middle of these heroes with Metamorphosis, and Sumail is now open to a free fight.
that was a damage test. They did not pass it.
No.
Lack of damage in the Chrono coming back to fight them. If you bring Noob down there, it's absolutely huge in this game, but he is just too tanky with that Assault Kuros. He has almost 40 armor. That is a lot to chunk through.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if that's one of those situations where you weren't aware that he had completed that item, right? Because no AC, like only partial AC, maybe you can't actually get that kill. But full AC, the extra bit of armor you're getting off of that, maybe that makes a difference, and the Lycan survives off of, you know, good 20% HP because of it.
I mean, you are kind of a hybrid hero. Like you have Mjolnir procs, you have time lock procs, right? Time lock damage.
Sure.
It's a lot of magic damage. Maybe he just felt like he was gonna do a bit more, get some extra stuns at the end. If the Tiny's there for follow-up, it's absolutely a kill. So that pathway into the fight is not that bad for Navi Jr. They just didn't have everybody on the same page, and this will be the Roshan for Enigma Galaxy. That's why fighting in that time period is nice, because kind of no matter what happens, if you get Chrono out, you get Roshan as a result.
Oh, and the extra catch while they're doing Roshan, Sumail, and Omar on the hunt, but they did use Coil and Lasso, so it's just a BKB TP out. Still, at least you get the BKB on cooldown. If you want to go high ground with that, it's an interesting proposition. You don't have some of your spells, but Navi Jr. also doesn't have their BKB. They don't have Chronosphere, so they go for it. Melee form TB, chipped down to about half HP, got off the Sunder, Core Staff down to the low ground, and seems like Enigma Galaxy are going to be content with that for now. They still have plenty of time on the Aegis, plenty of time to set up another opportunity for team fights and high ground pushes.
They are smoking cross map. They want to find the Faceless Void right now. No Chrono still on cooldown for a little bit longer, but it's just PMA continually running into them. This is not a target they want to commit on.
No. I mean, you get him low, but he gets so many goo stacks back at you that it's debilitating for the fight.
You gotta start finding some big pickoffs here if you're Enigma Galaxy. Like, this is the part of the game where you want to take it over and end it, not where you want to get ratted out by Faceless Void, who's closing in on level 20. That would be a huge talent for him to get.
Right, that's where a lot of your damage comes into play, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Going on Tiny again.
No BKB this time around, caught in the same part of the map, but the Coil this time will be a death sentence for him unless he can get bailed out. Nice Golem drop, And the final bit of damage is not there. Bailed out by the utility of the supports. The face shift dodge. Samael. This time around, he gets the better of the Faceless Void. A lasso initiation onto the Rubik. They'll quickly burst him down thanks to the amp damage. And now, with the Lycan form and the puck, the mobility to chase down the supports, they get another one. PMA in the backlines does kill Omar, but back to the Tiny kill. Tiny trying to teleport away. The damage, can they get enough? It's not. TP out successful. PMA on the run. He'll TP out as well. The supports do die for it, but the Na'Vi Junior cores survive. The problem is they don't have the power to contest this top lane push that's coming in now. No Chronosphere to stop Ghost.
Gotta poke him down here. As much damage as you can get. Will be a Sunder available, but you're just trying to dissuade this push. Here's the Sunder. Another 40 seconds for another one.
Yeah,
they want
really
to toss back
up for much. Trying to get the toss back doesn't work. Now going to be coiled up. He does have BKB. He activates it, but the damage, it's too much. The physical damage of Ghost will put him down. Worst case scenario for Niku, going in, not getting off his BKB fast enough, and then getting it off, but still dying. That is a complete top lane of barracks taken for Enigma Galaxy. Got the juice, does manage to get the kill on Omar on the other side of the map. He's not coming back until his Chronosphere's up, or at least he's coming back when they have the advantage, and now they feel like they have the advantage. Going for the kill, the shapeshift, but the bashes come through. Too many bashes. Nice Sunder though. Ghost, he gets it off on Got the Juice. Time Walk not available, but he's going to take the fight anyway, and he might just win it with the bashes. Ghost is slowed down. He's kited around. First life down. Got the Juice. Managed to get away before Samael comes in with the Waning Rift. Samael trying to push the Na'Vi Junior heroes away from his carry, but Ghost, he's stuck in the muck and the mire. That is the viscous nasal goo, and he cannot make it out.
Samael stuck on the cliff. He's time dilated. He's gonna die too.
Yep, you're right. Time dilation will be the death of him as well. Ooh, Enigma Galaxy. They have, it just feels like so many times they have this game in the palm of their hands, and then it's just, it slips through their fingers.
I mean, that cliff is cursed for them, that's for sure, but this is why I say this Bristleback is, I don't know, like every time I watch games with this hero in it, he's first pick and he's just doing so much work. You don't want to kill this guy. It's hard to commit into him. He's provided an insanely valuable Crimson Guard this game, and he basically just killed your Terrorblade 100-0 on the second life. Like, that is just disgusting value from a utility offlaner, right? That is a one fight without Chrono. And you're looking at PMA doing insane work with the hairballs coming through, low cooldowns, everybody's gooed up. It's way too hard for Enigma Galaxy to fight once the initial salve goes down. If the Tombstone goes down, if the Lycan ult's out, if the coil's gone, you don't have enough to really control the fight, and you just get run down. And I mean, we're seeing how strong this Bristle is just running at everybody.
Why doesn't you shapeshift earlier? I thought he was just coming up like I thought he pressed it as soon as he could, but
he underestimated the damage.
Opportunity to activate it. Yeah, I guess so.
Like, that's the Bristle thing. You just don't think this guy is going to chunk you that fast, and then you start getting hit, and you're like, oh shit, this really hurts. He did get bashed at the end though. That was a little unlucky, but yeah, you're right. He held it too long. Chrono now straight into this Lycan. Is dead again? Oh boy, this game is in Na'Vi Junior's hands. It feels like Enigma Galaxy have lost all momentum. Nice coil.
Get a lasso, jump onto the Tiny though. So it's core for core. Ghost with his meta activated, but here comes the Bristleback. And what do you do about this guy when he runs up to you and then just turns around?
Yeah, look at this. It's just so stupid. I mean, it's 1v4 and they want none of that. You're just wasting your meta duration, wasting your Tombstone duration. This is, again, not the type of fight you want to linger around if you're Enigma Galaxy. You don't want to be caught at the tail end when your spells are going down. Just a bait. And yeah, look at the instant smoke from Na'Vi Junior. They know these cooldowns are going to make it really hard for Enigma Galaxy to fight.
I mean, at bare minimum, they should be able to get Tormentor off of this in a way that Enigma Galaxy should be looking for a fight. So
feels like as long as the Void holds BKB for the puck spells, I don't think he can really die in this game. Seems very difficult. Like, I guess you can lasso him, but that also seems really unlikely. Like, this is just not the guy you're gonna see first. That's what makes it a good Void game. Like, he can just go in the fights, you can have high impact, and you're not relying on the Chronosphere. In fact, I think the fights they've won this game were despite the chrono. So, showing the strength of this pick right now as Ags arrives for the Rubik. Double spell steal available. Pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it certainly says a lot that every Chronosphere has been a one-man chrono. Like, he hasn't had to, you know, try and get some amazing, gigantic Chronosphere. Not that it would be that good anyway, because they don't have the best heroes to take advantage of the situation, but as you said, it's just the rest of the heroes kit that looks so good.
And with Butterfly done, he becomes even more of a threat here. He's just scaling so well in this game. It's pretty disgusting what he's going to do in this late game. Enigma should be very afraid of it. The lineup does not deal with him in the ultra late, barring some incredibly clutch lasso finds.
What are you doing about that Butterfly? Like, does Sumail build Bloodthorn? Because right now, neither Sumail or Ghost are building an answer to Butterfly.
You just have to overwhelm with damage, play off the Hex from Noob, and find a lasso. Like, if you lasso's Void into Hex, he can absolutely die. You just have to find the connection. And the damage for the Chrono it's coming there eventually, right? Like, AC on the Bristle helps. Ags on the Rubik, you can throw 2 spells in there. And Ags for the Tiny. Niku, he's going for it.
Smoke up, running into Got the Juice and the Wisdom Rune. Got him in the Waning Rift. Got him on the lasso during the BKB. Now that's going to be the BKB a bit wasted. They won't be able to kill him, but it will mean Got the Juice just has to retreat with the BKB in tow, and they still have the coil too. They're going to coil him up. He's still going to be able to get up the time walk away. Navi Jr. are going to be able to reset to the high ground.
Man, that's so close to being exactly what Enigma Galaxy won. If that BKB does not go off, you can pull him into potential Hex on the Lycan if the positioning's there. That's the type of find that can really break this game open.
Yeah.
It's just so hard.
They very easily could have pulled him into... They could have dropped the coil on him, right? And used the lasso to snap the coil, chain that stun.
Level 25 on Puck will definitely help this type of situation, but for now, he's a beast, and you're looking at potential Roche spawn. There's an amp damage in the bottom river, unscouted by both teams, but summons are hitting your base. You gotta remember, Navi Jr., they lost that top racks, and they are playing against all these Lycan Wolves. So the map is way more difficult for them to play, and that is something that Enigma Galaxy need to take advantage of. They need to use the fact they can use the Wolves plus TB to make people show, to find these Bat Rider lassos.
GH, nice little D-warding, as long as he doesn't die for it. Early Flesh Golem, and they're going to drop the Golem on him. Now, he does have the Ghost Scepter. He's just going to TP away. Okay. Well, that's Golem used, I guess.
I don't think he should get out of there like that, but it will cost him his ult Tombstone. This is a little bit of an opening. Navi Jr. want to press the issue.
The Enigma Galaxy, time is on their side, right? The side lanes are pushing in. They can, if they can stall this even just a little bit, Navi Jr. eventually has to go back. Lasso initiation, but that is horribly gone wrong. He just instantly dies. No lasso, half HP inside the pit though. The Faceless Void gets a little bit low. Caught the side device
really
on
low.
And they're trying to cover it with the slows. They do manage to pick up the Aegis. He had to activate his BKB. He used the Chronosphere to cover it. They really wanted this Aegis. They did not want to give it up over to Enigma Galaxy. They invested so much. They got it. They get out. Enigma Galaxy opting not to pursue.
Cheese left in the pit, but otherwise he got everything out of that. See if anybody goes back for that cheese. Nobody likes cheese anymore. It's pretty sad, but he got the big items, which is Aegis plus that refresher shard. A refresher shard on Faceless Void, and that is some juice right there for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I can understand their thought process. If you get an extra life on like the Puck or maybe the TB, you get a refresher on one of these heroes where they're pretty cooldown dependent. Like Navi Jr. is still, you know, kind of dependent on being able to kill a hero inside of Chronosphere or the tiny jump. So the extra lives, it makes that high ground defense a whole lot harder. So
I mean, Ag's done on that tiny as well. Like, Niku is just playing to scale. So they do have some threats outside of the Chrono now. It's starting to get there a little bit. They're going to get another BKB up on this Bristle. I mean, their scale just looks insane this game. You feel like Nigma Galaxy missed the window a little bit.
Oh, got the lasso initiation, and they're going to break it on the coil, chaining up the stuns.
Okay.
There goes your Aegis.
That's a really nice find.
Very cleanly executed, and that potential is always there. And then on top of that, level 25. I feel like the level 25 on Puck is going to be the last hurrah for Nigma Galaxy. Not to say that they're going to lose the game if they don't win with that, but I think the Navi Junior will always be favored in fights if you don't manage to make something happen with the 25.
It's the best talent they have going in the late game for sure. None of the other talents are that impactful here. Maybe some more hexes on some heroes, something like that. More items on Omar so you can find easier lassos. But yeah, that's kind of your big ticket. And you're also looking down this 25 on the Void, getting very close to it, as well as the Lincolns. Those are the two big pickups here for Got the Juice, because that Lincoln Sphere makes it so much harder to find this lasso hex type play on him. And he's hunting.
What do you think about all-inning Bristleback now that you have Silver Edge? Is that worth it this late into the game to like lasso Silver Edge, burst down Bristle?
Yeah, I think it is.
Noob in a bad position. Telekinesis, and now we'll see whether or not the Bashes hits him with the Scythe, makes a run for it. Got the juice, Time Walk Chronos here, he drops it. And with the Tiny on the side, with the Aghanim Scepter, they have some real damage to throw into that Chronosphere, quite literally now.
Oh, off the map for 60 seconds. That's a lot of map pressure relief. Still have to deal with the lanes here. Nigma Galaxy, they're not going to lose any objectives over this, but that'll give the Lincolns and the 25 to the Faceless Void, and that's huge. He just became way harder to deal with.
And now BKB on the Bristle, so they have kind of an answer to Silver Edge, potentially.
I mean, you can try and all in him with like break, hex, silence, lasso type deal. He is going to be positioned on the front line, so he's going to give it to you. It's just risky. If it doesn't work out, you're absolutely screwed.
And even if it does, like, if you kill the Bristle, but you've invested every single bit of stuns and damage to killing him, isn't the outcome kind of the same? Isn't the Bristleback like, well, now my team has a totally free fight, so...
He cannot be too sad about it. Might come down to the Sumail's damage. Like, how much can he scale this Puck as we go later and later? And can you dodge the Void? Like, if you get chronoed on the Puck, that fight is over. If you get time dilated, he has no Dispel right now. Also pretty obnoxious for him. It's a big downside of this, like, Octarine Ags Plasma build. You have no defensive capability to Dispel this time dilation right now. Pretty brutal if the spells land. That's always a big question. Like, can you actually land these spells on the Puck? Not so easy, especially against Sumail Puck.
We saw earlier that GH was just dropping Tombstone. He's actually trying to farm up. And I think he's trying to get some of those utility items that you're talking about to deal with that time dilation. He's working towards Lotus Orb because he knows, like, Puck just simply does not have the inventory space. He's got to kind of all in on damage. He's got his level 25. He's going to work towards Mjolnir. I mean, Puck late game is scary if you can get the right kind of coil.
Oh, yeah. Especially with Hex and Nullifier on the Lycan. Like, these lasso coils are dragging you straight into hell. You're not getting out of them. You might be able to survive if you get the BKB off first, or some clutch Lincolns pop on the Void, but that's about it. Anybody else getting dragged in is just dead. You have to take that fight 4v5, which is possible for Navi Junior. I mean, especially if you have buybacks or something coming through. And you still have that refresher shard on the Void. That's the real big threat here. Is like, you still have double chrono available. His effective net worth is so high right now.
Lanes are closing in. Navi Junior. Their response, they're going to 4-man smoke up. Zayant's is going to pump the shapeshift he stole earlier. Use that to scout a little bit. Spots Omar. Gets that initiation. Covers him with the avalanche and the tree tosses. The Ghost Scepter might have just saved him, though. They didn't actually get that kill. Maybe he can get off the lasso, or he's just going to run for it. His team is not trying to fight, so no lasso attempt. Meanwhile, oh, nice catch. Zayas trying to slow down the Terrorblade here, trying to make sure this isn't just a pick, it's a team fight. Ghost popped his Manta. PMA trying to get the goo on him, trying to slow him down. Not quite in range.
Lucky to get out of that fight. The Batrider getting jumped first is worst case scenario for Enigma Galaxy. Like, that is all your initiation and threat on this Void out the window. Gotta just bail in that fight. But this is, again, more time for Na'Vi Jr. to push the map out. You don't have the Batrider threat for a minute. They can deal with the lanes. They can reset the pressure. They enjoy this kind of time as they continue to farm up everybody here. 50-50 game, huh? I don't know if I'd say it's exactly 50-50, but
sounds like you would favor Na'Vi Jr. a little bit.
Yeah, I would. I think the late game execution looks easier for them. They found another lift,
but no follow up on this one.
It's just hard
Keep
to
an
bet
eye on
against
that ancient croaker and see if he can get a good ravage in a team fight.
I don't know. It's just all eyes on this Void, right? Can you lock him down, or does he get a free fight? He's 10-1 in this game, by the way. Having himself a monster here. See what he opts for next. If he wants to go more damage or more survivability.
It's so annoying between the orbs and the illusions. And the wolves from the shard. They did manage to get the telekinesis, and Giants can maybe chase with the orb a bit, but not going to be the same.
Got to think about lanes and next Roshan here. And lanes will lead you into that fight for Roshan, so it's honestly more important that Na'Vi Jr. set the map up properly right now to get the fight than trying to chase and catch. As another pause comes through.
Quick reconnect for Got the Juice, who is still holding on to that refresher shard. I almost feel like that investment into Roshan, I think, did pay off, because it almost seems like the threat of the shard is keeping Enigma Galaxy from really investing too much in an offensive play.
Oh yeah,
it's just too scary to try and jump and like maybe get double chronosphered.
Still a cheese in the pit, by the way.
Of course there is.
It's been there for a while.
Samael might see it if he's looking at the Roshan pit, because he just threw the orb in there to see if Roshan spawns.
I mean, this Rubik orb should see it 100%, right?
Oh yeah, they're both gonna see it at the same time. After
they're both gonna go
in for like 7 minutes.
Watch them both, John. Oh, no. You got it.
All right, Samael spies it, gets a cheese for himself.
Not a bad little pickup there.
Yeah. At the same time, this orb is going to be super annoying for this Roshan fight. I mean,
yes, the vision mechanism is super nice here. Need to play around vision too if you're Na'Vi Jr., because you can't give up some wolves being on you and allowing the initiation for Enigma Galaxy. So you really have to play around your sentries and gem. There's a gem on the Rubik, but Ridis just needs to get sentries down and not get caught off by some random wolf scouting.
Na'Vi Jr., they took a risk here. They moved down to the bottom side of the map, the wave that's pushing in, and are baiting the wave, thinking that like maybe the puck is going to show up, maybe the Terrorblade will show, but nobody's in the neighborhood whatsoever. It's just purely illusions and the free spawning Lycan wolves that are pushing out that lane. Enigma Galaxy is doing a very good job of basically never showing on a hero.
Downside of that is you're not getting a lot of map pressure right now to draw Na'Vi Jr. away from the pit. Like, they're showing the Void bottom, but that's about it.
Yeah. I also do feel like they should be doing the same as Navi Jr., right? Like, am I crazy? But if the lanes are pushing in, shouldn't they be all inning on one side or the other to go for a pick?
Omar's looking for the D ward, but yeah, I agree. Like, I think these are your opportunities to just go on the bristleback. So if that void shows bottom, you could jump this guy mid, and it's gonna force some awkward reaction at minimum. Instead, this is looking similar to last time, where this bristle can sit in the pit. He's gonna whittle this Roche down, and then at some point you can just commit with Chrono on that pit because you still have that refresher shard. You're gonna get another one anyway.
They gave themselves a little bit of lane relief, pushed down some of the side lanes a little bit, and are now committing for the Roshan. Enigma Galaxy, what is their response going to be? Just orbs flying around constantly, trying to scout each other. Navi Jr. on the north side of the pit. Enigma Galaxy largely playing in their triangle here. They're going to pop them out. They go all in on the bristleback, trying to finish them off. The Chronosphere goes out, catching 3 different heroes. A tombstone save, though. They just build out the Terrorblade. When he comes back out, though, he's still Chrono. That second Chronosphere got the juice, got 4 this time around. He's already killed 2 of them. Going for a third on the noob. Can't quite kill him. Maybe PMA can get him back to GH on the Undying, though. That's a much easier kill. And Enigma Galaxy are going to have to play off of buybacks here. Ghost hasn't committed his yet. GH finally does die on the side. Noob teleporting away in the trees. He can't make it out either.
That bristle is such a bait, man. Like, again, if you were going to go on him, you needed to do it when this void was showing elsewhere, because that just sets up a 3-man Chrono into a 4-man Chrono with Tree Toss coming through. Terrorblade gets nothing off. Ghost gets Chrono twice. Just 2,000 damage from the void going into him. And what a fight from Got the Juice. I mean, that is a refresher shard on this hero in a nutshell. It's just so strong in the late game. You caught him on a choke point on those stairs. Brutal stuff for Enigma Galaxy. There's no way to salvage that fight the instant you're all trapped in there. And even if the bristle goes down,
back, yeah,
who cares, changes. Right?
Yeah,
that's the problem. Like, it's just this play comes too late, and I mean, we finally got to the point where there's damage to put into the Chrono. That Tree Toss did some serious work. The Mjolnir's going on everybody here. You're able to go through the Tombstone, bring him out of the Tombstone, and kill him. It's like, it's just so much time on Navi Junior
Got the
side.
Juice has, because the refresher shard is so valuable, and he's also got Aegis, he has slot problems. So he actually bought out a Moon Shard, consumed that one.
It's not bad here. I mean, even the extra night vision, honestly, is pretty good in this game.
Yeah, that's true. And I can't help but thinking, right, that fight finishes up, and you go back to Dire Base, and it's being ransacked by creeps on 2 different lanes, right? We also talked about the possibility of, like, when Navi Jr. was splitting up, all inning on one of these heroes in one of these lanes. It feels like Enigma Galaxy is being too timid for their own good. There's plays to be had here, whether that's taking a bold move to hit the base when the enemy team is doing Roshan, or when it's, you know, trying to all in one of these side lanes as they're being pushed in. But it felt like they just let themselves get baited into a 5-on-5 Roshan fight.
I agree. There should have been a lot more base pressure on Navi Jr. in that situation. Instead, you just gave him the straight-up 5v5 that they were looking for. They're laughing all the way to the bank because now they get another refresher shard for this void. It's like he just replaces it. Chrono's up, shards up in 15. He didn't even wear through any of the resources because he gets them all replenished. And there's still no real base pressure on Navi Jr. even during this push. Like, where's the rat action? There's a wave going in top, but there's nothing with it. There's no wolves on that. There's no threat in these tier 4s. They're getting Raxus for free right now.
And now it's going to be Navi Jr. Like, they are going to stop a lot of that wolf pressure and some of the illusion pressure, because now they have a Rax advantage. Now bottom lane is always going to be pushing in from the super creeps. They could just focus on dealing with top mostly.
I mean, they just walk down top and they're in the last lane, right? You have double Chrono to do it. You have a lot of damage now to throw in the Chrono. Even got a cheese out of that.
If Enigma Galaxy just wait for a high ground push, like, I'm gonna be so disappointed. I don't even care if it goes wrong. Like, I just want them to try and make some sort of aggressive move that catches Navi Jr. off guard, you know, in somewhere on this map.
got to find a good lasso target, and the key to that is either exerting some map pressure or getting some like good vision scouting. There's wolves on the Rubik right now, but has to come at the start of the fight. Yeah, I do have that E-blade for the bat. Some extra cast range makes it a little easier.
Got the juice. He's going to be walking in here into Noob. High ground Zayats, and he'll give him the vision. Pulls him out of the Chronosphere. There,
he tossed him in.
Put the puck into the Chronosphere. He's going to be comboed as the second Chronosphere gets dropped. Nice Undying Tombstone, but same situation. Come out of the Tombstone, instantly get killed. Sacrifice is not going to save you here. Ghost, he just can't do the damage here. His entire team is gone. He's making a run for it. Thanks to Silver Edge, he might be able to do so. The puck is moving around, caught and dead.
It's a dieback
for him. Oh, this game is done, I think. Enigma Galaxy, the lanes are pushed in. Ghost is going to have his last hurrah by himself. A buyback from the Undying. The only person who can save him. Feels like deja vu, Avery. Ghost versus everybody with an Undying sitting in the back. Not able to do anything for him. It's over. It's done. Enigma Galaxy can't close out the game, and Navi Jr. push it late and have a clear advantage with this Faceless Void. The very sick Faceless Void last pick that they drafted.
They played it well. Like, they weathered the storm. A lot of pressure on them in this game. They lose 1 or 2 fights in that mid game. They just get run over, and this game looks very one-sided. But they're able to hold on, pick their moments. Enigma Galaxy falter a little bit, and that's all it takes for this game to stall out, go late. They didn't use the map pressure as well as we think they could have. That's the nail in the coffin. That said, I mean, if you're going into game 2 here draft-wise, you still have to think about this Bristleback. I think he held this game together, right? 2-2 and 23, but the early Crimson Guard let them take some of the early fights. The fact he's so annoying on the front line for Ghost to run into, it's just such a toxic hero to play against. It creates so much space, so much time, but man, got the juice. 17-1-11 on a Faceless Void. And he was against, in theory, some heroes that could have shut him down, especially that Lycan with the pace. Tremendous game from him.
And how many times, Avery, it has to be pointed out, this is a constant problem for Enigma Galaxy, that they are very often so good in the first like 20 minutes of the game. They get an advantage against almost any team in the world, and something about the mid game seems to falter. They just seem to not have the right shot calling going into these mid to late game situations, and it more often than not feels like it falls apart for them.
I would agree. They just need to be more assertive. Like, just go for it, right? If it fails, it doesn't work, that's one thing. But to lose a game like this, where it feels like you're afraid to rat super deep, you're a little afraid to push the high ground, it was a little awkward timings. Like, it feels like Ghost can't really frontline in this game. I don't know, it just felt all over the place. And some of those fights were super discoordinated. And those are the type of fights that a Bristleback is going to really take advantage of. Like, when you're not all in a hero, when you're not decisive and all together, you're getting goose stacks on you. This hero's throwing out the hairballs. You know, that one fight top, he had 6 hairballs because the fight went on so long.
Yeah.
That's just, you're not going to beat that. Like, there's just no way. And then, of course, this late game, it just becomes impossible. Super nice toss into the chrono, by the way. And then you get to re-chrono.
That was super sick. But I also wonder, what is the idea here? Because Omar and Ghost aren't here, right? Like, what is this puck Lycan setup?
I think
what
they're
is
just
this
looking
setup in the first place, right?
I mean, they're in desperation mode. Like, they're looking for anything outside the base that maybe is Navi Jr. messing up, going in too aggressively with 1 or 2 supports, something like that. I don't really blame him for this play. I think at this point the game is already incredibly difficult. You just have to reset and go game 2 here. Like, this was a game you could have won. You faltered, but you're gonna have to step it up to go game 2. And hopefully we see some more decisiveness from Enigma Galaxy, as well as them activating their 2 side laners, right? Because I think the Lycan and the Terrorblade had very free laning phases this game. They took all the tier 1s, and then the map pressure and the teamfight presence was just not there. Navi Jr. took this game over in that regard. So that's the big point you're going to have to fix going into this next game.
PMA, standout player, 75% kill participation. I mean, so many of these team fights, it's just so funny that he just was able to walk forward and then turn around and say, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
You use meta, you use Tombstone. Are you going to fight me? Are you going to walk into me or not? And the answer from Nigma Galaxy so often was, no, we can't. And that pressure clearly showed itself because there was a butterfly pickup on the Faceless Void, and Ghost, he picked up a Silver Edge, right? He did not try and answer the butterfly. He's trying to answer that goddamn Bristleback. They knew it was a problem. And I have no doubt that they will address it in the draft in some ways, whether we'll see it banned or we'll see different answers to it. We'll have to wait and see. But we are going to have a break and come back with game 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
There's probably nothing more frustrating than watching a team who has the game in their hands and it's inaction that ends up losing them a bit of the momentum that they built up. And I'm sure nobody is more annoyed and frustrated by it than Enigma Galaxy themselves, as that game one, there were certainly they certainly had a lead. They took that lane of barracks. They pressured bottom. They had an 8,000 net worth lead relatively early into the game, Avery. And I think we have said our piece about our criticisms of that game one, but I do want to focus on the positives as we head into game two. Enigma Galaxy got themselves in that spot in the first place, right? They did prove to themselves that they had what it takes to beat Navi Junior. They could be like, yeah, we've got these guys. We just needed to just close it out.
I think they already knew that, to be honest. Like, I think almost any team in this qualifier has capability to beat the other team. And I think Enigma they're not going to go into any of these matches thinking, oh, like this team's scary, or are we the better team? They're going to think they're the better team every time. It's just a matter of, can you close it out? Like, can you do what you came here to do in terms of finishing the games, not messing up these high ground pushes, not messing up the map control, and be decisive in your movement. And I think that's been a problem that's plagued them this entire year in a lot of these mid-game transitionary periods, which has been the crux of where the games fall apart. So it's coming back to bite them here when it matters most. And you're not going to be able to just overhaul that issue from game to game, but you can put a little more emphasis on it and be like, all right, we know we stumble in some of these mid games, but let's not overthink it. Let's just get a solid game plan, something that's straightforward, maybe be a lineup that has some easier high ground execution, and go from there.
For Navi Junior side, it did feel like they showcased a lot of resilience in that game one and decisiveness, right? I think the biggest risk for me was when they all in on that Roshan and he chronosphered literally nothing just to secure the Aegis and Refresher Shard. Like that's the kind of move that does take some guts to like just throw down the chronosphere and be like, this Aegis and this Refresher Shard is worth it. We just have to make sure they can't get their hands on it. And we saw how the Refresher Shard managed to stall out the game from there on out. So props to Navi Junior for being able to put that together. And the Bristleback is going to get banned, Avery, but not by Enigma Galaxy. I wonder if Enigma was thinking about first picking it.
I think they would have, yeah. They've played with the hero a lot. It's a very common first pick or early pick for them for Noob. Has been all year. And part of my thought after that game was, if I'm Enigma Galaxy, yeah, I would absolutely steal it away, put the pressure on Navi Junior to deal with that hero. Instead, it does get banned, which forces Enigma to pick up something different outside of this Bristle Doom TA, which for me are like the really strong early picks. And they'll gobble up that Death Prophet. A mixed hero right now, right? Like, this is a hero we've seen be really strong, there's no doubt about it, but also get countered out the ass. So you really have to be careful of how much Navi Junior commits to dealing with this hero, and then where you put it as a result. Ringmaster, little long-range artillery. Not a bad hero versus the DP. I think almost any of the long-range supports in this meta are going to do fine against Death Prophet, honestly, which is part of what makes it a tough meta for the DP. I think the last time this hero really impressed me, it was in a meta where a lot of the supports included melee 4 roamers. And that was part of the reason this hero had a lot of success, is because those melee 4s do not play well into this hero. You kind of just end up being a sack of meat to siphon off of. Particularly in that meta where it was like 4 positions roaming to the mid lane. This hero is incredibly difficult for the roaming 4s to gank on mid, because you roll in with an Earth Spirit, you go in with a Tusk, you get double siphoned between you and your mid laner. That gank gets turned around, DP just kills you. That was a meta where DP really shined. This meta, there are not a lot of melee supports that are popular. The two that come to mind are the Undying, which we saw last game, which, yeah, it's okay for DP, but who really cares? And you're not getting ganked by that hero. And the other one is the Elder Titan, which is good versus DP. It's effectively a backline support anyway. So,
sure.
I think that part hurts this hero. Like, every support duo you play against, you don't want to play against A, you don't want to play against Shadow Demon, you don't really want to play against the Rubik, the Ringmasters, the Shadow Shamans, the Bat Riders, like the Rubiks, the ETs. Like, none of these are good supports for you to take advantage of. So You really have to help this hero out.
And Ringmaster, not only is he unlikely to be in that Spirit Siphon zone, but he is all 4 of his abilities will make it hard for you to stick onto other people with the Spirit Siphon, right? You've got a fear, you've got a taunting stun, you've got a slow from the daggers, and then the box makes people fast, right? So all 4 of those can be used to stop you from being able to get those Spirit Siphon range.
Also, the whip can just break your siphons in the middle of a fight. So these fears can be really strong versus the DP in general.
That's why I led with that one. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's
5 seconds
I'm saying even after you latch the siphons, right? It can be like mid siphon, you're going in, you have 3 or 4, you get hit by this whip, it can break everything. And to me, it's incredibly annoying. I think it's like I think that's why the Queen of Pain matchup's also so good. Obviously, the lane was always nice, and you're a hero that can dagger this Death Prophet and Kiter, but Sonic Wave is also really annoying because you run in the fight, you siphon people, you get hit by this thing, and it pushes you back enough that all of your siphons get broken, and then, of course, it's a huge amount of burst damage, which DP doesn't like, but these like little displacement spells are really annoying. Bat Rider Flame Break would be another one. So you really have to, there's a lot of things that can ruin this hero's day. You just have to keep him in mind. Ricky, though, that is not a hero I expected to see here. And the IO back on the menu.
Where did this Riki come from? I mean, I almost feel like the IO Tuss makes this Riki look better. Is it
really
good
does.
versus Death Prophet?
Not really. Again, this is the kind of hero, if it ends up being a support or even a core, like it's just a siphon target with not a lot of burst damage. The Cloud can be annoying, but this is not a hero that's impressed me. This Riki is really out of left field. They're going to have some sort of game plan with it. I was going to say we might see the IO here because it's a Enigma Galaxy staple, and it is a hero that can help the DP push through some of these counters. This IO Tusk is a Kuroki classic going back 7 or 8 years. So they know how to play around it. They know how to dual roam. They know how to tri-lane with this if they want to pseudo tri-lane. This is a support duo that just comes down to execution. Like, you can't really draft this support duo and be like, we won or lost the draft. It just comes down to the gameplay and what you get done with it.
5 seconds remaining.
That said, this puck pick is very reminiscent of the pucks we saw yesterday, where you see no stuns on the supports. You pick puck. Puck has a relatively free game.
Yeah, there's really nothing to stop him here.
Yeah,
Enigma Galaxy, also one of their favorites for the IO is Marcy, and I don't think Marcy's any good against Puck.
Oh, please, God, no. I do not want to see the Marcy. I want to see anything but the Marcy. I do not have faith that Marcy carries these games, and I don't think it's worked for Enigma Galaxy in recent high-profile matches. You do have this DP
what's a better combo that you actually do play?
I play Ursa here. I play Ursa 1,000% of the time. Like, thank God they picked her. I think this is a super easy Ursa pick because this hero is basically the best carry versus Darkseer, like in the meta. I don't think it's close, actually. I think there's some other cheese picks you can get. You know, you can play like these random Bloodseekers and stuff, but
10 seconds remaining.
this hero just owns Darkseer. Like, the lane's fine, especially with the IO. The wall is completely irrelevant for this hero for the entirety of the game. He just runs at you. He can buy Nullifier. He can buy Abyssal Blade. It just feels really bad playing this matchup as Darkseer. I've never liked it. It's really tough. And then a lot of times with the Darkseer, you're looking to get other melee heroes to use the shell and stuff. And Ursa's just he's a melee hero chomper, right? He accelerates Roshan. He doesn't really... It's a hero that doesn't care as much about aura buyers because his single target DPS is so high. Like, when you go on someone and you start building up Fury Swipes, who cares if this Darkseer mech pipes a dude? Okay, so it means you have to hit him one more time. It's not that big a deal compared to a lot of carries. So yeah, I think this Ursa pick was the best one. The other one could have been the Slark, but that's a lot more dangerous pick versus Darkseer puck lineup. Ricky, maybe if they had Miracle, I think Miracle's wheelhouse is more of the Slark versus the Ursa, but I think Ghost is a lot more of the Ursa player. The only other one would have been the Gyro, right? Like the IO Gyro, but I like the Ursa here. It's been really strong in the meta. It's, again, Nullifier Buyer versus the Ringmaster, also really good here. And Abyssal Buyer versus the Puck, also really good. So I think this Ursa's itemization pathways are all really strong in this game. and it's just a super nice IO target. Gives you a Roshan killer. I think this pick
I think literally the only thing that Ursa has a problem with here is there is a little bit of kiting mechanisms that Navi Jr. has, but also the silence from, like, he answers the puck once he gets Basher Abyssal, but early on the silence might be annoying, and then also the smoke screen is really annoying because status resistance doesn't affect that, right? So he's going to be, there might be some situations where he's stuck in a smoke cloud and doesn't get to use Enrage, or can't, you know, clap after he, you know, gets off in Enrage or whatever, right?
IO helps a lot with that though, right? Like extra move speed, extra survivability, sustain. And if you look at the damage from Navi Jr., let's say you smoke screen or silences Ursa, who's killing him with some IO sustain? Like I don't see it right now.
Yeah.
So I think he has a omega free game here. And Navi Jr. are going to have to pull out something really clutch to swing this draft back their way.
Enigma Galaxy are going to take away some of the hard carries that they feel like Ursa doesn't want to go up against. Troll and Faceless Void are going to be their choices. Navi Jr. took away a mid and an offlaner here. Beastmaster and Tiny, not sure where this Death Prophet's going to go. Could be mid against the puck. That's a good matchup, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think you just take an offlaner, any stun here. And I was about to say the Mars, because that is, I think, Noob's best stun here. I think their two options were the Mars or the Underlord. You just want something with lockdown. The Underlord would have been more of like an aura push strat type hero as well, which could have been interesting. And obviously the Pit is super good here versus the Puck and the Ricky. But Mars is just the best stun you're going to get. And all you want with your other four heroes is someone to lock heroes down so that the Ursa and the DP can smack them. And Mars will do that. I mean, the Mars has like some bad points here with the silences and stuff, but it's Mars, right? Like, you want to stun, you pick this hero, it's fine. He's going to stun some dudes, he's going to control them. I think Enigma got what they wanted in these last two picks, and it'll be the carry Abaddon. Coming out last pick, forgot the juice. Is that good enough to swing the tides here?
It's a weird matchup against Ursa. There is far too often that I've seen this carry a matchup, and Ursa just goes on the Abaddon. Oh, he pops his ultimate. Who cares? My Fury swipes have built up to like 10, 15x. So when it goes down, he just gets two shot.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is enough. I think the pick is strong. It makes their mid game really strong. Like, you have a lot of just oomph with this Darkseer Abaddon going in. It's a really strong combination. It's going to be tough for the Mars to survive in the fights if he goes in and arenas a lot of heroes. But at the same time, like, the IO Ursa just looks so good here. Like, I think this is a game where IO Ursa just 2v5. If they get a good start and they get some Roshans and they get fat, this combo is still really strong. I feel like Enigma Galaxy got the better of it here as long as they can execute this IO strat, and they are the IO team. So
yeah,
if they can't execute the IO strat, then that's really bad news for them. But it's looking good. Like, I'm glad they went this route over the Marcy, and can do some serious damage here. Can even up this series very easily if you get the snowball rolling.
I think the only thing that bothers me a little bit is that Mars is really good against the Ringmaster and the Darkseer, right? They're heroes that are mobile, and the arena keeps them locked in. But the Riki and the Puck both have ways to be able to get out of the arena. And the Abaddon, I assume you're going to need an earlier Blink Dagger in this game, just because that's one of the ways you deal with the Ursa, right? The Ursa jumps on you, he builds up the stacks, and then he gets your ultimate to go off. You just got to blink away. You got to be somewhere the Ursa is not once your ult goes off. So so if he goes that route, he will also have a way to be able to get out of the arena.
I just don't really believe in support Ricky, to be honest. I just feel the impact is way too inconsistent, and the payoff isn't high enough to justify some of his early game issues. So that's part of my personal bias.
Enigma Galaxy smoke up, running into late smoke of Navi Jr. A quick jump away with a blink strike. He had another one, so Zions, even if he did get caught inside of the ice shards, was not going to be given away first blood. Enigma Galaxy tried to set their best foot forward with a smoke and early first blood. Doesn't work this time. Oh, God, but they got the ward, so still got something. If they get 2 bounty runes, they'll have a lead.
A little XP as well. Going to all these heroes makes a big difference here. And they might be able to get 3 runes. See if they fight this bottom one, but they have DP Mars, pretty strong.
Yeah, they put their 3 best first blood fighters for this bottom bounty rune. It means you kind of need the Riki Darkseer to make something happen on the other side, but they don't. They can't contest it against the Ursa, nor did they realize the positioning. So it's going to be 3 bounty runes. So a ward and 3 bounty runes. Enigma Galaxy may not have gotten first blood, but they did get first advantage.
A super nice start for them, especially since this Ursa can bypass a lot of early regen requirements. Just go for potentially greedier items, so buy 1 set of Tango, but could be just a fast Orb of Corrosion build-up, faster boots. These little pushes make a huge difference for these IO pairs. Strong laning setup for Enigma Galaxy. I think they will once again do fine on all their lanes.
Curveball for Niku. Saw him holding on to that facet. I thought maybe he would change it, but no, goes for the curveball. We've seen a lot of these pucks in bad ranged matchups, right? They do this against the sniper, and I guess you do it against the Death Prophet as well. Go for the curveball so they can throw out the nuke, but still have an escape.
It can be nice. I think it's like a pretty tough facet to use super well, but when you use it, it's pretty cool. So
true.
I mean, you want to look cool.
I mean, especially when you're playing up against Sumail.
Yeah, exactly. You got a style on him, so this is some extra morale boost, you know. Sumail's like, what the heck? This guy's just curving orbs against me. What's his problem? Doesn't he know who I am?
True. Why is he even trying to win the lane? And right now, he is trying. It's not working, though. Sumail is taking the early lead, 10-3 compared to the 9-1. But again, this is a matchup that is good for the Death Prophet. As long as you're good with last hitting, which I think Sumail's... I think he's okay at it.
Who did we see play us yesterday? It was the OG Secret game, right?
That sounds right. I could check it for you.
That was the DP puck matchup, and I thought the DP was going to do a lot better, and it just ended up being very even, which surprised me because I think this DP is supposed to take at least a minor lead in this lane. You have higher base damage.
It was game 1 W versus Mouth.
Oh, 1 W, okay.
It was Squadix's puck that was popping off. Right?
Yes, that's right. He's just a god on that hero. We'll see what Nico can do here, but this lane has looked better for puck than it was in the olden days. I'll say that. With the extra, getting the extra like puckish and all this random phase shift garbage, you have a little more sustain. Helps out.
Nice deny. We just got pulling shenanigans on both the side lanes, so not anything that's terribly interesting. Got the juice. They're actually going to try and go on him here with a tag team. Oh, the whip goes out, but it doesn't last long enough.
Damn.
That fear only lasts so long. It's 0.6 even if you get the max fear duration, so it's just simply not a reliable disengage. And another kill. Enigma Galaxy, they do get first blood even if it wasn't from the smoke, and they get second blood as well. That means they can get lotuses on both sides. The timing of those kills is impeccable, because it's not even like you're losing out on resources if you can get the Lotus.
That's a Lotus and a half when you have IO as well. Super good pickups here for Enigma Galaxy. And on top of that, that was the early boots for the Ursa getting the chase down top. And now you have an early boots on the Tusk. And these are the 2 heroes you want them on in this early game. So really nice gold distribution here for Enigma Galaxy. Another really good start in this lane phase, winning 3 lanes. Can't really ask for much more to the start of these games here. It's just another game where you're going to have to transition it into a more consistent mid game. It should be easier with Ursa.
Yeah. Try and get aggro on GH, and they immediately are like, wait, never mind. This Ursa's just too big and bad right now, man.
Well, he's going to be untouchable this game. You do not have anything that really threatens him. Can't really rotate on him either. With the extra sustain from the IO, it makes the gank really difficult. It's going to be a free game for Ghost. We'll see what he can do with it here. Set up a lot better than last time around. can truly 1v5.
And Ghost has definitely done some work for Enigma Galaxy, but that last game was not a game that Terrorblade could carry, right? It wasn't really going to be that much on him.
No, it's not a 1v5 Terrorblade game. Oh, very different setup. He's kicking Darkseer out of lane. I mean, this is Omega free farm territory.
Did you see that? Zayat's is a Riki. You can't double stack as a Riki unless you're willing to invest a blood grenade to do so.
I have seen people do this a little, but I tend to think it's still not really worth it. Maybe I value the blood grenades too highly. Economically, it's a gold gain, just objectively.
Yes.
But these blood grenades can do a lot, even in some of like the later fights. You know, these 9 or 10-minute rune, like 10-minute rune fight, can still maybe get you that kill. And of course, they do give you a little bit of value with the HP.
A little bit of a setup here on mid lane. With Niku coming back to lane, Enigma Galaxy want to immediately punish. They have the Exorcism, and Omar goes for it. Curveball will allow Niku to be able to disengage while trying to kill the creep wave, but the next one comes in, and you don't really have much to slow this down. It's going to be a lot of damage on this mid tower.
I think it's just dead. Supports are too weak right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
No
you
denying.
do have a Riki.
Yeah, this is the problem. What do you do in the early game with this hero if you can't just kill people on your lane? And now you're trying to do the stacks here, but Ghost, he knows what's up. It's gonna get another
spotted
freebie.
by a sentry that they had on the ground.
Oof. This bear is already out of control, dude. Like, you can't afford to lose these stacks either. If you're a Navi Junior
Jamel's going to come in, try and take some of them with the Crypt Storm. Now, Enigma don't have the best way to take these stacks away from them. It's going to be a rather slow process, but if Navi Junior can't fight them, can't push them out of this triangle, then there's nothing stopping from Enigma Galaxy from holding this area, or maybe holding the Wisdom Shrine. They're going to go for that one. Coil is up on Niku now. Omar getting a little bit low. Nice snowball dodge. And Samael is going to get good Spirit Siphons out of this situation. Finally, the coil is going to be dropped, but they just own the area. You can't force them to break the coil, and they only break it to try and chase after more heroes. They take your Wisdom Shrine. They got the one on the other side. It's double Wisdom Shrine for Enigma Galaxy. So a 2,000 net worth lead, but also a rather large experience lead as well.
That is such a death sentence for Zayats here. Like, what is he supposed to do? He's a level 3 Riki in this game who sacrificed all his XP and net worth to build a couple of stacks that got stolen and then lost his Wisdom Shrine. This is actual despair right now for the Riki. Like,
Okay, in your opinion, what was the Riki supposed to do for them from a drafting perspective? Because they picked it into Death Prophet too.
I mean, that's why I just don't know. I think it was just a Zayat's comfort pick. Like, you know, give me the Riki. I'm going to own him around the map with Riki. It is one of his signature heroes, but you pick it that early, you don't see clear purposes. The lane's rough. All your lanes go bad. There's no early roam potential. Kind of a nightmare scenario. Now you lost your Abaddon. Got the Juice dies at, you know, level 5.9 here. No ult available. Arena online for noob. You're gonna lose another tier 1.
54 experience away from level 6. That sucks.
That first game, you know, Enigma Galaxy, they won lanes in the first game. This is winning lanes to another degree. This is a crushing. And when you have these IO lineups, they spiral out of control really fast because you get an early reload. You can maybe get another cheeky reload kill. You have a lot of early Roche potential. First Tormentor's going to be chump change.
So what
It
you're
is a
saying
very
is
scary game.
Enigma fans can feel very confident we're going to see Game 3 because they're building up an unthrowable lead.
That's the hope here, yes. You're either going to see a Game 3 or you're going to uninstall Dota 2. Like, this is, you know, if you don't pull this one out, you are in that disband territory. Like, this is as good as it gets with their signature playstyle around GH's IO. So they've been in this position many times. They're very comfortable with it. Even get an extra D ward here. Looking at the last tier 1 with another Exo. See if Sumail pops it, or if he just wants to kind of chip away and see what happens.
For now, they're just gonna chip away, and that also means like it's not just 4,000 net worth lead, right? It's all the potential that's building up in this lineup, because you're able to take this tower kind of for free. They have a lineup that can do Roshan very early, not just the Ursa, but Exorcism is great for taking it as well.
100%.
It's hard to see how Na'Vi Jr. are going to be able to stop this snowball rolling with the heroes that they have this early on. Given another like 10-15 minutes, maybe they start getting some of their team fight items together. That could change things, but
what are those items though? I mean, the only guy who's going to have some early fighting in him is like Mech Darkseer here. The Puck
I almost think it's Blink Dagger. I actually think it's a vacuum into a good Wheel of Wonder. I think that's your best shot.
I don't know about that though. You're going to have an early mech on this IO. Sustain from the Death Prophet. I don't know. You just don't have the damage. You're going to have to rat this game out really, really well. And you also are just not going to have access to your Ancients this game. Like if Enigma Galaxy play up on your side of the map, they got a bunch of D-Wards this game. You don't have a lot of vision to play around if you're Na'Vi Jr. Should be able to maintain aggressive map position with this IO pair. Looking towards bottom as well. Eyeing up this half HP Abaddon.
Yeah, trying to get him to use his borrow time early. He hasn't leveled it up just yet. Got him inside the arena, catching 2. Now got the juice, levels up his ultimate and pops it. Doesn't get too much of heal off of it, and they don't get a kill either. Coil in the back lines, GH is threatened a bit by Niku, but he's rather easily able to get away. Now the push forward. Much of the damage gone on the side of Na'Vi Jr. A good wall, but not good illusions to play off of it. At best here, Na'Vi Jr. might be able to hold their tower and push Enigma Galaxy back, but are not going to be able to get a kill out of this big rotation of theirs, and the Ursa is not in this fight. He's taking your top lane. He's taking your triangle farm.
That's the big downside here for Na'Vi Jr. You can say that this fight's not too bad. You got Exo, you got Arena, didn't lose anybody, but you're losing so much gold in the map because Ursa is just cleaning house right now. Battle Fury already done. This is a pre-12-minute Battle Fury. It's already level 10. His pick was just too nasty. Like, I don't really know what you were even supposed to adjust gameplay-wise to deal with it. I think, like, honestly, maybe you were supposed to just do something really wacky where you trialing this guy or something, but the trialing from Nigma was honestly also really good with Io Tusk, so I don't think you were even favored in that area. Like, there was very little lane adjustment.
It still doesn't have his level 6. He almost dies as a result, but all right, these neutrals, okay, not enough. Eight more experience to have his invisibility.
He's like, please make me invisible in this game. So nobody, including my team, has to look at me anymore.
Yeah, all right, Zayats has Cloak and Dagger, so now he can hide his shame.
It's very good. Now he can go and watch the Ursa farm without the Ursa knowing.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just the fact that you set it up for they have to rat in order to do this, but like Ursa's one of the best anti-rat heroes in the game when he gets to his Blink Dagger Basher territory, and you're matched up against an IO. Right, so it's like you can't even confidently rat in this game.
It's pretty tough. It is pretty tough. Limited options available. You're gonna have to get some clutch team fight with like the Abaddon Radiance at some point, and just use that timing to bring everybody back in. Maybe you can test the Roche if you can get there a little ahead of time. Zayat's looking for the Wisdom Shrine steal. That would be nice, but I don't think it's in the cards.
Dube's sitting on it, so no opportunity to steal here.
You can... Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say, you can annoy him, but one step ahead of you. And he took his Watcher, though. That's got him. He got him.
True. He did get him.
He's about to die when the dust comes in, though.
Yeah, Nude's got it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess this is space a little bit. Like when you're scouting this Mars, you know there's the catch is at that part of the map. You can farm out with everybody. They get another big courier kill.
Scepter.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's very big.
You know, get another one. So this is what you can do: is you can snipe all the couriers off the map and slow the game down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just got to get to a bad in Radiance. That's your ticket here, and then take a team fight.
It's closing in soon. Just need another 600 gold.
They smoked the Ursa through the gate. This is a big move. Trying to get Ghost
they've got
involved.
Shield Rune on the Death Prophet. They were supposed to have Aghanim Scepter, so this was supposed to be a big window for them to start taking tier 2s.
They gotta find something down here. This was a big committal.
Reedy's, I think he knew he was going to die eventually here. Like, you can't hold this tower by solo as a support. Eventually, they're just going to commit to you, so.
Space for the cores, I guess. That's all you can tell yourself right now.
I mean, the plan is being enacted. Niku is deep on the enemy side of the map, cutting creep waves right now. Riki is scouting things out. The game is slowing down and towers aren't being taken. I mean, I just can't believe Shield Rune Exorcism up and no towers going down. But Navi Jr. looks so impotent. Maybe they can catch Niku here. It's a hard catch, but they've got him.
He canceled his TP going bottom, so he just stuck here anyway. Maybe Galaxy take advantage of it.
New
They're gonna get a reload as well.
Dual Scepter into Arena Spear. The relocate on top, guaranteed kill. So I was getting a little concerned. Things were slowing down a bit too much, but Enigma Galaxy quickly put those fears to rest. 2 core kills and straight into the Roshan. Fast objective play.
Just too easy for him right now. Like, you find anybody on the map between this Mars and Tusk, it's just a guaranteed kill with the reload. It's really hard to rat right now. You do get your Abaddon Radiance, but he gave up that Roche fight before you got to him. Not even sure you could have taken it. There was some glimmers of hope. Another courier snipe. Well, Zayats, he's going to kill a lot of couriers this game. I don't know if it's going to win in the game, but he'll get him.
Radiant's top tower is under
Oh, if
attack.
he could have stopped the Blink Dagger from Noob, that would have felt really nice.
Even more catch available around the map now.
All right, Radiance is done. You said you got to make something happen with the Radiance. Do you force it on this timing, or are you just kind of waiting for something to show itself? Because if you don't make the play, then Enigma Galaxy is going to. And Noob with his Blink Yules, he can find picks all around the map, including the Puck.
Yeah, guaranteed on this. So this is why it's tough. I think you have to look for something here if you're Navi Jr. Where you find that, I don't know. You know, hopefully you see it more than I do, because it's getting tough. There's just so many items rolling in. A lot of Blink Daggers for Enigma Galaxy as well. Triple Blink already online. Quad Blink available, in fact.
Rule number 1, when you're behind against an IO lineup, I think is always to smoke to the IO. I don't think you have another option. You just have to hope that they're split from the rest of the team, which they usually are. You take any other fight you're getting relocated on, you probably lose that just because you're behind already.
But the way Enigma are playing this map is very solid. Like, they're playing the Mars and the Ursa together with the reload threat to back them up. They have catch in the damage, and then they're playing this IODP to just pressure lanes and towers. And Navi Jr. are not reacting well to this.
This is the problem for the Abaddon. I don't like it versus the Ursa, but also the Mars early on. You pop your ultimate, you're still stuck inside the arena. They get up the wall, but he's still caught by a spear. Just trying to slow down this Abaddon and help his team get there. Looks like Got the Juice does manage to reset, though. Between the wheel and the slows of the daggers and stuff, they weren't able to chase alongside Noob. Omar does end up going down. Zayats is traded at the same time. In the mid lane, it's Niku, who is still trying to rat, and he's finding openings. The fact that he finds a support is pretty damn nice, as long as he doesn't get caught on the way back.
That's a pretty nice kill for him. Finishes up Blink, continues to rat this game. I mean, this is your only option. Just keep ratting. Try and find anything you can. Split Enigma Galaxy up.
Two minutes left on the Aegis. I would like to see some of these tier 2s start falling.
They have chipped away at this bottom one a lot. You can definitely just man up for this tower with the remaining duration. This is not a tower Navi Jr. are going to want to defend here. Rather just look for another play. Try and hunt this Mars instead of the other way around would be nice.
Oh. 4-man, 5-man smoke up. Problem is, the Mars is not alone. He's with Ghost, who has a BKB, so he is a god. You cannot touch him. And if the fight, it starts, it's going to be relocated on. They were hoping it was going to be Enigma Galaxy trying to do the Tormentor with just like the Ursa +1 or something like that, and they would be low and they'd be caught in the act.
Kind of like that idea. Not a bad thing to look for. Like they're manning up for this Tormentor. You go in there, maybe you snipe it, maybe you get somebody who's low off of it. Cool idea. Fortunately, Enigma Galaxy too prepared, too ready, and does not cost them almost anything to do this. So free shard for Omar. Glad they scooped that up. Lead continues to grow here, 13K. Pretty successful Aegis period. Even get one more for the road. Another Wisdom Shrine?
Have they gotten a Wisdom Shrine?
I do not think so. Unless they got the 14-minute one.
Yeah, they lost the first one. They lost the third one, so... Oh, noob. Look at him go. He sets up the kill on the Ringmaster, but still finds the spear on Zayats to catch 2.
Chasing out this puck, dude. Landed the silence. That was very close. They're just hunting both sides of the map. This is brutal for Navi Jr. right here. Just never got through this laning phase. And not a lot of ways to kill the tanky heroes on the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Enigma Galaxy tier 2s are beginning to fall, but they've also, I think, maybe more importantly, they've kept all their tier 1s up, right?
Yep.
That probably limits rat potential more than taking towers, is keeping your own.
You keep these tier 1s up, you keep the waves on Navi Jr. side of the map, and you have the reload threat, you're going to shut down a huge chunk of that rat action just by default. Just keep rolling in.
Going after Omar here, vacuum him back into the Wheel of Wonder. Did not get him to look at the wheel, so that's going to be unfortunate. They can't even get the kill, and now the fight is not going to look so good for them. DMA already used the vacuum, so can't get the vacuum up to the high ground here. Got the juices going for the IO. Might be able to kill him here with the help of Nico. They do manage to do so, but Samael is still in the middle of this with his exorcism, and once that ult is gone, forgot the juice. He's going to be in trouble. It's gone now, and the ghost will gobble him up. The bear will eat him. He's dying one way or the other.
Got the Mars.
Nice pick from Niku, though. Yeah, getting the Mars is a pretty nice trade-off. 3 for 3. Oh, Samael just blinks in. He knows he's a god right now. Exorcism about to fade out. So he's got a big heal coming his way, so he gets a 4th kill for Enigma Galaxy, a 3 for 4 in the end.
I mean, honestly, that's not the worst fight for Navi Jr. Basically came out of it even a little gold 1, in fact. From being down so much, you'll take that. Downside for them is they didn't get either of the 2 big cores between the Ursa and the Death Prophet. You would have liked to have gotten one of them there, but considering how this starts and how long it takes you to finish this Tusk, not a bad team fight at all. This puck is doing some work. He doesn't get caught by a spear. It's limited control for him. Like, he's been silenced by Sumail a couple times, but there's not enough damage to finish him off. And you do have to respect this Abaddon's damage output. It wears you down. Like, this Radiance Burn, passive, some ion shells on random heroes in the fights. That said, Enigma Galaxy, they finished BKB for the Death Prophet. That's going to make Sumail probably play even more aggressive.
Yeah. And that Blink Dagger play shows his state of mind in this game. The puck was, after that team fight, he is well over half his way to Aghanim Scepter. He almost has it now. This game is entirely on Niku to save. If anybody is going to save it, it's him.
Gotta keep scaling on this puck. Get to like the ultra late, where you can abuse the lack of control. Basher already done for Ghost though. He's hunting.
A little curveball action. Trying to hunt him down on the orb. The relocate. He's going to be right in the middle of the relocate here. Samael, they just go for PMA. Does manage a vacuum wall. Trying to disengage now. Making a run for it with the surge. The Yule Scepter put onto the Ursa, but it's Samael that's the bigger problem. They still get the kill on Darkseer. Now looking for more. Not finding it immediately. Oh, Noob is the one to find it. Blink Yule's on the Ringmaster right before he gets up to the high ground. Samael, a godlike spree for him, in control, and they'll take tier 2 mid now.
Also looking top, trying to catch even more off the sequence. Would love to find this a bad, but he's a little too fast.
Yeah, super fast gameplay here. He still can get him on the Yules, and he can pin him. And can his team rotate over to take advantage of the situation? Doesn't look like it. Navi Jr. protecting their carry.
That was a good fight for Enigma Galaxy, that's for sure. And especially as they look towards this next Roshan. Can spawn right now, you get another Aegis on this Ursa, you can end the game with that. So if there's going to be a turnaround here for Navi Jr., it's got to be now, going into this Roche period. Feels like they know it too. They do finish the Ags on the puck. Manta done for the Abaddon, hitting a nice little item timing here. They're not as far behind as the net worth shows.
Oh, Omar so quick with it. Managed to blink away, still going to be caught in the coil. They throw out the Wheel of Wonder. This is a good choke point to play around, though. Omar is not dead yet, and Samael's right in the middle of him with this BKB. Dangerous point. Nico, he's got to get away, jumping to his orb, backing out. Omar finally goes down. Nice Yules into a spear onto PMA, so he's not getting out. They chase after GH, though. Nico will manage to get that one. Got the Juice, is kind of stuck here. Can the Nico get out? Oh, he didn't have anything to jump to. His Blink Dagger was on cooldown. Got the Juice stuck around to give him the Aphonic Shield, too, but wasn't enough. Spear back onto Zayats. Lose sight of him for a second there. Now still get him. Triple kill for Samael. Another successful team fight for Enigma Galaxy. It feels like Navi Jr., they are, like you said, they took the timing that was best for them. And I feel like they're taking the fights okay. The last one was a bit better, but it's just such a hurdle to climb, man. It's just too much of a net worth advantage. The Death Prophet, they have no answers to it whatsoever. They can't kill the Ghost. They can only kite him around. There just seems to be too many issues for them to win a fight.
Cores are way too strong in this game. You can eventually run down the supports like we saw. Then you still can't win the fight against the core, so it's not doing you much good. Need more damage, more scale here as a Hex arrives for Sumail. I mean, that was a fight where Sumail did not even have the Exorcism. He's just sitting in front of your face, BKB, right-clicking you down with his Ags. Pretty brutal stuff. This Hex is now going to make the one shining part of this lineup in Niku's puck even more difficult to play here. And
it feels like he can't even go for Lincolns, to be honest. Like, even once he sees this Scythe, I don't know if he could build Lincolns simply because your damage starts going out the window.
No, he needs pure DPS this game to have a chance of bringing these heroes down. That's an Aegis that they give to Sumail.
Relocate, trying to catch the Darkseer, but PMA does have that Blink Dagger. So he's fine, and they will get a Wisdom Shrine. We don't know if, I don't remember if they got the second one, but they'll get the fourth one.
Something to go their way. Sumail on the hunt.
Scythe out on Reedies. Zayat's trying to stop him with the smoke screens here. Yule Scepter on the Mars to stop his initiation. Got him with the dagger too. Tags him here. Vacuum. They're all in. They're going for the IO. Trying to finish him off. God, it just takes so long. They will eventually get him here, surely. He's inside the snowball for now. When he comes back out, though, got the Juice. Will manage to kill him. Now he focuses on Omar. But what about Samael? It's Samael, and now Ghost is going to join in, and he runs down, got the Juice. The early ulti usage will cost him as Ursa shows up to the team fight. Niku once again will survive. He gets good damage out of the fight, but it's just never enough to stop these cores.
Yeah, you can wall back this Death Prophet all you want, but Sumail just sits there and kills you. The wall is just not doing anything. His Darkseer's impact, it's so limited by his core matchups in this game. And you don't really have great shell surge targets either. Like, you can shell surge the Abaddon, but it's kind of whatever at this point. You didn't snowball this game hard enough where that timing was something Nigma Galaxy were afraid of. And now they're just cruising into this late game. They have BKBs on everybody. They have the full Abyssal done for Ghost. So you have Abyssal on the Ursa plus Hex on the DP. That's your big lockdown this game. That's just brutal for the Puck. I mean, he's going nowhere in these fights. See if Nigma Galaxy want to keep pushing with this Aegis. You have 3 more minutes. You're going to have another Exo. You can definitely poke the high ground here. And you should absolutely make sure that Navi Jr. are not allowed to leave their base, because you are way stronger on the map with triple BKB, Gem, Abyssal Hex, plus reload threat. Like, I see any hero outside Navi Jr.'s base, I'm instantly going on it. I'm running at them and I'm putting them back in the base.
Samael, he's got an Aegis, and you know the IO's got to be behind him. I'm not sure they're setting up on this Death Prophet, but he can't be good. A great Wheel of Wonder, catching 2 heroes. Will that be enough, though? Certainly not. Ghost is already shredded through 2 rather easily. The snowball pushing them forward right on top of these heroes. Omar, GH are just able to walk away. No punish there from Navi Jr. on the supports. And Niku will manage to get back to the base. So now it is Samael, still with the Aegis, and now with the Exorcism. Goes up to the high ground. I guess Navi Jr. were hoping they could stop this push that was coming their way. Surprise Nigma Galaxy with the fight outside the base, but it just did not work at all.
It's not much of a surprise factor when you don't have a lot of damage to bring these targets down. Hoping that there was something there. They'll try and defend the banner. Unsuccessful defense. We'll get the ult out of the Abaddon here, though. He's stuck.
And he's still stuck in this Ice Shards, and the Ursa is beginning. He put a duels on him, stall out the rest of his ultimate. But with the vacuum, they are going to reset here. Samael getting a little bit low. Arena on 3. Noob jumping in, sees his opportunity with Got the Juice, no longer having his ultimate. Once he's inside the arena, the follow-up will come from Nigma Galaxy. Ursa will eventually get there. Samael blinks in instantly. Killed the carry. Now, without that damage, Navi Jr. will just have to relinquish control of this bottom lane of barracks.
The lead was too big to throw. That's the moral of this game. You know, like, the early game was just way too good. And this Ursa pick was way too good. 9-0-10 for Ghost, untouchable. 15-0 for Sumail, even more untouchable. He was also a big problem. I like this IO DP pairing. Like, I feel like you just need little ways to help DP play through some of the counter picks, and this hero can shine. And just giving her some extra sustain, some extra amp, feels super good here.
I guess the question is, what were the counter picks?
Yeah, that's another point.
I like the Ringmaster. I don't know if I like anything else.
No, I don't think they counterpick this DP as much as we've seen in some of the other games. Like, Ricky is pretty irrelevant. Darkseer, pretty irrelevant. The Puck matchup, pretty good for DP for most of that early game. Like, maybe ultra late, yeah, but who cares? And Abaddon is not a burst damage oriented hero, so I agree this DP has a pretty good game, and Navi Jr. gave it to him.
I appreciate the Navi Jr. go out fighting. You know, they made that play. I mean, it looked a little silly bottom lane because it's like, I just don't see it's possible to succeed here. But another situation, they're going to 5-man smoke up, head for the second Tormentor. There's no way out of this but just Hail Marrying. And in order to get that Hail Mary in the first place, you got to be in the position to make it happen. They get to the Tormentor high ground, but again, Nigma Galaxy aren't actually doing it.
Smoke just not going to land. You have no real insta-stun anyway. So it's like pretty guaranteed Nigma Galaxy get BKBs off on whoever you jump first. That's another problem with this lineup. How do you really initiate fights? Really tough. Here's an Exo hitting your base. What are you going to do about it? Gotta look for another flank angle. They'll commit another smoke looking to wrap. Gotta find the supports. But Ghost is protecting the angle.
They have completely stopped this angle of approach. If they're off the wall, but BKB activated. So Ghost just starts going to work on Got the Juice. He doesn't want to overextend too much, though. He backs himself away. They deal with Science on the side, and PMA almost dying. Maybe the snowball can reach him. It tags him, and he dies to Omar. IMAX immediately going to be put to use here. And finally, they're like, okay, I guess we have to deal with this death prop. They all in on him. Omar gets a little bit low off this one. Omar might actually die. Picked up by the snowball. Rolled over to the other side. Ghost is almost dead, but he's not quite dead, and the problem is still there. Samael is the problem on the death prophet.
I never even got the Ursa, dude. He's just kept alive, double saving supports, gets the job done here. Nice game from Enigma Galaxy. But that is how you run an IO lineup. They picked the absolutely correct carry in that fourth slot that just puts so much draft pressure on Navi Jr. And I don't think we're going to see a similar opening from them again, because it just felt like that support duo. I didn't really understand what pressure was trying to put on Enigma Galaxy. Like, if I see Ricky Ringmaster, I'm not shaking in my boots, you know. I'm not afraid to pick certain heroes. I'm not feeling pressure around the map or in the team fights. It's just kind of whatever. And I think it ended up constricting their core picks down the road, and it opened up a crazy good Ursa pick for Ghost here. 2 cores on the side of Enigma Galaxy never died this game. That Ursa and the Death Prophet, just untouchable. That's exactly what you want to see when you dominate the laning phases hard.
Yeah. And I think Enigma Galaxy, they set themselves up really well with the draft, but I think they also executed pretty damn well. I think Navi Jr. were really trying to give themselves a fighting chance. They were setting up good fights. Enigma Galaxy, I think, responded perfectly well every single time. I think they always had the right setup. I mean, that last smoke is a really good way of showcasing, like, Enigma Galaxy was aware the only way that Navi Jr. could get back into the game, and they set up their pieces, their chess pieces around the board perfectly to be able to stop that, right? Ghost doesn't get caught by the couple of smoke rotations that come his way, right? They don't get greedy on trying to take the Tormentor with 2 heroes or anything like that. I think as a whole, Enigma Galaxy, they gave themselves a huge advantage, I think, on the draft, but they also just, they followed through.
I agree. They played the map really well. I liked their formations around the map. The Ursa Mars pair on one side, the IO trio on the other. It made for a really tough formation for Navi Jr. to try and find smoke ganks into, even if they had the capability to look for them. And they just slowly grinded through these towers. They went high ground during their Aegis periods. A lot more decisive that game. Worked out a lot better for them. And big question, though, in Game 3, if you don't get the IO, can you replicate some of those factors without this hero? That's going to be a true test, because it's unlikely you get it in Game 3 unless you're willing to first phase it. Maybe Navi Jr. aren't afraid of the IO. Like, maybe they also will give it and just pick better IO answers. You know, end up with some more team fight, some better laning options. That's also a possibility, but you just have to be prepared as Enigma Galaxy in case you do not get this IO. What is the backup plan to replicate some of the things that make it so successful for you?
Right. I think along the lines of that first pick as well, the IO is a problem, but also we saw the Bristleback first pick was a huge problem in Game 1, and this Death Prophet was a massive problem in Game 2. So going into Game 3, what does that mean, you know?
It's a good point. The first picks have really dominated the first 2 games here. So you really have to think about the first pick / pick out of phase trade and make sure that's favorable for you and you get the hero that you feel is going to win this Game 3.
All right. Well, we are going to get that Game 3 after a break, so we'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
And so we finally get a game 3 on our hands between Navi Jr. and Enigma Galaxy. And I feel like that was a bit expected. Going into this, we felt like both of these teams were very likely to end up in the grand finals or one of those 2 final slots for the 2 slots that Western Europe gets to the international. And right now, it seems like Enigma Galaxy have the rather large advantage. They probably should have won game 1. They probably feel that way anyway. And they did win game 2 in a rather dominating performance, Avery.
They have to be feeling pretty good at a minimum. I think it's always nice to win game 2 as well, because you just carries the momentum into game 3. You have a bit more figured out. You've already made some adjustments and your adjustments worked. So you're kind of on the right track. I don't know the exact stats in the entire history of Dota, but I feel like more often than not, it's way more common for a team to win games 2 and 3 than for a team to win games 1 and 3. That's how I've always felt, at least. So, yeah, I'd prefer to be in that situation than the other way around.
Fair enough. And it also, I mean, probably the biggest part about that 2 and 3 versus 1 and 3 is you have drafting problems to solve if you are the team that won game 1, right? You lost game 2, probably in part you feel like there's some sort of drafting issue to solve, and you've got one chance to be able to make that happen. And we'll see whether or not Navi Jr. solves that problem, as it is going to be Enigma Galaxy with first pick. So that's an important element, because first pick has won both of these games.
What do they want to take with it? That's the big question, right? We've seen the Bristle, we've seen the Death Prophet. If you ban both of those, which is what's happened here, then do you leave the Doom?
Doom?
Are you willing to give Enigma Galaxy their IO again, if you felt like that was a big problem in terms of how much map control and tempo it gave them? Doom will be left, and they'll snatch it. That's a win for Enigma Galaxy here. Like, you put enough pressure on Navi Jr. with this Bristle threat and the Death Prophet from last game that you get Doom here. And I think a lot of teams would absolutely always snatch that first. This was also a hero that, if you remember, Enigma Galaxy were just spam picking for Noob the entirety of that Dream League. So they are extremely comfortable with this hero, with some mixed results, but nonetheless very comfortable with it, and they do prioritize it pretty heavily.
Do you think Undying Core matches up against Carry Doom well?
I think it's okay. I don't think it really goes either way. I don't think this hero stops Doom from doing what he wants to do, and therefore I would still favor Doom. But I don't think it's a target you feel great dooming a lot of times, right? That said,
yeah,
like Infernal Blade can be pretty good against him. The Scorched Earth can be pretty good with just, phase boost Scorched Earth. You run away, you kite stuff out. It's not the greatest target. I prefer the 5 Undying versus the Doom. I think the 5 Undying is more annoying with the way Tombstone has impact on the fights relative to your net worth, and the way, you can kind of be annoying on the front line, but not a target that's ever going to tank the Doom. So I'd almost prefer to see it the 5 here. Also, you can bully this hero on the lane, which is pretty rare. So it's one of the few supports who can actually take the fight to Doom in the laning phase. Pretty valuable.
And I think that's really interesting, because they basically can both flex so that the Undying can always be against him, right? It's off lane Doom, you have 5 position Undying. It's carry Doom, you have 3 Undying. So they could always be matched up against each other. And I agree with you. I always felt like 5 Undying was good against Doom. So I was curious how you felt like they matched up as cores.
Kind of depends how your lineup gets built as well. Like, what do you actually need out of this 3 might decide it more than where Undying does better against Doom in particular. That said, if you're both teams here, I would think about this Puck in the second phase. It has been a hero that's done pretty well this qualifier. Didn't have the greatest performance in the previous game, but it definitely could have gone up, right? I think if that game goes better for Navi Jr. and their draft is different, that Puck was still doing some work there because of your lack of control. And so a lot of these teams have just not had direct control against that hero. It's a hero you have to keep on your radar at least a little bit. And of course, this ban, they're probably deliberating the IO here. Like, do you give the IO to Enigma Galaxy again? They will.
I was going to say
Morphling
is also a dangerous option, just because Ghost is so good at that hero.
Sure.
You already had one of the better carries banned out in the Terrorblade. So
I mean, what is Zayat's going to play, though? Like, are we going to see this Techies come out? So that's, like, the only ranged lane winner I feel is in his, like, big comfort zone. And this guy is he's like a very hero pool-based player. He's not going to stray too far out from it. Show the Magnus first. This can also be a flex hero. It can go a lot of different places here. Gives them teamfight, gives them scale. Puts some teamfight pressure on this IO pick. This is kind of what I thought they would do if they left that hero, is just pick some overwhelming teamfights, some really tough heroes for the IO to play into in the 5v5 department, and makes that pick a lot more scary to commit to. That said, I think Nigma Galaxy will still take it here. Like, I would not be surprised to see them just go IO Tusk again, or perhaps IO plus something into the Ursa again later, because the Ursa looks pretty good against the Undying in the mag.
You know what? I'm looking through Zayat's history here. You're so right. I mean, I remember that about him on Secret, but, you know, maybe that was just a team thing. Maybe the team just preferred these, like, this solid foundation of four. But his recent play, Riki, Rubik, Riki, Bat, Rubik, Riki, Rubik, Rubik. Right? It's just this cycle of, like, 3 heroes.
Yep.
And before that cycle, he was on a cycle of Bat Rider, Dark Willow, and Magnus. So maybe he's going back to the support Magnus here. I feel like it has been pretty successful in the TI qualifiers. I feel like we've seen a large number of support Magnuses.
Absolutely could be his hero. It is one of his Vengeful Spirit. Holy, that is out of left field and a half. Zayas doesn't look too impressed. He's like, okay. But this could be the lane, could be the 3 and 4 here, and I think it's the most likely outcome. Is like it's an off-lane Venge with a 4 mag, and that is a lot of damage amp. Holy crap, are you amping damage? And I mean, Tiny's a good hero to amp damage on.
It's also the extra life duo, right? Undying instantly revives, and Vengeful Spirit goes for an Aghanim Scepter, so she instant revives as well. And then Tiny doesn't care about getting doomed a lot if he's carry. Which I assume it is going to be based off of the Doom matchup. I always like carry Tiny against Doom.
I mean, you have swap to bail you out too. You have swap to bail out the Doom target, and you have swap to potentially swap this IO in, or the guy he's tethered to. In theory, it's a really cool Venge game. Like, I don't say that often, but there's a lot going for it here that's kind of nasty. And see what Nigma will respond with. I mean, that Ursa he's sitting there. He's begging for you to pick him again. Good matchups here. But you are going to lack stunts. That's the one downside. You'll have to make up for it with your mid and your last pick, and it's going to be a very constricted pick. I wonder if they're just going to take, like, Ember here to guarantee they have some mid hero that can give you some stuns, because I don't think you want to puck into this. And what else is
there's
left?
Not enough options out of the mid lane for stuns? A gyro instead.
Yeah, we talked about this pair last game. The IO Gyro's strong, and you can definitely run some games over. It's a tombstone killer. Not as good matchups here as the Ursa, in my opinion, but it can play a lot faster, and it can be stronger on lane. It can just absolutely run games over.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting pick. Another high execution game for Enigma Galaxy. Like, they have to play the early game well. They have to get the snowball going. Make sure the support duo finds something in this early game. Take advantage of Navi Jr.'s clunky lineup, because this lineup is going to be slow for sure. Like, you have a lot of heroes that need a lot of levels to come online. Magnus Venge is not known for their pace or their early fighting power. It's about scale, hitting super hard, and hitting that mid game when the Ags comes online. The issue with taking the gyro here is now, like, this Ember Puck are going to get banned, I think. I guess there's Ember Puck and Storm. You have IO Storm. It's pretty solid.
Yeah.
So maybe you're okay going this route and getting one of those. Oh, and the Storm. So they leave the Puck. That's fair. I think the Puck is looking like the easier one to deal with of the 3. Also a lower direct damage option in the early game. This lineup does not do a lot in the early game for Enigma Galaxy outside of this IO Gyro pair going ham.
Is there any danger of the puck getting counterpicked too hard, like sniper mid, where like in that sort of hard pick hit territory?
I mean, what could you counterpick him with though? There's not a lot left. Sniper's one. Dragon Knight is not really in the meta. Earthshaker is like okay. I don't know. Some of these other mid puck answers are just not like there's Kunkas and Pudges and random crap like this, but it's not anything crazy. I could just throw the tiny mid as well if they puck and get another carry. You can take the Ursa here. That is also an option.
Enigma Galaxy is scared of carries here. They think it's going to be tiny, but instead it's going to be mid Doom and mid safe lane Gyro, right?
We have seen them play mid Darkseer, so that's the one. That is the one little flex you have if something really calls for it. But you would rather get this Tusk Darkseer lane and just play the mid Doom.
Yeah.
And there's the Ursa. I mean, this was like I feel like this Ursa pick was guaranteed almost. You had to know it was coming.
It's a mid Darkseer though.
Yeah, it is a mid Darkseer, but it's still such a good Ursa game. This feels like last game where like this Ursa just. What are you going to do versus this guy as the game progresses? I guess you can doom him, but there's a swap out. He's going to have Empower to help him farm. He has the Undying to help him get through the laning phase. I would not have left this Ursa. I think... I don't know. I think I would have banned this over the Drow. I don't think the Drow was as scary, but you did have this like Drow Venge combination, which can be kind of nasty. I don't know. I think this is another gotcha Ursa pick for me, at least. I really believe in this hero right now. I think he does a lot, and maybe this Na'Vi Junior lineup's just a little too clunky. They do have a decent chance of getting run over here if Enigma Galaxy have another really good laning phase. Like the Sio Gyro goes ham, they're just running people down. The Tusk is giving you catch. Darkseer speeds up everything, just pushes waves in. I can definitely see Na'Vi Junior get run over this game, but if they don't get run over, they're absolutely going to outscale Enigma Galaxy. Like, it's not even close.
Do you feel like this is the most even draft of the three?
I think even in terms of both teams have a very clear direction of how they want to win the game and get there, it comes down to execution. I think technically Nigma are favored because usually tempo is favored if you execute it right. Like if Nigma come out and they're up 5k out of the laning phase, they're going to win the game, assuming they don't throw. But that said, these games have been messy and chaotic, and man, this Ursa pick is really strong. Like, cannot underestimate it here.
All right. Well, fitting for a game 3, I guess. I always love when teams, when drafts clash on direction, right? Where you have a clear identity one way or the other, and we just see whose idea wins out. I think that's always a fun way to run with it. I am definitely quite concerned Na'Vi Junior kind of getting run over. Like, they should win lanes with these heroes, but Undying, Venge, Mag are heroes that if you do lose the lanes, it can go really, really bad. Enigma Galaxy smoked out. Dude managed to get onto the high ground here. They're going to clash, but they're running into an Undying. This is a full 5-man lineup, and Na'Vi Junior, they certainly feel like they have the advantage, and they would be right about that. But they don't have any catch. So, yeah,
bit of an awkward situation for them. They don't lose anybody though, so they'd be happy with the outcome. And you got to remember, last game, Enigma Galaxy, they had a pretty big lead with the D-Ward in 3 runes. So if you just go even here, you're already doing better than game 2 on the side of Na'Vi Junior.
I do like Nigma seems to always set up that it's like, it's not just a setup for first blood, but also they are always setting up to try and get 3 bounty runes through their various position, right? So Male and GH, they're thinking about contesting there. Noob was trying to contest on the other side. So they contested all 4. They didn't commit on 2 of them, so it's still going to be a 2-2 split. But they at least gave themselves that opening, that if Na'Vi Junior screwed something up on their placement of the heroes, they would get 3 or 4 bounty runes.
Unfortunately, there was no screw up, and so they'll have to play this game on even footing, unlike last game. See what they can do with the lanes here. This off lane should be pretty tough for them. Double melee hero into the Undying Ursa does not sound fun. This mid lane is, I mean, it's kind of a wash because it's mid Darkseer. It's always just a hero that's going to shell out mid and farm it up. But you can maybe get some denies here as the Tiny with the super high base
Top
damage.
lane's going to be the fun one for sure, right? That's where we're going to have a lot of clashing, because I assume bottom he's just going to pull, just like last time. It's like it's against an Undying, you might as well just pull as your double melee.
For sure, you're going to try and pull the wave down here, but not as easy to pull it this time around. Already getting caught up in the mix with some creep wave shenanigans. Some early denies are coming out for Niku. It's a good sign for him, and a lot of early nuking up on this top lane. Everybody's got nukes. Everybody wants to use them to try and gain an early lead on this lane so you don't get run down. But the IO Gyro will be stronger over time if you don't kill them early. They're getting stick charges.
They have the advantage of the regen, right? Just like when you trade
100%.
your spells back and forth, it's always going to be more efficient for IO.
Barrage is also just a more efficient nuke, especially when you're powering up the mana off. Wand on Gyro plus stick on the IO. If you eventually push the lane and get Lotus, you will win this lane. Nice early start for Navi Jr. though, in terms of CS. Doing really well CS-wise across the board. Always a good sign. Get those little stat items up early. Can propel yourself into an even harder lane win.
Watching Samael do this battle with Niku, and the crash landing just did so much damage to him. He can't actually like win the man fight, which normally you would with Darkseer because Ion Shell. It's pretty funny.
I mean, Tiny's a pretty good magic damage soak early as well.
Yeah.
Super high HP, no armor. Generally not the way you punish this hero, by just wearing him down. Niku's gonna free farm here for sure. As another courier snipe, just running him through the open woods for no reason. Classic.
Did you see him? Omar used the shards to trap his own creep wave bottom in order to allow Noob to pull. He aggroed the creeps up. That was pretty interesting.
I ultimately get some equilibrium here.
Yeah.
I mean, they should be happy with where this lane is meeting right now. They can pull the next wave. They're going to go all the way behind there. They're just completely dodging this lane as much as possible. Can't blame them. Not a fun lane for the melee boys. We'll get free farm to the Ursa.
The off lane of Navi Jr. no longer can really fight unless you get just an amazing skewer. This is a
that's a pretty good one.
Lotus. So it's going to be a bit dangerous on the regen department. Not that easy to get that kill. They still had Fairy Fire. They still had Lotus. They had tons of regen to play off of.
It's not a bad trade, though. You have a salve on the mag. You can get back up here. If you keep them low, then they can't really push the wave in and dive you with Barrage. So you can keep farming here as the Venge, which is pretty much your goal. Like, your goal here is not to kill IO Gyro. It's just to get Venge as much as possible. In fact, I feel like that's the goal for Navi Jr. across the board here in this laning phase. Like, you don't have to make kills happen. You just need to farm everybody up and not give away bad deaths to Enigma Galaxy, who are going to be the ones that at some point try and look for some more aggression here. Combine the Tusk Darkseer, combine this IO Gyro running people down with a Tusk rotating to them or going through the gate, vice versa. A lot of rotation potential for Enigma Galaxy here if they can find the little openings and get heroes low.
Very nice. Top lane, they did a hard camp pull and they stacked the easy camp, so that is going to make the creep equilibrium pretty much live on their side for the next few minutes. Bottom lane, though, there goes your first blood. A clash. They saw an opening. Radi's just a little far out. They turn around on him with tag team. They had all three of the abilities on Omar, which is where Tusk really starts coming online, and that level 3 timing of the Doom, where you've got Scorched Earth.
It's a big find. That is not a kill I would have expected. Pretty sad death for Ridis as well. You're playing on dying against double melee and you die first. Oof. Does not feel great. Broke the tether with... Oh, he didn't break the tether. Wow. That must have been really close.
Nice rotation from Omar. They're going to take huge advantage of this situation. Oh, he snowballed after Zayat. DMA will try and go for the deny. Oh, GH gets him with that final hit.
Here's that rotation.
Big pickup. Yeah,
it's
as you said, right? It's you get the Undying, he TPs out, you know you have a numbers advantage somewhere else.
As Tusk IO Roam is... It's going to be nasty this game if they can have a solid game for their cores and up the damage quickly. So look for the 6-minute power rune. Zayat's already positioning for it. Would love to secure it here for Niku, who is just farming an empty lane. The Darkseer went jungle. So this is a incredibly fat Tiny.
Skewer back. Omar is slowed down by the blood grenade. He can block things off, perhaps. He's actually just going to snowball for now. And the IO joins him. Oh, on the wrong side of the shard. They try and break the tether. And they do manage to do so. GH is in trouble. Pulled back into the avalanche and killed. Little awkward.
Pretty sad for him. I don't think he expected that outcome. We'll have to accept
Top lane going for the dive onto PMA. This is, oh my, I always hate Vengeful Spirit getting run down in towers, but they will manage to TP rotate, and they'll get the tusk. So nice rotations. Another thing I'll add it on top of that, that while that mid play was happening, they went for the kill on the Ursa at bottom. They used wall, but it wasn't enough for the kill.
In fact, Got the Juice can continue to sit down here. Super nice for him.
Tombstone goes out. Samael's going to try and deal with it while Nu backs away from Got the Juice. He's got a lot of stacks on him, so he's got to be careful there, but Got the Juice is quite low.
Fight for the Wisdom Shrine up top. Enigma Galaxy going to win that one.
They're going to win that fight, and they're also winning the bottom fight. Omar's now going to join them here. I mean, he's losing the fight just by missing out on all this CS. A lot of it died under tower, and he couldn't lay claim to any of these hits, but then on top of that, they kill the support.
Dire's middle tower.
Only trade-off here for Navi Jr. is Niku taking mid tower on his own.
Dire's middle tower.
I'll see it go down there. I mean, this Tiny is getting a huge amount, but he did not join either of those fights. That's a big trade-off. He could have gone for that Wisdom Shrine, or he could have TP'd bottom. Chose to just keep farming, take mid tower. Is very efficient for him. He's gonna have to pay it back at some point.
Look at Ghost going back to those stacks on the side. They really want to make sure this Vengeful Spirit is shut down. Taking all of his stacks, they do manage to get that kill on bottom, chasing him down. Niku makes his presence known in the side lane finally, but the stacks are taken, and PMA is going to die.
Even with the swap, too much damage. Overwhelming here. And Niku trying to get something out of his move. Regen Rune definitely helped him play this map a lot more efficiently. He's just going to rush the blink. And he's going to have it pretty fast this game.
Yes, I was going to say, like, the Venge is suffering so badly, but the Tiny is going to have such a fast blink dagger that he could very easily bring the game back for Venge. Like, Venge is a good fighting core. So if he's able to just join Niku in some fights, he might just get back through osmosis.
Let's be realistic too. I mean, Venge is not the hero you expect to come out of the lane phase ahead. Like, it's not the hero strength. I feel like he always loses lane. He's always going to be kind of behind. It's a slog to get to the Ags. You just have to make that Ags work when you get there, even if you're behind a little.
That was another death if they get him on the right side of the shards there, but slightly off by Omar.
Also, Svenge, I don't think Svenge has to have the craziest game. He's kind of here for some swap utility and backing up the two other cores, and I think the Tiny Ursa can carry this game. Like, particularly this Ursa. He has good matchups here. He can get Aegises, play through the Doom. He has a lot going for him, but here's the gate rotation from Enigma Galaxy. They took that top tier 1, and now they're going to rotate Ghost bottom, look for some aggressive potential. See who they can find lurking behind this tower. They have Doom available too. Would love to just throw it on the Ursa here.
Got the Juice, a little skittish, but he's not knowing that this full wraparound from the side is going to get him anyway. He still has the enrage, he's going to pop it now, but Snowball, it's going to catch up to him. Got the Juice is not getting away from this one. The Tombstone's gone. Riddies, he's going to be chased down as well. It's going to be 2 kills for Enigma Galaxy off that rotation.
Nice little move from them. And this was with the blink already online for Niku. Just can't find his presence in these early fights, getting outmaneuvered right now. Enigma Galaxy using the IO once again to secure themselves a lane stage win.
Yeah, and we haven't even seen the relocate come to play yet.
Did get a nice power rune for the Tiny, that amp damage. No joke on this hero. So Blink Dagger, amp damage online for Niku. He's a huge threat. I would expect him to get smoked or something here. Look for the IO gyro pair. just burst them down. Would feel really good to take them off the map.
Interesting idea with all the stacks, this mag Venge, right? The hero, it's the only range hero that actually takes advantage of the empower because the attacks act like melee hits. So that's why they've been relying on the stacks. It's just Enigma Galaxy had a good read of the situation and very aggressively invaded and took away probably, I would say, at least half the stacks.
It's true. Ranged empower hero that hits you as a melee hero.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Pretty interesting idea.
Unfortunately, it's a vengeful spirit, but you know,
Yeah.
you never know. Maybe this hero's stronger than people give it credit for.
Is under attack.
There's that smoke on the
how-
tiny. Got nothing.
Yeah. I love how aggressive Ghost and GH are being with the IO Gyro, because that is, I think, the weakness of Navi Jr. is that they can get run down by a carry that is just going to be much more impactful in the first 20 minutes than this Ursa. As Ursa is still trying to claw up that Battle Fury, but it hasn't gotten Enigma Galaxy that much of a lead. As much as their rotations have gone well, it's only a 1,000 net worth lead, and the Battle Fury is about to be complete for Got the Juice.
Is this enough with the IO Gyro in this early game? That's going to be the big question. Like, it's a fine early game for Enigma Galaxy, but is it good enough to overcome the amount of scale that Navi Jr. have? And we'll find out as this game goes longer. My personal feeling right now is it's a little below par. Like, I could have seen Enigma Galaxy getting a little more out of this IO Gyro in the early game. Their position's fine, but I don't think they've shut down Navi Jr. completely, right? And
Nice toss back. So Male's trying to make his way here. Omar, if he can live long enough, he's got a lot of resources, a lot of magic wands and stuff, and there goes the wall. Vacuum. Deal with the tombstone here. There goes the heal. Relocate goes out. Zions is going to be in some trouble as the call down and the flank cannon shots land on him. They need one more shot. Maybe the illusion with the ion shell almost caught him, but good play from Niku covering his support with an avalanche. So that is a wall, vacuum, and a relocate that doesn't net anything for Enigma Galaxy.
All they can do is watch this Ursa continue to farm. Sad outcome for them. They really want these ganks to connect, slow down the farming pace here of this Ursa. And I like the whole time this is happening, the Venge is just clearing through Ancients. Help with the empowerment. He's actually farming pretty fast. 100
He's gonna have that
CS.
Ags really quickly.
Yep, this is a strong Ags this game. Can soak up a lot of damage, and they found Omar. This game is looking a little concerning here for Enigma Galaxy. You're gonna have to find some good openings here, get a little more momentum than this. I don't think you want to just keep trading even net worth while this Venge is farming, while the Mag is setting up more and more stacks. The Ursa's battle furying through the like your Doom and Darkseer are falling behind. That is never a good sign.
Radiant are scanning.
Yes. I do think that we have the hand of minus for Noob, so he'll start catching back up. I don't think I would be as concerned, but the way the game is trending has been a sore spot for Enigma Galaxy, right? If this was another team, I'd be like, it's fine. I think they still have plenty of time to make things happen, but it has been a bit of a repeated problem for Enigma Galaxy that games tend to stall out, and that is the real threat right now. The game stalls out, the Battle Fury Ursa is allowed to just freely get to his BKB. Now they're trying to be aggressive, and they're doing a good job invading into this triangle. Another Ancient stack to be taken, perhaps.
More Ancients going to PMA right now if you don't do anything about it.
Drop the call down, got the flat cannon shots. They should clean up the rest of them. Will there be a punish here? A TP coming in from the Ursa. They really want to try and take this fight with a jump in. Immediately a toss combo put on to Ghost. He's at half HP. Omar trying to punch beautiful wall vacuum though.
Oh, got it.
A better RP.
Holy.
And they're all locked down for the empower hits from Got the Juice. A toss over the top
my
and
God.
get wiped out by Enigma Galaxy.
I thought they had stopped that RP going off with such a nice vacuum from Sumail, and he just lives barely long enough to get 4 of them. A brutal clump there for Enigma Galaxy trying to contest these Ancients. It all goes wrong. Oof, that is a big gold swing, a big XP swing. and a huge connection from Zayats. That's a Brown Boots Magnus finding 4 on in a reverse polarity. That's just not something that should happen.
They got too excited on that wall vacuum, man. They thought they could turn, take that fight,
to be fair,
maybe they could if Zayats dies first.
Yeah, he barely does not die there. That makes a world of difference. Insane. I mean, you can feel Enigma Galaxy going in there with that vacuum on the mag. It felt like he was just dead. That RP getting canceled on the first go. Now you have the Nags done for the Vengeful Spirit. Your Ursa got so much off that play that you can just go into the Roche pit now, I think. This lineup is scary, man. It's really scary. Like this empowered Venge, empowered Tiny. You're gonna have more points going into the Vengeance Ore now. You're sending the Wave of Terror through. It's so much damage amp. And where is the armor on the side of Enigma Galaxy? Like where you have a Greaves on the Darkseer. That's it right now. These armor items, you're gonna have to build them as the game goes on.
Oh,
A Solar Crest GH
on too.
I don't think you can stop this. What does your team fight look like?
I mean, you could kind of call down there and poke at the pit, but I think you're right. If Navi Jr. just commits, you have no options.
There's no way. Like you run in here, your gyro just gets swapped into RPN. The fight's over. This is a free Aegis. We're going out the juice, and this game is picking up some steam for Navi Jr. They're gonna smoke up and look for more. Why not? Your Venge is super strong. You just got a shield rune on the Tiny.
JH has got to be clutch here. Oh, or not. It's just going to be Ghost teleporting away. I was going to say he's going to have to break the smoke and then tether to his ally and hope that they have the distance to get away. Instead, they just read the maneuver coming their way, double TP out.
Did you know the side gunner is like a separate unit?
Yeah, there's that little thing that like hovers around him.
It didn't TP with him. Like it flew across the map.
Oh. It probably gets treated like the little pet that you have for some of the strength heroes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it showed on the minimap. Like that was really weird. I don't know if it should be doing that, but okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Radiant's done for the Doom, at least. There's some team fight pickup. Some of the auras
Do you think
on
they
Noob.
can farm their way through this?
A little bit, but it's not going to be fun, right? Like you're not going to out farm Navi Jr. here. You want to be finding pickoffs. And I still have a hard time believing you can outscale this lineup. Like I don't know. Maybe 6-slotted gyro can just power through stuff, but the problem is there's displacement spells in this game. Like there's blink, RP, skewer, there's the swap. At some point it feels like you can just swap or skewer this gyro into the fight and just chunk in with the Ursa, and there's no real response here.
Okay, but so what if the Doom becomes, like, what if this 3 Doom just becomes a carry Doom, right? And then you have 2 scaling cores, and I think you're pretty reliant on the Ursa for all of your physical damage throughout the game, right? So if he just gets doomed out of a fight, what is the answer to that?
I can see it a little bit. I still favor Navi here.
Trapping in PMA, trying to kill him at a distance here. Don't want to overcommit to this, though. PMA gets the swap off, and now they're grouped up underneath the tombstone. This is dangerous. Got to deal with the tombstone. Ghost is dealing with it, but got the juice is on top of him for now. Relocated attempt, and a swap. It goes out, and the teleport will not go away. GH can't get out. It's a 2 for 2, though, as the push forward from Samael and Noob did manage to run down some of those other cores. Noob, though, still has to deal with Got the Juice. He'll take away the Aegis, but he can't get away from the other 2. Zayats either going to join in here, and Noob will eventually die. So it's a 3 for 2 in the end.
Tough fight going into the Aegis and the Vengeance. It's just so many lives to get through. Technically, the Undying passive as well.
It was a 3 for 3. I forgot the Undying instant revive in that fight.
There's so many instant revives. Pretty brutal for a Doom to fight into. all heroes. Maybe if you get a reload out of there, it was very close to going off. I can see this fight going a bit longer. It's not the worst start for Enigma Galaxy. Like, you bait out a pretty good clump, you get a Doom on the Tiny. New basically just kills Niku completely there. It doesn't look too bad. Bring down the Tombstone. It's just the respawns on these heroes. So much HP for Ghost to try and sustain through. He is really going to need Satanic in this game. And he's going to have to make it do some work here. Surviving longer in the fight is key.
Yeah, he has to have Satanic, and then he also has to kite the Ursa, right? Because then the Ursa also just doesn't care about the extra HP you're getting.
For sure. His team can help with that a little. But yeah, that's where you're concerned about getting swapped or RP skewered into this guy. And that was a fight where we didn't even see the RP. The blink is now online for Zayat, so that threat is a lot higher now. You can't just all run in and clump to kill a Tombstone or commit on a Doom target. You will get punished by this reverse polarity now. As BKB done for the Tiny. It's going to help him out. And Na'Vi Jr., BKB done for the Ursa, so they're going to smoke with this double BKB timing. Pretty scary for Enigma Galaxy to fight into, especially if the Doom is not there at the start of the fight.
See how good Enigma Galaxy is at ratting here. Gotta dodge the aggression from Na'Vi Jr., push out some of these lanes. They have some of the right heroes to do it, right? They've got some Blink Dagger heroes to break smokes and get away, like Omar tries to do so. Unfortunately, he blinks into where God the Juice was blinking and doesn't get the Ice Shard separation. He'll try and delay his death a little bit, but he is ultimately dying for this smoke. Even if he dies, though, I think Enigma Galaxy are accepting of that situation, right? It's like you feed away supports, but you're getting away from this big power timing of Na'Vi Jr. That's okay, right?
It's okay for now. It'll hopefully get you to your Satanic on the gyro, and then you can look to turn this game a bit. That's what it'll get you here. But you're giving up some net worth to do that.
And I like that Na'Vi Jr. spread out. Like, they get that kill, and they're pretty clumped up, and it was a little inefficient, but they immediately are like 5 different heroes on 5 different parts of the map, in part because you're not going after this Undying. Catch the IO, perhaps, and got him into the Avalanche. That's really nice. Toss back into, so the Ursa's stuck, sure, but he's fed the IO. You just spoon feed him. Here you go, little bear. Have this IO. Ghost, he's going to be skewered back into Got the Juice. He's not getting out of this situation. Noob will pick up a kill out of this, though, and with the BKB being used, Got the Juice can't actually run into the Doom. He's a little bit scared of the situation. They're going to go after the Undying, though. Swap goes out. Snowball will still connect onto him. Riddy's quite low. Got a Tombstone save. Omar, he'll now be chased after the Rigo. Nice vacuum. Samael separates himself. Can he get up the Surge and run away? No. Oh, they brought extra heroes to this thinking they could still fight with the Gyrocopter IO down. And Na'Vi Jr., they reset really nicely and found the Rigo.
That's just not the fight that's going to work out for you. This is a lineup built around the IO Gyro. If they're dead, you don't have a lot of good damage sources. You have a utility Darkseer. You have a Doom that can maybe kill one target, but no Doom gets thrown out there. There's no connection for Noob. And you just end up bleeding more kills, more net worth, another power rune to the Tiny. And that was with an incredibly awkward initiation. Ursa just trapped himself. You gotta remember, this was also trying to get Ghost to that Satanic, right? He's been very close to it. He's now 40 gold off. Man, if you take that fight with Satanic, it can look a lot different.
Well, they finally are going to get to it, but they're 11,000 net worth down to Na'Vi Jr., and they have some serious problems. This Ursa has a Basher, a Crystallis. He's going to be worked towards a Revenant's Brooch, so he is going to shred the Gyrocopter. If he starts getting some Revenant's Brooch hits in there, the Satanic may not be able to keep up. You still have this RP, which you don't have the best saves, right? You have a relocate out potentially, but this IO is being hunted. You have a Snowball, but that's a temporary reprieve, not an actual save.
Need some like big vacuum. Need big vacuum walls, particularly around the Roche pit, to set the fight up for Ghost. If you can get the Venge Illusion, that helps a decent amount. If you can kill this Undying before Tombstone, or just kill the Tombstone with flak hits, that will also help the team fight a lot. but it really just comes down to Gyro surviving. Like, if Gyro lives, the fight can progress for Enigma Galaxy. If he gets bursted down or swapped in or RP'd skewered in, that fight is just over already. There's also a Vlad's up on the Undying as well, so the damage amp is just through the roof on this lineup, dude. Like, it's absolutely out of control. You're going to get completely chunked because the armor is just still not there yet.
This Venge is going to be hitting for 300 damage a hit, right? It's not just the Ursa that's a threat. The physical damage is ramping up so much. PMA is going to be caught in the river, though. The smoke up from Enigma Galaxy. It's not a fast kill, though. It's taken some time, and he still has that Aghanim Scepter. The Ursa goes for the jump. They throw out the RP. He bursts down Doob, and now the Avalanche hits the Gyrocopter. It's done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Venge, right? You just run it and you bait out this play. He doesn't even die that fast. Even if you kill him, he has another illusion. And it just sets up the jumps for Na'Vi Jr. Way too easy. Overwhelming damage. That was your Satanic Gyro. Never even got it all. He just gets completely chunked down in the stun duration. I mean, this might be the game. This might be the series right here.
Yep.
Enigma Galaxy unable to rally in this game 3 with another IO lineup that did not find the same steam in that early game, and now we're seeing the big difference.
Na'Vi Jr., they've been very good at taking advantage when they have a lead. I feel like they're always playing a bit aggressive with it. They're going straight to it and very efficiently taking 2 lanes of barracks. Niku, he deals with the top tier 3. It looks like he won't be able to finish off the barracks there, but they'll get all of mid.
I mean, Roche can spawn, so no reason to throw for the second lane.
Right.
They also just hit a crazy damage spike. They had all these auras. They had the Vlads, they have the Vengeance aura, and then they had double Broach between the Ursa and the Tiny. And the thing about Broach is this item is not as good in the ultra late game 6 slots compared to like the Daedalus / Divine / MKB. But it's really good right when you get it. It's like an insane damage power spike for the cost. So they hit 2 of those. And there's just no way you're surviving this. If you're Enigma Galaxy, like, you don't have the survivability, you don't have the resistance. So it's just a brutal time to try and fight.
They built up, they have to naturally build armor. And Gyrocopter, got the swap. That's going to be Samael right away. There goes your team fight. Omar, he's going to be victim of trying to save Samael here as well. So 2 easy pickoffs, and Na'Vi Jr. they could have sat down and just said, okay, let's just go ahead and do the Roshan after we've taken this mid lane of barracks. But no, they keep hunting, right? They back out, reset, look for a fight, while Enigma Galaxy is probably thinking they're doing Roshan, and that pickoff now leads them to getting 2 lanes of barracks.
There's just no way to take the team fights. Like, it just doesn't look feasible anymore. Fell too far behind, you don't have the scale. You invested this mid Darkseer into a bunch of auras that never got you a single objective in this game. Such a tough position. You needed more out of this IO Gyro, because now you're in this situation where you have to try and outfight an Ursa with Gyro. It is just not a fun matchup, man. This guy just jumps on you with Enrage, and you don't do anything to him, and he's doing a lot to you. Now he's got an Aegis to play around with.
Yeah, you're all, in this matchup, you always need to be like kind of an item ahead, right? As you start going into mid and late game, like you need to have a butterfly at a decent timing so you can at least, you know, stop some of the burst damage. But instead, it's the Ursa who's 1 or even 2 items ahead.
See if Na'Vi Jr. can close this game out. Very good position to do so. And just walk down the last lane. Play for Megas, forces a fight out of Enigma Galaxy. You need some crazy good vacuum wall, and you need a Doom connection on probably the Tiny of all people, right? I don't think you can Doom this Venge, and you can't Doom the Ursa with Aegis. Your options are really limited now. And you cannot get swapped in. See how far PMA is positioning up here. Like, he'll swap anybody into this. He doesn't give a damn.
Ready to throw it down. Tier 3 gone. Crimson Guard wearing thin. Noob is setting up on the side here. He's even turned off his Radiance just to try and get this positioning a little bit better. Trying to get Na'Vi Jr. jump in out at them. Having bits of pokes, they have to at some point in time commit a little bit more. There goes the vacuum wall. Not really the best.
Got some heroes in there. Doom trying to get his initiation. He whiffs on that one. Doesn't get it needed. Doom has to throw it out onto an Undying. That's just not going to be the great target. And now the
it's
RP
over.
locks down, and it's over. They're going to have to play for buybacks, but they don't have buybacks on the cores. So this game, this series, it's looking completely done, Avery.
Not enough damage, not enough ability to survive in these fights. And it's so much this game came down to that laning phase. This big Darkseer pick just did not do enough, right? It didn't create any sort of map pressure. It didn't synergize that well in the end. And Enigma Galaxy getting outplayed in this game 3 is another fantastic Ursa pick. Wins another very free Ursa game. You just cannot give this hero this deep in the draft if you don't have good answers to him. I've seen this time and time again in this patch. Like, hero just 1v5s. He's one of the few carries I have a lot of faith just 1v5 in a game with. Because this hero takes Roshans really fast. He uses them really well. His build-up in items feels pretty damn good right now. You can get this Battle Fury super fast, just start mowing through the Ancients, and then you just jump on enemy carry with Abyssal, and it's like, who actually fights you in those situations? There's very few carries who do it successfully right now, so this hero's strong. This hero's really strong. If you can't take advantage of his slow early game and abuse him on lane and put him behind, he takes games over.
Yeah, it certainly does. And this, I think, was the team fight that set Enigma Galaxy down the wrong path. They were so close to being able to, if the mag just dies, they probably can take that fight. It's a little iffy against Tombstone, but it was such a good wall vacuum that maybe they could play it through. But the fact that they just stumble into a 4-man RP sets them behind. And then every team fight after this, even the ones where it's okay, but they don't have the lead, right? They aren't able to actually start building something because they're just a little bit behind and they just trade off, right? This is a team fight where they trade 3 for 3, and Got the Juice has the Aegis because of the one team fight from before. So
I agree. That fight was that was like a game changer right there. If they snowball that, this game can look different. I do like this Venge mag though. Like, the more I watched it, the fact that it helps you recover on the farm with the cleave, the mag can kind of stack for you. The lane's not that bad with some early nukes, and then you just have this double physical damage amp for the rest of your lineup. It's like pretty nasty. You have 2 displacement heroes with aggressive swap or aggressive skewer RP, and if you aggressive swap or bait with the Venge this game, we saw it a couple times. Like this fight, you run in with the Venge, you kind of have to go on this target, and it takes so long to bring her down. You're almost guaranteed to find something with your other jumps, right? You're guaranteed to find some skewer RP, some tiny toss. It's just so hard to play this game. I think Navi Jr. did a really nice job giving this IO in the game 3 and coming up with a draft that takes advantage of IO being a hero that will always clump near his core and doesn't respond well to displacement. They had triple displacement and they had a bunch of clump abuse, right? Swap, toss, and skewer for displacement, and then they had RP, Tombstone, Decay, Avalanche for the clump. Like, you don't want to sit close together in this game if you're Enigma Galaxy, and you can't sit far apart and put the gyro on front. It makes positioning in these team fights a nightmare.
And as a result, Navi Jr., they will take this series, and that means their next opponent is going to be the upper bracket semifinals. They're going to be playing against 1W team. And Enigma Galaxy are going to drop down to the lowers, and I believe that means they're matched up against Virtus Pro, but either way, it doesn't really matter who their opponent is because they're just going to have to grind their way through a lower bracket. It's not about beating Virtus Pro. It's about beating Virtus Pro and the team after that, and the team after that, and the team after that in order to get that second slot to the Western European qualifier.
That's 4 series to win. That is a slog. Like, that is going to be a tough road for whoever makes it through, and not the result Enigma Galaxy wanted earlier here. As, I mean, guess what, Austin? CIS Dota continues to destroy right here. Like, these kids are just too good, man. They're the next generation. They're hungry. Their one weakness that you could point to is maybe like a lack of big LAN experience or something, but it doesn't really matter. Like, these guys are just not afraid anymore. They're like, whatever. We don't care if you're some legends. We're just going to beat your ass. And another nice win for Navi Jr.
Absolutely. We've seen plenty of players and teams walk the royal road at TI. Sometimes that LAN performance and the experience isn't required for some of these teams, and we'll see which one of these teams in the Western European qualifier is going through the upper bracket. We are going to our next upper bracket matchup. That is going to be Avalis versus 4 Pirates, and that'll be here right after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Time now for the last of the upper bracket quarterfinals is going to be Avalos versus 4 Pirates, another one of the sole remaining Western European teams. In fact, a team that is almost entirely Western European. I don't know where, Avery, if you had to guess, where does Belarus fall under that's definitely Eastern Europe, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. So 4 Western European players, 1 Eastern European player. Probably, I think they might be the most Western European team in this qualifier versus 4 Pirates, a lineup that is entirely Russian, and a lot of names that people probably won't recognize, but the one name you should know is Otakar.
Why is that?
Because he's been around for a little while, and
I thought you had like some reason, like you should know this guy's name because X, Y, and Z. But yeah, this team is.
I mean, he was pretty good on Chicken Fighters, right, back in the day.
Yeah, it's true. He's been on the up, and this team is on the up. Like this is not a team you should expect to run over or be favored against, especially after that first round they took down VP 2-0. That's no joke. Yep. So. You really have to watch out for these guys. They have some cheesy picks, some cheesy heroes. That sniper, that is a Natty Narwhal signature. The bristleback that they got in both those games was a pretty big threat. And these guys just play fast. They play aggressive. They play well together. It's a scary team to go up against. That said, Avalos, they do have Fly to fall back on, right? The most experienced captain of all time in the history of Dota 2. So that has to count for something here.
Well, it did not count for Enigma Galaxy, the experience anyway. We'll see if it swings Avalos's way.
5 seconds remaining.
Avalos, another one of those teams that at least you go back 6 months ago, this is a team that would be heavily favored for for at least one of the slots in this Western European qualifier. But they have taken a tumble since 6 months ago. Not a dramatic one, but I do feel like they have dropped down the list when it comes to the representatives of Western Europe.
It's a completely reformed roster and stuff too, and trying to find their footing. But I agree, they had that one stint where the team looked really good, and then it kind of trickled out, and now they're trying to regrow it. And they will ban that sniper. There was a bane. They will ban the bristleback from the side of 4 Pirates, so we will not see that hero again. But the Doom gets ignored. That's kind of wild. Instead, they take the Shadow Shaman first into Dawnbreaker second. Man, what a very different draft series we already have going on here compared to the last one.
Yeah, seriously. Dawnbreaker, why would they favor this hero so much? Do you think they have flex potential, right? Like maybe Otakar plays it and, default would be offlane, obviously.
They're probably going to flex it around, and it is a good answer to Shadow Shaman. Kind of owns this hero. Like, you go in with the Shackles Words Committal, you just drop the Dawnbreaker ultimate, you go in, you Starbreaker. It's a pretty obnoxious matchup. This hero, I still feel like this hero's a little underrated. Like, I think the Dawnbreaker is pretty strong in a lot of games. I just don't know if it's first pick material. Like, I think there are more powerful heroes out there. Just from on paper, things like the DP or the Doom, I think are stronger, but shouldn't underrate this hero. Like it can do some decent work in the lane. It can flex around a little bit. It can scale pretty damn hard. It can become very tanky. That ult can ruin a lot of teams team fighting. That's generally why I like it as a later pick though, because I feel like you want to see more of how a team's going to progress their team fight. Like more committal. You know that this Donald's going to get a lot of value. And when you only see one hero, it's like, well, yeah, you can screw Shadow Shaman, but it doesn't mean Avalos are going to be dependent on Shadow Shaman getting in there and landing disables for their lineup to be successful. They can pivot a little more now. That said, Dawnbreaker into Undying, I mean, this is just team fight central right here. Like, you're going to have to match this a little bit as if you're Avalos or find ways around it.
Looking at 4 Pirates in their first game against Virtus Pro, they had a pretty interesting pick. They drafted the Clinks. They picked up that as a carry. I feel like the rest of their lineup looks relatively normal. I mean, they did looks to be some sort of offlane TB deal, but I don't think that's too weird. Or no, sorry, it was support Sven. Excuse me.
Yeah, the Clinks owned that game. He had some nice synergies to play off of. It just snowballed the map. Looked pretty good. Honestly, I also think that hero is like a little underrated. I really hate saying it about Clinks because the hero's always just kind of bad, but I can see potential of this hero snowballing games pretty hard. He has a strong laning phase, and he has some pretty good matchups if you take advantage of it. And I think there's a lot of teams and lineups that play really slow right now. Like a lot of teams kind of just want to farm 3 cores, get some stacks up, do this type of shenanigans, and Clinks can oftentimes just outpace you.
Yeah.
Classic see no stuns, pick puck.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little early in the draft to say. I mean, sure, there's no stuns between Dawnbreaker on Dying, but
10 seconds
you're still going to get counterpicked on your mid matchup, and there's still another support that could be tons and tons of stuns.
Are we just going to see the puck into the what? Tiny's out, Sniper's out. So what are your next go-to puck answers? We haven't seen a lot of this Ember. Haven't seen a lot of Void Spirit. We haven't seen a lot of Storm. TA
They could
also
maximize their kind of global output on 4 Pirates and go like for a Storm Spirit, right? Storm Spirit zip into the Dawnbreaker ult.
Yeah, I think Storm is quite good for them. It's not a hero that directly shuts down puck, but it can be a hero that causes them problems, or if you combine it with other sources of disable, can be a nice lead-in. Dark Willow, nice little pickup here.
Yeah, this has been a very potent hero, and it's a decent answer to, I think, some of the team fight the Dawnbreaker Undying are bringing, right? Terrorize just kind of either resets the fight or maybe sets you up because they're a little bit clumped to actually win the engagement.
Now you have the Coil Terrorize as well. And this hero's just been a pick-off menace. Like, the single target DPS it does with the Facet is insane. So this is a hero that can give you a lot of damage if you feel like you need the extra damage here. There's the Void Spirit. I end up going for the Spirit hero. I mean, this matchup can be kind of rough for Void Spirit if he's not the one ahead. Like, if you get Coil killed once or twice, it becomes really hard to play the fights. Otherwise, it is that frontline initiator that you needed with this lineup, and you got Rubik as a little bit of a follow-up, so you have an insta-lift into the Remnant or Remnant catch into the lift with potential Puck spell steals or Shaman/Willow spell steals, all of which are pretty good against the Puck here. So I think it's fine. It's just an executional thing. And of course, you can flex this Dawn between your 2 side lanes to pick up whatever side laner you want into another Ursa Warrior game. It's the 3rd one in a row for us, Austin. The Bears are too good.
It looks pretty good to me. Good matchup against the Dawnbreaker. Rips through the supports. Void Spirit doesn't really have an interaction with this hero too much, so...
I mean, you have Ursa versus cores that don't man fight him, and you have 3 stun heroes that can all provide you control. Usually a pretty good recipe for success. I don't bet against the Bear.
What is the number 1 carry answer to Ursa?
Generally, it's illusion heroes.
Phantom Lancer?
Yeah, like it's like PL, Naga, Terrorblade can do okay, though that matchup goes both ways. Chaos Knight, right? Like, he just doesn't deal with illusion carries at all, but nobody is picking that stuff, which is probably another reason this hero is doing quite well in the meta. Outside of that,
maybe
like,
Void Spirit carry is a good matchup. Like, not one-on-one, but like he just kind of can stay away from the Ursa. So maybe the answer is through the mid lane instead.
You can like outrange and outkite him. There are a lot of mid laners that cause him problems. Like Invoker is really annoying for the hero. Queen of Pain can be annoying. If Huskar outpaces you, then you can just get pushed in with the Aegis steals. But obviously that matchup is not like the greatest Huskar matchup. I mean, your carry options are pretty limited because you kind of have to just outrange him. Like these like Drought Rangers and stuff, but...
What about Troll? Ranged hero that also can win the man fight.
Troll used to be a pretty good answer, yeah. But then you have to play Troll, so... that's like its own downside right there. They do ban the Drow, interestingly enough. That was like the one ranged carry that I think is viable right now that is potentially causing him issues. So they're on the Terrorblade Drow train. That's kind of where I was thinking. They're not going to ban illusion carries, and they get a tide anyway. Some more team fight, another stun. Well, this lineup
not
doesn't have the most pace.
But what about Razor, right? I think it's okay against Ursa.
I always felt like
good.
Ursa
It's good until the
owns that
Tide
hero.
matchup.
I think Ursa just owns Razor because you don't care if you get your damage sucked. You just build the stacks anyway. You just kill them through it. And Razor, I think really Razor's timings are really bad to contest the Roshans that Ursa does. Like you can't come online early enough. Maybe if you just destroy your lane as Razor, that's fair. But
all right, fine.
I don't know.
Better range hero, Weaver.
Clinks is the better range hero,
Clinks?
Austin. You should have thought.
I don't think
about
that's true. I don't think that's true. I do not like. I could see some more where stats wise, Clinks is like supposed to be favored against Ursa, but I just don't believe in it because Ursa's pretty good. Like he gets on top of the Clinks and it's done. Where Weaver has tons of options.
Yeah, but you are not familiar with the Odeker Clinks, okay? You just don't know what you're about to witness, Austin, because this man is about to teach you how to play this hero. He's about to give the whole world a lesson and how strong this hero is. And he's going to destroy this game. And you should have banned the Clinks. That's what you're going to be saying after this if you're Fly. You're like, oh shit, guys, I should have banned the Clinks.
10
Wow.
seconds.
I look forward to Odeker teaching me things that Yotaro could not on his
That's
card
right.
replays.
It takes a true specialist to play this hero.
I don't see anything different about his build or anything, so maybe
It's
it'll
not about the build,
come through
Austin.
play.
It's about it's about the vibe, you know. It's about the feel, the where you move on the map, how you move, the little openings you find, the little item timings, right? It's all these things that make a Clinks player a Clinks player. That's just what you don't understand, Austin. That's why you can't play this hero. That's why very few people can play this hero. No, I don't know about that. Very sus. It does round out their lineup. Like you get this range damage dealer with all these frontliners, right? Dawnbreaker frontline, Undying frontline, Void Spirit going in. So you kind of wanted this hero to balance it out, and it is a hero that's going to lane fine against the Tide. You got that range carry as well. Forces the Ursa gap close. You can Tombstone save him. You can Dawnbreaker ulti to save him. Rubik Shard. There's some like bailout mechanisms here. I think the pick's fine. Just comes down to execution.
He has his own bailout mechanism if he chooses to go engulfing step, which I presume in this matchup you should.
Yeah, 100%. So you have a little more kitey mechanisms. I kind of believe in it, man. I mean, obviously you got to get the ball rolling with this hero. You can't just play like a static, slow farm game. But I think when you do, the hero can be pretty nasty. You can hit some really strong timings. If you go an Orchid route, if you go a Deso route, like depending on what you do, your damage can spike really high, really early, and catch people off guard. You already have some tips going
Odeker and
into him.
Zibe, former teammates, right? They were both on the Chicken Fighters lineup.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, they were. And then they went into the breach together and so on and so forth. So former teammates clashing in this matchup.
I always have a little extra insider info, you know, that goes a long way.
It's true, and they're going to be laned against each other too. So a late smoke here from Avalus. Fly is called for it. Where are they going to go with it? A long wraparound, says Fly, but nobody's moving.
30 seconds
Man,
to
do you
battle.
want to fight into the Dawnbreaker Undying lineup? That sounds not fun. I guess Dawnbreaker isn't as scary level 1 as she used to be. With like some of the nerfs to the hammer range and stuff. That used to just be an insanely strong level 1 spell, but still, man, we see a lot of these teams just going into this Undying level 1. And it's tough. Like you're gonna get 3, 4, maybe 5-man Decayed. That's kind of the level 1 fight over, unless your level 1 is just insane.
I also Dawnbreaker's hammer is worse, but I also really hate Dawnbreaker first blood fights where we don't actually get first blood or we don't get bounty runes because it's so expensive to use Celestial Hammer. It's just a third of your mana gone, right? So if you can force out a little bit of that, then you're left with like only 2 or 3 more hammers before you're out of mana for the lane. And that's pretty important because this matchup is not fun. He has to play off the hammer a lot against the Ursa.
That's very true. You really need to resource manage this hero. Maybe you get some stick charges back, but that's like best case scenario. And you need to make these nukes count. You have to land all your hammers. You have to get the all-in kill when you go for it, if you're working towards that goal in the lane, or just play more passive and farm. Desire getting beat up early bottom, man. He is not having fun in the early trades here, though he is drawing the Undying off the Tidehunter. That's worth a little bit.
Yeah, he was. I liked his idea. He immediately challenged the Clinks because he knows the Undying is going to chase after the Tide. So he just said, okay, let's both take a one-on-one, basically, and did a bunch of damage to Otakar. And sure, he took a bit of damage back, but, you know, when you get hit by Decay, it just means your tangos are a little bit more efficient, so...
See how much they can get out of these lanes on the side of 4 Pirates, as I think they would like to come out of this with a laning phase win. Has some nice aggressive heroes looking for some kills, particularly the Dawnbreaker and the Clinks in the side lanes. Mid lane is gonna, you know, it's always a wash these days, but that should be pretty nice for the Void Spirit too. I think he still does completely fine in this puck matchup. Maybe even wins it slightly. And then, you know, you have Undying, Clinks, Dawnbreaker. This is a lot of firepower on these side lanes. You can start to pull ahead a little bit as
got the level 2 advantage, and they
threw
immediately
him out of it.
Try and find the kill for it. But yeah, that was a awkward little bit there.
Can't afford to miss these hammers like this, I mean, especially with Rubik. Cyril's not going to offer you a lot early, but he can kind of like bait some goes and run some heroes down with a nice telekinesis, throw them out of position, especially the Shaman. If you get caught on the side, you will die in this lane.
Yeah, but I think the way I see it, it actually takes too long to kill the Shaman. That the Ursa, like with the foul play and stuff, because you don't have some damage over time unless he's still in the hammer, right? You have to take that extra second to kill him, and that just one more second under the gun of the Ursa, I think feels pretty bad. The way I see it is I think both these side lanes start doing better and better for Avalos in that level 3-4 area, you know?
It definitely gets better. That said, you have to worry about the all-in threat. That's like the only thing I see, you know? Like you drop Tombstone on this bottom lane, you all-in somebody. You drop all your nukes top, you all-in somebody. That threat will be there, especially if you get chipped down. So you maintain your HP pool, you should be fine here. You can always build some stacks for the Tide too, if you feel like this Clinks lane gets a little too spicy for your liking. But so far, yeah, lane's pretty even. No one doing some serious damage here. And as long as you're free farming this Ursa, you should be pretty happy as that was.
Natty Narwhal seems to be doing all right in the mid matchup. Has very slight CS lead. I mean, I guess more is pushing into Moby right now, so he gets some of these last hits. Oh, big deny, yeah. Got a little damage back onto Natty Narwhal though.
Another courier snipe. This time it's Desire losing his to an Undying. Ugh. I don't know if you should be losing courier to Undying. That's a rough one.
Definitely not.
This is about the period where if you're going to find these all-in kills as 4 Pirates, this level like 3 to 4 period is where you can do it. Do you have the Tombstone threat available?
Push down the bottom lane, trying to finish off the Undying before he gets through the trees, but he had the Lotus. Both safe lanes got the Lotus, so they had that extra bit of resources. Undying keeps himself healthy.
Nice continuing to pull waves against this guy. Back into an Undying meta. Gotta pull out all the lane shenanigans. And no kills, man. Very quiet game.
Any bets on where the first blood's gonna be?
Probably this bottom lane, I assume. Like it's gonna be like some Undying kill or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Undying at some point. I mean, the way he's playing this right now is pretty funny. I don't know what dropping the Tombstone really does anything. I mean, I guess he still doesn't have Kraken Shell on Tidehunter, which is surprising to me. They went all offense, like he's thinking he's holding a point right now for Gush potentially. And it finally levels up Kraken Shell. I mean, it's too good of a lane for Kraken Shell. And Zibe's actually going to get dove. Zibe might actually be the one to die here. No saves. Yeah. Blood grenade goes down. TP's coming in way too late here from the supports. I guess they were all in on power runes, but then they respond too late. And now it's the worst of both scenarios. Now they're not set up for the power runes, and they don't really get a punish. Even if they kill the Undying, this is just going to be way too much time invested just to kill a support.
Yeah, this is not feeling good right now for this Dire support duo. Your mid laner got forced off the wave because Rubik is just dual laning him effectively. This guarantees an amp damage for Natty Narwhal. That's a massive rune pickup as Mobe just has to go to base. Such a big difference in this mid now. The Klinks is still farming that whole time. The Dawnbreaker is farming against the Ursa. And now there's some real threat on Mobe when he TP's back in here. Yeah, they're just going to instantly go on and miss the Remnant though.
Still hit him with a big astral step. So much damage out of this amp damage. And now he's going to be forced to jump to his hook, but there's Ariel on the other side with the telekinesis toss back. Natty Narwhal's not close enough for the resonant pulse to land, so he will survive, but the damage is being done to the mid tower. It's a creep wave that dies. Puck finally gets his level 6. Does he dare to press forward and get this Rubik kill? He is going to go for it. The Void Spirit is not here. The Void Spirit is playing for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. So they may have gotten that punish on the support, but now they have to scramble to protect their Wisdom Shrine, and it doesn't seem like it's possible. The Undying is going to be able to claim it here, and they can't even go after Natty Narwhal.
Oh, nice little recognition. I mean, he gave up the mid play. Or did he get the puck?
Dies?
Oh my god.
Oh, come on, brother. I mean, you lose both Wisdom Shrines. That sucks, but still giving up the kill on mid, that is disastrous.
Man, what a sequence for Natty Narwhal now, though. Like, that amp damage did some work. Effectively got you that puck kill from the trade earlier. Secures you Wisdom Shrine. Big early game wins here. And this Klinks he's ginormous, dude. Like, he's not got a lot of kills, but he has gotten a lot of gold off this bottom lane. He's gonna be fat early. Can join these early fights. No, doesn't connect there. No Remnant landing again.
8-minute power runes, still going to play for it here. Desire with the Shadow Realm is going to try and take it away from Natty Narwhal. It doesn't matter, it's top, but now he's in trouble. He's going to get caught by this. Aether Remnant is ready to go. They're going to dive after Fly at the same time. They get a coil, 2-man coil underneath tower. Can any of the cores come in to help this? The Puck can't do it alone. He doesn't have the damage. He gets that coil under tower, and there's just no punish whatsoever. In fact, the punish is just going to keep coming Avalus's way. They feed out the 2 supports, and now their tower is under siege once again.
Nice connections from them. This is what this lineup can do to put some pressure on Avalus. Abuse the fact that the Ursa and the Tide are not going to make rotations in this early game, which means if you use Solar Guardian and you rotate this Klinks, if it comes to it, you can easily outnumber Avalus in this early game. Just bring good fights to yourself, bring some extra golden XP for your supports. You got even more off that Wisdom Shrine, so you have a decent XP advantage here. You can leverage it, start to snowball this game a bit more. Mobe on the run again. It's just getting assaulted by this dual lane mid. He's dead again.
His puck has been completely shut down in the early game. And the worst part is, he's not even the poorest of the cores. That's still the Tide Hunter.
See if they can get a return. Oh, man, they're not even going to get the Dawn here?
And trying for it, but they do not get it.
That's
Meanwhile,
rough.
the Klinks is chipping away at that bottom tower. So that bottom tower is going to die. Unless Avalus want to do something about it. They've got this Ravage to work with, but they cannot seem to connect the heroes anywhere on the map to get kills.
This Tide is just not a presence at all in this early game. The Puck's getting dual laned. Can't kill the Dawnbreaker. They're looking for Natty Narwhal. But their Solar Guardian bails him out again.
It does mean the Dawnbreaker's a little bit low when he comes in. But Fly wasn't in a position to get the punish there. Smiling Knight, he can walk it off with the Enrage. In fact, still, he's going to chase. Moby's going to come in. Oh, they really want to punish on the Void Spirit. They'll have to content themselves maybe with an Undying kill, but he got a high ground Tombstone. Oh, big burst damage coming out. That Void Spirit just tore him apart, man.
I think he hit the John on everybody. The decay coming through with high ground tomb.
And now the puck is going to die as well as Odeker patiently waited out the orb and the jump forward and chases him down.
Oh, what a turnaround. Just baiting Avalis in, and they are biting off more than they can chew right now. Not respecting the fact that their supports are still below the level 6 threshold. You don't have a lot of early damage. Your Tide is not joining these fights. You're going to get outnumbered. You're going to get outfought.
They got to stop this Dawnbreaker. She just TP'd into the Tide Hunter like this. They have to punch her. Still went into, the Bramble and the Ravage, stacking the stuns a little bit. They needed that extra stun time. They might miss out on the kill. The Shadow Realm, it's not quite enough damage. Sivy tries to get it. No way. They are just perfectly hiding around this team. Smiling Knight going for the kill. He doesn't quite get it with one swipe. He gets it on the second one, but now he's going to be telekinesis back. He's got an Enrage. He's got Fly behind him. Natty Narwhal knows. Play it slow. Odeker, he's going to show himself. And the 8th Remnant catches Fly. That high ground ward doing wonders for them. Placed by the Undying earlier. Knew that Fly was around, and they made sure they had the numbers advantage before commencing the fight.
I even picked up his courier. What a disaster of a sequence for Avalis. From worse to even worse. They are still level 4 on Desire. He lost his boots on the courier. This Dark Willow has nothing. This Shaman has not gotten a ward drop in this game, and you're going up against a level 7 on 9 and a level almost 8 Rubik. This Rubik is almost doubling up the Dark Willow right now in terms of XP. And he has coil, by the way.
Yeah, stolen coil makes him very dangerous foe to fight for these this minute or two that it has left on it.
What a nice executed early game here. And this is the kind of early game pressure Klinks loves, right? He just joins all these early fights. Super happy to do so. Contributes a lot of early damage, a lot of lane pressure, can pressure the tower, open up the map even more. 4 Pirates getting everything they want right now. And if you finish this Deso on the Klinks, dude, he is going to absolutely shred the map. Like, there's no answer to Odeker with that early timing. Just going to create so much space. Ooh, Moe lucky not to get coiled there.
Tide Hunter. He'll be out of the smoke before it connects as well. They just have to get to these 6s. There's no other way around it. A coil goes out, trying to defend himself, and he will be able to jaunt to the orb.
Wow.
He's safe for now.
No coil snap with the telekinesis.
Fly in the top lane. That foul play is going to be a nuisance for this Klinks for much of the game, but I think he maybe still finds him somewhere in the trees. Successful TP out from Fly, but the area is still owned by 4 Pirates. Think they could probably take this tower with ease.
Well, they're opening up a lot of space, exerting a lot of pressure. It's going to come down to what Smiling Knight can do to rebalance this, right? Get the Battle Fury up on the Ursa, start farming it up, accelerate his game, and then just at some point get a Roche or a Tormentor out of this off of a team fight. Can definitely turn this game around. Still a very good Ursa game. But damn is it scary to try and carry now, because your puck is debilitated. This Void Spirit is super farm. This Klinks is completely out of control, and you've lost all your tier 1s. Your Tide's also stealing your Ancients right now, because Jibe needs to get some sort of comeback gold right. And not a lot of space for the Smiling Knight Ursa to operate, as his Battle Fury is done here.
Zibe, good thing he took those Ancients. Feels like they have to give up this part of the map. It's 4 Pirates. You've got this nice deep board that they just placed down, though it is underneath the sentry, so don't expect it to last long.
Can still get a good fight out of the ults here. You drop Shaman wards, Terrorize, Ravage, Coil. There's a lot of AoE control. Decent amount of damage. If 4 Pirates decide to clump into you and give you that 5-on-5, they don't necessarily need to do that, though. The Klinks can look for pickoffs. You have Solar Guardian to back him up. The Void Spirit can just keep farming towards Ags. Not in a rush here. In fact, that Ags is done. Never mind. So he already has it. That is brutal for Mobe. What is this puck supposed to do in this game?
Farm, probably. That's all he can do at this point. struggle to see how often they're really going to be able to fight heroes.
Farm where though? You look at the Radiant wards right now; they're in really good spots. And there's that Ags right on cue.
Doubles up on the silence here, threatening to terrorize. It's not quite enough burst damage, and he is out of spells, but they got him on the side from Aerial. Fate Bolt will finish him off. Got a good orb over the top of things as well. Orb Pirates are also just doing a really great job connecting. Yeah, I feel like there's always two supports rotating into a kill that's being made by a core.
And you can always let the Dawnbreaker clean up whatever part of the map you don't want to go to with that global connection. So these plays are really natural, flowing really well right now. Deso done on the Clinks. The damage pickup just intensified a lot. As Avalis, they need to get something going here soon. Eyeing up this bottom tier 1, they have Shaman Ords. Won't need to drop them here so you can hold it for the fight. The map is just so terrifying to play right now. The Void Spirit's a big threat, the Clinks is a big threat. There's just not a lot of places for Mobe to go on this puck to recover as more towers going down. Oof. Tough spot, really tough spot. Gotta just keep ratting, farming, getting the lanes out, and looking for some sort of team fight. You can get all your big ults online in the same place.
Desire runs at the Void Spirit and the Undying, double silenced up, trying to stop that Shadow Realm. He gets it off, and he'll TP away. No other AoE damage to be found. They pinged the puck. They really would all in on this Clinks right now. This is a huge kill to get, and I think they've got him. There's really nothing to save him here. The Dawnbreaker ult's going to come in. They're going to Ravage on top of that, though. So he's still stuck underneath the Serpent Wards. A little bit more burst damage, and they've got him. And now they can get the Dawnbreaker too. The Blade Mail slows down some of the damage here. Bobby's still stuck inside these Serpent Wards. He needs to get out of here soon because now the Void Spirit's going to show up. Terrorize, it's going to be dodged. Definitely dodged, in fact, by Void Spirit. He pops back out underneath an Ursa, though, so he has to zip away. Quick jump out with the Astral Step and with the Tombstone to cover their retreat. They will manage to save the rest of their cores, but Avalis, thanks to a bit of defensive vision, find a very big kill in the Clinks.
That's huge. Slowing these Clinks down, not getting Deso charges, not getting the pick off. At the same time, getting all that gold on these heroes that desperately need it. And finally getting some use out of this Ravage. It's been off cooldown for a while. Blink Dagger now done for Zibe. He can be a bit more active. Can try and get the anchor up at some point as well for some control on the Void Spirit / Clinks. And then you have more play options in this game. That evened out this game a decent amount here. You can get a Roshan with this Ursa. Doesn't look too bad. That is a tall ask right now with the limited map control. But it is kind of what's next on the menu.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, just rounding out the different parts of the map. They've got Witchblade, BKB, and, well, the Tide already has his Blink Dagger. So they've got two different item timings coming up soon for Avalis if they can not give up any kills as they're ratting the map for the next minute or two. Puck running into the Rubik here, but even if he could kill this Rubik, he knows it's unlikely this guy's alone. Nice little escape up to that high ground. TP's out.
Still forcing him off the map, though. Pretty sad for nobody. They're going to look at the Ursa mid. They have silences for him.
And they've got him.
Ooh, that's really close, but man, slowing down that BKB timing. Again, taking heroes off the map. That's what you want to do right now. Your 4 pirates. And Dawnbreaker Ags almost done. That's a very early Ags.
Dire's bottom tower is
Is done after that kill. God damn.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. That is a very tough item for Avalis to fight into.
Best of luck to the Ursa and trying to all in on a hero. They are going to take the Tormentor, though. Nice little bit of real estate claimed by Avalis as they push in that top lane with the Dark Willow. And if they get out of here cleanly, that is also an unfortunate move for 4 pirates. Smoke's going to break here. Zibe, he gets tagged by some damage. 4 seconds till his Blink Dagger's back up. But the support's TP'd out, so I don't think there's any way. Yeah, fuck. I mean, it's dodge that silence just in the nick of time with the phase shift, but it does mean Zibe's going to be left behind. Again, the support's TP'd out, so there's just no way. Even if this is next to the tier 2, they can't fight it.
Oh, no Deso charges. What? Did he not get affected somehow?
Good question.
How did Klinks get the kill and he wasn't affected?
I do think Avalis
Did he debuff it and died, I guess?
I guess they I mean, they did kind of outmaneuver him. They took Tormentor, right, and then 4 pirates rotated up there, but then they mass rotated up there, meaning Ursa is going to claim Roshan. Now that doesn't give Avalis. It doesn't give them an advantage. I don't think they can still win team fights, to be honest, but it's a nice sequence of events.
It's a lot of gold for Ursa overall, and a lot of team network. And just feels bad for 4 pirates. Like, they didn't get a fight on either of these objectives. They had the Dawnbreaker Ags, they had this super jacked Klinks, and there's just nothing to do with it. They're just running around the map looking for anything right now. Avalis doing a decent job not giving up the pickoffs that would snowball this game more, and they have their Ursa BKB now. They can get to the puck blink. Team fight becomes a little easier. Really not been able to catch people. Need some deeper lane wards to help set this up, or just threaten Avalis' base, bring them back, and then, you know, smoke to the other side of the map while this is happening. Some play like this, because you are way stronger right now. You should not care about this Ursa Aegis. And you do not want to let the puck rat his way back into this game after you did such a decent job shutting him down.
Oh, I forgot they removed the evasion on Solar Guardian. Oh, that sucks.
Is this thing even that good anymore?
I don't think it is, because they also took away the early landing that you could do. If it's just heal, then Ursa can still burst through that. Speaking of the Ursa, we'll take some damage here from the Klinks. They really want to take this Aegis, and they will be able to get it. And chase after him. He'll die underneath his tier 3 as long as they get out, but he's been anchored. The Void Spirit might be in trouble here. Smiling Knight does not want to go back in. That's... guess he feels like it's not a winning fight. I thought maybe he would just BKB and go for it.
You do have to be a little wary of this Dawnbreaker coming in on top of you. And there's BKB on the Void Spirit himself, so not the easiest target to man up against right now. A lot of HP to get through. Deso charges for Odeker finally. Gets on the board, and Avalis shoved into their base. This is kind of what you want. And then you just want to kill them if they decide to try and leave it. You have pretty good vision. Ward top, ward on this high ground on the triangle. I mean, Avalis have to smoke out from this position. You just don't have the Ursa blink because he went for the BKB first, so it makes your aggressive options a lot more limited here. Still, Ravage blink online. Blink arrived for Fly on the Shaman, so you have 2 initiation sources. And a scan will hit that high ground. This is a really tough high ground to go into, though. If there's a high ground tombstone especially, amp damage online for Natty Narwhal as well.
Oh, the Klinks is pushing into them. It could have been a very different situation. If they were back there and the Klinks pushed into them, that might have just been a fast Klinks kill. If they reacted quickly enough on a dust. They're going to get behind the Rubik here. Trying to go for the fast execution, but the Dawnbreaker ultimate's going to go off. They threw out the Ravage, but the BKBs have been committed from some of these cores. Still, though, the Void Spirit, he's able to get away with an Astral Step. Barely makes it out in the nick of time. This Rubik is still alive, and so is the Dawnbreaker. Oh, the Ursa got kited out once again. He couldn't finish him off. All they got out of that was the Rubik. Team fight goes extremely poorly for Avalis.
It's just too tanky. Could not bring down the heroes during the coil, even though Natty Narwhal didn't get BKB off for a long time there. You're able to come in later with Odeker, clean up. That Solar Guardian didn't work, bailing them out of that initial jump, just going through everything. And the fact that Rubik got the Yules off before he got hit by the Ravage also slowed his death down a lot. Some very clutch timings there for 4 Pirates in that fight. That was kind of your big go as Avalis to try and get your other 2 cores back in this game. Got to make these Ravages count.
Yeah, did the Ravage hit anything? Because it was like Yules and like
Hit the Void
BKBs went off. He got the Void Spirit? Okay.
Yeah, the Void Spirit did not get BKB till later. He was like hexed under Ravage. They just didn't have enough damage to bring him down all the way.
Yeah, I think Dawnbreaker came in after the Ravage went out, so he didn't get hit by that. And then immediately did his Q, so he went into the debuff immunity. And that's going to be another tier 3 taken down pretty much for free. Odeker's just able to do it from a distance, and Avalis aren't even in the neighborhood. They've just left the Tide, said good luck to you. We're going to go out and farm out on the map, see if we can get our next round of items, which is the Blink Dagger on the Ursa, which he desperately needs because they have to get on top of this Clinks and kill him.
See if we can bring down the Tombstone here. All right.
Got Tombstones.
That's some gold. Helps you towards the Blink. Base is in shambles, but you'll take that. You gotta work towards this next rotation if you're Avalis. Like, you gotta slowly regain some map control, make a good smoke play with this Ravage coming up, and then in 2 minutes, hopefully it's a Roche spawn that you can contest with potentially another Ravage. So a sequence like this would look pretty damn good, but we see the Hex completed by the Clinks. That is incredibly deadly for Mobe, who's already having a rough game. As Avalis try and push out and regain some map control, but you are going into a high ground ward. That is a tough spot.
They're going to try and all in the Tidehunter. Tidehunter, Ravage available, but his team's not really with them, so he just holds off on telekinesis, put Smiling Knight on the high ground. Oh no. He could BKB, hop down, but he holds on to the BKB.
Too much sustain. The Solar Guardian coming through. Solar Crest on the Undying takes too long to bring him down versus the response time for 4 Pirates. I feel like it's been the tail of this entire game, right? The connections and the response time to all these plays has been really fast.
Yeah.
And Avalis just cannot get a numbers advantage. They're going for Megas. They have Tombstone to drop for this too. Didn't even use it in that last fight.
Yeah, frankly, Avalis haven't proved that they can beat you in a fight, no matter what the circumstances are, so just force it. And if you win this last one, game's over. Got the Hex onto Moby, not quite enough to burst him down, and now the Clinks is going to be terrorized underneath the tower. Good force stabs, though. Zibe still having his Ravage, wants to force this, managed to get the anchor onto the Clinks. They have to kill him here. It's Smiling Knight. He goes in on it. They use the Ravage, but now here comes the Dawnbreaker heals, and the Sun go out, and Smiling Knight is still working on it. He just can't do enough damage, man. He killed the Clinks, but it took half an hour to do so, and meanwhile, his team got wiped.
Too tanky, man. Too goddamn tanky. And this is a lineup that I think is just too fast for Avalis. Like, they don't have low cooldown threat. They don't have a lot of early skirmish power. That early Wisdom Shrine steal also just crippled their supports. And this Tidehunter, man, it felt like a liability more than anything. Like, you're constantly waiting for this Ravage to make plays, whereas 4 Pirates, they're just running around the map doing whatever they want. This Clinks is a huge threat. The Natty Narwhal Void Spirit popped off this game 7-0-15. Absolutely took it to Mobe in the matchup. They rotated Ariel on this Rubik towards mid, basically dual laned him, and there wasn't enough pressure elsewhere to relieve that. Just snowballed him out of control. He got so many power runes this game too, right? Amp damage, haste rune, arcane, we saw them all. He put them to good use. Just a massive threat on that front line. Really made that pick work.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see through the highlights, there's just 4 Pirates running over Avalis time and time again, and there was never a good setup. Like, this one was a heartbreaker because, like, you got the jump on backline heroes and it couldn't have gone worse.
You land a Ravage Terrorize on the Void Spirit and you can't kill him. That's pretty much the game. Like, you needed damage there to bring him down. Maybe that fight can go your way. it's just not enough. The Ursa's too far behind. The Puck completely debilitated. And Tide is not a damage hero. He's a frontliner. He's control. He kind of did his job in those situations, but you're just too far behind to take advantage of it. And these high ground pushes, like once you're behind, you have to go up these ramps into an Undyne Dawnbreaker lineup. It's miserable. Like the positioning is just so damn hard. And this fight is like, again, you're just stretching, try and get anybody here, and it takes so long. Just brutal.
It takes so damn long, man. Like normally Ursa is like kind of okay against heals. He's just like, okay, I'm just ramping up damage anyway. I'm still gonna burst you down. But when you're that far behind,
yeah, I felt it.
And the Clinks was actually decently tanky, right? He had 3k HP.
Yeah.
Get the extra heals that are coming out from the Dawnbreaker, and yeah, it just takes way too long. So
this is why I say, like, I feel like they have a good idea of how to use this Clinks. They use it to kind of be independent on the lane and then to open up the map, right? He took a lot of towers this game, did a decent amount of tower damage early on, and this creates space for the Void Spirit to play aggressive, for them to constantly hunt this puck, for the Dawnbreaker to soak up the bad farm while the rest of them look on Avalis's side of the map. And I think this is where this hero shines. Like when you have a good lane, you take towers, open up the space, hunt enemy heroes, and just join everything with his Clinks while the enemy team is waiting for their carry to come online. The pace doesn't favor you. You fall behind. One or two bad team fights, and you're in this position. And this is why I think if you can make these lineups work around the Clinks, he ends up being pretty powerful. It's just, it requires a lot of things to go right, you to execute it well. And I think a lot of teams, they don't want to put that much pressure on the carry to have to do that much around the map early.
And as a result, for Pirates are now on a 3-game win streak as they 2-0'd Virtus Pro, now 1 game up against Avalis. See what happens though going into game 2, first break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Pirates take a convincing lead in this series over Avalos with their Game 1 victory. It was a pretty one-sided affair, Avery.
Very one-sided. A similar style we've seen from 4 Pirates in that Virtus Pro series. Like, they play fast, they connect really well. They're going to put the pressure on you. You have to respond and adjust. You can't play these like ultra slow lineups, these last pick tide hunters and stuff against this team. They're not going to give you the time to just sit there, farm, come online. They're here for blood. They're here to play fast. And honestly, I like how they're playing. I think this is how you win games rather than try not to lose them. And that's what you have to do if you want to go to TI. You got to play with some confidence. You got to just believe in your ability to play as a team, outmaneuver people, out-tempo people, and put the screws into them instead of the other way around.
Yeah, it does feel like that's the trend, right? Our last series, Nigma Galaxy, I think we could say a lot about what it means to play to win and play with aggression and not like stalling the game so much. I think that OG and Secret were really hardcore battling it out in their series yesterday. OG did come out the better of that, and obviously that really hurt Team Secret as they went to this morning another 75-minute game against Yellow Submarine and could not manage to beat them. So rough time for Secret. They're eliminated early, but also the fact that they got eliminated on losing 2-hour-long matches is pretty rough.
You gotta find a way to win. I mean, that's Dota. Like, not every game's gonna be easy or clean. Some are gonna be down and dirty, and you gotta find a way to get solutions to the problems that you're facing in those individual games and come out on top. And if not, then yeah, you're going home. Doesn't take too much to send you packing here in these qualifiers. This is another situation where we have a team in Avalos that have a lot of confidence going in here, probably feel like they can easily clinch a spot, but could be facing that lower bracket as well if they can't pull out something in this game too. So they're going to steal the Undying and hope that this laning and teamfight presence is enough to give them an edge here in this opening round.
Same bans from 4 Pirates, and only a little bit of a shift there. Sniper was banned last time by Avalos, and instead they replaced it with the Shadow Shaman.
So do you just sniper here? How confident are you in your sniper if you are 4 Pirates here? I mean, they're pretty confident in it, that's for sure.
They have to be if Avalos is banning it against them in the first phase.
Yeah.
But opt for Batrider instead for now.
Not a bad response. A hero that mostly does okay versus Undying. Can always be pretty good at going boots early, pulling waves if you want to lane these against each other or just be annoying in the team fight. Don't mind this pick.
10 seconds remaining.
You only have one ban here though. Maybe the little downside to protect this pick, make sure it has some good team fight impact. On the flip side, if you don't care about its impact outside of just laning shenanigans and lasso, that's fine. But there will be that sniper ban. You just can't get it if you weren't willing to take it there.
You know what's disappointing, Avery?
What?
If Avalos loses here, we do not get to see a grudge, a long-standing grudge that we haven't seen in quite some time. Because whoever wins here matches up against OG. And with No Tail back on OG, and we could have had No Tail versus Fly. That could have been our matchup in the upper bracket semifinals. But in order to get there, they have to get through 4 Pirates who seem to be cooking right now.
To be honest, I think that's a grudge match for Reddit, not really between those two. But yeah, it is some good sauce.
Yeah.
We don't like to see it for sure. I'm sure Fly would like to take on his old friend there. Those guys go way back, even to that Fnatic roster 8 or 9 years ago, right? So this is perhaps a match in the making if you can pull it out here and get the reverse sweep. A lot of work to be done though before you get there.
All right, next round of bans. Sniper does get taken away as well as the Terrorblade. So some of these ranged carries, basically long distance damage dealers, Avalos wants them out.
There's just no Doom prioritization either. Very interesting. I can see why 4 Pirates don't like it because the hero doesn't really play their pace. But it is pretty much open for the taking if Avalos want to play it. Which Zibe does play that hero, so it's on the menu for sure. You just got to keep it in mind. and make sure it doesn't sneak through way later and you get caught off guard. Tusk makes another appearance. They definitely have some heroes that can bring this a 9 down. That's for sure. And again, you gotta look at the pace that 4 Pirates are setting against you, right? These are heroes that play fast. They don't have long cooldowns. They have easy ways to set kills up. They can play really well around the map and connect really easily. So you have to keep that kind of play style in mind and respond accordingly here if you're Avalis, not fall too far behind. This is a support duo that can absolutely fight very early and often, so I like that. And I'll grab the DP. Pretty nice hero versus the Tusk. Pretty bad against the Bat Rider if it ends up being core Bat, but we've not seen a lot of core Bat.
Yeah, for sure. And this Avalis really stocking up on teamfight now. Like, you've got Tombstone drop, Terrorize to protect the Tombstone, and now you've got a Death Prophet. So you've got some, obviously, more team fight, but then you've got some tower taking potential, some objective taking potential, maybe Tormentor, maybe Roshan. And 4 Pirates will continue their single target damage, opting for a Drow Ranger with the Tusk. Big physical damage, big single target damage. Death Prophet is susceptible to that kind of burst, that kind of damage.
Very similar archetype to the Clinks as well. Not as fast, doesn't connect as well, but gives you that long range burst damage and some objective taking of its own. Pretty interesting to pick it here this early, I guess. You do have some counter picks available if you're Avalis, and this lineup looks a bit flimsier than last game, I will say. Like, they're going to need a playmaker initiator out of that mid lane for sure, unless they put the Bat Rider there, which seems unlikely at this point, though it's possible. It's not the worst core Bat Rider game, to be honest. Otherwise, you're looking at one of these other Spirit heroes, I think, for sure. Slash the Puck that we've seen all day. Sven, though, just get the armor up. Screw you and your armor piercing. You can't pierce me, and I'm just going to jump your ass and beat you to death.
Yep, they stack. If they end up stacking because of Dawnbreaker Ultimate or because of Snowball, right? You've got AoE Stun, you've got Cleave. Yeah, I kind of like this Sven, where I am kind of not, I'm not a Sven guy. I'm just not. I just haven't been feeling it, and most of the times I've seen it in these games. I feel like it's well, I guess we have to go Sven kind of meta, you know, where it's like all the other carries, the good ones have been taken away, and it's like Sven is your B+ carry.
I kind of agree. He's not premier status right now. I'll also say this game, in terms of him playing the fights, doesn't look that easy. You're up against a lot of BKB Pierce, which is generally where this hero suffers. You're up against Solar Guardian. You're against the Walrus Tusk Punch plus Snowball and the Flaming Lasso. That's a lot that can disable you in pivotal moments in the fight where you need to get those quick 2 or 3 hits off that make the big difference. So I'm a little skeptical of how much direct impact this Sven can have, but the armor's super nice here. It can buff up the Death Prophet, which is amazing for that hero. It's pretty much the only thing she lacks is the natural armor. So that synergy is super nice. You have really good objective taking. It fits the lineup well here, even if maybe the Sven itself will struggle individually later on in this game. Also, if I'm Avalis, I'm banning Storm there. They banned the Coddle. Okay. Into Silencer.
All right, so Core Undying it is.
First Drow, though? I don't know if that sounds rough. I feel like I got away with this Drow pick, to be honest. Like, this is not a lineup that gap closes her outside of the Sven. Silencer's worthless versus Drow. This is pretty much just like an anti-Bat Rider pick. That's what it really is. It shuts down the Bat, and you get the global for the Dawnbreaker, right? You stop Solar Guardian. So the Silencer ult has a lot of value here in the team fight, but it's not good against this Drow. It gives Drow a pretty good lane, and now you still get one more pick. Could be a lot of things out in this mid lane.
Some heavy discussion going on in the 4 Pirates boot camp.
Oh,
they offer Arc Warden. Dude, this team has an archetype. That is for sure. They really like the backline damage dealers. I mean, they've drafted Terrorblade, Sniper, Clinks, Drow Ranger, Arc Warden.
Yep. They are feeling this this style, and they are really going to test Avalis's gap close in this game, because now you have to gap close this Drow, and you have to gap close the Arc Warden. The upside is you have global to stop the saves coming out when you do. So if you do manage to gap close these heroes, the supports will guarantee that you can bring them down. But can you gap close them? Like, who is doing it in this game? You might need some Blink Death Prophet here. Might need the early like phase boots, Blink, Echo, Undyne, one of these two things just to help you get on top of these two cores. Because if they just get to stand there with Drow Arc Warden and lay into your heroes, you're not winning that fight. There's just no way. So a lot of pressure on Avalis to find their marks in this game and get on top of these two big cores.
Yeah, interesting stuff. It really does feel like the Dawnbreaker from game one kind of got in Avalis's heads and said, you know, we need an answer to this. They opted for the silencer, which means Zibe is going to be having a much harder lane. We'll see if he's able to push through that. If he can, then maybe things will be fine. I mean, this is a lineup. You're drafting Arc Warden and Drow Ranger. You can get run over for sure. If lanes go badly and momentum starts picking up on this Death Prophet, she gets her Aghanim Scepter, she gets the BKB Blink Dagger, right? She's just blinking on top of your ranged heroes. There's not much you could do about that. And also Arc Warden's bubble doesn't protect against the ghosts, right? Like those don't care about evasion. So
this doesn't strike me as the greatest Arc Warden game. I get the matchup idea versus the Death Prophet, and you will get that matchup. And it is a hero that, you know, helps you kill the Tombstone and is another long-ranged hero to kite this Fen or whatever. But there's nothing it's not like, oh, this is a crazy broken arc pick. They have nothing to do. They can't team fight. They can't do Roche Ray. Like this Avalis lineup can do a lot in this game on its own. So you really have to execute super well here if you're 4 Pirates. This is not an easy lineup to play. Like you said, Drow plus Arc Warden, very greedy to say the least. And kind of goes against the style that I've seen be successful for them, which is fast gameplay, strong lanes, connectivity. This kind of goes against it, right? Maybe awkward lanes, not that connective until way later on if you're looking at like the Arc Warden clone going around the map, and potentially not that fast. Like you don't have big cooldowns you have to play around, but these heroes want to hit creeps. They want to get items. They want to farm. They want to scale. Maybe we'll see a faster Arc Warden game. You can play around the Arc mid and just abuse the nukes, like abuse the Flux, abuse the Spark Wraith. That can be really strong. You can go some early fight items on this hero too. So it is maybe in Natty Narwhal's wheelhouse in terms of how fast you can play around this hero. I would lean towards the faster than the slower though. That's for sure. I would not try and go like, you know, Midas Arc Warden with Drow Ranger in the jungle. I don't think it's going to end well for you.
Interesting that he opted for the Ruined Replica. I'm not super up to date with what Arc Wardens are preferring facet-wise, but it did seem like that other one with the bubble capturing runes. I mean, if you're running mid, I thought that was an interesting idea, and because it's a mid-Arc Warden, I thought maybe we would see that, but apparently not.
I think it was a nice theory craft when it got released, and then people tried it a little in pubs and it wasn't as strong. Whereas at least this one makes your clone pretty good. Once it starts getting the invis, it can just run at people. It's like a built-in Shadow Blade on the summon. It's kind of cool.
Sure.
So, also that Arcane Rune is... I believe that Arcane Rune works on everything on the clone. So you end up like reducing all the cooldowns of like it has an independent Midas or something. You get a reduced independent Midas cooldown and everything.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
That's my understanding. So it can actually do some pretty cool stuff in the early game. But of course, a lot of it relies on you like getting to items and being able to micro this clone well and not just getting run over, which we've seen happen with Arc Warden, I think, more times than not.
Batrider stuck it out for that bottom lane for a little bit, but will now rejoin the Dawnbreaker in the top lane, start challenging Fly for the controlled jungle.
See how much you can get done with the silencer, both in the lane and the game, because I mean, you basically last pick this. Gotta have some high impact with these last pick support picks. And pressure on him, but he has good matchups to do it in. Should be pesky for this Batrider to deal with. Mobe leaning into Natty Narwhal early, trying to nuke him down, force some early regen out of this Arc Warden. Gotta remember, he gets a little extra regen off rune activations, so if you can deny him out of the runes, it's also really good value.
Oh, yeah. Regeneration rune buff for 4 seconds. That's a long time.
Odeker just dead. God damn, that tombstone destroyed it.
It really did. They were stacking up a couple of decays here or there. Nice shards. That will protect. Maybe it doesn't protect the Tusk. Ah, he still got him. Desire throws out the Shadow Realm hit at the last second there. Well played. Right before the zombies were killed and he lost vision.
Not respecting that level 2 tombstone drop. Playing way too far up in this lane. I think this is a lane Drow could have free farmed. They got a little over aggressive, pay a big price. Giving Zibe a lot more early gold to work with.
More
Straight
action
back
bottom. Odeker. This time they'll get the kill on Zibe. And see if they can get a second kill into the situation too. Desire, he's got a fairy fire to work with. It's not much, and he won't even pop it. That's going to be a double kill for Odeker. So they just strike right back. So you're still right about it. It could still be a free farming Drow Ranger lane, even as that tombstone error from before.
Yeah, imagine if they didn't give up those 2 kills. Now, obviously, you know, these 2 are a product of that one. They got them pretty low. So be Undying coming back full. Another tombstone available soon. That's a big rebuttal, though. A lot of gold for this Drow. Earlier boots. Maybe kite these heroes out. Go for another aggressive play if you want. And it will be the Midas for Natty Narwhal. It's just too valuable in this hero to turn down, I guess. I think there is a world you can do like a vessel build-up on him, but...
Why, he's going to get a run down here, looks like. Blood Grenade to slow him down. Dawnbreaker. Get him eventually. It's Ariel who takes the last hit over Mr. Moral. The off lane.
Mr. Morale from the anime.
The anime. I assumed if it was Mr. Morale, you'd be referencing the Kendrick album.
Oh, that, yeah, I guess that. Never mind. Shows how much pop culture I know. So why'd you call him Mr. Moral?
Well, because it was written to be without an E. So if it's without an E, then it's Mr. Moral.
No, it's got to be a Kendrick reference.
Probably.
No, these lanes not going too bad for 4 pirates here. Coming out ahead after the exchange bottom. This big double wave going into the Drow. If you can farm up all this, you're super happy. Assuming you don't get dove here.
Now, the one lane that's still going well is the mid lane matchup. Death Prophet's getting a little bit better. Top lane, if they continue to kill fly like this, nice storm hammers, stop that final swing, but the sticky napalm is there. You just, nothing you could do about it.
It's just getting run down, man. This is pretty brutal. I mean, this is your last pick silencer. Having a very rough game right now. It means that level 6 is even farther. And you really want global online in this game. That's like so much of his purpose here. Being able to stop the Solar Guardian, stop saves. Just getting delayed and delayed.
Radiant's bottom tower.
See if
They're gonna
Fabulous
have
make a
level
move with the
6.
DP.
Yeah, he's going to be level 6 well before the Arc Warden, as he sent him back to base. So if they get the power rune, the siege wagon push that's coming in, he's going to be level 6 as this wave dies. So they can. It's one of those situations where if you can make this fight work, then you might just be 100 to 0ing a tower as well. Even taking away the observer ward. But look at 4 pirates. They know about this move. Fly, he's going to drop a ward over here, but he's going to be caught by the Tusk Bat Rider. They rotate on in. It does leave Odeker alone in the bottom lane. He goes down from that. So that's still a fine trade-off for Avalanche.
Oh, they're super happy with that. Fly's game continues to be very rough. And he is not happy with that, but overall trade's worth it. A little illusion rune for Tusk. Takes it away from the DP. Still have this Exo to play around. You gotta assume Avalos want to use it in some capacity.
What do you think about this play? What do you think about him TPing bottom and running after the Drow? Because she just died, right? So she TP'd back in. They still have the siege wagon there.
He's going mid, so if that play was good, he's not doing it. He
Well,
wants
that's fine.
the solo kill.
Natty Narwhal himself, and he's got the solo kill, and he still has the siege wagon alive. So this is still going to force. They just rotated those 2 supports into the mid lane, and now they're under the pressure to do so again.
This matchup has not worked out for the Arc Warden, and maybe he had some game plan in terms of what that lane was supposed to look like, but this DP matchup is not fun if you get gap closed, and that was just a nice little ankle play from Mobe. Takes almost all the tower. Gold loss for the Arc Warden. Midas delayed. He falls farther behind. This DP pulling ahead. It's turning into a beast. Four Pirates need to find a way to slow this game down, which is, I think, awkward for them because it's not really how they've won a lot of games in this qualifier so far. But that's the situation they're in.
Zibe is getting, I mean, he got to his level 6 and he's getting to phase boots. So the matchup against the Drow Ranger is about to get a bit easier. And if they can get an extra kill, flies down here. It seems like they're setting up for perhaps like a tombstone dive on tower. Excuse me, not the Drow Ranger, the Death Prophet is coming over, giving the extra oomph here. Brambles snags him. And Tusk, all he can really do is snowball and delay, but when he comes back out, it's going to be surrounded by 4 heroes. So Avalis, control of this lane, no Siege Wagon or Exorcism, so it's not like it's going to be a fast tower push or anything. Death Prophet's going to have to go back to mid.
This is your window to try and use the Solar Guardian without the Global Silence up as well. If you want to try and get a few pops out of it, take advantage of the fact the Silencer had such a rough early game. He's behind on the levels. Natty Narwhal looking for something here in the jungle. Can't find this DP. Would love to find him isolated and just let the Flux go to work.
Yeah, I think he might have seen the courier like behind him. The Arc Warden flew the courier out, and then Bobby kind of popped his head out, and I think he saw the courier coming back in from the jungle, so I think he kind of knew what was going on there.
I mean, they committed a lot of vision around this mid lane. A lot of sentries, double obs. They really want to find some kill on this DP before Global's up to bail him out.
Why would you double obs like that on the same side of the river?
I don't know. It's a good question. I guess if one gets killed, you have another one. Or you're just going to get both killed.
Yeah, or it's going to be some support's wet dream over there.
Yeah, I think this is a little too much. They are trying to, again, protect this Arc Warden from the roam, which is understandable.
Sure.
Nothing really happening for Avalos on the map right now, though. That's good for 4 Pirates. They're stabilizing this early game. Farming the Arc Warden back into it. I mean, he's almost up to that Midas. Not a bad few minutes for Narwhal on mid. Drow didn't die either. What is this
playing off the map? Zibe. He can get a high ground tombstone here, perhaps. The Dawnbreaker ultimate's going to be dropped. Drops the tombstone right in front of him. The tombstone is going to be dealt with. The Flesh Golem's tanky, but not tanky enough against 5 of 4 Pirates.
Well, there's your Midas. Done for the Arc Warden, so his farm will start to pick up. Drow into mid to pull this wave off. You have an Exo up, you have a Haste Rune. Mobe's strongest hero on the map by far. Gotta keep playing through the Death Prophet here. You don't want to get sucked into too many fights where the TP's not joining. Yeah, Midas already going to work here.
You want to take this tower without using the Exorcism for it. And if they could do so, I mean, that would be a lot. Moby would then be able to run around and make a play with the Haste Rune as you were talking about, but the defense is still there from 4 Pirates.
It is a really good rune, because again, this game is a lot about gap closes. Haste lets you just barrel at these ranged cores on all in them. So you definitely want to get something out of this one. This is not a rune you let go to waste. There's a clone available here. Don't want to overextend. Oh, there's the clone.
Blocked in, slowed down, and blocked in by the shards. Desire. They'll just die here, but the bottom lane push in. They're going to catch Ariel. Don't think Natty Narwhal. I mean, I guess it's just his Tempest clone, but it's still gold. So, tower taken.
Got the Midas off on the catapult. It's at least something.
That's true.
He is going to go the Vessel too, so that's what I would have thought in this game. I guess you just want the Midas to abuse it on this hero. That's pretty fair. The levels are also really important. And if you can get the Vessel up and kill that DP at least once with it, in like this, you know, next 2 or 3 minutes, you're going to be pretty happy with the overall outcome.
Big Arcane Rune pickup. Now both him and his Tempest double have very efficient use of the Midas.
That's true.
Smoke wrap around behind the tower. It's going to pop on the fly. Moby's in a position here. He still has his exorcism. They're going to get him on the lasso. Try and burst him down. Will this work out? He's got a bunch of spirit siphons and magic wand charges. It's all not enough. Didn't get off the magic wand. Still though, Tombstone on top of Natty Narwhal. They're trading out mid laners here.
Oof. I mean, I guess that's kind of okay for the arc because he gets all his Midas off. He gets urn charges. You take down this Death Prophet, which feels really good. But damn, if Smiling Knight isn't going to get off this sequence. Like, he comes in, he cleans up, he gets the tower. Like, he doesn't get the last hit, but you get some gold off it at least. And you just go straight back into the jungle. Pretty efficient move for this Fen.
He's going to finish off his Echo Saber a little bit faster. Zibe's got his Blade Mail off of that fight. So both teams kind of walked away with being like, oh, we got something out of that fight. Just depends on who you are on the team.
You are winning the fight, or technically going even without Global still up. Fly is still looking for that level 6. Such a tough game for him. Pick this Silencer for Global, and then it just gets delayed and delayed. Back into the jungle for all these cores. It's going to be a lot of farming this game because everybody wants something except maybe Sundine would rather fight than farm. You're just not going to get it unless you're forcing objectives here. You get a Wisdom Shrine though. That's pretty nice. And you got Chip Fest. That's also super nice.
Yeah. I think it's if the game slows down, as you said, it's the Undying who would like to fight, and so that already feels better for Pirates. And then on top of that, the slower game, you've got Batrider, which I think is one of the best supports in slower games. To if everyone's farming up, then Batrider can join in on that, right? Where heroes like Dark Willow preferring to usually find hero kills, and they do manage to do so on the Tusk. But that's how Dark Willow keeps her game flowing.
You want pickoffs for sure. You want to use this facet and get your catch items online. Yule's Blink, Glimmer, whatever it is. Just keep the threat up on the map. Batrider kind of wants to do the same, and his Blink is done. So you can start to threaten the map a little bit. The Vessel is also done on Natty Narwhal, so you can start to look for some more aggressive action here. Get a shield rune as well.
They could kill the Death Prophet again before Aghanim Scepter is done. That would be a huge boon to 4 Pirates.
That's kind of the dream here, is just keep killing Mobe as many times as you can in this game. He's like the linchpin of this lineup. Sven's going to be a little scary, but he is manageable and kiteable in the late game with Punch, Lasso, some bubble action, whatever. This Death Prophet is kind of the real threat. And if you can control him with the Drow Arc Warden picks, then you can definitely make his life miserable. Just do not want to let him snowball on you. And right now you have 3 Vessel charges to play with. You're going to smoke up. It's going to be Aerial plus Narwhal. Looking for a Blink Lasso into the Vessel Flux hits. Probably killing anybody they can find, if they can find anybody. Best target would be this tier 1 mid. You know someone from Avalis is probably lingering around this tower. Oh, Rune spawns. Could bait Mobe in here.
They do got him in. They managed to get the lasso on him. It's an invis rune that's going to be grabbed by Aerial. Global Silence is going to be used. Mobe with the Terrorize. He's getting big heals out. The Spirit Vessel is the only thing that can maybe get the kill on the Drow Ranger, and they still manage to burst him down. The Dawnbreaker ultimate comes in, and it bails out the hero. Zibe, he's in there, but he's quickly killed. Coming in from behind, Desire wants to go after this Drow Ranger. Got a nice AoE stun on him. Can he do enough? Yeah, I think he's sitting on top of him. The Shadow Realm should be enough.
Yeah, he's gone.
Easily. So the initial part of the fight looks pretty good for 4 Pirates, but between Desire killing the Drow Ranger and Smiling Knight showing up to the fight, they don't really have anything left in the tank to deal with this Sven.
How is Sven without the blink? If he has blink there, that fight looks a lot different as well. He can instantly go on top of the Drow. It was a nice high ground position for Odeker, but man, that global caused them a lot of problems. Like it's the global plus the Terrorize just bailed the DP out for so long. You're not able to do anything to bring him down quickly. Ends up costing you a lot of heroes.
Yeah, and if you didn't have the Spirit Vessel, like 100% Death Prophet just destroys that fight. She had enough Spirit Siphons going on. She heals back up, and she just runs you over. So that was very close to being an even worse fight for 4 Pirates.
I also saw how much damage this Dark Willow does. Like, this hero is insane, dude. And it's just disgusting when you're on top of somebody. It's basically just a guaranteed kill. Incredibly hard to survive it. You can try and dodge the damage by some mobility in the fight, but if you're tanking that series of spells, you're probably just dead. That said, this is global on cooldown, and these are the periods where Avalice have to really think about 4 Pirates getting aggressive, particularly with this Bat Rider who's going to have lower cooldowns. They just smoke straight back into mid, get the pick off. Should lead into some tower pressure. It's a nice little play.
They've got the Undying with his Vanguard Blade Mail, but no TP on the Death Prophet. Sven probably doesn't want to be anywhere near to a fight right now. He does have his Blink Dagger, and God's Strength just came off cooldown though, so would expect Avalice to want to take an engagement soon. Maybe they're going to wait for Moby to have his Blink Dagger. I love the early Blink choice. I think this is the right game for it. Ag straight Blink. Don't mess around.
Yep. You need the gap close here. That said, Ags is already done. Or Mr. Morale is he's going for the same build. The Blade Mail on the Dawnbreaker also did some work against the Death Prophet there. So the fact you're going to go the early blink on the DP means your BKB will be delayed. Do have to think about that Blade Mail a little bit more. Maybe let Smiling Knight try and find a jump as he is looking top, trying to find the Drow here.
Instead, run into the Tusk. I'll take the Tusk kill. Not a bad exchange, as 4 Pirates don't have to deal with Global Silence for a bit now. And if they could hold this tower against the God Strength, that would be nice as well.
Global down, look for something. Lasso up in 10. Solar Guardian available. Desire pushing in. He gets a nice ward out, but the God Strength going down, you can't really use it. Yeah. And this is just going to be Avalice backing up on the map. They got to respect the global cooldown and how much damage is coming out from this Arc Warden right now if you don't get on top of him. That's at Fly. He wanted to push one more wave and he will pay for it. Another death for this Silencer run. Death number 6.
Yeah. I think you had to expect something like that because we're into Tormentor time, right? They know you use God Strength. They know you use Global Silence. Why wouldn't they either be looking for a fight up here or look to take the Tormentor up here?
They're going to get it. Looking for the Tusk Shard over the Bat one here. They'll get it.
Yeah.
Good RNG right there.
I would have been okay with the Bat Rider one, considering how farmed I think Bat Rider is going to be in this game, though.
I mean, how often are you going to napalm buildings, though?
I mean, maybe just the split pushing possibility.
I guess a little bit. I guess you have that precision ore to go back on, you know.
True. Well, right-click Bat Rider coming soon.
The old precision aura Bat Rider taking your buildings. It's the future right there.
Yes.
Feels like 4 Pirates are getting more out of the map right now, especially if they kill Moby again. Oh man. Every death on this DP is so costly in this game. Avalice are just getting outplayed, right? Like, they're just getting outmaneuvered on the map. They're falling behind on the farm. They're not finding the team fights.
They're going to take Roche for this, at least. They say, okay, you can have that tier 2. You stick around for that tier 2 top, we're going to take Roche off.
I honestly think 4 Pirates are fine with this. Like, I don't think this Roche was theirs to take or contest anyway. Against DP, Undying, Sven, you know, like, this is not the lineup that contests these Roche fights. They'd rather just keep farming the map, out farm Avalice, and find pickoffs, and they're doing that. They've taken the lead. Their cores are in solid position. This Batrider is scaling. If I'm them, I'm pretty happy with how this game is going right now. I feel like I'm just slowly outscaling their cores. The Boots of travels up on the Arc Warden. The Midases have been cooking. You're just going to keep building more, kiting more survivability. Anything that disjoints the DP and the Sven from your Arc Warden Drow is going to be good this game. Force Staves, E-Blades, Lotus Orbs, Glimmer Capes, you name it.
Think the Sven can carry this game?
No.
Too
I don't
much
think
from the
so.
supports, right? Too many BKB
Yeah,
piercing
it's like-
disables.
It's just not that style of game. You're gonna blink, stun somebody, try and hit them. You're gonna get punched into lasso, and then you're just gonna get absolutely slain. Now he can carry this game in a sense of like you build some momentum, you abuse these Aegises, find your timings, but from a raw scale perspective, you eventually get outscaled here.
Cut into mid wave while they take bottom with the Sven. But trying to utilize this Aegis, but they're not getting the better of the map. It's still fine, but for Pirates, they're pushing out top lane with the Tempest double, getting some tier 3 damage, and they're still catching the mid wave as well. This push is slow from Smiling Knight because, of course, he doesn't want to just use God's Strength for it.
Catch.
Got the lasso on Zibe. Hard kill to go for with the global silence and the response. They say, okay, give up on that.
I wonder if this is enough to still work for something else, or if they're fine with that and just going to try and wait out this Aegis period more than anything else. Just keep farming. Probably just keep farming, to be honest. No reason to try and force bad fights when you're just continuing to find big items here, and you're not the ones getting picked off. Like, that's the issue right now. Avalos are not slowing the farm rate down. They're not finding pickoffs. They're not closing out the map. They're going to try and do that now with this smoke across.
But
Looking
if the
for
Tusk
any
breaks
sort
it,
of
don't feel really bad. They go for the Tusk as soon as he shows on the river. They get that kill. The Death Prophet. He pushed forward. He teleported out. He looks for a kill, but he has no disables.
Feels bad, man. The ratting will continue. So much rat action in this game.
Take
damage
top
as
tier
well.
1 with the rest of the God Strength, at least.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
These are the games where Batrider's really annoying. It's like it's just flying around, harassing you, cutting waves. You can't really catch him. His scale is pretty solid. He can just go into BKB plus an Hags later if he wants that route, into more single target right click like we see 9 class do. I mean, you can take this hero a couple different directions. They're all pretty good in the late game, and that's an AC done for the Dawnbreaker. That's a massive item in this game.
Big items and big timings. There is no global to protect the Undying this time around, so when they jump on him, he's going to die. Now, he does have the extra life, remember. So even if he goes down here, he can still come back into play, and that's dangerous with Smiling Knight making a big initiation.
Look at the
dies.
damage.
He just gets bursted down by Odeker, and no, Smiling Knight got kited around by the Tombstone. Zibe's back into play. He drops that tomb, but Tombstone's just going to be killed. Nice and easy. Zibe now going to be slowed down. Glimmer Cape to help protect him as he gets back behind the tier 2. God's Strength is back up now, so Avalos maybe are willing to take a fight if it comes their way. We still have 1 minute left on the Aegis.
Cannot protect this DP without BKB. He just gets shredded by this Arc Warden with Precision Aura. Mjolnir hits, Vessel charges, Bubble going down, AC Aura on top of it. So much single target burst. And it's just no chance for Mobe here, even with like Sven armor. That was a nice Sven stun too. I think it caught 2 cores, and the snowball just bails him out, resets that fight. You're getting hit by the clone the whole time. Does not feel like a good fight for Avalos, particularly how it starts, which is, you know, you just lassoing somebody in.
Oh, they've got vision on the Dawnbreaker. Mr. Morale in some trouble. spotted, and because he went AC, he doesn't have a blade mail. It's just blade mail. Oh my god, that blade mail. Jesus Christ. I was going to say BKB TP out. That was Aegis that was going to expire, so it's not that big of a deal. Smiling Knight. He was fine with committing there, but that was a scary amount of damage he did to himself.
I'll make you second guess it a little, but the bigger kill. Again. 5th death for this Death Prophet. Cannot get to BKB. The pickoff game is too strong right now, and that is a way bigger find. He is falling behind in this game. I mean, this Tricore is pulling ahead. The damage is just scaling through the roof.
Is under attack.
And there's a lot of pressure on Smiling Knight right now to find a way to pick this team up and put him on his back. Probably through the next Roshan, if you can get it.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, you're reaching peak Sven, right? When you first grab that Daedalus, that one crit is so much of the HP of the enemy. This is probably your best window to take the game back into your hands.
Hopefully he finds a little bit before this Roche spawns. That would be ideal. You definitely need the next Roche. Honestly, the way this game's going, you might give this Aegis to the Death Prophet. This guy needs it.
Yeah, maybe. They are trying to... If he gets to BKB and then they get Lotus on the Undying, that's going to be 3 different very big core items picked up for Avalos at the same time. I think that's kind of peak for you in a lot, at least for the mid game.
Yeah,
you know, you can still scale up and stuff, but like I think your best chance to win fights is going to be this window.
I agree. If you line this up, you go into Roche, it's up potentially in a minute. Can turn this game a little bit. And you just got to keep finding some gap closes, keep taking advantage of this global silence. Because it does feel like there's a clock ticking right now. Like the amount of farm this Drow and Arc Warden are taking off the map it's deadly. Absolutely deadly.
Yeah. Butterfly soon for Odeker. Hurricane Pike will make that Arc Warden a lot more elusive.
Double Hurricane Pike, gotta remember that.
Yeah.
He can send the clone out and pike the Sven away, pike the Death Prophet out, force staff somebody else. It's a good Hurricane Pike.
It means when you get that jump, it has to be a clean jump. You have to be really on top of them. You can't just be kind of in front of them. Otherwise, you're getting sent to the Nether Realm by these Hurricane Pikes. You really got to be on top of that. Make the fight messy. Make it so these Hurricane Pikes don't actually push these heroes out of danger.
You also you have to do it on 2 different targets. Like you have to find this Arc and you have to find the Drow. So Illusion's just running into that, but does not pop smoke anymore.
Smoke's gonna last for a while. Did he used to break smoke?
Yeah, didn't it at one point?
I don't know, but that sounds extremely broken. That sounds so dumb.
Maybe this is a long ass time ago, but
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
smoke on smoke action for Pirates. Gonna take the high ground position here. Looking for that bat jump versus the global bailout from Fly, and BKB is done on the Death Prophet, so it's a pretty big difference from the previous fights.
Dire's bottom tower.
Assuming he does not just get completely chunked down by these 2 range cores.
Yeah.
They gave up their position. I mean, this is a 30 minutes Roche, so it's going to sit down here for a while. Which means you have to smoke again here if you're 4 Pirates to contest this. And they're just trying to finish. Butterfly for the Drow, very close to it. It's kind of what they're waiting for. Both teams are out of smokes? Really? Oh, there's one on Desire. But the jump is already coming through.
Zibe, self-Lotus. Seeing the Bat Rider is maybe thinking about that jump. They're also there on the other side. Global Silence is going to be used. Ariel was pushing into them. And they try and deal with the Bat Rider, but he's so damn fast. He just gets up in their face and gets away. That's going to be a global used with nothing found for Avalos.
But they used God Strength
Exorcism,
too.
God Strength, you have to Roshan.
Yeah, you have no choice right now. Have to commit for this objective. It's pretty fast, but it's going to be contestable here. This is spooky. I mean, your ults are wearing out. Like, you didn't man up for this.
I mean, if you don't
this
get
is
it,
a rough spot.
yeah, I think they now have to give up this Rosh. I mean, if you have no Exorcism and no God Strength, like,
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you can
free
contest
for
it.
4 pirates.
They should just do it. Like, honestly, if they're aware of this situation. Yeah, Odeker just in the pit. Man, Roche, without a fight, lost for Avalos here. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They are so much better around the pit, too. That's the crazy part. You have Undying, Dark Willow, DP, Global. That is not an objective you wanted to give away without at least getting some sort of fight out of it. You're in big trouble now.
More and more burst. Now 25% multi-shot damage on the Drow Rangers. She hits level 20. Natty Narwhal's working on some damage himself. Daedalus up next just completes the Chrysalis.
You gotta remember, they can always go back for like BKBs or other dispel items to mitigate the impact of this global silence in this game. That's kind of one of the weaknesses of Silencer. Like, the more items people get, the worse your spells generally become.
Trying to catch the Bat Rider here. They've got him.
Oh,
That's a gem.
Couldn't pick it up,
Desire's
though.
going to die as well, and they did not get the gem. So
They lost theirs. Yeah. That hurts. That hurts a lot. The vision's so important in this game.
Sven got himself stuck.
Oh, he's chilling. How's he even stuck there? It's like, what?
1 pixel block.
That's interesting. Well, find new spots every day, you know? Leave it to these carry players. Clone on his face.
Be a little damage test. And Smiling Knight had to BKB for that.
I mean, he's gonna get caught.
Drow Ranger's coming in through the side. He's dead.
Oof. That's his first death of the game, by the way.
Yep.
That stings 80 seconds on the sideline.
They had most of their spells up too. I'm sure he's wondering, like, is my team, like, what are we doing, guys? Are we playing with me, or are we farming up? What's the deal?
Just too afraid to get this map out first. The Solar Guardian plus this lasso. Even with the global, you've had to clump a lot this game, and it's just giving so much time for the Arc Warden to take the game over. And he has taken this game over now. Like, now you are in Arc Warden jail. You don't get to play Dota anymore. You have to play against this abomination of a hero that you did not punish enough. And has now locked you in prison.
And because they've got some range carries, they don't really have to step too far forward to start chipping away at that tier 3. Gives him the vision, and Odeker goes to work.
Drow with
Non-stop barrage of arrows.
Yeah, this is pretty disgusting. These two heroes in the late game, like magnetic field on Drow, and then Drow giving precision aura to Arc Warden. Yeah, that's some damage. That's some serious damage. There's your lane gone, effectively. On to another one.
Well, at this rate, Avalos are left with maybe only one good fight left.
By the way, there's an Ags on the Tusk too, so this base defense is not guaranteed if you get a solid kick out.
Banner to protect. Zibe trying to get the wraparound. Tombstone's going to break on him. He throws it up on the high ground. They turn back into him. The Death Prophet disengages with the Hurricane Pike. That breaks the Spirit Siphon.
Now he's trying to deal with the tombstone, kick over. Oh, what a beautiful kick, straight into the arms of the Dawnbreaker. Moby is in trouble, but he Ghost Scepter TP's out. Smart move with Global Silence covering him there. Now the Dawnbreaker ultimate's gonna go out, trying to stop this Sven. Sven has been completely stopped. Smiling Knight, his second death of the game, back-to-back deaths, may just be the end of the game for him as they run down more heroes. Even if he buys back, he will not have the God Strength. They won't have the power to stop this Drow Ranger Arc Warden duo. Zibe's just walking in, trying to stop him. Another kick forward. There goes the Death Prophet, and as they use their buybacks, they find they no longer have a Death Prop to play around.
Smiling, he is the ult.
Kited around. He does some damage to his support, but he will lose his life pretty damn quickly. Here they are just... It's a machine gun out here between the Arc Warden and the Drow Ranger. They mow down heroes one after the other.
I mean, it is a very powerful and a very cool draft past that like 30-minute mark, right? It just takes the map over, the combination of the Bat Rider plus the Arc Warden, pushing the lanes, looking for the pickoffs, and then at the same time you have this Drow Arc scale that's just insane. You have Dawnbreaker to power all of it. Not a lineup you're going to win late game against. We saw it's not even remotely close. Just not enough pace here from Abyss. Like, they did not play this game fast enough. They did not find pickoffs. They did not play through the exorcisms well enough. Fly's game was super slow because of the laning phase. So these globals, they had impact, but your first ones at like 16 minutes here, it just feels too slow to get the job done. And the couple deaths on Mobe, like, even this fight, yeah, 4 Pirates lose this fight, but the Death Prophet going down kills so much of your pace and your momentum in this game. It just doesn't even feel great because you know this clock is ticking the whole time. And man, this team,
as you said from the get-go, you know this Sven can't carry the game. And
no,
we saw in the last fight, right? Like, you try and jump in, you get lassoed, you get kicked, you get punched, and
it's
the range cores just kite you around.
There's too much BKB control in this game for Sven to carry it. This has always been his weakness. So you are on the timer. You have to get something done. And that's where I go back to the silencer pick. Like, I just don't know if you can win this game that many times out of 10 with the offlane Undying, because you really have to execute well. I think there's very tight windows you have to hit in terms of that mid game and fighting and getting Roshan and stuff, because your catch is extremely limited, right? That's the downside. Like, you can't catch these heroes around the map. You have very limited gap close. What is Undying giving your lineup that you need in this game? To me, you need a couple things. You need gap close, catch, like a lane win, or an early high ground. And I feel like Undying gives you none of that in this game, other than maybe the early high ground. Like, he helps you with that a little, but he doesn't win the lane against the Drow. He doesn't gap close. He doesn't catch. You're just left stuck in this weird ass game that's going late, and it's not fun to play. And you get kited, and you get bursted, and you get destroyed. And 4 Pirates, man, this team does some cool stuff. Like, you really have to be ready for their cheese picks and their long range artillery and their team fighting, or you get caught off guard. And just like that, another 2-0 series as they will go on to face OG. That is going to be an interesting matchup.
It is. I think any team from here on out, I mean, you certainly know what 4 Pirates want to do. They have a very clear archetype when it comes to their drafts. You're going to need to run them over. You know, you're going to need a lot of gap close. You're going to need to just try and run these guys over because they clearly like the range carry. Something about, I don't know about maybe it's the team, maybe it's the meta. Maybe this is something we'll see a little bit more of from other teams, but the way they play it looks very nice. And 4 Pirates, as you said, are going to be matched up against OG. We could go ahead and take a look at the results from today. We had 2 teams that were eliminated, and one of them was Team Secret. Team Secret got knocked out by Yellow Submarine, a 2-0 there. Mao's also eliminated, so Celery is not going to make a repeat performance at TI with his new roster. Instead, Virtus Pro managed to recover after they got destroyed by 4 Pirates just yesterday in their 2-0. And we had is this the only game 3 we've had so far?
Yep.
In Navi Junior versus Nigma Galaxy is just 2-0s across the board for the Western European qualifier, except for that one right there where Nigma Galaxy did fall short against Navi Junior. And as a result, it's 1W, Navi Junior, OG and 4 Pirates in the upper bracket. So those are the teams with the best chances of getting to those final 2 slots to the Western European qualifier. One in the upper bracket, one in the lower bracket, where a lot of the teams that maybe 6 months ago you would have said were favored to make it in are all battling in the lower bracket now. Nigma, Galaxy, Virtus Pro, Avalis, I think were all three names you would say, yeah, they're somewhere near the top after you get all the Western European invites out of the way. And they are now all battling out in lower bracket. Only maybe one of them is going to be able to make it through this. And so we can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow.
That's a tough matchup as well. Like this Nigma Galaxy Virtus Pro, I don't think that's the team that they wanted to face again, especially in an elimination match, right? Like that's going to be some pressure on them. At these other matches, like they have some work to do, honestly. This is not convincing at all. They didn't look too energized. They didn't look like morale was too high. So the work cut out for them against Yellow Submarine. And these upper bracket matches, man. Navi Junior, I almost favor them going against that 1-dub. Like 1-dub looked good, but something about this Navi Junior squad, they just find ways to win the series, you know? I just kind of believe in them. And that maybe perhaps the most interesting, that OG4 Pirates. Like, who do you even favor going into that? I feel like that's the most,
I honestly don't know.
That's the most wild card matchup for me, because these 4 Pirates guys are just cooking people. And at the same time, OG, I feel like they are easily capable of beating anybody here and easily capable of losing to anybody. So I'm sure it'll be a good series. Who knows, man?
That'll be one to tune into. That will be the last series of tomorrow. Of course, we're going to get through the lower bracket first thing, and then we go into the upper bracket. So that closes out the day 2 of the Western European qualifier for the international. As more teams are eliminated today, even more tomorrow, and we are done for the day. So thank you very much for watching the qualifiers for the international, and see you again tomorrow.